Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of legendary gods I write here on GMT Recap. This young man, during one of his acts of heroism, unfortunately got punched in one eye by the opponent, and since then, Lu Di has become extremely disheartened. One day, while visiting a fortune teller, the soothsayer told him that a good omen was radiating from his right eye, and that in about 3 days, something good would happen to change his fate. However, Lu Di dismissed it as a scam, since the doctor had told him that his left eye was basically incurable, and it was even starting to affect his right eye. However, he didn't expect the fortune teller's words to come true so soon. Because on his way back, Lu Di suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eye. But right after that, a system window appeared before him, stating that the process of self-evolution had completed and that the process of merging the cranial nerves would begin. Everything in front of Lu Di began to be coded. He was stunned and had no idea what was happening. While Lu Di was wide-eyed, observing this surreal process, a child suddenly appeared in front of him. "Hello, Lu," the boy said. Lu Di was so startled that he nearly jumped, stammering, "What the hell is this?" The boy introduced himself as Maton, the system in his right eye. He also said that with the system's help, Lu Di would become a completely different person from what he was now. Not being able to explain everything to Lu Di in just a few words, Maton grabbed his hair and pointed towards a girl nearby. Lu Di could see a red arrow pointing directly at her head, just like the guidance in a game. Mo Zone said that she was about to face danger, and then showed him a possible scenario. A fountain pen fell from an unknown source, causing the girl to trip and fall headfirst into the advertisement board in front of her. After seeing this vision, Lu Di, with his noble heart, quickly rushed to catch the pen. The girl, however, was unharmed. Mo Zone smiled in satisfaction. It seemed that after just this simple example, Lu Di had understood a little. The fortune teller's words had come true. Despite his misfortune, he had gained luck, unintentionally obtaining a system like the male protagonists in fantasy novels. "Wait, Lu," Mo Zone suddenly changed her expression. "There are several cars carrying some very strong people heading toward you." No sooner had she finished speaking than the cars stopped. Several men in black suits stepped down from the vehicles, each looking very intimidating. They were heading straight for Lu Di. According to Maton's calculations, the physical capabilities of these men were far superior to those of normal people. With the information it had accessed, it was likely they were military personnel. Mo Zone then checked the license plate of the vehicles, a silver Rolls-Royce with the plate of 555, registered to Hilong Company. Hilong was a world-renowned medical company. According to Mo Zone, there was no immediate threat detected from them, but Lu Di still needed to remain cautious. Just then, Lu Di's right eye experienced a problem, and another simulation window popped up. It is written that the body is starting to be optimized and muscles are beginning to be enhanced. Since this process is happening smoothly, Lu Di seems to not notice any changes at all. A group of people from Hilong Company approached him. After confirming that the person before them was indeed Lu Di, they invited him to go with them. Although Lu Di wasn't sure what their purpose was, Mo Zone confirmed that they didn't pose a threat, so Lu Di got into the car. As he opened the car door, the system once again notified him that there was a beautiful woman inside, though her expression seemed somewhat displeased. Maton quickly adjusted the features of his face according to the golden ratio. Lu Di didn't understand what it was trying to do but nervously sat down opposite the woman. Before long, the woman spoke first. Her first question was whether Lu Di remembered where he was 3 years ago on this very day. Lu Di nodded and said that 3 years ago, he had saved a girl and ended up being beaten to a pulp. While the two were talking, the system continued its task of enhancing his muscles and fine-tuning the contours of his face. The woman on the opposite side nodded for a moment, then extended her hand. "That's right, I am the girl you saved 3 years ago. Hello, my name is Yuling, and I must say, you look quite handsome now that I really take a good look at you." Lu Di was surprised. This was the first time someone had complimented him as handsome with such excitement that it was impossible to hide. It turned out that the adjustments Mo Zone made to his face had such a significant impact. This system was truly useful. Back to Yuling. After revealing that she was the girl from 3 years ago, she hurriedly apologized to her benefactor. Over the past 3 years, Yuling had been searching for Lu Di, but due to the need to avoid the prying eyes of the media, she had only just managed to meet him at this time. She also promised to repay him properly. Speaking of the media, Lu Di guessed that this girl was no ordinary person. Mo Zone, understanding this, quickly began searching for information about her. Yuling, female, 25 years old, height 170 cm, F59,095, outstanding figure. Furthermore, she is a Western medicine doctor, graduated from Pinafano University, and the third daughter of Yulong, the chairman of Hilong Medical Group. Lu Di was somewhat surprised, not expecting that the person he had casually saved 3 years ago was actually the princess of a major corporation. "You said you'd repay me. How do you plan to do that?" he asked, a bit excited. "Although you saved me, don't expect too much. I'll repay you in various ways, such as with money," Yuling answered calmly. Just then, her phone vibrated. It was a call from Yulong, her father, who had heard about his daughter's search for her benefactor. After confirming that she had found Lu Di, he urged her to bring him back to meet him. Yuling nodded and then hung up the phone. "Would you go with me to meet someone?" she asked. "Who are we meeting?" Lu Di scratched his head. "My father." Lu Di silently grumbled to himself. He never thought he would have the chance to meet Yulong, the richest person in Shanghai. It seemed that he couldn't decline this invitation after all. The car began speeding down the road, and Yuling didn't say anything further. Lu Di found this quite puzzling. Clearly, he was the benefactor of Yuling, yet her attitude toward him remained so cold. "Because since I was young, most people approached me with impure motives," Yuling explained. Lu Di simply muttered a no and didn't say anything else. Her words made a lot of sense, after all. Since the other person wasn't talking, Lu Di had time to think about what had just happened. The appearance of Ma Tong, after all, was still quite difficult to comprehend. He didn't know exactly what it was or where it came from. Mo Zone, reading his thoughts, quickly sent back a response. It said that it was a third-rate supercomputer with weak artificial intelligence, and its current form was equivalent to that of an 8-year-old child. Ma Tong had the ability to harness the power of the entire internet with precise calculations and could offer the best advice. As for the second question, Ma Tong didn't know where it came from either, but it knew that its program contained a type of code called the 9 Princes. Lu Di, after reading this, decided not to focus on it for now and asked another question. "Never mind. By the way, I saw on the display earlier that it said my muscle mass has increased by 268%. Is that true?" Mo Zone confidently affirmed, even stating that Lu Di's usual punch had now reached 100 kg, though unfortunately, it wasn't convenient to test it at the moment. After sitting for a while, Lu Di began to feel a little bored. He stretched and was about to grab the book next to him, but his movement startled Yuling, who was sitting opposite him. Hey, what do you think you're doing?" She instinctively crossed her arms in front of her chest. "I'm just grabbing the book." "Don't be so on guard like that, or no one will dare to come near you." Lu Di chuckled, making Yuling feel a bit embarrassed. Though she really didn't want to admit it, she couldn't help but think that the way he smiled was really charming. As for Lu Di, he had no idea what was going on in her mind and focused on flipping through the book. But as soon as he opened the first page, the system automatically activated his data eyes and switched on the mode to scan the entire book. At first, Lu Di didn't understand what Ma Tong was up to, but soon, the system proceeded to scan the entire content of the book and transmitted it directly into his brain, allowing Lu Di to remember 10 lines with just a quick glance. This was truly astonishing. Lu Di flipped through the book rapidly, and within moments, he had grasped the entire content. The sound of the pages turning gave Yuling a slight headache. "Hey, Lu, are you really reading that book? If you're not, could you stop making that noise?" she muttered. If he was going to go this far without getting anything from it, it would really be a waste. But Lu Di, being modest, simply joked that he was using the book to fan himself because the car was too hot. The car was moving farther and farther away, then came to a stop in front of a magnificent, expansive villa. At this moment, in the yard, the Yu family servants, along with Yuling's siblings, were already lined up, waiting. It was said that Yulong had personally instructed them to come out and properly welcome their benefactor. Yulong's fourth and fifth daughters seemed quite displeased, as they saw Lu Di only as a recently graduated student, with no job to speak of. Even though he had saved Yuling, they didn't think he was worthy of such a grand reception. Girls, there's definitely a reason your father is doing this. The boy is coming soon, so let's be patient and wait, their eldest brother advised. That's right, let's try to be polite. Behave yourselves, or you'll be in trouble with Dad, their eldest sister added. After hearing their elder siblings' reminders, the two spoiled girls finally stopped complaining. The silver Rolls-Royce slowly pulled up to the front gate. Yuling stepped out first, followed by Lu Di. The moment he appeared, the two daughters of Yulong, who had been sulking moments ago, instantly changed their attitude. He's so handsome! They both exclaimed in unison. Thanks to the system, Lu Di quickly recognized the names of the two girls. The fourth daughter was Yu Ji, and the fifth daughter was Yu Shi. They were 23 years old and twins. Yu Shi had graduated from the Jingzhou Police and Criminal Academy, while Yu Ji had graduated from 2C Academy and was now a popular streamer known by the name Baby Duck. Wow, such beautiful girls, and there are two of them. Am I seeing things? Lu Di stepped forward to greet them. Seeing how handsome he was and how eloquent he spoke, Yu Ji and Yu Shi had already been completely won over. Yuling quickly introduced her siblings to Lu Di. The gentlest-looking girl was Yu Feng, Yuling's older sister, while the man standing next to her was Ouyang Fenglu, her brother-in-law. Ouyang Fenglu politely extended his hand, and Lu Di shook it with equal courtesy. However, Mo Zong had warned that the older sister's heart rate had spiked when she first met Lu Di, which likely meant she had feelings for him. As for the man in front of him, although he seemed friendly, he actually harbored a strong dislike for Lu Di. According to Mo Zong, Ouyang Fenglu was a 38-year-old retired archery athlete. But this didn't explain why, after meeting only once, the man seemed to have so much animosity towards Lu Di. It was only guessed that he saw Lu Di as someone trying to compete for the Yu family's shares. Mr. Lu, Ouyang Fenglu said warmly, my father has instructed me that from now on, you will be like family to us. If you ever face any difficulties, feel free to let me know, and I will do my best to help you. Ha ha. Lu Di chuckled dryly a few times, knowing that the other person was lying. You're too kind, Mr. O. How could someone like me be worthy of being part of such a noble family? The Yu family had 5 daughters. According to Yuling, her second sister, Yu Yi, was currently abroad. Lu Di knew of her because she was a famous celebrity. The introduction of the family members was finished, and Yu Feng invited him inside. Now, they just needed to wait for Yulong to arrive before they could have their meal. Lu Di originally intended to follow obediently, but just then, Ouyang Fenglu, for reasons unknown, insisted on dragging him to go archery with him. Lu Di, out of respect, agreed to follow him to the backyard. This person claimed to dislike showing off, yet he always either accidentally or deliberately mentioned that he had been the champion 6 times and the runner-up 4 times in international archery competitions. By the way, Lu Di, do you know how to shoot arrows? If not, I could teach you. When he said this, Ouyang Fenglu looked somewhat intimidating. The Empress had never been involved with archery before, but now, with some miraculous training, the skills of archery were swiftly embedded into his mind. As a result, someone who had never shot an arrow like Lu Di easily mastered archery to the point of becoming so proficient that he could defeat Ouyang Fenglu as easily as pie. I know a little bit. How about you and I have a contest to see who's better? Lu Di responded calmly. Just as Ouyang Fenglu was about to reply, Yu Shi, who was beside them, couldn't hold back and spoke up to remind him. Mr. Lu, my brother-in-law is really good at archery. You better be careful, or you'll end up embarrassing yourself. Oh, young Feng Lu seemed to have just heard a joke. This was a perfect opportunity to make Lu Di look bad, and how could he let it slip away? So, he agreed. To add a bit more color to the competition, Yuji suggested adding a punishment for the loser, like eating something while performing a handstand, for example. Oh, young Feng Lu didn't think he would lose, so he readily agreed without hesitation. As for Lu Di, he remained calm and didn't oppose the idea of a penalty. The competition quickly began. Oh, young Feng Lu was the first to draw his bow, and his actions were incredibly decisive. With his first shot, he hit the bullseye. Yushi, standing beside him, couldn't help but clap and praise him. As expected of my brother-in-law, your archery skills are still as impressive as ever. Oh, young Feng Lu was delighted by the compliment, his chest puffing up in pride. At this point, Lu Di had taken his position as well, and upon seeing his opponent hit the bullseye, he asked, "If I want to win now, I just need to hit a target that's further away, right?" Ah, the two words "just need to" from Lu Di sounded as light as a feather, which made Yushi and Yuji chuckle softly. They remarked that the bow in his hands was very heavy, even a professional archer like Ouyang Feng Lu would find it difficult to pull, let alone a novice like Lu Di. "Mr. Lu, it's not that I'm underestimating you, but with that bow, I doubt you can shoot more than 5 meters. Seeing how Ouyang Feng Lu looked down on him, Lu Di boldly suggested that they make a bigger bet, specifically that Ouyang Feng Lu himself stand in front of the bullseye. To everyone's surprise, Ouyang Feng Lu agreed. Then, Lu Di placed an arrow on the string and shot it with incredible precision. "Let me show you just how impressive my archery skills are." Lu Di decisively released his grip. The arrow flew coldly through the air, striking Hong Tang and even pulling a lock of hair from Ouyang Feng Lu, who was standing nearby. He was so startled that he fell to the ground, and with just a little more force, the arrow might have pierced his face. Seeing this, Yushi quickly rushed over. Meanwhile, Yushi angrily criticized Lu Di for going too far, saying she would report him to Yuling so that she would have him expelled. "It's just a competition," Lu Di shrugged. At this moment, Yuji had helped Ouyang Feng Lu back to his feet. As expected of the eldest son-in-law of the wealthiest family in Shanghai, he had been pale with fear just moments ago, but he quickly regained his composure. "It's fine. We were just learning from each other, don't worry," Ouyang Feng Lu reassured his two younger sisters-in-law, before walking over to pat Lu Di on the back, praising him for his excellent archery skills. Although Mo Zong showed no outward sign of emotion, he warned Lu Di that the enemy's hostility might have escalated to the point of an irreconcilable feud. Afterward, Ouyang Feng Lu abruptly turned and told them to go inside and prepare for the meal. The archery contest for today was over. "Master, I just saw him bend the steel arrow with his hands. This is not the strength of an ordinary person," Mo Zong reminded him. After all, Lu Di needed to be cautious around this man. A lavish feast had been set out, and the 5 members of the Yu family, along with Lu Di, were seated, just waiting for the head of the family to arrive before the banquet could begin. Ouyang Feng Lu leisurely sipped his tea, his face showing no unusual expression. Lu Di glanced at him a few times, truly unable to understand where this person's extraordinary strength came from. Could it possibly be due to practicing demonic arts? After all, with the system Lu Di had acquired, it wouldn't be unimaginable for someone to practice demonic arts in this modern era. While Lu Di was still lost in his thoughts, a sudden cough broke the silence. The head of the Yulong family had arrived. He was 75 years old this year and suffered from various minor ailments, but his position in Shanghai remained rock solid. Mo Zong had told Lu Di not to be wary of this person because he had a kind heart and loved doing charitable work. After greeting Lu Di and sitting down at the banquet table, Yulong quickly got to the point. He first apologized to Lu Di for taking 3 years to find him. Then, he made the most shocking proposal. Yulong suggested that Lu Di become his adopted son. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell into stunned silence. Ouyang Feng Lu was the first to react strongly. He stood up abruptly. "Father, this is an important matter. You should think it over carefully." Lu Di chuckled inwardly, realizing that what Mo Zong had said was completely true. This person had been hostile toward him from the very beginning, genuinely fearing that Lu Di would take the shares of the Yu family. However, Yulong's attitude was resolute. He once again emphasized that he wanted to adopt Lu Di as his son. At this moment, the whole room was extremely tense, and even Yuling had to speak up. "Father, he did save me, but there's no need to repay him to that extent." Yulong shook his head. "What do you kids know? Lu Di, back then, sacrificed his right eye to save Yuling. You have no idea how he has been living over the past 3 years. He feels that the Yu family owes Lu Di too much, which is why he wants to repay him with everything he has." At this point, even Yuling was stunned. She had never heard that Lu Di had lost his right eye to save her. Lu Di seemed embarrassed. He didn't know how to explain to them that not only had his right eye been healed, but it had also gained an unexpected power. But just then, the system chimed in, reminding him of something else. Earlier, Mo-zone had helped him reconnect his muscle fibers, enhancing his strength, which had depleted the protein and glycogen reserves in his body. Lu Di was now in a state of hypoglycemia and low blood lipid levels and needed to eat immediately. So, while the Yu family continued arguing about adopting a child, Lu Di began tearing into the chicken, eating ravenously. Seeing him devour the food like someone who had been starved for days, Yuji and Yushi began to feel that their father's words might be right. It seemed that Lu Di had been living under tremendous hardship recently. Despite their concerned glances, Lu Di remained focused solely on eating, replenishing the energy he had lost. Ouyang Feng Lu took the opportunity to whisper into his father-in-law's ear. "He criticizes you for being uneducated and of humble origins, saying that if you were to become a member of the Yu family, it would be hard to avoid bringing shame upon you. That's why, instead of adopting you, he suggests that Yulong should give you a large sum of money so that you can live comfortably instead." As he spoke, Ouyang Feng Lu instructed someone to bring out a bottle of fine wine, a Laff Reserve 82. He poured it first for Yulong, then for everyone else at the table. "Everyone, try this wine and share your thoughts. As for Lu here, he surely won't know how to assess it, so let's just skip him." Ouyang Feng Lu intentionally tried to embarrass Lu Di. But to his surprise, Lu Di immediately fired back. "The 82 version of Laff is purely a marketing gimmick, meant to deceive people like you with money." Yulong, intrigued by what Lu Di had said, leaned in to hear more. So Lu Di, chewing his food, continued. "The Laff 82 is so expensive because the grape-growing region suffered a severe drought that greatly reduced production. Because there were fewer bottles, the price went up. But in reality, the grapes from that year, regardless of the sugar content, never reached the ideal level, did they? If I don't know how to assess it, then I suppose you do?" The final remark from Lu Di was aimed directly at Ouyang Feng Lu, leaving him stuttering, unable to come up with a response. Lu Di then took another bite of his meat, pretending to remember something, and brought up the archery contest from earlier. Ouyang Feng Lu was afraid of planting banana trees and eating rice, so he immediately jumped up and protested. "Brother-in-law, there's no need to be so nervous, I was just joking." Seeing the flustered expression of the other person, Lu Di was very pleased. Yulong, noticing that the boy seemed knowledgeable and not like someone from a poor background without proper education, asked another question. "This time, I want to ask about the economy of Nation H." Lu Di pretended to think for a moment before replying. "Crossing the long river of 10,000 miles, you will see the Dragon of Nation H. In 2023, the economy of Nation H will enter a new era, undergoing transformation in 3 distinct directions. The first is in terms of international position," Lu Di said, speaking in a manner as smooth as a machine. His comments were not superficial, instead, they were quite unique. This piqued Yuling's curiosity even more, making him wonder what kind of person Lu Di really was. "Mr. Lu, what do you think about the business of our Hilong group?" Yulong asked again. Just as Lu Di was about to put a piece of meat into his mouth, he was interrupted. However, this time, he didn't answer. Instead, he told the other person not to probe him any further, as he would refuse the offer to become his adopted son. Yulong could only sigh upon hearing this, but at that moment, with his impressive ability to scan with his right eye, Lu Di noticed a message on Ouyang Feng Lu's phone. Not only did this person plan to eliminate him, but he also wanted to deal with Yuling. At first, Lu Di had regarded him as just a money-hungry individual, but it seemed that Ouyang Feng Lu was so greedy for money that he would do anything. Given this, Lu Di realized he couldn't avoid dealing with him. Thinking about this, Lu Di continued, "You said that I rejected becoming Yulong's adopted son because I fell in love with Yuling. Right now, I haven't thought about joining the Yu family, but I hope to get a job to stay close to Yuling and take good care of her." Yulong, still disappointed that he couldn't take Lu Di as his son, was now visibly delighted to see that Lu Di had the potential to become his son-in-law. He immediately told Lu Di to choose any position he wanted, and he would make arrangements, ensuring that no one could interfere. Lu Di, being modest, chose to become Yuling's personal driver, despite such a great opportunity. Not only Yulong but everyone present was astonished. After a moment of bewilderment, Yu Master laughed heartily. "Alright, if it's being a driver, then so be it, but to be Yuling's driver, you'll have to stay within the Yu family estate, ready to take orders 24/7, and be available at any time. Seems like the intention of becoming part of our family hasn't faded after all." However, staying at the Yu family mansion suited Lu Di perfectly. It would help him deal with Ouyang Feng Lu, so he agreed right away. Yuling appeared quite angry seeing her father stubbornly helping an outsider and ignoring his own daughter's wishes. However, Yu Master was resolute in his decision and quickly instructed the butler to make the necessary arrangements. He then took out a card, saying it was a small token of gratitude for meeting the benefactor for the first time. "He actually managed to stay at our house. Just look at how mad he's made our third sister. We absolutely must find a way to get rid of him." Yu Shi and Yu Ji whispered to each other. Lu Di looked at the shimmering golden card. In truth, he wanted to accept it, but right now, Ouyang Feng Lu was staring at him from the front, and behind him, there were Yuling's two younger sisters eyeing him with disdain. If he accepted the money now, he would definitely never be able to hold his head up and live in the Yu family house again. So, he reluctantly declined. "Yu Master, I don't need this money. I save people not because I'm expecting a reward, but because I have no shame in my conscience." Lu Di's words sounded righteous, but to Ouyang Feng's ears, they seemed like Lu was wanting more, both to marry Yuling and to take control of the Yu family's shares. This was a case of hitting two birds with one stone, getting money and a beautiful woman. Yulong looked somewhat disappointed. The card contained 5 million coins, which was not too much for him. Furthermore, Yulong believed that for someone as talented and knowledgeable as Lu Di, earning this amount of money would not be difficult. If Lu Di insisted on refusing, he would regret it deeply. When Lu Di heard the figure of 5 million, he was extremely surprised, but he still managed to control his emotions and not let on that he was a money-hungry demon. Ma Tong read his thoughts and quickly sent a notification. "Lu Di, if you want money, why didn't you say so earlier?" Then came a series of notifications. "Please wait a moment while the system calculates the data. You have successfully registered for a securities futures trading account. Your account has withdrawn 160,000 coins. You have successfully registered for a securities futures trading account. Your account has withdrawn 52 coins." Lu Di didn't expect the system to go this far. According to Ma Tong, it didn't generate money but only manipulated the owner's account. When the securities fixed-term account started trading, it would be bought at the lowest possible price and the fastest speed, then quickly sold for a small profit. The system made money for Lu Di by exploiting these millisecond differences in price. Returning to the matter of the card with 5 million yuan, the Yu family's butler advised Lu Di to accept it because Yulong was an honest man. If the benefactor insists on refusing, I fear he will regret it for the rest of his life. At this point, Lu Di didn't need the 5 million, as Ma Tong had already raised his account to 7.5 million in just a few minutes. But since the butler had said so, Lu Di had no choice but to accept it. Yu Shi and Yu Ji, upon seeing this, began whispering to each other. This guy really just wants money, playing that soft approach to get what he wants. What a shameless person. Seeing Lu Di accept the money, Yulong's expression finally relaxed a little. He then told his daughter, Yuling, to take Lu Di to the shopping mall for a walk this afternoon. Since he's already half a step into the Yu family, he can't be dressed shabbily, or people will laugh at him. Afterward, the meal ended. Yulong left first, and Lu Di quietly left the card on the dining table before heading out. He stood on the balcony, taking a moment to breathe in the air. It was just a meal at a wealthy household, but it felt incredibly stressful. To be honest, compared to the ostentatious, lavish lifestyle of the Yu family, he preferred the simple, free life more. Hey! Suddenly, a voice full of dissatisfaction came from behind. Lu Di turned around and saw it was the twins. You're such a clingy womanizer, your sister is waiting for you downstairs, why don't you hurry up and go? After the meal earlier, it seemed that their attitude toward Lu Di had worsened significantly. At your command, young ladies. He acted as if he hadn't noticed their disgruntled attitude, still maintaining a calm and relaxed demeanor. Just a small gesture was enough to make both Yushi and Yuji blush at the same time. In their eyes, Lu Di was indeed a womanizer. However, this womanizer was undeniably handsome beyond reason. As Yuling's personal driver, Lu Di naturally took on the task of driving. But when he stepped into the underground garage, he was genuinely stunned by the extravagance of the wealthy. Guessing that Yuling was in the familiar silver Rolls-Royce, Lu Di walked over and tapped on the car window. What's going on? The window rolled down, and Yuling asked in a very annoyed tone. Lu Di pointed to the two-seater sports car behind and said that since there were only the two of them today, he wanted to drive that car. However, the spoiled young lady refused to agree. After all, a driver like Lu Di had no right to choose the car. Yuling had developed some dislike toward him after the meal earlier, so she insisted on sitting in this car to keep more distance from the driver. Lu Di sighed heavily, putting on a pitiful expression. This car, I never even dared to dream that I could drive it. Yuling was struck by these words. Recalling what her father had said during dinner, she subconsciously imagined the past circumstances of Lu Di blind in one eye and incredibly poor, truly pitiful. A feeling of sympathy arose within her once again, and in the end, Yuling relented, allowing Lu Di to drive the car she had long desired. But before they could get into the car, another convertible pulled up beside them. It was the car of Yu Fong and Ouyang Fong Lu. Seeing Lu Di wanting to drive the sports car, Ouyang couldn't help but mock him. Oh, you want to drive this? Have you driven one before? Or should your brother-in-law teach you how? No, Lu Di had indeed never driven one, because he never had the money to buy a car. But Imozone, just like when he was training for archery, had quickly implanted all the necessary instructions for operating various types of sports cars into his brain. From then on, Lu Di was confident enough to exchange words with Ouyang Fong Lu. Brother-in-law, this is actually the first time I'm driving this type of car. How about you go ahead, and I'll take a moment to study it. Ouyang Fong Lu pressed the accelerator and sped off, not forgetting to mock Lu Di for being a country bumpkin who knew nothing. After that, Lu Di and Yuling also got into the car, but Lu Di held the steering wheel for 3 minutes without starting the engine, causing her to grow anxious. Just as Yuling was about to scold Lu Di, he told her to fasten her seatbelt tightly. Then, Lu Di slammed the gas pedal, and the car shot forward at an unbelievably fast speed. Yuling was so scared that she didn't dare to open her eyes, repeatedly shouting and cursing, "Lu Di is crazy." The system reminded him again, showing data that indicated a man's handsomeness while driving could make 12% of women fall in love at first sight. Lu Di was also very eager to absorb these trivial pieces of information from Ma Tong. It seemed that today, he had to show off his full charm to Yuling. Ouyang Fong Lu, driving ahead, noticed that Lu Di was trying to catch up with him, so he accelerated. However, despite that, Lu Di still closely pursued him. This made Ouyang Fong Lu extremely angry. He unconsciously gripped the steering wheel tighter and ground his teeth, wishing he could create a car accident scene for Lu Di to see. Yu Fong, sitting in the passenger seat, was also starting to feel tense from the speed. She carefully observed her husband's expression, then realized that his mood was clearly not quite right today. Soon after, Lu Di safely parked his car in the parking garage of the Hangmao shopping center. Yuling got out of the car, barely holding back the urge to throw up her lunch. It seemed that Lu Di's plan to win over the third young lady's heart had failed. The way Yuling looked now wasn't just disinterested, it was more like she wanted to strangle him on the spot. Seeing that Yuling was in bad shape, suddenly, a group of people in black suits appeared, showing a very hostile attitude toward Lu Di. According to the system, these people were orphans raised by Yulong, and had now become the bodyguards of the Yu family. They were so loyal that, even though the third young lady was merely carsick, they acted as if they wanted to turn Lu Di into iron, ready to fight him to the death. Forget it, don't bother with him, just let him save face. After Yuling spoke, the group finally stopped. Afterward, she turned back to Lu Di. Let's just go buy some new clothes. Seeing Yuling's reluctant demeanor, Lu Di could only silently sigh. This time, he had been too impulsive, wanting to outdo Ouyang Fenglu, and it really was a bit reckless. It seems that he would need to be gentler with this young lady in the future. The appearance of the handsome young man and beautiful young woman, along with their entourage of bodyguards, quickly caught the attention of the people at the mall. Yuling wanted to go in and out quickly, so she led Lu Di to a few prominent stores. But unexpectedly, a penniless guy like him turned out to be extremely picky. Even Louis Vuitton was met with a shake of his head in rejection. After leading Lu Di to 3 stores, none of which he liked, Yuling's mood officially exploded. Lu Di, are you deliberately going against me? Look at the way you're acting. Lu Di felt like this young lady might actually devour him alive, but he didn't give her the chance. Right after that, Lu Di grabbed her hand and took her to a more affordable men's store. Yuling seemed less than pleased, as the average price of items there didn't even reach 500 yuan. If he wore something from there out in public, he would become the laughingstock of everyone. Ignoring Yuling's grumbling like an old wife beside him, Lu Di eagerly ran into the shop and called out loudly for a jayap. The store employee immediately recognized him, and with great enthusiasm, rushed over and threw an arm around Lu Di's shoulder. Lu Di, it's been 3 years, where on earth has that kid of yours run off to? Didn't I come back? Did I specifically come here today to take care of your business? My sales don't matter, just give everything to Li. A jayap scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Lu Di frowned. A jayap was his good friend. Since university, he had liked Sun Li, a student from another school, but she had never shown him any kindness. It was surprising that such an outstanding student like him, after graduating, ended up as a clothing store clerk, yet he could still be so cheerful. When they met again, a jayap was so happy that he eagerly called Sun Li over. As expected, her attitude remained just as sharp and distant as ever. When she saw Lu Di, Sun Li even showed a hint of skepticism. Hey, have you made a fortune or something? She said, then glanced at the fancy young lady beside him. Lu Di, is this your girlfriend? Not going to introduce her to me? He's just my driver. Yuling quickly clarified. As soon as Sun Li heard the word driver, she immediately put on a look of disdain, then tossed her hair and walked away. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind a jayap to handle the guests himself and not let Lu Di buy anything over 300 coins, as she feared he couldn't afford it. Sorry, Lu Di, Lily hasn't been in a good mood lately. A jayap actually defended her, then took over the responsibility of entertaining Lu Di himself. Using his knowledge of Lu Di, he quickly picked out a few pieces of clothing that would suit him. After Lu Di tried on the clothes, Yuling was utterly stunned. She didn't expect that these simple, affordable items would look so high-end on him. When it came time to pay, the shirt was priced at just 368 coins, the pants 400 coins, and the shoes 330 coins. Yuling involuntarily frowned. It is beautiful, no doubt, but it seems a little too cheap. The sales revenue will be credited to a jayap, right? Lu Di asked. With all this, how much commission could you possibly make? Just pay quickly and stop asking, Sun Li replied, irritated. But then Lu Di said something that nearly made her lose her balance. For these 3 items, you want to buy 200 of each. A Jayap is your college friend, so he obviously understands your situation better than anyone else. Seeing Lu Di being so generous, he thought Lu Di was treating him. Treating you to what? It's just 200,000. Pay already, Lu Di said, handing over his card. Since the last time Mo Zong helped him manage the stock market, there was at least 34 million in this card by now. Watching him spend money like this, Yuling finally felt a little more at ease. At least now he seemed like someone from the Yu family. After buying the fancy clothes, Lu Di dragged Yuling to a store that sold lighters. He had his eye on a limited edition lighter with a red diamond embedded in it, priced at a staggering 1.3 million. Without saying a word, Lu Di took out his card and swiped it. Yuling was quite puzzled. The outfit only cost 300 yuan, yet he paired it with a lighter worth over 1 million. What did she even understand about this? I smoke, so I need a convenient lighter, Lu Di replied. A man always has to carry something in his hand, something that's easy to handle. This is what we call taking the bus to the bar. You should save on things that don't matter, and spend on what's worth it. Once everything was settled, the two of them left the shopping mall. When they were about to head down to get the car, Lu Di asked Yuling to wait for a moment. A few minutes later, just as she was starting to get annoyed from waiting, he appeared, holding 2 ice creams in his hands. Yuling took the ice cream from him, not realizing that this was a typical, though subtly effective, flirting tactic. She didn't even dare to look Lu Di in the eye, so she took a bite of the ice cream to ease the awkward tension. It was then that Yuling realized that perhaps all the luxurious delicacies she had eaten at the Yu family home had made her forget that even the taste of an ice cream worth just a few coins could still amaze her. She unconsciously smiled. She didn't need to keep up that awkward expression all day long. A young girl should act like a young girl. Lu Di was about to continue his flirtation when suddenly the sound of high heels echoed. They both turned around at the same time, only to find it was Sun Li. She claimed they hadn't been in touch for years since they were old classmates, so she wanted to add him on WeChat, even hinting that in the quiet of the night, they could chat and confide in each other. Lu Di agreed, of course, not because he had fallen for the greedy woman, but because he was planning to teach her a lesson in the future. However, before the two could exchange more than a few words, Yuling sulkily pulled him away. Hurry up and go back to get your packed clothes, we have other things to do soon. From the tone of Yuling's voice, it was clear that she wasn't very happy, likely due to jealousy. So, does Lu Di's plan to flirt with the third young lady seem promising? Meanwhile, Sun Li watched the two of them leave, her gaze never straying from Lu Di. In the past, she had looked down on him because he was poor, but now Lu Di was not only handsome but also wealthy. Sun Li felt she couldn't let this man slip away. After returning home, Li immediately sent a message to Lu Di. She was careful with her words. Hey, Lu Di, are you there? I'll send you Tu Yan's contact details first. Lu Di responded indifferently with a simple hum. Not noticing his indifference, she cheerfully continued her proposal. I know she's your ex-girlfriend, but Tu Yan is now dating a rich second-generation heir. She asked if you'd consider her again. However, shortly after, she discovered that he had removed her from his friends list. Enraged, she threw her phone and cursed him out. Meanwhile, at the Yu family's villa, Yushi saw the bodyguards bringing in a lot of items and, feeling annoyed, snapped. How many clothes has this clingy guy bought? How much of my sister's money has he spent? Yuji was the same. She thought for a moment before mischievously winking. I just had an idea. How about we? Meanwhile, in the northern part of Wanghai district, Lu Di's car finally stopped in front of a building. Yuling stepped out of the car and, with suspicion, asked. Lu Di, why did you bring me here? She asked, are you trying to remind me that 3 years ago you risked your life to save me, and I owe you a huge favor? Lu Di smiled unconsciously and calmly replied. Dark girl, your thoughts are getting quite boring. Upon hearing this, Yuling immediately protested. What do you mean, dark girl? Who gave you the right to call me that? Lu Di remained silent and led the way into the building. When Yuling saw the scene inside, her face lit up with astonishment. Is this the setting of a horror movie? She nervously followed Lu Di, trembling as she asked. Lu Di, where is this place? Lu Di didn't respond, remaining calm as he continued to walk deeper inside. Eventually, they came upon an old man holding a cane, seemingly preparing to do something. Yuling, terrified, screamed. Upon hearing her scream, the old man turned around, visibly annoyed, and warned. Xiao Lu Di, tell your girl to be quiet, I'm trying to save someone here. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man thrust the cane into the chest of the man lying on the bed. Upon seeing this, Yuling panicked and exclaimed. He has pleural effusion. And you're treating him like this? There's no support, no sterilization, this is so irresponsible. The old man glanced at her and calmly spoke, if you know medicine, you can handle the bandaging from now on. Yuling obediently moved into position, while the old man stepped back to have a conversation. Xiao Lu Di, did you bring any wine for me this time? Lu Di didn't respond directly but simply said, Grandpa, I've made some money now. While bandaging, Yuling observed Lu Di and tried to figure out the relationship between him and the others. Half an hour later, Lu Di and Mr. De finished their conversation, and the boy quickly said his goodbyes to leave. Lu Di and Yuling swiftly got into the car and drove off. Mr. De stood at the door with the two children, waving them off. Xiao Lu Di, next time, don't forget to bring some wine for me. In the car, Yuling was still curious, and she asked, where was that place earlier? Lu Di calmly answered, it's just a hospital. Mr. De is the only doctor there, specialized in treating the poor and the neglected. Yuling was slightly surprised and continued asking, what about the children? Lu Di slowly explained, they're all homeless kids. Mr. De took them in. Yuling frowned slightly and asked again, how do you know him then? Lu Di recalled the past and then spoke, 3 years ago, when I was stabbed and blinded, it was Mr. De who saved me while I was on the brink of death. Hearing this, Yuling's face immediately changed. She clenched her fists tightly, and after a moment of silence, she softly spoke, Lu Di, I'm sorry. Lu Di seemed to care little about it, calmly saying, if you feel guilty, you can make it up by sleeping with me tonight. A bit of Yuling's guilt vanished with those words, and she bit her lip, cursing, shameless scoundrel. Seeing her reaction, Lu Di chuckled and said, I was just teasing you. Yuling shot him an angry glare. A moment later, she suddenly spoke again, I think Mr. D and his hospital are really short on money, otherwise. Before she could finish, Lu Di shook his head, rejecting the offer, no need. I've already left them 4 million. By early evening, Lu Di and Yuling finally returned to the villa. The two sisters, Yuxi and Yuji, seemed to have been waiting for them, rushing out to greet them as soon as they arrived. Big sister, you two are finally back, Yuji said, but her tone was unpleasant as she glanced at Lu Di. A clingy guy. Lu Di, we've prepared your room. Here's the key. Lu Di took the key, nodded, and smiled, thank you. But Mo Zong reminded him, these two sisters are no good. At that moment, Yuling spoke up, you two are so thoughtful, even arranging and tidying up the room for us. Which floor is it on? Yuxi gave a wicked smile and replied, it's on the 2nd floor, at the very end of the hall. The 2nd floor, the room at the far end. Upon hearing this, Yuling's face changed, but Yuxi remained indifferent and said, Big sister, don't forget, he's just a driver. How could he possibly be staying in a luxury room? Yuling hesitated for a moment, glancing at Lu Di before hesitantly saying, maybe we should. But you don't really mind. Calmly speaking, I'm already grateful that there's a place for me to stay. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to rest now. Watching his figure walk away, Yuling still felt awkward. Was it really okay to treat him like this? Yuxi pouted and said, that man clinging to her skirt, that scarecrow, daring to deceive my third sister's feelings, no chance at all. Meanwhile, Lu Di followed their instructions into the basement room. Looking at the hallway in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh, surprised that the hallway of this secondary floor was so long. At this moment, Tong spoke up, did you see the camera? He nodded slightly and answered, I'm sure those two kids are somewhere with my poor laptop right now. Just as he predicted, Yushi and her sister were secretly watching him through the camera. Yushi smiled gleefully and said, Look, that skirt-clinging man is heading down the hallway now. I've already cut off the power lines there. She looked very pleased with herself. We're being so naughty, but I'm really looking forward to this. However, just as she finished speaking, the light in the hallway appeared on the iPad. She gasped in surprise, What? Why are the lights on again? Unexpectedly, from behind, Ludi easily avoided the electric wires on the floor and then dodged the marble shot from a dark corner. He effortlessly walked to the door of a room. Seeing this, Yushi and Yuji both smirked maliciously. How could he possibly avoid it this time? However, they disappointed the two people, as the iPad suddenly lost its signal. The two of them immediately turned pale, looking as if they had encountered a ghost. At that moment, Ludi entered the room and immediately encountered a bucket of water placed on the door. He easily reached out and caught it. He set it down on a shelf, pouting as he said, You're really making it difficult for the two girls, setting up all these kinds of traps. Then, Ludi looked around the room. Aside from the slight warmth from outside, there was really no indication that this was a room underground. Just then, he noticed something in the corner near the wall. He pulled back the curtain and saw a piano. He lightly ran his fingers across the keys, murmuring softly, My childhood dream was to become a pianist. The ghost spirit immediately understood and adjusted the skill fusion parameters for him. He sat down on a nearby chair and cheerfully asked, So, you want me to fulfill my childhood dream now? Right after that, Ludi began to play the first few notes. At the same time, his clear voice began to sing. The lyrics floated in the air. Ludi thoroughly enjoyed this feeling, his hands moving swiftly across the piano keys. The melodious song continued to flow. Mo Zong, standing beside, also admired and praised. That's amazing. The art world you guys are in really is unpredictable. The video uploaded successfully. Ludi was somewhat surprised when he heard Mo Zong's words. Mo Zong, still happily jumping around and laughing, continued. A song this good would be a waste for just me to listen to, so I edited it into a video and uploaded it online. Hearing this, Ludi couldn't help but sigh helplessly. There's just no way to deal with him. Emperor 1, that's quite an interesting name. At that moment, his phone suddenly showed a notification. He was startled and opened it, only to discover that his video, just uploaded, had already reached 100 million views. Furthermore, the reactions from netizens were extremely positive. Seeing these comments, Ludi couldn't help but feel sentimental. In this era of media, the power of the internet really can't be underestimated. But the entertainment industry is too complicated. After saying this, Ludi sighed again. If he could, he really wanted to pursue his entrepreneurial dream. On the other side, in the room of the two sisters, Yuji was still troubled by the recent incident involving Ludi. She kept pacing back and forth, muttering, Why is it that all the traps I set up were avoided by Ludi? But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't come up with an answer. She looked over at the person lying on the bed and suggested, Sis, let's go downstairs to the second floor. I want to see how miserable he looks. However, she didn't receive a response. Feeling annoyed, she walked over and tapped Yushi on the shoulder. I'm talking to you, what are you so serious about? What are you watching? As soon as she saw the video on the iPad, she immediately curled her lips in disdain. What's so special about this kind of flashy video? It was just that Yushi handed her the headphones, smiled, and said, No, listen, this person sings really well. At first, Yuji was a bit skeptical, but after listening, she was taken aback. He really sings well. Yuji became so absorbed that she excitedly said, I'm about to go crazy. Who is he? Yushi gently shook her head and replied, I don't know either, he's very mysterious. There's only this video called Emperor 1, and now he has 6 million fans. Yuji's eyes were filled with admiration, and she happily said, "Hee, I've made up my mind. I'm going to marry him." As soon as she said this, Yushi immediately retorted, "No way, he's the one I discovered, you can't steal my husband." Immediately, the two of them started arguing over a husband in the middle of the night. Yulong, in the room next door, heard everything clearly. He muttered in dissatisfaction, "What are these two idiots doing? It's so late, and they're not letting anyone sleep. Why are they shouting so loudly?" Meanwhile, in Ludi's room, he had just finished reading and looked a little tired. He sighed and complained, "I'm so hungry. Thinking right now is already draining my energy." After thinking for a moment, he stood up from his chair, muttering, "Looks like I'll have to go to the dining hall to find some food." But as soon as he opened the door, he saw two people standing in his way. They sprayed something into his face, causing him to unexpectedly fall to the ground. With some dissatisfaction, he asked, "What are you two doing here? This is my room." Yushi and Yuji exchanged glances, both somewhat hesitant and at a loss for words. After a moment, Yuji finally spoke, cursing aloud. "This shameless man who's clinging to our skirts has no dignity, staying in our house like this." Yushi nodded in agreement beside her. "Exactly, and he's spending our money too. Let me tell you, as soon as Yuji glares at him, it's a warning, but unfortunately, Ludi treats their words like barking dogs, not bothering to retort and just leaving, which made the two of them so angry they called him back. Where do you think you're going? You're not allowed to knock on our third sister's door." Ludi didn't even spare them a glance, simply walking away without looking back. Truly, they were just a couple of shameless faces. Yushi and Yuji watched his retreating figure, momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Ludi had entered the kitchen to prepare ingredients for cooking. Mo Zom, very considerate, even blended his cooking skills to help him. Ludi gave Mo Zom a grateful look. Outside, the two Yu sisters were secretly eavesdropping. Yuji asked suspiciously, "Is he really preparing to cook?" Let's just let him. If he ends up burning everything black, we can charge him for wasting food." Inside, Ludi was focused on cooking, paying no attention to the two of them. He started chopping onions, then cracked some eggs. Once everything was ready, he turned on the stove to begin cooking. Outside, Yushi watched for a long time, mesmerized. Realizing she had become absorbed in watching, she quickly composed herself, determined not to fall for the tricks of this man who clung to their skirts. After that, she turned to Yushi and reminded her, "Sister, wake up, don't forget the reason we're here." Yushi slightly jolted, instinctively nodding, "Right, we need to get rid of this person." The two of them stood outside watching, and it wasn't long before they saw Ludi finish preparing the dish. Both Yushi and Yuji gazed at the plate of food in front of them, their eyes filled with admiration. Ludi's creation was a plate of egg-fried rice that was extremely eye-catching. Once Ludi finished, he looked towards the door and asked, "Would you like to have some?" His words made the two of them startle. Although they really wanted to, Yuji still stubbornly sneered coldly, "We wouldn't even care. We have our pride. Just ignore them." Ludi took a spoonful and tried a bite, then sighed as he spoke. The grains of rice were separated and had a bouncy texture when eaten, and the aroma of green onions lingered in his mouth. The two combined seemed to form a harmonious symphony. Hearing this, both Yushi and Yuji started drooling. Ludi couldn't help but laugh softly. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "So, what now? Two young ladies, is your pride still intact?" At that, both Yushi and Yuji abandoned their pride and rushed to the plate of rice, eating it greedily, clearly showing their childish behavior. After a while, the two of them finally finished the plate of rice. It was clear that these two sisters had very thick faces. Yuji raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "Ludi, we won't eat this for free. 1 bowl of rice, 1 coin. Yushi also nodded in agreement, "You still owe us 499 yuan. Lu Di was momentarily at a loss for words, but then gave a slight nod.
Alright then, by the way, why isn't brother-in-law Ouyang here today?
Yu Ji quickly replied. Big sis and brother-in-law have their own place, they're not staying here. Usually, it's just us and third sister here. Hearing this, Lu Di raised an eyebrow and smiled.
So it's just the three silly girls here, huh?
Yu Shi shot him a glance and asked.
Lu Di, what are you up to? What am I up to? Lu Di let out a soft chuckle, not saying anything more.
He turned and walked away, pouting as he said. You girls should be careful when you sleep tonight. Yu Shi and Yu Ji were immediately taken aback.
What? What are you being so serious about?
Lu Di walked off, leaving the two of them standing there in confusion. He headed toward the nearby building on his own. His right eye glowed with a faint red light, and he could see everything clearly. Furrowing his brows, he thought to himself, how exactly was Ouyang Feng Lu planning to deal with Yuling? It wasn't hard to see that Yuling was definitely a strong opponent for Ouyang Feng Lu when it came to controlling the Yu family's stake in the Yushir Corporation. At that moment, Mo Zong suddenly spoke up to remind him. Don't worry, the entire estate is under my control.
If anything unusual happens, I'll notify you. Lu Di gave a slight nod. Can you keep an eye on that Feng Lu guy? Mo Zong immediately responded.
It depends on whether or not he has cameras at his place, but so far today he hasn't made any unusual moves.
He's actually been quite cheerful.
As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Zong displayed the scene in Feng Lu's room for him to see.
At that moment, he was cuddling with a woman, enjoying the warmth in his arms. He looked at the woman beside him, raised an eyebrow, and smiled as he said. Compared to Yu Shi and Yu Ji, this is still a bit lacking. Sooner or later, there will be a day when, once I take over the Yen family, I'll make them obediently serve me.
Right after that, he tried to kiss the woman in front of him.
The image was then cut off. Upon seeing this, Lu Di became furious.
That beast married the older sister and was still fantasizing about the two younger sisters.
He left in anger and went back to his room. The next morning, Yuling still couldn't see Lu Di downstairs. She asked in irritation. Why hasn't Lu Di come down yet?
Tai Si quickly responded. Third miss, I've knocked on Lu Di's door twice, but it seems he hasn't woken up.
If not, we can have Old Li wait for you today.
Yuling immediately refused.
No, it must be him. He can't sleep in when he's my driver. You go knock again until you wake him up.
Tai Si quickly accepted the order and left, but just 2 steps away, Yuling called him back. She had seen Lu Di coming back from the outside. She was startled and frowned. He had been jogging. Lu Di immediately ran up to her and handed her the bag he was holding.
These are the buns I ran for an hour to bring back for you.
Yuling instinctively furrowed her brows and asked. This bao shop is more than 20 kilometers away from our house.
How did you go and return in just an hour? But she still didn't believe it, coldly huffing and saying, how could that be? Lu Di, what's the point of pretending you've been running this morning?
At that moment, Tai Si's earpiece buzzed with a report. We've been following Lu Di for a while now, and he really did run.
He covered 20 kilometers in an hour.
Hearing this, Tai Si immediately praised him, Lu Di's physical stamina.
I'm truly impressed. Lu Di declined to comment, smiling and saying, you flatter me. Are we about to leave? Everyone, please wait a moment.
I'll shower and change my clothes first.
With that, he turned and left.
Yuling watched his back, dissatisfied, and spoke up, I can't believe there's a driver like him.
Tai Si, you too, why are you so accommodating to Lu Di? Tai Si instinctively frowned, saying nothing.
A while later, after Lu Di finished preparing, he drove Yuling to the company. In the car, Yuling was looking at something, and she couldn't help but reflect, he's got that tall, slim figure, wearing a white shirt. Even the shape of his body is somewhat similar. But why is he so different in the end? What kind of person is this Emperor one?
After a while, Yuling's car finally arrived at the company's entrance. She straightened her clothes, quickly got out of the car, and led the way inside. Lu Di quietly followed behind. But as soon as they entered the lobby, Lu Di noticed something. There was a revenue leaderboard for the company, and Yuling was in third place. Lu Di instinctively frowned. The young lady, the daughter of the chairman of the board, has to compete in this business venture too? Yuling glanced at him, pouted, and said, "What do you understand? This is the company culture. All employees participate in business activities, and everyone, no matter who they are, must create value for the corporation. She is no exception. This ranking is still not enough. Hilong Group has reached where it is today because it has truly gained an advantage over others." After hearing this, Lu Di excitedly said, "So now I can develop my career and participate in the revenue ranking? You're asking about yourself? Take care of your own business," Yuling said with a slight pout, then turned around and walked away. As soon as the employees saw her, they immediately bowed their heads to greet her. When she reached her office door, a woman appeared. "CEO Ling, hello." Lu Di was slightly startled when he saw this woman. Not paying attention to his gaze, the woman walked up and handed the file she was holding to Yuling. "These are the documents for today." Yuling reached out to take them and said seriously, Tian, please schedule an appointment with CEO Li from Renzi Hospital." The woman nodded and accepted the task. Then she turned her attention to Lu Di. She furrowed her brows and asked, "This is?" Yuling immediately replied, "My driver." Tian was a little surprised. "Your driver? Not your boyfriend? But he's really handsome. That figure, that complexion, definitely hard to overlook." Thinking of this, she grabbed Lu Di's hand and started to pull him away. "Little brother, you can't disturb CEO Ling while she's working, come with me. You can wait for her in my office." A moment later, the two finally arrived at the CEO's secretary's office. Lu Di instinctively swallowed. Tian sat on the desk, adopting a seductive pose, and smiled, saying, "Bad little brother, a goddess type like Ling's CEO is not someone you can tame, but you can try with me." Lu Di frowned as he looked at her. All her information had been provided to him by Mo's own. While he was still confused, Tian had already placed her hand on his cheek. She raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Little brother, how about we be friends?" Seeing this, Yuling spoke up, reminding them, Tian, get away from Lu Di's car, and start working." "Got it." Tian immediately moved aside, then turned back to Lu Di and reminded him, "Little brother, stop looking. Ling's CEO has had someone in her heart for a long time." Lu Di instinctively furrowed his brow and asked in a tone mixed with curiosity, "Who is it?" Tian shook her head slightly. "I don't know his name, but he's the one who saved Ling's CEO 3 years ago. In Ling's CEO's heart, he's always been a hero." She also mentioned that she wasn't sure if Ling's CEO had found her hero yet. Upon hearing this, Lu Di was a bit surprised. She had always seen him as a hero? At that moment, Mo Zong suddenly jumped in to remind him, "Lu Di, there's something unusual about Yuling's office." Lu Di was startled and asked, "What's going on?" Mo Zong calmly responded, "Don't rush, this strange thing might sound a bit funny when I say it." Lu Di followed its advice and looked towards Yuling's office. Mo Zong slowly explained to him. The 3 vases inside represented 3 incense offerings before a grave, the painting in the room depicted a green tombstone, and there were also 2 engraved walls on either side of the tomb. As for Yuling, she was the one in the grave. Mo Zong continued, "After comparing and analyzing, this is a formation in the mortal world called Z Saturday. Humans like you are really strange, you actually believe in such nonsense." Lu Di furrowed his brows slightly and asked, "So, does that mean this so-called Z-Sat is completely useless?" Mo Zong nodded gently and replied, "I'm very sure, there's no scientific basis for it at all, it's just a bunch of folk legends." "Then that's good." Lu Di nodded in satisfaction. He couldn't help but wonder who this girl had offended, to have someone set up a Z-Sat formation in her office. After thinking for a moment, he looked over at Tian Tian and said, "Sister Tian Tian, I'm going to the restroom for a bit." She casually nodded. Lu Di then headed to Yuling's room. Seeing him, she frowned slightly and asked, "Why didn't you knock before entering?" Lu Di didn't respond, instead walking over to the three vases across from him. He smiled and said, "These vases of yours are quite nice. Where did you get them?" Yuling replied indifferently, "They were a gift from the deputy general manager of the company." "You'd better be careful. If you break them, you won't be able to compensate for them." Lu Di didn't say anything further, instead continuing his questions, "And what about this landscape painting?" She frowned slightly and answered, "It's a gift from deputy general manager's son." "What about the other two spheres?" Lu Di glanced over and asked. Yuling casually replied, "This is called the Water Dragon Pearl, a very expensive handcrafted piece. It belongs to my brother-in-law, Yang." Hearing this, Lu Di immediately understood. It seemed that Vice General Manager Zhao, Deputy General Manager's son, and the others were all accomplices of that Yang. First, he needed to break the suicidal formation and figure things out later. With that thought, he immediately acted, and in the blink of an eye, he pushed over the three porcelain vases. Seeing this, Yuling jumped up angrily and asked, "Lu Di, what are you doing?" He paused. The vase he had knocked over lay shattered on the ground, but he remained calm and replied, "I accidentally knocked it over." This response left Yuling too angry to retort. Hearing the noise, Tian Tian rushed in from the next room and asked, "What happened? What's going on here?" Yuling, fuming, turned to Lu Di and questioned, "Lu Di, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" Lu Di nonchalantly replied, "It's just three vases. What's the big deal? I'll pay for it. Just give me your account number, and I'll transfer the money." The market price for these was 6 million, yet Yuling felt somewhat helpless and sighed, "Let's put this on credit for now, and it will be deducted from your salary." Lu Di slightly curled his lip, "It's just a 6 million yuan vase. I have money for a 100 million yuan order." Yuling frowned after hearing this. He made it sound like he was talking about 100 coins. Where did he get all that confidence from? At this moment, Tian Tian suddenly spoke up to remind Ling CEO, "It's getting late, we should head out to meet Li's CEO at Rinzi Hospital." Yuling nodded slightly and gave an order, "Tian Tian, have someone clean up the office. Lu Di, you drive." On the other side, at a stadium in the Yu family villa, the two sisters, Yushi, were playing tennis. Yushi glanced at her younger sister and spoke, "Gigi, we've been playing for so long, I'm exhausted. Let's head back and rest for a bit." Soon after, the two returned to the dining room of the villa. However, at this moment, Yuji suddenly spotted something on the dining table. Beneath a plate, there was a card. Yushi exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the card Dad gave to Lu Di?" Yuji, equally astonished, said, "Oh my god, it's true, he returned the card." Yushi frowned slightly and asked, "Did Lu Di leave it here the moment he took the card? He didn't even use the money on it?" Thinking of this, the two sisters couldn't help but panic. "We even called him a hanger-on, set up traps to harm him, ate his fried rice, and then deducted money from the 5 million as well." The more they thought about it, the more guilty they felt. They sighed, "He's so upright, so handsome, such a good cook, how could we have been so foolish?" But not long after, Yushi thought of something and widened her eyes, then gasped, "Then where did his clothes come from?" Upon hearing this, Yuji immediately nodded in agreement, "Those clothes must have cost over 100,000. How could he have that much money?" With this, Yushi immediately grabbed the card and spoke through gritted teeth, "He must have used third sister's money." She believed that Lu Di deliberately left the card there for them to discover, to make them uneasy, while using Yuling's affection to splurge. With a cold huff, Yushi said angrily, "He pretended to be innocent, but in reality, he's devious and unpredictable. It's too much." Yushi furrowed her brows and hesitated, asking, "But what about the money?" "It's still here. 5 million, that's my allowance for several months." Yushi thought for a moment before speaking, "Why don't we secretly spend it?
After saying this, the two sisters exchanged a look and smiled smugly. Meanwhile, Lu Di, who was driving, suddenly sneezed. He suspected someone was cursing him. At the same time, Tian Tian spoke with some concern. Ling CEO, Renzi Hospital has rejected us 3 times.
I really have no more faith in this.
Yuling calmly replied, I must get this 1 billion order. I've always felt that Li's CEO from Renzi Hospital has bad intentions toward me.
Tian Tian expressed her worry.
Yuling shook her head firmly, I have to get it.
This is not just about me, it's about my father's reputation as well. Lu Di, who was driving ahead, also fell silent upon hearing this.
The Hilong Group mainly manufactures medical equipment, and Renzi Hospital is the perfect client.
It's just that Li's CEO is a bit difficult to deal with. A little while later, they finally stopped in front of a hospital.
They encountered a man, and as soon as he saw them, he smiled and spoke up.
You de, the beauty, has everyone arrived?
His words were simple, but the way she had spoken earlier was quite difficult to handle. He then suggested they sit down and talk. At the same time, Lu Di called Mo Zong from behind.
Help me investigate this CEO Li. Immediately, Mo Zong displayed the man's information for him to see.
His name was Li Dehai, and he had started his career by selling counterfeit medicine. This hospital had previously reported incorrect diagnoses and used fake drugs, leading to hundreds of patients encountering issues while being treated. But in the end, it was all kept under wraps, and the hospital was never penalized.
The more Lu Di heard, the angrier he became.
He cursed viciously in his mind.
Really, it's like the underworld is empty, a devil in the human world.
A person like this should not be alive, someone should ask where the laws of heaven have gone.
At that moment, Yuling spoke up.
CEO Li, as long as you're willing to reconsider the products we've discussed, I can return to the company and help you secure some favorable policies.
Everything can be negotiated.
Dehai raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly.
Everything can be negotiated, huh? This isn't something that can be explained in just a couple of sentences. How about this, we go to the nearby Huiya bar, book a room, and discuss over a meal.
Book a room?
Hearing this, Lu Di immediately shouted out loud.
He cursed angrily. A young woman like her going to book a room to discuss business with you, how is she supposed to show her face to anyone else if this gets out? Yuling sighed in frustration, casting an angry glare at him as she scolded, Lu Di, shut up. She then turned to Dehai, lowering her voice in an apologetic tone, Mr. Li, please don't mind him. He's just my new driver, doesn't understand the rules.
So he's just a driver?
Dehai scoffed lightly, curling his lips as he said, Kid, stay out of our business.
Don't interfere in matters between big shots like us. Learn to be smart next time.
He raised an eyebrow, speaking with a smug tone. You all know I have big bosses above me.
Once those big bosses are unhappy, don't talk about anything else.
No one in the Hai family will dare cooperate with you, he continued, his words dripping with condescension.
Upon hearing this, Yuling's teeth clenched in anger.
She took a deep breath, pressing her lips together as she said, So, if I agree to have a meal with you, the contract will be signed, right? Dan Mo nodded, and Dehai casually said, If you come on your own, I will certainly do my best to make it happen. Then I have conditions, Yuling said, furrowing her brows as she looked at him, speaking seriously. First, it will only be a meal, and second, I will bring my assistant, Tian Tian, along.
Of course, that's fine, Dehai agreed without hesitation. Buy one, get one free. You'll be making a huge profit tonight.
A moment later, they were all headed outside, but before they could leave, Lu Di told them to wait for him for a while.
This made Yuling furious, and she shouted, Who are you talking to? Are you telling us to wait for you? Lu Di said calmly. Didn't you say that everyone in the Hilong group is in business and needs to achieve results? Isn't my driver also a person?
As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving Yuling slightly stunned. By the time she regained her senses, Lu Di was already far away, and all she could do was shout desperately.
Stop right there. But he didn't turn around, casually saying, Give me 5 minutes. Lu Di walked straight to Dahai's office. The moment Dahai saw him, he sneered and said, The driver of Uda's beauty, huh? What's going on? Is CEO you really in such a hurry? Lu Di's eyes were filled with rage as he glared at him. Without hesitation, he climbed onto the table and stood. He coldly stared at him and said, Li Dahai, you beast. This provoked Dahai, who slammed his fist onto the table and stood up, yelling, How dare you insult me? Do you believe I'll break your legs? Lu Di snorted lightly, curling his lips in disdain. Before you break my legs, I suggest you check your email first. Dahai, full of suspicion, opened his email. The moment he saw the contents, his face darkened. Inside was a video clip, where he was seen holding a wad of cash and saying, Don't worry, I'll definitely take care of everything you asked for. And as for the words that aren't from his people, like using fake medicine, well, no one's going to die from it. If money can solve the problem, it's not a big deal. Upon seeing this, Dahai's face drained of color. His body trembled with fear. How is this possible? How could someone know about this? If this gets exposed, even if I had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to pay for it. Who is it? Who exactly sent this? But when he saw the sender's name, he was even more shocked. Lu Di, who is that? Thinking about the person in front of him, Dahai raised his head and asked doubtfully, My memory isn't very good, may I ask what your name is? With a soft laugh, Lu Di calmly replied, I just introduced myself earlier, Yuling's driver, Lu Di. Immediately, Dahai dropped to his knees and begged, Big brother, I was wrong, please spare my life. Without thinking, Lu Di snorted lightly and curled his lips, saying, If you know you're wrong, then do something to make me happy. Don't hesitate. He immediately nodded, although he didn't know what Lu Di wanted to do. A moment later, Lu Di finally stepped outside. As soon as Yuling saw him, she spoke with disdain, I told you not to go, got rejected, right? Drive back to the company, don't rush. Lu Di didn't react at all, just told her to stay calm. But Yuling was not patient enough to wait. She coldly snorted and said, You can stay here alone. At that moment, Dahai suddenly stepped forward and spoke up, Wait a moment, I brought the contract here. We can sign it now. I've signed and sealed it, you just need to sign your name. Seeing the contract in his hand, Yuling was stunned into silence. Seeing her in a daze, Dahai continued, I think a 1 billion order is not enough, this contract is for 2 billion. I will pay the full amount directly. Tian, who was sitting in the back, was stunned upon hearing this. OMG, is this a business negotiation? This is clearly begging, pleading for money. Yuling also couldn't help but panic. She looked at the contract, found no issues, and then spoke up. CEO Li, are you serious? Dahai nodded without hesitation. Yes, you CEO, take a look at this, is it acceptable? After hesitating for a moment, Yuling nodded and replied. All right. Then, she signed her name on the contract. Even as she sat in the car on the way back, Yuling still felt unsettled. Since joining the company, this was the largest contract she had ever dealt with. This contract had the potential to push anyone to the top of the revenue rankings. At this moment, Tian cheerfully said, You CEO, the Renzi hospital has transferred the money. The full 2 billion. Yuling nodded slightly. Okay, got it. Then, she turned to Lu Di, who was sitting in the driver's seat, and asked with suspicion. Lu Di, what exactly did you and Li Dahai talk about? Is it because of you that he signed the contract with us? Lu Di didn't hide anything, and calmly said. Here's the thing. I'm actually a very skilled hacker. Earlier, I found some compromising documents on Li Dahai. Then, I used these documents to blackmail him. However, Yuling didn't believe him and thought he was joking. She sighed helplessly. Lu Di, can you be a little more normal? Seeing her reaction, Lu Di smiled and said, Alright, fine. Actually, Li Dahai is my uncle. Are you satisfied now?
Hearing these words, Yuling became even more speechless.
Tian couldn't help but laugh softly. Lu Di pouted and glanced at the two of them before asking again. By the way, how are the roses from our company accounted for?
Yuling did some quick calculations before speaking. About 10 million, when we return, the finance department will transfer it to you. However, Lu Di shook his head in refusal.
No need, the sales from this order will count towards you, as compensation for your vase.
Yuling was startled when she heard this. At that moment, he really did say he would use the order to make up for the vase.
She was still in shock when Lu Di continued.
The remaining 4 million is for your mental distress, so if you have some free time, go see a psychologist.
Keeping everything bottled up inside isn't good for you, and anyway, you've got me, your great protector.
These words made Yuling flustered. She blushed and muttered shyly.
What kind of great hero are you? Tian, overhearing the conversation, couldn't help but smile knowingly. These two definitely have something going on.
A little while later, in the company's lobby, everyone was discussing Yuling's matter.
Everyone was surprised that she had secured an order worth 2 billion, and some even knew about Lu Di.
They assumed she was sponsoring him. But as they gossiped about others, they were suddenly startled by a hand resting on their shoulder.
Are you Lu Di? He raised an eyebrow and spoke. I suggest you mind your business.
Don't go making assumptions about the male employees here. Who knows, one day, that person might become the son-in-law of your company's president.
Just as the sentence left your lips, you were dragged away by Yuling. Don't make a fool of yourself here.
Tian, standing behind, looked at the two of them and smiled faintly, a slight smirk forming on her lips.
It seemed like these two really had something suspicious going on. Meanwhile, at Dehai's hospital, he was on the phone with someone, his tone slightly frantic.
Boss Heihu, all of my documents have been scattered by a driver from the Yu family. At this point, he gritted his teeth and spoke with malicious intent.
That kid must die, or else I won't be able to eat or sleep peacefully.
There was silence on the other end of the line for a long while before a voice finally responded.
Lu Di from the Yu family, interesting. Recently, someone offered 5 million to take his head.
And so, the day passed, and finally, it was time to leave work.
Everyone was eager to head home. Above the company building.
After finishing their work, Yuling and Lu Di left the office, only to see Tian posing seductively beside the wall as soon as they stepped out.
She smiled and said, Little brother, where are you going tonight? Do you want to have dinner with me?
Yuling shot her a cold glare and said in a frosty tone, Tian, you stay here for overtime.
Lu Di will come with me to have dinner at home.
She was slightly taken aback when she saw Yuling's reaction. Lu Di didn't say a word and simply got in the car to head home. As soon as Lu Di sat in the car, he spoke up, I've discovered something very strange.
Yuling furrowed her brow instinctively and asked, What did you discover?
Lu Di let out a soft chuckle and frown as he said, Tian is flirting with me.
You're jealous.
Lu Di, you're talking nonsense.
Yuling snapped angrily. He didn't respond, just smiled and drove them back home.
By evening, a delectable dinner had been laid out on the Yu family dining table. The two sisters, Yushi, were immediately delighted upon seeing it.
It looks delicious, I'm ready to dig in now.
Only Yuling was surprised, as she didn't expect him to know such a thing. At that moment, Lu Di spoke up, Everyone, sit down and eat.
No need to stand on ceremony.
Hearing this, the two sisters, Yushi, happily began to eat.
Well, we won't stand on ceremony then. However, just as they were about to dig in, they involuntarily recoiled.
Across from them, Lu Di was devouring the food with gusto.
This was because Mo Zong had told him that the next step was to break through his jealousy. The amount of food he consumed could help strengthen his body.
After eating a lot of food, at this moment, you were already capable of overpowering most of humanity, and you were on a completely different level compared to them. A moment later, Yuling spoke again. Hee Gigi, you've eaten so much, let's train. Upon hearing this, Yushi immediately voiced her dissatisfaction. No way, sis, you want to box again? Yuling nodded slightly and then turned to Lu Di, suggesting, you should join in too. I'm sure I'll beat Lu Di black and blue. The two sisters, Yushi, also thought of that scenario and happily shared a secret laugh. Lu Di was startled and looked at her, then asked, are you sure you want to box with me? Yuling firmly nodded and said, for sure. Stop talking nonsense. Right after that, they headed to the training room. Yuling was already dressed in workout clothes, and her boxing gloves were also on. She raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Di, asking, how are you going to fight me dressed like that? Lu Di calmly replied, I'll take off my clothes, but I want to double check. Are you really sure you want to box with me? Yuling snorted coldly, saying, stop talking nonsense. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Di took off his shirt and tossed it aside. The three sisters were left staring blankly, and Yushi quickly spoke up, so handsome, with that face and that body. Lu Di, reacting to their comments, glanced down at his own body. Is this what Mo's own meant by the new kind of human? At the same time, Yuling's gaze immediately shifted to one of shock. Is this really him? At this moment, Lu Di spoke up again. So, where are we going to fight? His words startled Yuling, and she quickly shook her head to compose herself. How can you be so obsessed with men? We clearly agreed to fight. Although she was the red threat, his firm muscles made it a bit difficult. Once he closed in on her, she couldn't possibly resist. Thinking about this, Yuling suddenly hesitated. Seeing her in a daze, Lu Di spoke once more. Can we take a bit of time? Upon hearing this, Yuling immediately became upset. You really are cold-hearted. Do you actually want to fight a weak girl like me? Lu Di was somewhat surprised. Didn't you say you wanted to spar? I confirmed it twice already. Yuling became even angrier and yelled loudly. You're such a straight guy. Indifferently shrugging, Lu Di pouted and said. Comrade Yu, if you admit defeat, I'll let you off today. But Lu here won't admit defeat. Then we. The more Yuling heard, the angrier she became. She clenched her fists and shouted. However, before she could finish her sentence, a noise came from outside. A deep voice rang out. Third miss, I heard you and Mr. Lu are going to spar, so I came to watch. The person who entered was Tai Si. He looked toward Lu Di and said. Mr. Lu, it seems third miss is no match for you. How about I spar with you for a couple of rounds? Yuling frowned as she looked at him. When he was 10 years old, he had been adopted by her father. From a young age, he was sent to martial arts training classes. Even when facing over 10 hooligans, he was able to defeat them without getting hurt. 3 years ago, when she was surrounded by a group of thugs, Taisi failed to save her in time, and this had always weighed heavily on his heart. At the same time, Taisi was quietly observing Lu Di. He had run 20 kilometers in less than an hour. He was definitely no ordinary person, strange, yet somewhat ruthless. After thinking this through, Taisi then adopted an attacking stance. He raised an eyebrow and spoke, Mr. Lu, let's begin. Lu Di nodded slightly and replied, I beg your pardon. Upon hearing this, Taisi clenched his fist. Seeing this, Yuling immediately reminded him, Taisi, be gentle. Know when to stop. It's best not to hurt anyone. Taisi quickly nodded in acknowledgement, Miss, please don't worry. With that, he turned to Lu Di and said, I enlisted in the army at the age of 15 and served as a special forces soldier. I have completed 163 missions and earned numerous medals. May I ask, Mr. Lu Di, where are you from? Lu Di couldn't help but feel sentimental, his heart longing for his homeland with 9 remarkable feats. Slowly, he responded, Mr. Taisi, I am just a simple person from a small city, having only trained a little bit in martial arts. Tai Si frowned as he looked at him. In a deep voice, he said, if Mr. Liu is not willing to speak truthfully, then we will demonstrate real martial arts.
If you won't speak, we'll keep going until you do.
As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered momentum and charged forward. He fiercely swung his fist down, but Lu Di managed to block it. While they were fighting, Mo Zong suddenly jumped out and spoke, humans like you have something called an invisible magnetic field of temperament, and this magnetic field creates a sense of psychological or physical oppression in your opponent.
Lu Di was slightly startled, then quickly swept his leg towards Tai Si.
His speed was so fast that it caught Tai Si off guard. Immediately after, he spun around and threw another punch. Without hesitation, Lu Di countered with a fist of his own. At that moment, Mo Zong had completed the fusion of his subconscious control over his aura. Instantly, Lu Di's eyes emitted a murderous intent. At that moment, he resembled a demon, his imposing presence overwhelming as he attacked Tai Si.
This made Tai Si startle and retreat, unable to help but exclaim. Is this Lu Di from the depths of hell? He's not an ordinary person.
He must be someone from the military, someone from the elite ranks of the army, a warrior of the highest caliber. Thinking this, Tai Si immediately retracted his punch and, with a solemn tone, said, Mr. Liu, I understand now.
Lu Di couldn't help but smile slightly, then shyly replied, understanding is one thing, but I still haven't had the pleasure of fully enjoying it yet.
Tai Si had been incredibly strong earlier, but lacked a bit of technique.
As a brave man, he could definitely be reminded. After thinking for a moment, Lu Di suggested, there are too many people here. How about we go over there and learn from each other?
Hearing these words, Tai Si suddenly woke up. Immediately, he hurriedly replied, Tai Si is willing to sacrifice himself for the gentleman. However, Yuling on this side was very worried and said, Tai Si, that's enough, know your limits.
Sighing involuntarily, Tai Si helplessly said, Miss San, do you think I want this?
Thus, Lu Di and Tai Si entered the secluded room. The three Yuling sisters leaned their ears close to the door to listen for any sounds from inside.
Yuji furrowed her brows and said, could it be that Lu Di went in and then had to be carried out?
At the same time, inside the room, Lu Di was both attacking and reminding Tai Si, using 70% of his strength, keeping 30% in reserve, making it fluid, then pulling back. Before long, Tai Si obediently followed and continued fighting with Lu Di, but within a short while, he was knocked down to the ground. Lu Di raised an eyebrow and looked at him, laughing, a warrior from the Eastern Divine Sword, indeed as famous as they say, I am impressed. Hearing these words, Tai Si's face immediately turned unpleasant.
How do you know about the Eastern Divine Sword? This is a level SSS secret of Nation H. There were only two people who knew about the existence of this organization.
One was a high-ranking military officer, a 3-star general in Nation H.
The other. Could it really be that person?
Thinking of this, Tai Si immediately spoke up, Mr. Lu Di, it was a waste of my concern for you earlier, such a strong and great path.
How could such small figures be worthy of your attention?
His tone was now more respectful.
The Eastern Divine Sword is divided into two branches, Tianla and Diwang.
The Tianla organization, which makes all the warriors of Diwang admire, is probably the former army of Mr. Lu Di. Upon hearing this, Tai Si immediately bowed his head respectfully. Tai Si was oblivious to the looming danger, and Lu Di felt somewhat awkward.
Could he claim that he knew nothing?
But he didn't voice it. Instead, he asked with suspicion, Tai Si, what was the story about those small-time figures you mentioned earlier? Lu Di spoke slowly. In the underground world, someone from the High family has offered a 5 million bounty on Mr. Lu's head.
Lu Di was slightly taken aback. They were openly putting a price on his life? His 20 years of ordinary life had never been extraordinary.
He had no enemies until he came to the Yu family, or he made two. One of them was the person who thought he was hindering his plan to seize power, Yang Feng Lu. The other was the one whom he had blackmailed into signing a contract at Rinzi Hospital, Li Dahai. Thinking about it, Lu Di couldn't help but chuckle softly.
How interesting.
Taisi continued, Mr. Liu, our Thai family also has some influence in the Hai family. If you'd like, I could send Tai Lu and the others to help you handle this matter. However, Lu Di shook his head in refusal.
No need. By the way, where did this 5 million bounty come from?
Taisi quickly answered, in the underground communication network, the one who posted the bounty is Boss He Hu from the Hai family's underground world.
Lu Di was a little startled. So, the person Ouyang Fong Lu had contacted that day was him?
After a moment's thought, Lu Di spoke again, forget about the bounty, you don't need to worry about that.
Let's continue practicing our martial arts next time.
With that, he lifted his foot to leave. But Taisi called him back, Mr. Liu, my former instructor, He Shan, has recently come to the Hai family. 2 years ago, that old man was promoted to the Tianlao organization. If he knows you're here, he'll be very pleased.
He couldn't help but laugh.
Lu Di casually said, really? Before Mr. He arrives, please let me know in advance, Brother Taisi.
Taisi immediately nodded. Got it, Mr. Liu.
Lu Di stepped out the door, unable to suppress a sigh in his heart.
Do you really have to expose yourself so quickly? When this unusual strength of yours is revealed, how are you going to explain it? With a feeling of confusion, Lu Di walked outside. As soon as Yuling saw him, she anxiously asked, Lu Di, are you okay?
Lu Di snapped out of his thoughts, awkwardly smiling as he said, I'm telling you, miss you, it's not really appropriate to act like this in such a crowded place. Her words made Yuling dissatisfied. She snorted coldly and distanced herself from him. Without offering any further comments, Lu Di simply bid her farewell and turned to leave. Soon after, Taisi stepped out from inside.
Yuling glanced at him and asked, what happened in there just now? Taisi then recounted everything to her. She was shocked and couldn't believe it, exclaiming, did Lu Di hit you?
Taisi nodded slightly and said, Miss San, forgive me for not being able to share too much with you.
From now on, with Mr. Liu by your side protecting you, you don't need to worry anymore.
Meanwhile, back in his room, Lu Di had finished his shower and was leisurely scrolling through his phone.
He accidentally stumbled upon Yushi's streaming account. He couldn't help but frown. Is it that girl? Is she live streaming? Without hesitation, he clicked to see what was going on.
During the live stream, Yuji was chatting happily with her fans. Suddenly, there was a huge stir in the comments section due to the appearance of Emperor One.
Some people frantically tagged Emperor One's name, wanting to talk to him. Everyone was very excited about this sudden appearance.
And right after that, Yuji's livestream set a new record. Seeing this, Lu Di couldn't help but sigh, I just wanted to watch for a bit, but it's causing such a commotion.
This is just insane.
Meanwhile, Yushi was also very surprised. She kept questioning her younger sister, Gigi, tell me the truth, how did you get to know Emperor One? Yuji helplessly replied, I've said it 800 times already.
I really don't know him.
Just after she finished speaking, Yuji received a call from someone. She pressed the answer button, and a loud voice came through, Gigi, tell me the truth, how do you know Emperor One? Yuji really wanted to cry but couldn't shed any tears. She explained with difficulty, Sis, why are you asking me this too? This is the 801st time I'm saying it, I really don't know him. Yi didn't believe Yuji's words and suggested, I have a new movie coming up.
I want you to invite Emperor One to duet with me for the promotional song. Also, I really like Emperor One and want to meet him. You've got to help me, okay? After saying this, without waiting for Yuji to refuse, she immediately hung up, leaving Yuji speechless and sighing, where am I supposed to find Emperor One's contact information for you? The next morning, as usual, Lu Di went to the company.
Just like the first day, people in the company were still gossiping about him. Lu Di overheard some of their words and couldn't help but sigh, the trouble with these rumors is real. He thought for a moment, then quickly spoke up, Mo Zong, help me investigate the information on He Hu. It seemed like Mo Zong immediately provided the information to him. He, whose real name was Qin Miaowen, 36 years old, outwardly the president of the High Family Chamber of Commerce, but secretly the owner of an underground casino.
Lu Di skimmed through the information and fell silent.
This guy is really impressive, all kinds of bosses, all kinds of businesses. Too bad he accepted this job from you.
Boss He Hu, right?
Well, I guess you'll have some fun playing with him for a while.
An hour later, in a room of a large building, a man was lighting a cigarette.
Beside him stood a woman attending to him. As he was resting, someone suddenly barged in, panicked, and shouted, "Boss He Hu, something big has happened."
Before He Hu could speak, one of his subordinates angrily asked, "What's with the panic? Is this any way to act?"
The person continued, "An hour ago, the fishing boat carrying goods was intercepted by the Coast Guard." Upon hearing this, He Hu stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and frowned.
"So, does this mean we have a mole inside?"
The person shook his head and replied, "At first, I thought so too, but when we were about to investigate, we received a very strange phone call." The man on the phone said, "Don't bother looking anymore.
There's no mole among your people."
This was clearly a provocation. He Hu slammed the table in anger and shouted, "It seems our enemy this time is no ordinary opponent."
Right at that moment, his subordinate's phone rang.
The man hastily picked it up, and upon hearing the voice on the other end, he immediately said, "Boss, it's him."
He Hu clenched his teeth in rage and asked, "What did he say?" The subordinate stammered nervously, "Sorry, boss," he said.
Before he could finish, He Hu snatched the phone and barked coldly, "Who the hell are you?
Just wait until I find you and beat you to death."
A mocking voice replied from the other end, "Come find me if you've got the guts.
You little punk."
He Hu cursed upon hearing that, then furiously threw the phone aside. Just then, the girl next to He Hu softly suggested, "Boss, why not try tracing the phone number?"
Prompted by her words, He Hu immediately ordered, "Do it now. Hire the best hacker in the underworld, no matter the cost, we must find him. Move."
A short while later, He Hu received a report from his men. They said they had found him. The target was at the gaming center next to the Misa nightclub. Hearing this, a murderous gleam appeared in He Hu's eyes.
He gave a chilling order, "Send 20 men, no, 30. Bring that brat back to me." Then he sat still, waiting for the results from his subordinates.
But at that very moment, he received a strange phone call. He unconsciously furrowed his brow.
How could this be?
His phone had just been replaced, and the number was new as well. With a feeling of suspicion, he reached out to pick up the phone, and on the other end, a mocking voice immediately came through.
"I'll give you some sound advice, send a few experts over here."
These words almost made him throw his phone away. 20 minutes later, in a game shop, a young man handed a black card to the shopkeeper and spoke. "Boss, get rid of all the customers. I'll cover everything today, 1 million, open all the doors." A customer willing to spend so much was exactly what the shopkeeper loved. He took the card, nodding eagerly.
All right. Afterward, he left. In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder, was this some rich second-generation heir or a fool with too much money, hiring a bunch of young guys to fight?
A little while later, chaos suddenly broke out in the shop. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. Before long, a group of people armed with weapons surrounded the young man from earlier. Without saying a word, they all rushed forward, and the one being surrounded was none other than Lu Di. He was completely unfazed, leisurely smoking his cigarette. In his mind, he thought, "I hope these guys can entertain me today." With that, he casually flicked the cigarette from his hand, hitting the scar-faced man charging at him right on the forehead. Immediately after, Lu Di rushed into the crowd, landing a kick that sent the man flying out of the group. At the same time, another man wielding a knife tried to strike at him, but he seemed to have already noticed. He quickly spun around and punched the guy in his ribcage. His figure swiftly appeared within the encirclement, knocking down the others, causing them to scream for help. In just 5 minutes, over a dozen men were knocked to the ground by Lu Di. He scanned the area and coldly said, "Tell He Hu that I'm not having fun anymore."
I'm going to find him now.
Lu Di thought he really had to go see him personally. A short while later, at Heihu's base, he had just stepped out when his subordinate, Hi, came running to report, "Boss, something's wrong. The 100 men we sent have all been beaten badly."
Heihu's face immediately darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "All of them were defeated? How many people did the enemy have?"
"If they can take down 100 of us, they must have at least 200.
But he was wrong. The subordinate delivered an unexpected piece of news. "Boss, there was only one person. He's extraordinarily strong." Heihu was shocked and exclaimed, "Is he a monster?"
He never could have imagined this scenario. Immediately, he hastily issued an order, "Quickly, go find the Sword Brothers. Tell them to get the Iron Fist members together. I refuse to believe that all the elites of our gang can't take down a kid."
The subordinate immediately took the order. He picked up the phone and called someone. "Daoge, the boss says all of you need to mobilize. Take that kid down."
The voice on the other end quickly replied, "Don't worry, we're already on our way."
Saying that, the subordinate hung up the phone. He turned to Heihu and spoke. "Don't worry, boss, those demons will definitely take care of that kid."
Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly came from behind, and the door was shattered. By the time the two of them, Heihu and his subordinate, turned around, they only saw the figure of someone standing there. Heihu hurriedly called out,
"Jack, what happened to that kid?" But as soon as his words finished, Jack collapsed face first onto the ground. Another pair of long, slender legs slowly entered the room. "You've come, Lu Di. You struck directly at this place."
At the very moment they saw him, both Heihu and his subordinate felt as though they were standing on barren land, and the intense heat emanating from afar made them break into a cold sweat. At the same time, they saw a majestic silhouette in the distance, and the aura surrounding this person made them tremble in fear. Heihu couldn't help but shudder, and his eyes instinctively narrowed.
He quickly blinked twice, trying to regain his composure.
When he opened his eyes again, Lu Di's figure was right in front of him. The subordinate beside him suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered,
"Boss, did you just see that strange painting? I almost kneeled down just now." Heihu didn't respond, instead furrowing his brows as he watched Lu Di. "This kid is really strange."
At this moment, Lu Di suddenly spoke up.
"Why don't you guys talk some sense?"
He walked up to Heihu, confronting him, a good-hearted person, a young man who wouldn't dare harm anyone, not even animals. Yet, there were people in the underground world offering 5 million to take my head.
You raised an eyebrow and asked him, "Boss Heihu, do you think there's any logic left in this?"
Under the pressure from Lu Di's body, Heihu couldn't help but take a step back, trembling as he said, "This big brother, I really do business in the night market, but we have no grudge against you.
I don't know if there's some misunderstanding between us."
But Lu Di slapped him on the shoulder and spoke, "This is not the place for you to talk.
I'm asking Heihu here."
These words made both of them tremble. The subordinate stammered, "Boss, the person standing in front of you is our boss Heihu." Lu Di couldn't help but snort lightly, raising an eyebrow as he sneered, "So you really are the boss of the underworld, Heihu? Your strategy and scheming truly impress me, but I'll only give you 10 seconds to come here and apologize." Heihu immediately looked terrified, not daring to say a word, and even his subordinate lowered his head, too afraid to speak further. A while later, a series of footsteps suddenly echoed down the corridor. Upon seeing the person, the subordinate immediately looked surprised and delighted.
Wasn't this Ruai, the maid by Boss Heihu's side? How did she become Heihu?
The person walked up to Lu Di, bowed, and respectfully said, "I'm sorry, Heihu apologizes to you." It turned out that the true boss behind Heihu was Ruai, the woman who had been by Heihu's side. Lu Di, seemingly not very surprised, calmly spoke, "I have all your information, including the true identity of Miss Heihu here."
Ruai, on the other hand, was very surprised.
She didn't know who he was or how he could possibly know her identity, and what exactly he intended to do. After thinking for a moment, she quickly spoke up, we can immediately recall the pursuit order and bring the entrusted people before you.
Zone, please give Ruoyi a way out.
Indifferently shrugging, Lu Di pouted and said, if I wanted to take action against those behind this, no one could stop me.
I haven't seen any sincerity from you yet.
Ruoyi instinctively furrowed her brows and then continued, if you don't mind, Heihu gang will now be willing to follow all of your demands, including Ruoyi. I just ask you not to reveal my identity.
Lu Di did not answer, but instead skeptically asked, the person behind the 5 million bounty on Lu Di's head, do you know who that is?
Upon hearing this, Ruoyi immediately understood, and it sounded a bit familiar.
So it's that person.
She quickly replied, his name is Zhao Zhe. He's probably one of the deputy presidents of Hilong Corporation.
Isn't Zhao Zhe Ouyang Feng Lu?
Lu Di asked in surprise.
Zone immediately provided the information on that person.
Zhao Zhe was one of the individuals who had previously set up the fatal trap for Yuling.
Upon hearing this, Lu Di couldn't help but smile knowingly.
Vice President Zhao, interesting.
Then, he glanced at Ruoyi and asked, did you all also receive a mission to capture Yuling?
Ruoyi didn't hesitate and nodded. Yes, it was also entrusted by Zhao Zhe. Lu Di smirked, clearly impressed that Feng Lu wasn't as stupid as he seemed, knowing how to use someone else as a scapegoat.
Seeing that Lu Di didn't answer, Ruoyi hesitated and asked again, should I bring him here right now?
Lu Di immediately refused, no need. Just spread the word outside, and get one of Zhao Zhe's teeth for $1 million.
That's easy enough.
Ruoyi nodded slightly, but then asked vaguely, what do you need his tooth for? With a cryptic smile, Lu Di curled his lip and said, you don't need to worry about that. Besides, your request is to get only 1 tooth per day. Ruoyi didn't ask any further, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Every request you have will be fulfilled by all members of the Heihu gang. She then asked, would you like to meet some of our higher-ups? Lu Di nodded slightly in response, the boss of the Heihu gang won't change, it will either always be you or the person standing in for you. When we meet again, tell them to just call you by your alias. With that, he turned and left. After handling the matter, Lu Di leisurely made his way back. However, on the way, he heard the sound of someone calling for help. Following the noise, he saw 2 men chasing 2 women. Upon a closer look, he recognized the 2 women as the Yushi sisters. They were surrounded by 2 thugs, their faces filled with fear.
Thugs, let go of us.
Lu Di watched from a distance. Why were these 2 girls here? Had they gotten themselves into some trouble? He sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, in my past life, I must have really owed something to the Yu family. Immediately after, he slowly walked over. He entered the building where the 2 sisters, Yushi, had been dragged. Inside, there were many people. He blended into the crowd, scanning the area for the figures of the 2 Yushi sisters. He saw a young man standing in front of them, speaking up. This round of cards hasn't even started yet. Why do you want to run away already? Isn't that against the rules? Yushi sneered upon hearing this. We've already lost more than 60,000. How did this happen? Well, after we found Lu Di's card on the table, the 2 of them decided to go to the casino to play. But how could the 2 of them stand their ground in this underground world? They kept losing money. Not long after, they were already scared, and if they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have come. Back in the present, the young man continued to laugh and speak. The 1 million you owe me, you're the daughters of wealthy families, so it's no big deal to casually pull out a few tens of thousands to play with. Yushi shook her head and coldly replied. We don't have any money. The young man became angry. No money, huh? Well, you can pay with your bodies. He thought to himself, having been in the business for so long, he had never tasted the pleasure of twin beauties. However, upon hearing this, Yushi turned and walked away. We'll have money when we get home, and we'll come back to pay you then. But after walking just 2 steps, they were blocked again. Do you think this place of mine is a vegetable or fish market?
You come and go as you please?
The young man raised an eyebrow and warned them, I'll give you 5 minutes. If you don't get the money, I'll carry you all in legally. As the struggle continued, a voice suddenly rang out. I thought it was something serious. They were startled and looked over, seeing Ludi slowly walking toward them, coldly saying, turns out it's just a few 100,000, nothing much. As soon as Yushi saw him, she immediately shouted, Ludi, please help us.
The young man angrily replied, You want to be a hero and save the damsels in distress?
Ludi coldly responded, although these two girls are a bit troublesome, still, I can't let you humiliate someone who's alive and well. Hearing this, Yushi angrily scolded, We know you don't have money, call that old sister of yours, borrow 100 million from her, and yet you still dare to say they're troublesome.
Besides, where would you even get that much money? Ludi helplessly sighed, These two unruly, thoughtless girls won't learn respect unless they get taught a lesson.
After thinking for a moment, Ludi spoke again, I can't help them pay the money, but I don't mind playing around with you. His words left the young man stunned and speechless. At the same time, Ludi had quietly observed him. This person was named Rinbo Yuan, a typical rich kid who lived off gambling, playing every kind of vice that came his way.
Bo Yuan, after regaining his composure, looked at Ludi and said, Alright then, how do you want to play?
Ludi was a bit surprised. The kid normally didn't care about the 1 million yuan bet, and today, at this casino, more than half of it seemed like it was a setup with the two girls. With this in mind, Ludi raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying, Let's continue betting from the last round. Immediately after, they walked to the card table in front of them. He glanced around and continued, The blonde kid, you've bet 3 million, I'll match 3 million. Hearing this, Yushi immediately panicked. Ludi, are you crazy? You haven't paid, and now you're raising the stakes.
Do you have 5 million?
Are you trying to kill us?
Bo Yuan narrowed his eyes at Ludi. Interesting, another show-off, huh?
The dealers here have probably been bribed by him long ago.
The hand you're holding definitely can't beat his.
The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became, and he boldly declared, 6 million. But Ludi didn't back down and raised the stakes even further to 100 million.
Are you going to follow or not?
At this moment, Yuji, who was behind them, was genuinely frightened.
She bit her lip and exclaimed, Ludi, are you trying to die?
At that point, Bo Yuan chuckled lightly and said, I almost got fooled by a kid like you.
You say 100 million, then 100 million. Have you even switched to a new gambling chip?
I want to check your capital, get the casino manager over here. 10 minutes later, the staff member respectfully walked over. This is your card, and the capital verification has been completed. Additionally, our casino has specially issued a VIP black card for you.
We welcome you to play here often. Seeing the scene, Bo Yuan hurriedly spoke up, Is it valid or not? The staff member nodded slightly and replied, This chip placed here is fully effective. As soon as those words were said, Bo Yuan's expression immediately turned grim.
He had run into a tough opponent, and all the wealth he had amounted to just 10 million. Not only him, but the Yushi siblings were also astonished.
How could Ludi have so much money? According to their investigation, his family was just an ordinary household. Unwilling to lose, Bo Yuan quickly made a call to borrow money.
A while later, he ended the call and slammed his phone on the table. He declared fiercely, 100 million, he's used up all his connections.
Let's see how he makes you go bankrupt today. In an instant, silence fell over the room.
But it wasn't long before Ludi spoke again, 100 million still doesn't open.
Biting his lip harshly, Bo Yuan cursed under his breath, so what if it's a royal flush?
If your bet isn't bigger than his, you still have no right to reveal the cards.
The more he thought about it, the angrier he got.
He gripped his betting chip tightly, then picked up the phone again to call someone. He urgently explained the situation to the person on the other end, then glared provocatively at Ludi, You dare pull tricks on my turf? This casino belongs to my uncle, the second in command of the Feng family in the Heihu gang.
When he gets here, don't come crying.
With a cold chuckle, Lu Di curled his lips and said, "Then I'll just stay here obediently and broaden my horizons."
Not long after, hurried footsteps echoed in the casino.
The place had been surrounded by a group of people dressed in black suits.
The two sisters, Yushi, muttered in panic. What should Lu Di do now?
At this moment, one of them stepped forward and spoke.
"Mr. Lu, we sincerely apologize.
The Feng family called to say that no one is allowed to leave here before he arrives."
"I'm so scared."
Lu Di pouted, but his words and expression didn't quite match. The two sisters, Yushi, grew even more anxious and exclaimed,
"Is this really your terrified face?"
"Ha!" He calmly walked over to the couch in front of him and smiled, saying,
"I'm feeling a bit sleepy right now.
I'll take a nap for a bit, and when that Mr. Feng family arrives, you can wake me up." The two sisters, Yushi, were, after all, young ladies from a wealthy family and had never encountered such situations.
Apart from crying and begging, they truly didn't know what else to do. "We were wrong, we shouldn't have used your affection to bring you here to gamble."
As soon as they finished speaking, another person appeared in the lobby. Yushi quickly called out,
"Lu Di, they're here." The person who arrived was the Feng family mentioned by Bo Yuan.
As soon as he saw him, he hurried over to report,
"Uncle, you're here. I've been bullied terribly. The kid who scammed me is over there."
Upon hearing this, the Feng family member immediately snorted and said, "I'm here today to see who dares to bully the Feng family."
Bo Yuan quickly waved his hand, ordering, "Everyone get out of my way."
On this side, Yuji was extremely frightened as she called out to Lu Di, "That guy named Heihu or whatever is here, wake up quickly." After the subordinates split into two rows, Bo Yuan pointed at the person lying on the chair, angrily saying, "That brat."
However, as soon as he saw Lu Di leisurely resting with his eyes closed, the Feng family's expression immediately darkened. He was startled and exclaimed, "Your second emperor?" Bo Yuan was somewhat surprised, muttering in confusion, "What second emperor?"
"Uncle, stop standing there in a daze, tell the brothers to rush up and chop him." Then, he looked at the Feng family's subordinates and ordered, "All of you, go and finish him off." But no one obeyed him. In a hurry, he spoke again, "Uncle, you go, I'll take responsibility for the consequences, just beat him." But as soon as his words ended, the Feng family struck him. He was immediately sent flying and lay flat on the ground, clutching his face with a pitiful expression, saying, "Uncle, you hit the wrong person, the one you're supposed to hit is right in front of you."
At that moment, the Feng family issued another order, "Brothers, beat up this blonde guy." Bo Yuan was completely confused, getting beaten up by the group without understanding what was going on.
10 minutes later, he was beaten into a swollen mess. Afterward, he saw the Feng family step in front of Lu Di and respectfully bow, "My lord, it's done." Seeing this scene, the two sisters, Yushi, were left speechless, unable to understand, what's going on here? Finally, Lu Di woke up from the chair. He didn't show any reaction, simply nodding indifferently. Well, I'll be going now." The Feng family saw him stand up and quickly lit a cigarette for him, then spoke, "Sir, that little devil, the boy lost to you, I'll take him back. You can come collect him any time." Lu Di calmly took a puff of the cigarette and then looked towards the two sisters, Yushi. He spoke, "Let's go." He didn't bother glancing at the Feng family any longer and walked out of the casino. It wasn't until he left that the Feng family angrily turned to Bo Yuan and cursed, "Why did you have to provoke him of all people? He's now the boss of our two families' underworld, the second emperor." Lu Di paid no attention to their reactions, taking the two sisters, Yushi, outside. He glanced at them and said, "Let's go." After a moment of hesitation, the two sisters Yushi changed their attitude. They sincerely apologized, "Sorry, we shouldn't have used the 5 million our father gave you for gambling. Thank you for everything today." Lu Di didn't comment, responding indifferently, that 5 million was from the Yu family, after all. "It's not quite right for you to thank me, and I only stayed because I didn't want to see the Yu family go bankrupt." Upon hearing this, the two sisters Yushi were shocked and shouted, "Why would you say that?
Lu Di, dissatisfied, covered his ears and then heard them ask, "What was that about Hey Hu gang earlier? Why were they afraid of you?" Lu Di briefly explained, "They're a friend of mine, the kind you get to know without fighting." But the two sisters she clearly didn't believe him, pouting and saying, "Alright then, keep making excuses." At that moment, Lu Di's phone suddenly rang, and the unpleasant sound of Yuling's voice immediately came through. "Lu Di, where are you running off to again? Work's almost over, hurry up and get back to the company." Lu Di mumbled an answer, then hung up the phone and led Yushi back. A while later, at the Hilong Corporation building, as soon as Lu Di arrived at the director's office, he saw Tian blocking the door. Raising an eyebrow, she smiled and said, "CEO Ling just went out and couldn't find a driver, so she's punishing you by having you go on a date with me tonight." Lu Di rolled his eyes, then snorted coldly. He brushed past her and pushed open the office door. Upon seeing the person sitting in the chair, he couldn't help but be taken aback, because he saw her wiping blood off her hands. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Miss Uday, did you just go outside to massacre innocent people?" Yuling tossed the blood-stained handkerchief onto the desk before replying, "I just went to Mr. Da's place to help him with some paperwork." Lu Di squinted at her, a trace of admiration rising in his heart. She was also a girl with a kind nature. While he was lost in thought, Yuling took out a pile of documents and placed them on the desk. "Take a look at this list. Mr. De has a peculiar temperament, and I'm planning to donate some medical supplies to him under my personal name." Hearing this, Lu Di calmly responded, "You're going about it the wrong way. Next time, buy him some alcohol. Maybe he'll adopt you as his daughter." Yuling frowned instinctively. "Is Mr. De an old man who likes alcohol? I'll make a note of that." Thinking of this, she immediately grabbed her handbag, stood up, and said, "Lu Di, come to the bank with me." He frowned slightly and asked, "Why are we going to the bank?" She couldn't help but snort lightly, pouting, wanting to say something but holding back. Of course, to withdraw money. Meanwhile, at a bank in the city, a military vehicle was parked outside. A soldier walked in and said, "Instructor, there are 10 minutes left. Once the bank officially closes and the civilians leave, our drill can begin." Upon hearing this, the instructor immediately turned his head, snorted coldly, and said, "That old man Duanhua thinks he can compete with my soldiers? He dares to suggest such a ridiculous idea, simulating a bank robbery." The soldier nodded and replied, "Instructor, forgive me for speaking frankly, but the soldiers of Commander Duanhua are nothing compared to the members of our organization." Hearing this, the instructor pouted and laughed, "Don't think I'm giving him face, but the soldiers I'm leading this time may seem like rookies, but they're actually top experts from the forces of various countries." The instructor speaking was He Shan, the instructor of the Tianla organization in Heaven's Net and Earth's Snare. The other person was Grizzly, the captain of Team A of Tianla. Grizzly looked at He Shan and spoke up, "Instructor, the 6 rookies are in position now, just waiting. If they successfully rob the bank, we win. If they're caught by Commander Duan's soldiers, then Duan wins." He Shan frowned, snorted coldly, and said, "That old Duan is overly confident. He will definitely lose. Are we here to watch a movie or what?" At the same time, Lu Di and Yuling had also arrived at the bank, coincidentally at He Shan Bank, which was preparing for a drill. As soon as they walked through the door, Mo Zong spoke up to remind them. "Lu Di, according to my prediction, there will be an incident at the bank in 5 minutes. Those people are not ordinary, they're always scanning the surroundings. Based on the analysis of their body language, there's a 69% chance that one of them has a gun, and the background information of these 6 people is completely blank." Hearing this, Lu Di raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. "So, someone's planning to rob the bank, and they're quite professional about it too. Can't you have a peaceful day for once?" Lu Di remained still at first, then followed Yuling into the bank to withdraw money, which they quickly did. Yuling handed him a stack of cash and said, "Here, take it. I know you're out of money. Take it and use it." Lu Di smiled involuntarily and teasingly said, Looks like you still have a conscience, remembering that I'm your lifesaver, but I don't need the money. Buying you a pack of cigarettes will be enough. Yuling snorted and scolded. Lu Di, you shameless jerk. Lu Di didn't respond, smiling softly as he requested. I want a pack of cigarettes. Yuling had no words left, turned around and walked off, muttering as she went. Go ahead and smoke yourself to death, you jerk. A little while later, at the rest area, Lu Di walked over to the bench, looked at the man sitting there, and greeted him cheerfully. Hello. The man nodded in response and greeted him back. Hello. Lu Di calmly sat down, then, without hurrying or dragging, spoke a sentence that sent chills down people's spines. Hey, buddy, the weather's not bad today, are you here to rob a bank? Yeah, the weather really is nice today. But having only spoken half of the sentence, the other person immediately sensed something was off, and his eyebrows furrowed into a straight line. He stood up in an instant, surprised, and asked, What did you just say? With a faint smile, Lu Di smirked and said, Sorry, wrong car. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Di threw a punch straight into the other person's face, sending him flying out of the room, blood spitting from his mouth. Witnessing this, Hei Shan in the observation room was so shocked that he put the teacup in his hand down and hurriedly shouted, What's going on? The grizzly bear quickly responded. Report, Instructor. I've gone through the files of Chief Duan's people, and there's no record of this person. At the same time, outside, after Lu Di's action, people rushed toward him. Soon, he was surrounded. They didn't say a word, just charged at Lu Di, but as soon as they lunged, one of them had his mouth bloodied by a kick from Lu Di. One after another, Lu Di fought like a fierce demon, charging into the circle. In the blink of an eye, he had knocked the group of people flying. In the end, only he and two others were left in the resting room. The two men exchanged a glance, then nodded in unison, silently making their decision. But before they could act, Lu Di charged towards them. Without hesitation, he directly knocked both of them down. From above, looking down at the person lying on the ground, Lu Di couldn't help but curl his lips into a sneer. Mission accomplished. This scene caught Hei Shan's eye, causing his expression to immediately darken. This is impossible. 7 of my king warriors were taken down in just 12 seconds? Even a grizzly bear wouldn't believe it. Are you kidding me? Furiously frowning, Hei Shan immediately ordered. Grizzly, go capture that kid and bring him back here. Grizzly didn't dare to delay, quickly nodding in agreement. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and dashed toward the bank, moving as fast as lightning. On the other side, in the bank's break room, Lu Di looked at the group of people who had been taken down in front of him, pouting as he spoke. I have to say, as robbers, you guys are pretty good, too bad you took the wrong path. But as soon as he finished speaking, a pair of long legs stepped into the room. Grizzly appeared before him. Lu Di lightly furrowed his brow and muttered. Still coming? Not bad, your presence is decent. Looks like I have to take this punch seriously. While he was thinking, Grizzly threw a punch, but Lu Di dodged it, causing the ground to be dented slightly. Immediately after, Lu Di retaliated with a punch to Grizzly's chest, sending him flying backward and crashing hard into the wall behind him. Grizzly struggled to stand up, clutching his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How did he dodge it? Even Hei Shan couldn't believe what had just happened, his face now as dark as thunder. At the same time, Yuling entered from outside, interrupting the fight. She questioned with suspicion. Lu Di, what's going on here? What's happening? Lu Di flinched slightly, turned around, and hurriedly explained, It's okay, the bank was just robbed earlier. Then, a young man, both handsome and skilled in martial arts, courageously and skillfully subdued the robbers. As he said this, he grabbed Yuling's hand and started running. These things aren't important, let's go. We shouldn't stay here for long. Yuling, still dazed as he pulled her along, vaguely asked, So where is that young man? Lu Di chuckled softly, smirking as he said, "That young man is me." Unfortunately, Yuling doesn't believe it. She snorted disdainfully and shook her head. "So you gathered a bunch of people to fight earlier, huh?" The gray bear inside looked after the backs of Lu Di and Yuling as they ran off. He was blocked by the wall and wanted to chase after them, but he simply couldn't. The pain in his chest was too intense, and he could only curse bitterly under his breath, "Kid, don't let me catch you again." 10 minutes later, the injured robbers in the bank were all carried away on stretchers, and the inside was in complete chaos. Hei Shan's eyes burned with fury. At that moment, another person suddenly appeared next to him, smiling mockingly. "Old Hei, you were bragging to me before about how powerful your soldiers are, but you didn't expect to be defeated by a mere civilian." Hei Shan glanced at the man and snorted coldly, "Old Duan, shut up." This was an accident. An accident? Duan Hua scoffed and continued, "In our high family, this isn't an accident. A courageous civilian, sure, but my special police are even braver." Immediately afterward, Hei Shan returned to the observation room to re-watch the video of Lu Di's fight. The more he watched, the more amazed he became. That kid, whether it's physical strength or reaction speed, he's absolutely S-rank. If I could get him over to my side, that would be perfect. This was the conclusion he came to after carefully reviewing the footage. No sooner thought than done, he turned to the gray bear behind him and ordered, "Gray bear, you have 12 hours. Bring that kid here." Gray bear didn't dare refuse, nodding in acknowledgement. However, he asked with a hint of doubt, "Instructor, do you intend to recruit him into the army?" Hei Shan responded firmly, "He's not only qualified to join the team, he might even be able to take over my job one day. More importantly, with him, that plan can finally be set into motion." Just then, Duan Hua walked in, patted Hei Shan on the shoulder, and spoke up. "Old Hei, it wasn't easy for you to make it to the high family. Tonight, let me host. You choose the place, but the two of us aren't going home until we're drunk." But without hesitation, Hei Shan smacked Duan Hua's hand hard, then coldly snorted, "Drink with your grandma, old Duan. You and I aren't done yet. Gray Bear, let's go." He then led Gray Bear out of the room. Watching them leave, Duan Hua pursed his lips and muttered, "Fine, don't drink then. No need to get so worked up." But once the two were out of sight, Duan Hua waved to someone behind him. In a low voice, he gave the order, "Sun Commander, I'm giving you 10 hours. You must find that kid from the video." Sun Commander nodded quickly. Just like Hei Shan, Duan Hua also wanted to bring Lu Di under his command. He intended to make him the war god of the Super Territory Organization. The old black man wanted to compete with him, but there was no chance. Lu Di was unaware that someone was observing him. At that moment, he was driving Yuling back, but Mo Zone was fully aware. It happily laughed and said, "Lu Di, you're famous now." Lu Di looked at it with confusion and asked in doubt, "Mo Zone, speak more clearly." It slowly explained, "Just now, at least 4 computers searched for information about you. The scene they compared was the video of you fighting at the bank." Upon hearing this, Lu Di couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and chuckle softly. The willow-like figure waved his sleeve, hiding the power behind his name. Mo Zone understood immediately and said, "Got it, I'll take care of it now." At the same time, Hei Shan's side was tracking his whereabouts. Duan Hua was doing the same, watching as he was on his way back. However, it seemed that at the same moment, all the data vanished. Hei Shan angrily shouted, "Where are the technical staff?" On Duan Hua's side, he was also interrupted, cursing in frustration, "Damn it." After checking, the technician exclaimed in fear, "All the video data related to that young man in the computers has disappeared without a trace." Hei Shan could only helplessly sigh. At the Yu family's villa, on the top floor where Yulong resided, a servant entered and said, "Master, please take a look at this information. It's quite interesting." Yulong reached out to take it, glancing at the company's employee revenue chart. Yuling's name proudly sat in the top position. A Fu, standing beside, laughed cheerfully and said, "Master, the third miss has been performing exceptionally well recently." However, Yulong sighed and said, "As for Ling Ling's abilities, I, as her father, am well aware." With that, he stood up from his chair, gazing into the distance and asked, "A Fu, what do you think about this matter?" A Fu thought for a moment before speaking. "Master, the key point in this matter is Lu Di. He is a talented person, his abilities as clear as daylight." Yulong sighed helplessly. "A Fu, I'm getting old. No matter how much I do for the Yu family in the future, I fear I won't be worthy of a talent like him for the Yu family. Lu Di is a once-in-a-thousand-years talent. Moreover, he is an extraordinary one." A Fu also agreed, but hesitated before saying, "From what I see, Lu Di doesn't seem very interested in our Yu family." "I know, of course. A talent like him, it's no surprise that he's a bit proud. He is still too young," Yulong nodded gently. "So, I have my own way of making him decide to firmly hold on to his potential." With that, he gave an order. "A Fu, you need to do two things. The first is to notify the entire family corporation that the medical equipment project will be fully entrusted to Ling Ling." A Fu unexpectedly exclaimed, "Master, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? This is a project we've invested a lot in, and it will be the next key strategy for us. The third miss has only been working for 3 years, isn't it a bit risky?" Yulong shook his head. "Of course, I won't just hand it over to Ling Ling. What I'm doing is betting on Lu Di. Moreover, have you forgotten? Didn't Lu Di say he likes her?" Hearing these words, A Fu immediately came to his senses. He hurriedly said, "A Fu understands now, and believes that young Master Lu will not disappoint the old master." Yulong chuckled softly, clearly satisfied, and said, "Thankfully my daughter is exceptional, and she managed to captivate this young man Lu Di." A Fu didn't say anything further. He continued to ask, "Old master, what is the second matter?" Yulong spoke slowly. "The second matter is that in 5 days, I will return to the Hai family to host a family banquet at the Yu family estate. This time, both of your unruly sons, who have just returned from abroad, will also be attending. The young people will gather together, having more chances to interact with each other." At this point, he seemed to remember something, quickly adding, Right, a good friend of mine has just arrived at the Hai family to carry out a mission. He's also a high-ranking officer in the military." A Fu furrowed his brows and asked, "Is the person the old master is referring to General He Shan?" "That's right." Yulong nodded slightly, pouring himself a cup of tea. He took a sip before continuing, "This time, I will provide the young ones with a platform that's high enough. You can also call Duan Hua over. He and He Shan have been friends and rivals for many years, it's a good opportunity for them to meet." On another side, at the Yu family estate, Lu Di and Yuling had just returned when they heard some noise and noticed the air was thick with smoke. Yuling frowned and muttered, "What's going on? Is there a fire?" Lu Di was just as clueless. He shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either, let's go in and check." The two of them quickly walked toward the dining room. As they opened the door where the smoke was coming from, the smoke grew even denser. They hurriedly covered their noses. Seeing the two of them, the two sisters, Yushi, stopped their work immediately. "Third sister, Lu Di, you two are back." Yuling choked on the smoke, coughing twice before asking suspiciously, "What are you two doing?" Yushi quickly smiled and said, "We spent 2 hours making dinner for Lu Di." "The two of them made dinner for Lu Di?" Yuling asked in surprise. Dan Mo nodded, and Yushi sincerely said, "Third sister, in the past, we did a lot of wrong things, so we owe Lu Di an apology. To show our sincerity, we made this meal for him, the first time we've ever cooked." After speaking, Yushi and Yuji pulled Lu Di's hand and led him to the dining table, happily saying, "Come on, go ahead and enjoy it." Lu Di sat down on the chair in a daze, then opened the lid of the dish. Looking inside, he widened his eyes and asked, "What is this?" Yuji hurriedly explained, "It's golden egg roe, we learned it from you, but maybe we overcooked it a little." Yushi nodded beside her in agreement. Lu Di, we really did our best, just try a bite.
Lu Di stared at the charred mess in front of him, unable to speak for a moment. At that moment, Mo Zone also jumped in to warn him, mentioning that benzopyrene is one of the highly carcinogenic toxins recognized worldwide.
Lu Di's face turned even paler, and he quickly said, "Wait, I forgive you both." Hearing this, the two sisters, Yushi, jumped up in joy, knowing Lu Di was the best. Lu Di didn't say anything further and quietly slipped away from the scene.
Immediately after, they turned towards Yuling, who was confused about what was happening on the other side, and spoke up.
"Third sister, I have something to tell you." She looked at them vaguely and asked, "What is it?" They handed her a bank card and quietly said, "This is the bank card that Dad gave to Lu Di. Lu Di left it on the dining table earlier." They told Yuling that from the very first time until now, Lu Di had never taken this card, which also meant that he wasn't the type of person they had thought him to be. Yuling couldn't believe it and looked at the card in her hand. "He didn't take the money from the card, he came to the Yu family, but wasn't it because of money? Could it really be because of her?" But as she thought about it, she shook her head, denying it. What was she thinking? That couldn't be true. At that moment, Yushi spoke again.
"Third sister, actually, Lu Di is really rich."
Yuling exclaimed in shock. "What do you mean by really rich? How much money does he have?"
Yushi started to count, then said uncertainly, "Lu Di might have 100 million, or even 200 million. Upon hearing this, Yuling was even more stunned, exclaiming,
"Lu Di has assets worth more than 10 million?
Not only that, but Yushi shook her head slightly, calculated for a moment, and then continued. "At least 10 million, but how much exactly, we don't know for sure." Yuling's face instantly changed.
This amount could place him among the richest people. How could this be? After a long period of silence, she suspiciously asked, "How do you know this?" The two sisters, Yushi, hesitated for a moment, and after a long while, they whispered,
"Actually, we saw it at the casino, he once gambled 1 million at once."
Yuling became furious upon hearing the words casino. What exactly does he want to do?
Seeing her reaction, the two sisters, Yushi, quickly realized she had misunderstood and hurriedly explained.
"Sister, don't overthink it. Lu Di is not a bad person.
When Dad comes back, we'll talk to him." Yuling wasn't entirely sure about that. She thought carefully before speaking. For the safety of the whole family, it was essential to investigate thoroughly. Right now, we must act like nothing has happened and not expose Lu Di.
"Sister, don't worry, we understand," the two sisters, Yushi, nodded without hesitation. They no longer harbored any ill intentions toward Lu Di.
While the three sisters were talking, a delightful fragrance suddenly filled the air. Lu Di entered from outside, holding a plate of fried rice with eggs in his hand.
He smiled and said, "Three young ladies, you've been whispering for so long, you must be tired.
Come, try some of this authentic golden egg fried rice." Upon seeing what he was holding, the two sisters, Yushi, immediately ran over, eager to try a bite. Yushi was astonished and exclaimed,
"Lu Di, the taste of this fried rice is different from before."
Yuling, who had been quietly observing Lu Di from behind, was still unsure if he was a good person or a bad one, and her mood felt somewhat unsettled. She sighed, then also walked over to try a bite. As the rice melted in her mouth, her eyes lit up.
"This is absolutely delicious."
At this moment, Lu Di slowly explained,
"Because I've changed an ingredient. This is a ginkgo fruit.
Although its taste is a bit bitter, it can detoxify and cool the body.
I thought today, making this ginkgo rice could help soothe their anger."
Hearing these words, Yuling was immediately startled.
"Lu Di, you were eavesdropping on our conversation."
Lu Di shook his head slightly and calmly said,
"I listened, but I wasn't eavesdropping. I just hope you all could stop bothering me. You said your work has a beginning and an end, but once you calm down, the Yu family won't even let you stay for a second." With that, he turned and walked away. Looking at his retreating figure, Yuling couldn't help but mutter. Could it be that I really misunderstood him? Lu Di heard her words and stopped in his tracks. He spoke nonchalantly. Don't worry, as a man, I must be magnanimous and tolerant. I won't hold it against you. After leaving the cafeteria, Lu Di returned to his room. He sat in front of his computer and called Mo Zong to have a discussion. Our plan should start now. Mo Zong immediately accepted the order, combining high-level business thinking. Before long, he had perfected 100,000 business models. At the same time, Lu Di was browsing his phone for some news. The hype around Emperor 1 had finally cooled down, it was time. A moment later, he excitedly spoke up. Mo Zong, post it. The content of the post was a puzzle contest. The riddle was 3 and 4, 5 and 23. The first 100 people who successfully solved the riddle would each be rewarded 500,000. The person who set the puzzle was Emperor 3. Immediately, netizens began discussing the riddle. It quickly became a hot topic online. But some people believed it was just a scam. In any case, the post remained very popular. At the same time, someone was trying to solve this puzzle late at night. A girl stared at the computer screen, murmuring to herself non-stop, "Isn't this the foreign mathematician who invented the hidden multiplier?" Not long after, the answer was provided by an internet user named Xiao Hua from Dream University. Is the answer 12 and 115? But some others scolded him, "Are you being too naive? This is just a prank." However, no one knew that the girl's phone suddenly rang in the dark night. It was a message congratulating her for answering correctly, and 500,000 had been credited to her account. Seeing this amount, the girl was so happy she almost cried. It was really true. "Mom, my college tuition is taken care of." In the blink of an eye, news of someone receiving the reward exploded across the internet. Many of those who had doubted before began to panic, attracting a great deal of attention. This was all part of Lu Di's plan. Keep arguing, the more heated, the better. At this moment, his right eye suddenly lit up, and more information appeared online. 100 people have received rewards, all successfully transferred. Now, participants can check their accounts. This news caused those who had been skeptical to scream in disbelief, as they had missed an opportunity to make money. When Lu Di felt that the online attention had peaked, he threw out the second bomb. He ordered Mo Zong, "Prepare the second question." Mo Zong didn't dare hesitate, quickly posting the question. This time, the puzzle was, "The answer to the above puzzle is the topic of this one. The first person to solve the answer will receive 10 million. The online community erupted once again, with some excited by the large sum of money, while others believed that the person behind this was trying to execute some kind of trick to make it the hardest challenge in the world. Lu Di's actions this time had caused a stir, and all three trending topics of the night were completely dominated by him. Early in the morning, in a room filled with many people, a girl was contemplating the riddle she had seen online. After some time thinking, she finally realized that this was not a math problem, but a set of coordinates, longitude 12, latitude 115, a location close to where it had been displayed. She quickly typed on her computer, searching for the coordinates she had just figured out. Sure enough, she found it right away. Immediately, an announcement was made: "Congratulations to Teacher Ha for successfully solving the second riddle. The answer is Germany." The online community buzzed once again about the answer. Everyone was confused as to why it was Germany. The night passed in this noisy manner. The next day, Lu Di was still focused on the computer screen. After a while, he smirked, "Mo Zong, it's time, let's get to the main question." This time, the post from Mo Zong was a greeting. "Stranger, you are like a star in the galaxy?" This third question had no prize, but it could help someone find a soulmate. Below, there was also a QR code. The online community, upon seeing the code, no longer paid attention to the content and immediately began scanning the QR code. The code led them to the Germany app,
and many people quickly downloaded the app. At the same time, in a certain room, a teenage boy was eating sausages while downloading Germany. The download speed was quite fast. Within just 5 seconds, it was successfully completed. He followed the system's instructions and entered a nickname. Immediately after, the system began analyzing his personality. Seeing this message, the teenager cursed under his breath, "These apps nowadays are all unreliable. I haven't entered any information yet, and they're already pulling some kind of scam." However, the system actually displayed his personality traits. Upon reading those lines, his expression instantly changed. Wasn't it describing him perfectly? And that wasn't all. The system even notified him that he had been successfully matched with someone else, a girl with the ID DOXAN. Upon seeing her avatar, the boy's eyes lit up. He was determined to get to know her. Just like that, Germany's download count soared to 10 million, with registered users reaching 500,000. The internet was once again stirred with waves of skepticism about Germany's innovative features. Seeing their reactions, Ludi felt satisfied. Thanks to MO's own accurate analysis and matching could be carried out. Not only could all illegal information be avoided on the Germany app, but the purity and cleanliness of the app could also be ensured. At the same time, someone was marveling at Ludi's talent. This guy is definitely a business genius. In just one night, using only 150 million in capital, he managed to make this app explosively popular beyond imagination. Another aspect, at an internal conference of a certain corporation, the head of the company angrily shouted, "Where did this Germany app come from?" The person next to him quickly responded, "CEO Lee, this is a tech company developed and operated by Creator, and they launched this app." Hearing this, CEO Lee, dissatisfied, asked, "A company that just registered its license has such strong capabilities?" The person hurriedly nodded and said, "After Germany launched, our user base dropped by 4% within moments, and it's still rapidly declining." 4% in one night. CEO Lee frowned, his tone filled with anger. "We've never experienced this before. I heard Germany can analyze user personalities, quickly copy that technology and bring it to me." The other person's face grew even more panicked, and he stammered, "CEO Lee, we've tried, but our technical team isn't capable of that yet." Upon hearing this, CEO Lee slammed the table in anger and shouted, "Useless, all of you are useless." Ludi, however, was completely unaware that someone was furious about his actions. He was still intently observing the reactions of netizens. After a while, he spoke again, "Emozone, Germany is so hot right now. We should at least have an office. After all, it's a company." Emozone immediately responded without hesitation, "No problem, what kind of office do you have in mind?" Ludi didn't have any high demands. He just wanted it to be sophisticated, imposing, and enough to make others feel a sense of awe. Emozone heard these words and said nothing more, starting to open his eyes. Immediately, an image of a building appeared before Ludi. It was the tallest building of the Hai family, the top 3 floors of the Rongtung building, with a small golf course outside and a rooftop terrace. The total area was 5,432 m. Ludi took a glance, Hilong nodded, "Not bad, buy it." Emozong continued, "In addition, I have screened 300 outstanding employees in all aspects. The company's renovation and approval process can be completed in 3 days, and we are currently in the contract signing phase." With a smile, Ludi said happily, "Thanks to you, if not for you, I really wouldn't know what to do on my own. But what we truly lack is not talent, but a trustworthy person." Meanwhile, at the office center, as usual, he was working his shift. At that moment, a Jayap suddenly received a phone call. Seeing the caller ID, he answered without hesitation. "Ludi, why are you calling me out of the blue?" Ludi quickly responded from the other side, "Ajayap, I remember back in college, you had a dream of starting your own business, and you weren't afraid of anything." With a light laugh, Ajayap replied joyfully, "Those were just naive words from when we were young." However, Ludi made a proposal, "I just started a company, are you interested in coming over to help me?" Upon hearing this, Ajayap instinctively furrowed his brows, his eyes full of excitement, but he still hesitated and asked, "Are you sure I'm the right fit?"
Lu Di replied without hesitation, I trust you, this is the absolute trust between two good friends. While they were talking, Lily walked over from a distance, glaring with obvious dissatisfaction and said, It's only early in the morning and you're already dazed, starting to work now. Ajayap frowned and looked at her, speaking coldly, Son Lily, it's been 3 years, and not once have you given me a smile. I'm done with this. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked over the table in front of him. Immediately after, he took off his outer jacket, sneered, and said, Also, Son Lily, remember this, you have no right to call me Ajayap. I'm Zhang Tian. He responded, Stop trying to act all friendly, before leaving the Yu family's estate center. After a tiring night of work, Lu Di was stretching and breathing in the fresh air when suddenly someone approached from behind and spoke, Lu Di, let's leave a bit earlier. Lu Di was startled and turned around, only to see Yuling walking towards him in a blue dress. She said seriously, There's an important guest coming to the company today. Upon hearing this, Lu Di couldn't help but sigh. He then took out his phone and sent a message to someone, Let's meet at 4 p.m. at the Rongtang building. Immediately after, the two got into the car and left. Yuling pushed a box of buns toward Lu Di and spoke, I was in a bit of a rush today, so I thought you hadn't eaten yet. I brought some buns for you. Lu Di took a bun and, still joking with her, said, So you've changed today? Showing such kindness out of nowhere. This is totally out of character. Without realizing it, Yuling let out a light snort and angrily scolded, To hell with you. I knew you could eat, so I gave you 30 dumplings. Choke on them. Letting out a soft laugh, Lu Di continued teasing, wondering if this was the image of a successful man in the eyes of the girls around here. Yuling glared at him and scolded him harshly. However, after a while, she suddenly remembered what the two little kids, Yushi, had said earlier. She asked in doubt, Where did you get so much money from? He slowly explained, I partnered up with a friend to start a company, it's called Creator. Hearing the name, by TKHing, meaning do you know, Yuling sighed helplessly. She then looked at him and suggested, Lu Di, if you need help, you can tell me. You really don't have to try so hard to act strong like that. Hearing this, Lu Di couldn't help but smile and said, Now that you mention it, there are a few secrets I've been wanting to tell you. Surprised, she whispered, What secrets? Lu Di leaned close to her ear and casually said, Actually, I can sing really well. Want to hear it? As soon as these words were out, a look of dissatisfaction appeared on Yuling's face. She pursed her lips and said, I don't want to hear it. You'd better focus on driving. The atmosphere fell into silence as the car continued on its way. Not long after, they arrived at Hilong Group. As soon as they entered the company, they overheard people gossiping, whispering that the CEO and that young man really made a perfect match. The two of them didn't pay much attention, walking straight to their respective offices. Lu Di wasn't focused either. From his office, he glanced at Yuling and thought to himself, Just who is the person coming today? Your question hasn't been answered yet, but you've already seen Feng Lu bringing someone in through the door. Seeing the swollen face of the other person, Lu Di couldn't help but chuckle. The bounty posted by He, who indeed had a lot of power. Zhao Zai's teeth were taken out pretty quickly, but these two weren't the people Yuling was waiting for. Inside the director's office, as soon as Feng Lu sat down, he noticed something and quickly asked, Ling Ling, where are the 3 vases Vice President Zhao gave you? I don't see them around. Yuling helplessly replied, I accidentally broke them. Upon hearing this, Feng Lu's expression immediately changed. He exclaimed in surprise. They were broken? Such valuable vases, who broke them? Yuling sighed. Well, wasn't it Lu Di who did it? On his first day in the office, he broke 3 vases. Hearing this, Feng Lu couldn't help but curse inwardly. That damn Lu Di really wasn't an ordinary person. On his first visit, instead of avoiding trouble, he broke the suicide formation Feng Lu had spent 7 million to purchase. After thinking about it, he turned to look at Lu Di sitting opposite, gritting his teeth and glaring at him. Everyone is here, so I have to save face for you, but next time, I'll deal with you.
Yuling noticed there was some tension between him and Lu Di, but she didn't ask too much.
She directly got to the point. How long until the person arrives?
Feng Lu turned to look at her, then calmly smiled and said,
Just wait a bit.
Meanwhile, Lu Di had waved at the beautiful Tian Tian.
Tian, come over here. I need to ask you something. Tian heard and immediately walked over, pouting and whining, You're so annoying, what do you want to ask?
Lu Di frowned and looked at her, asking suspiciously, Who are we waiting for with such a grand setup today? Hearing this, Tian immediately curled her lip in disdain.
You don't even know? Emperor Wenshan Ca, do you know him? He's coming to our company later.
Lu Di's face instantly changed, and he cursed in disbelief, Damn it.
Tian couldn't help but sneer at his reaction. He definitely couldn't believe it, right?
What was even more frightening was that last night, the chairman had handed the latest task to Ling CEO, giving him full authority to make decisions. As she spoke, she raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly.
Ling CEO has an old friend who runs an entertainment company. Coincidentally, Emperor One is an artist under his company, and they said they could invite Emperor One to help us with publicity.
I heard this guy, Hua Qiao, is handsome and rich. I also want a boyfriend like that.
Upon hearing this, Lu Di could only smile wryly. Well, a fake runs into the real deal.
Meanwhile, outside Hilong Group, a convoy of cars was gathering. Soon after, a pair of legs stepped down. First it was the young man Hua Qiao, leading a group of people. Looking up at the tall building in front of him, the young man leading them immediately chuckled lightly. After struggling abroad for 3 years, from today onwards, no one in Hilong Group or the Yu family can look down on me, Lu Ziming. He said this with a smug expression and then walked inside.
A moment later, he appeared in Yuling's office.
Yuling hurriedly stood up to greet him, Ziming, it's been a long time. Feng Lu also approached and casually patted his shoulder, smiling as he said, Ziming, how have you been?
Has Teacher Emperor One not arrived yet? Ziming did not respond immediately.
He pulled out a chair, sat down, and then slowly answered, How could Teacher Emperor One just wander around?
Everything today will be handled through his representative.
Hearing this, Feng Lu was slightly taken aback, before he smiled and echoed, You're right, Ziming. Teacher Emperor One naturally can't move around freely, otherwise, the doors of our Hilong Group would surely be shattered by others. Ziming glared at him, smiling smugly as he said, Of course, that's only natural.
The influence of Teacher Emperor One now reaches the international level. Feng Lu didn't miss the chance to flatter.
He nodded in agreement. If Teacher Emperor One could represent the latest household products from our group, the sales would surely be astonishing. Upon hearing this, Ziming's expression turned serious as he said, Teacher Emperor One only signed under me because he is grateful for the initial help I provided him. Feng Lu, standing beside him, nodded enthusiastically, his tone obsequious as he spoke, It's all thanks to you, Ziming.
Our group was able to collaborate with Teacher Emperor One through you. It's a great honor.
He said the 300,000 yuan fee you offered earlier was no problem, and we can sign the contract today. Hearing this, Ziming sneered and curled his lips. The 300,000 yuan fee was only agreed upon out of respect for Ling Ling, so he had accepted it. He raised an eyebrow and glanced at Yuling.
The person who had remained silent until now spoke up, Since the price has been negotiated, shall we now discuss the acting plan?
Yuling instinctively furrowed her brows. Luckily, she had finished preparing the plan the entire night before. She hadn't even had the chance to do anything yet when Feng Lu came over with a stack of documents, smiling as he said,
Ziming, here is the complete proposal.
Seeing this, Yuling's face immediately darkened. She lowered her voice and questioned him.
This project was assigned to me by Dad.
Feng Lu remained calm and smiled, replying,
We are all from the same family, what's the big deal about the division of work?
With a soft huff, Yuling threw another stack of documents onto the table, then raised an eyebrow at Ziming and spoke.
Then Ziming, you decide.
Ziming reached out and flipped through the 2 stacks of documents on the table.
After a long pause, he finally spoke. Oh, Yang Feng Lu's event has great influence, but Ling Ling's charity gala is much more heartfelt. Dan Mo nodded, and Yuling responded seriously.
That's right, and moreover, our new product is a household device designed to prevent diseases in children, so the theme of the charity gala aligns perfectly with the product.
Ziming glanced at her, then at Feng Lu, and sighed.
You all can't even agree internally, which really puts me in a difficult position.
At this point, he looked at Yuling with eyes full of hidden emotions and said, Ling Ling, why don't you consider the situation?
Remember, I pursued you for 2 years back then. He added, if she agreed to give him a chance now, he would choose her for the events plan. Upon hearing this, Yuling stiffened, unsure how to respond. After hesitating for a long time, she finally spoke.
Lu Ziming, work is work. The two of us can't be together. Hearing these words, Ziming's expression immediately darkened.
If that's the case, I will carefully consider these two plans. After saying this, he immediately stood up from his chair, coldly smiling as he said, as for when I make a decision, we'll wait until the Yu family's banquet is held.
He asked them, if Yulong finds out that I rejected Ling Ling's plan, I wonder if he would be disappointed?
These words made Yuling a bit flustered, and Ziming grinned mischievously. Why can't I see the talented young man that you master mentioned?
At that moment, the sound of a lighter suddenly echoed through the room. Soon after, Lu Di walked in from outside. Ziming was slightly startled, turned around, and angrily shouted, Damn it, are you a ghost or a human? Lu Di took a puff of his cigarette, then raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, Are you blind? Have you ever seen a ghost smoking?
His words made Ziming furious.
He glared at him. What did you just say?
Lu Di was not flustered, calmly smiling as he said, I am the talented young man your master spoke of, and my position is the driver of the Hilong Corporation. Upon hearing this, Ziming sneered and curled his lips. You dare to call me blind with someone like you? Lu Di refrained from commenting and casually said, By the way, a company that just registered its license 5 days ago.
You said you signed a contract with Emperor 1, but is he really Emperor 1?
Ziming was not flustered by the questioning. He took out his phone from his pocket, smiling as he said, I knew someone wouldn't believe me. Here is the video of the authorization from Master Emperor 1, you can all take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, he played a video for everyone to see. As he finished speaking, he played a video for everyone to watch. Instantly, a voice started singing from within the video. A man sat beside a piano. As he hit the final note, he looked into the camera and spoke. Hello everyone, friends at Hilong Corporation. I'm the singer Emperor 1. Regarding the collaboration, I'll leave the full decision making to Mr. Min. I hope to have the chance to meet you all. Right after that, his face appeared. Mo Zong had already informed Lu Di about the other man. This kid is a student at a top-tier music academy. Upon hearing this, Lu Di couldn't help but sneer. He looked toward Ziming, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smile, Impressive, truly impressive. Mr. Lu, how about we make a deal? Unconsciously, Ziming let out a faint snort. He gave ale and replied, Sure. Whether you want an autograph or a photo, I can accommodate you. Lu Di paid no attention at all. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray on the table, then calmly said, Let's make a deal. If Emperor 1 turns out to be a fake, I'll break your left leg and your right leg. As soon as he said this, Ziming's expression immediately darkened. He angrily shouted, You dare. Even Feng Lu, who was standing nearby, angrily scolded him, Lu Di, the video is right in front of you, and you're still making trouble for no reason. Although Yuling knew that Lu Di had a temper, even she couldn't stand it this time and spoke up to remind him, Lu Di, don't worry about the performance anymore. Didn't they say they're giving medical equipment to Mr. De? You can go early and come back early. Lu Di glanced at her and then nodded. He immediately turned and walked away, casually saying, I'm really looking forward to your performance. Under the surprised gazes of everyone, Lu Di slammed the door shut as he left. The sound of the door closing was incredibly arrogant, driving everyone in the room mad with anger. A little while later, at Mr. Da's hospital, Lu Di finished his task and sat down to talk with Mr. Da. I really admire you, you can always stay so calm no matter the situation. Mr. Da took a sip of his wine, then raised an eyebrow and said, Is Xiao Lu Di upset because of someone else? Lu Di gently shook his head, and in a low voice, said, I'm just a little confused. Hearing this, Mr. Da laughed and said, I'm old now, so my temperament has naturally become more stable. But you're different. Young people dare to take risks and fight. It's much more comfortable to vent your anger that way. Lu Di quickly raised both hands, without hesitation denying which one would dare. Mr. Da looked at him intently, and after a long while, he smiled and said, I understand you the most. You've been bearing the consequences for years. You do 3 parts of the work, and when you come back here, you still laugh and take care of those kids. I can see the resentment in you. Lu Di flinched slightly, unsure of how to respond. Mr. Da continued, Mr. Da here wants to say one more thing, hate when you must, hide when you must. Lu Di didn't understand a word of what he said, staring at him in confusion. Mr. Da furrowed his brows and looked at him seriously, then suddenly said, Aren't you the rotten kid, the young banker being hunted by military forces everywhere? Upon hearing this, Lu Di finally realized what he was talking about, and chuckled lightly. Mr. Da snorted, laughed at his head, then said, I'm sleepy now, if there's nothing else, you can go. Lu Di knew it was getting late, so he stood up and pushed the door to leave. Mr. Da didn't forget to send him off, reminding him before he left, you can beat the stray dog, but you must not do anything that goes against your conscience. Got it, Mr. Da, Lu Di nodded slightly and then left. In the afternoon, Lu Di had an appointment and stood under a large old tree waiting for someone. While waiting, Mo Zong informed him about something, the downloads of Germany had exceeded 400 million in just 8 hours. Lu Di exclaimed in shock, That's incredible, right? Mo Zong chuckled smugly and said, Piece of cake. I just updated the group chat feature for Doer Germany, roughly dividing it into over 3,000 categories of interests, each with no limit on the number of members. Just as Mo Zong had said, people online were all marveling at how godlike Germany was. The more Lu Di listened, the more satisfied he felt. Once Germany stabilized, he was sure to get loads of advertising offers. Elsewhere, at the headquarters of the Beiji Xiong Group, CEO Li and his team were in a meeting. He looked at his subordinates and asked in a cold voice, Have you figured out which company is behind Germany? His secretary immediately replied, Mr. Li, we've looked into it. It was registered under Emperor III, a newcomer. As of now, the company hasn't turned a profit, likely underfunded. Hearing this, CEO Li pulled out the documents to review them. A moment later, he looked at the person next to him and said, Vice President Si-du, you have 10 billion. Acquire their technology. Vice President Si-du didn't dare delay and promptly responded, Mr. Li, don't worry. I'll make sure it's done. Meanwhile, at the place where Lu Di was waiting, the person he had been expecting finally arrived. Tianjia, dressed in a gray suit, walked over and said with a cheerful smile, Lu Di, you're looking pretty good. Lu Di smirked and replied, I've been working out lately. You, on the other hand, are falling behind. With a soft snort, Tianjia pursed his lips and said, Cut the crap. Letting the banter slide, the two quickly entered the building. Looking up at the tall structure in front of them, Tianjia couldn't help but exclaim, That brat set up his new company here? Rent must be insanely expensive. Indifferently shrugging, Lu Di pouted as if to say, You'll know as soon as you go inside. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked right in. Tianjia, watching him go, quickly called out, Hold on, wait a second. However, Lu Di had already entered, and Tianjia had no choice but to chase after him. The two quickly stepped into the elevator. Looking at the floor number displayed, Tianjia exclaimed in surprise, You're choosing a pretty high floor, huh? Lu Di didn't respond, and the elevator continued its ascent, finally stopping at the 87th floor. The elevator doors swiftly opened, and the sight before Tianjia made his eyes widen in astonishment. Before him was a vast office packed with people.
Unable to hold back, he exclaimed, "Who's the genius who gets to work in such a place?"
Lu Di, walking beside him, explained as they moved, "A Jayap, our company belongs to the internet sector, offering real-time information.
The first version was released just yesterday. You could say we're building a team, handling daily reception and maintenance. Don't worry about the money or the people, I've got it covered." Upon hearing this, Tianjia, somewhat incredulous, asked in return, "Are you serious?" Danimo shook his head, and Lu Di calmly responded, "Of course, I'm serious, my friend. Our strength is no joke." Tianjia's face shifted in expression, and he skeptically asked, "Is that so? Just how strong are we talking?"
Lu Di raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "Strong enough that we can turn down anyone who wants to buy us out."
Unfortunately, Tianjia didn't believe it. He curled his lips in disdain and said, "Having an entrepreneurial spirit is great, but don't start boasting." Lu Di confidently said, "Once a company comes looking for us, you'll handle it, right? I won't show myself unless it's absolutely necessary." Tianjia put his arm around his shoulder, thinking Lu Di was joking, and quickly joined in.
"You're really something, kid." Then, he continued, "Let's go to the office and talk more."
Lu Di winked mischievously, then smirked and said, "Deal's made then. You're the CEO, and I'm the shadow chairman, in charge of counting the money."
Upon hearing this, Tianjia couldn't help but laugh, and these useless titles again.
The CEO's the one running around moving bricks, the secretary is a Jayap, and even the janitor is a Jayap, right?
Lu Di gave Tianjia a thumbs up, quietly praising him, "You're still the best."
The two of them chatted as they walked, and after a while, Lu Di led Tianjia to the rooftop of the building. Tianjia looked around at the view, his eyes filled with astonishment. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Lu Di, did you do something shady behind my back? Don't make me worry."
No wonder he said that. In front of him was the tallest building in High Family.
Lu Di didn't respond.
He looked down for a long while before slowly speaking, "A Jayap, you're the one I trust the most. No matter the situation, you've never looked down on me."
Tianjia grunted in dissatisfaction, "Bullshit. You just call, and I'm here running over to you in a flash."
With that, Tianjia walked over and patted Lu Di on the shoulder, saying, "Quit being so cheesy.
If you need something, just say it. Short on cash, right? I've saved up 150,000 already."
Lu Di smiled, touched, and said, "Keep it, the plan related to the company has already been sent to your email.
It's enough for you to go over for a few days."
Tianjia raised an eyebrow and spoke, "Oh, so you're already pulling me into this."
Lu Di shook his head slightly, saying nothing more.
Tianjia continued, "You've already shown me all 3 floors, but where exactly is our company?" Lu Di raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly, calmly saying, "The whole building, including the rooftop beneath our feet."
As soon as these words were spoken, Tianjia's eyes went wide with disbelief, trembling as he asked, "What? All 3 floors? What kind of company are you running here?" Lu Di responded nonchalantly, "The company's name is Creator. The product you're talking about, Germany, is really something you can make."
Upon hearing this, Tianjia stood frozen, unable to say a word.
Seeing his reaction, Lu Di couldn't help but chuckle softly, "Comrade Zhang Tianjia, since you're now the CEO of Creator, you should start acting the part, right?"
Only then did Tianjia realize that what he had gone through was real. He quickly scratched his head and replied, "You're right, I need to shape up."
Lu Di laughed happily and said, "I also have an extra villa and car. I'll have someone bring them to you later." "A villa? A car?" Tianjia couldn't believe his ears, asking in astonishment. Lu Di gave a soft laugh, said nothing further, and draped his arm around Tianjia's shoulders as they walked downstairs.
After finalizing everything with Tianjia, Lu Di returned to the company as usual and drove Yuling home. As they were merely passing by a clothing store, Yuling suddenly spoke up.
"Lu Di, stop for a moment." He frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "What is it?" "We haven't arrived at the manor yet."
Yuling slowly explained.
4 days from now, my father will be holding a banquet at the manor. Important figures and elites from various circles will be attending. My father wants you to come with me.
She said she thought he dressed too casually. Some people judge others by appearances, and she was afraid he'd be looked down upon. After saying that, she glanced at the store by the roadside and said, "This is the most high-end suit store in High City. I'll buy you a suit." Upon hearing that, Lu Di couldn't help but chuckle softly. So that's what this is about. Thank you for thinking of me. But I don't think it's necessary. Those who respect me, I respect in return. Those who insult me, I deal with them. Yuling narrowed her eyes at him, then seriously reminded.
Lu Di, don't be overconfident. I just want you to dress more appropriately. Dan Mo nodded.
Lu Di curled his lips and said, Monsieur de, thank you for your kind intentions, but the strong don't need to prove themselves. With that, he drove past the store, continuing on the way to the manor. Seeing that he wouldn't accept, Yuling didn't press him.
She raised an eyebrow and said, "No suit then, that's fine. I've prepared a gift for you. I hope you'll accept it."
As she finished speaking, she took out a wooden box. When Lu Di saw what was inside, he was astonished. It was an exquisite jade green pearl, clearly worth a fortune.
Lu Di quickly came to his senses, frowned, and asked, "This pearl is obviously expensive at a glance. Are you trying to buy me off?"
His words made Yuling feel a bit worried. She hesitated and asked Lu Di, "You've been acting strange lately.
Are you feeling very desperate?" Lu Di smiled involuntarily, pursed his lips, and said, What are you talking about?"
Yuling stared at him for a long time before speaking up. "Your sight is going to fail soon. I hope you don't lose your confidence.
Like this gem, it will never sink into darkness."
Upon hearing this, Lu Di realized she meant well, and he understood that this girl also had a gentle side.
After thinking for a moment, he smiled and replied, "You're annoying, but all right, I accept."
Yuling snorted coldly at him, then didn't say anything else.
4 days later, at the Yu family estate, there were many people today due to a banquet. Yulong sat in a corner observing, and after a long while, he spoke up, "Afu, the more I look at Lu Di, the more I like him. His independent way of handling things is just like I was when I was young." Afu nodded slightly and added, "I think Lu Di is a bit cautious."
Upon hearing this, Yulong couldn't help but sigh, feeling a bit challenged by Lu Di. He had never participated in this kind of banquet before, but it was something he needed to experience. Mo Zong hoped that he would mature soon and take on the heavy responsibilities of the Yu family. Meanwhile, Lu Di had no idea that someone was observing him. He was receiving information from Mo Zong, and the downloads of Germany had surpassed 800 million. The company's operations were running at full capacity, and more articles about the company and its backers were being published. Lu Di listened and nodded in satisfaction. This was just the beginning. A moment later, a black car appeared in front of the Yu family house. It was Lu Ziming's car, and he was also attending the banquet today. In addition, there was another young man with him. Yulong had noticed their arrival and quickly turned his head to look. The two of them, Ziming and the young man, walked up to Yulong and greeted him. Ziming spoke first, "Hello, Uncle Yu, I'm Ziming." The young man beside him quickly followed, "Hello, Uncle, I'm Tian Chang." Before Yulong could respond, Feng Lu walked over from the other side, patted Ziming on the shoulder, and laughed, "Ha, Ziming, Tian Chang, sorry to keep you waiting." At this moment, Yulong waved his hand in the distance, calling out loudly, "Lu Di, over here." Lu Di quickly walked over. He gestured towards Ziming and the young man and introduced them, "These two are the sons of my old friends. You young ones can get to know each other." Seizing this opportunity, Feng Lu tried to make a show of things. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, "Let me introduce. The person next to me is the CEO of an entertainment company that signed a contract with Emperor One. We are currently negotiating a new product collaboration." As he said this, he glanced at Ziming and quietly suggested, "Ziming, today I'll treat you well."
Please consider my offer.
Ziming gave a light smile and replied casually, I'll consider it. Upon hearing this, Feng Lu became pleased and continued to introduce the other person. This is the founder of a secretive company, a gaming company that is expanding internationally.
Tian Chang here is considered a role model among the youth of today.
At this point, Yulong smiled and said, What a coincidence, Ziming and Tian Chang are Ling Ling's university friends. They both pursued Ling Ling. Hearing these words, Tian Chang immediately felt embarrassed and awkward, saying, At first, my pursuit failed, and feeling frustrated, I went on a journey around the world. To my surprise, I discovered 12 secret travel routes, so I started a company. With that, he turned to look at Yuling and smiled, saying,
You're so different now, do you want to reconsider?
Yuling felt a little uncomfortable and didn't want to embarrass him, so she decided to change the subject. She pointed to Lu Di, who was standing beside her, and spoke. Let me introduce you both to each other, this is. Before she could finish her sentence, Tian Chen coldly interrupted.
No need for an introduction, it's Lu Di, Ling Ling's benefactor. He glared at the young man, his tone filled with disdain. A useless person with no background, just leeching off others, and he wants to compete with me? Isn't that a death wish? Master, you even told me to encourage you, do you even deserve that?
Lu Di frowned and looked at him, not responding. Thinking that the young man had accepted his words, Tian Chang grew even more pleased with himself and laughed loudly.
Ha, Lu Di, the future is long, just take it easy and keep your distance.
Saying this, he extended his hand for a handshake with Lu Di, but the strength of the latter's grip made him grit his teeth in pain.
It hurts.
Lu Di coldly pulled his hand back and smirked.
Sorry, I rarely shake hands with women. His words enraged Tian Chang, but he couldn't find anything to counter. Realizing the situation was turning bad, Feng Lu stepped in to mediate. Tian Chang, it's your first time at the estate, let me show you around. Then, Feng Lu led Ziming and Tian Chang away.
Seeing this, Yulong couldn't help but speak up. Young people these days, the moment they meet, it's all gunpowder and smoke. Lu Di raised his eyebrows at the old man, smiled and said, Old master, to be honest, they're not worthy of that level yet. These words made Yulong even more pleased. He laughed and replied, as expected of someone from the Yu family.
Arrogance is good. Go fight, I've got your back.
At the same time, in a corner of the banquet, the three of Feng Lu were huddled together, clearly up to no good. Feng Lu glanced at Tian Chang and reminded him, You got too worked up. How could you lose your manners like that in front of the Yu master? They already know what kind of goods Lu Di is. If they want to deal with him, they'll have to stand on the same side. Upon hearing this, the two Ziming spoke up in unison, What should we do? Feng Lu leaned closer to them and whispered, According to tradition, when it's time for the speeches, don't give him a chance to shine. Then he turned to Ziming and added, Later, you announce that you've chosen my proposal. I'll pay an additional 200 million for Emperor Wan's appearance fee.
Ziming instinctively frowned and hesitantly replied, Will Ling Ling hate me for that?
With a soft laugh and a shake of his head, Feng Lu calmly said, No way. Outwardly, the old master assigned Ling Ling to be in charge, but in reality, it's all based on Lu Di. The old man's already been fooled by his sweet talk. He said when the time comes, you'll mess up, and then Ziming will have the chance to get close to Ling Ling.
Makes sense.
Ziming winked and smiled, completely believing Feng Lu's words without a trace of doubt, and his expression visibly brightened. Having achieved his goal, Feng Lu cast another glance at Tian Chang and said, I promise your company's third round of investment will succeed.
Just boldly announce your IPO plan later.
Tian Chang looked at his hand, still feeling a lingering pain. His face looked a little unpleasant, and he didn't say a word in response. Seeing his reaction, Feng Lu continued speaking. Tian Chang, if you can't tolerate the small things, you won't be able to accomplish the big ones. We have to use our strength to deal with him.
Biting his lip fiercely, Tian Chang nodded slightly and replied, Mr. Feng Lu, thank you. If I had taken action, it would have been really embarrassing. let's just do as you say later. Immediately after, the two of them exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Their malicious intent was thus set in motion. At the same time, Lu Di had no idea what they were planning and was still talking to Yuling. Suddenly, someone called out to him. He turned to look at the source of the voice and saw Tian Chang and Feng Lu approaching. Tian Chang put on a sincere expression and said, Lu Di, I was rude earlier. He familiarly draped his arm over Lu Di's shoulder, smiling happily as he continued. You are a benefactor of the Yu family and drive for the Yu family. We, as close relatives, should be polite to you. Lu Di could tell from his demeanor that he had no good intentions. He coldly shrugged off his arm and pouted, saying, I don't need any of your polite gestures from well-dressed people trying to impress. His words infuriated Tian Chang, who nearly exploded with anger on the spot. On the other side, Yulong was still resting, observing the younger generation interact. At that moment, a Fu came over to report. Master, we just received a phone call saying Miss Nan has unexpectedly come to visit. Yulong furrowed his brow in surprise. Miss Nan? Which Miss Nan? A Fu quickly explained. She is the daughter of Nan Tian Hai from the capital, Nan Ruiyi. In his eyes, they unconsciously narrowed, and Yulong could not believe what he had just heard. Seeing his reaction, A Fu continued, Master, Miss Nan sent her regards, saying that her father is unable to leave the capital, so she came to visit General Heishan, Chief Duan, and you. Upon hearing this, Yulong immediately understood and nodded, realizing what had happened. A while later, another distinguished guest arrived at the Yu family estate. The three people, Feng Lu and the others, did not dare to step forward. Ziming anxiously said, Feng Lu, what should we do? Miss Nan has arrived, and our small abilities will become a joke. Tian Chang also nodded in agreement. The Nan family holds immense power in both political and business circles, and Miss Nan is regarded as the most talented and beautiful genius. How can we compare? Only Feng Lu, on the other hand, remained exceptionally calm. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, That's exactly why we need to showcase our abilities. Who knows, we might even get a chance to ride on her coattails. As he said this, he glanced at Lu Di in the distance, a wicked smile spreading across his face. The paving stone was about to be put to use. With a slight smirk, he lifted his foot and walked forward, saying, Let's go, let's welcome Miss Nan in the most graceful manner. At that moment, the car that had just stopped at the Yu family estate opened its door, and a pair of slender legs stepped down from it. Ruiyi slowly walked over and politely greeted, Hello, you uncle. Ruiyi's visit was uninvited, so Mo Zong, please don't blame me. Upon hearing this, Yulong couldn't help but chuckle lightly. What's Miss Nan saying? Your visit is truly an honor for the Yu family. Ruiyi politely bowed her head to him, and in a soft voice, she asked, You uncle, I wonder if Uncle Heishan and Uncle Duan have arrived yet? Dan Mo shook his head. Yulong calmly smiled and said, They may still be on their way. Miss Nan, let me introduce you to some of the young people here. Feeling that his address was too formal, Ruiyi quickly suggested, Please just call me Ruiyi. Immediately after, Ruiyi followed him to the center of the banquet to greet everyone. As soon as she turned around, she spotted the three people from Feng Lu waiting. Seeing their demeanor, Ruiyi inwardly cursed, such a useless bunch. However, Feng Lu, oblivious to reading the room, boldly stepped forward, putting on an air of sophistication and smiling as he said, Hello Miss Nan, I am Young Feng Lu. Ruiyi immediately stepped back, avoiding his handshake as if it were a disease. She found it disgusting. Feng Lu frowned slightly, retracting his hand, and tried to explain, Of course, Miss Nan, with your noble status, how could you be casually touched? At this moment, Yulong stepped forward to introduce Ruiyi. Let me introduce you, this is my daughter, Yuling. Ruiyi quickly turned her head and greeted her politely. However, in that moment, she noticed a figure standing behind Yuling. The person was none other than Lu Di. He was leisurely holding a glass of wine, walking towards them. But Ruiyi, unlike him, couldn't remain composed. She was so shocked that her eyes nearly popped out.
Lu Di, on his side, had also noticed her. His brows instinctively furrowed. He chuckled lightly, walked over, waved, and greeted, "I am Lu Di." Hearing these words, Ruoyi instinctively frowned. He must be using his real name because he didn't want to reveal his identity. After thinking for a moment, she hurriedly spoke up. "Sir, hello." Lu Di silently observed the woman in front of him, feeling a sense of admiration in his heart. Who would have thought that the obedient girl in the eyes of outsiders was actually the underworld queen of High City, hey who? Shortly after, he suddenly unleashed his own imposing aura, and Ruoya's expression instantly changed. She was certain this was the aura of the second emperor, sir, without a doubt. Her attitude became even more respectful. Seeing her pale face, Feng Lu asked with concern, "Miss Nan, are you all right?" However, Ruoyi didn't respond. He shamelessly continued with his suggestion. "Miss Nan, why don't you come with us to the rest area to take a break?" Unfortunately, Ruoyi didn't give him any face and bluntly rejected. "No need, I'll stay with Lu Di." Upon hearing this, Ziming immediately spoke up, his tone full of contempt. "Miss Nan, Lu Di is not from the Yu family. He's just their driver." These words made Ruoya's face change. She glanced at Lu Di in disbelief. Lu Di, however, didn't care. He remained in his corner, enjoying his drink. Ruoyi assumed he didn't want to do anything overt with her, so she reluctantly nodded in agreement. She softly said, "Then Ruoyi will follow the host's wishes." Feng Lu immediately brightened and said, "That's great." Just after receiving one distinguished guest, the Yu family estate was now preparing to receive 2 more cars. This time, solemn footsteps were heard as He Shan stepped out of one of the cars, slowly making his way into the estate. He had barely taken 2 steps when someone called out to him. Old He was finally caught. The person approaching was Duan Hua. He patted He Shan on the shoulder and spoke up. "Care to explain what happened with my phone?" He Shan snorted coldly upon hearing that and replied, "Old Duan, calm down, will you? It was your own fault. A national official leading a fight, aren't you afraid the younger generation will laugh at you?" Duan Hua curled his lip into a faint smile and said casually, "Old He, you don't have to compensate me for the phone, but at least tell me, have you found that kid yet?" He Shan's eyes widened in anger, and he retorted with a cold snort, "I have my own sources. You think robbing this old man is that easy?" Just then, Yuling came out from inside, smiling as he greeted them. "Old Duan, General He Shan, long time no see." Hearing the voice, Duan Hua turned his head to look and cheerfully replied, "Hey, you rich guy, I'll never understand why you enjoy throwing these pointless banquets." Yuling let out a quiet chuckle and calmly responded, "We've known each other for a long time, wouldn't it be shameful if I didn't make it a proper event?" Then he pointed towards someone in the distance and said, "Today, we also have a distinguished guest." The two, He Shan and Duan Hua, immediately turned to look, their expressions shifting subtly. It was the daughter of Mr. Nan. Yuling gave a slight nod and said, "That's right. Today, the Yu family estate is truly honored, full of important figures attending." At that moment, Ruoyi also came over from afar and greeted them. "Hello Uncle He Shan, Mr. Duan. My father asked me to come and pay his respects to you both." He Shan gave a slight nod and replied, "Very good. Thank Mr. Nan for still remembering us." Duan Hua also nodded in agreement. Indeed, grown-up girls look completely different. "Ruoyi, you're living alone in High City. If you run into any difficulties, just let me know." Feng Lu, standing at a distance, watched the scene and couldn't help but sigh, as expected of Miss Nan, so young yet already having conversations with the elders. Lu Di, who had also witnessed the scene, couldn't help but think of something. I wonder how the 2 leaders will react when they find out Miss Nan's true identity. Of course, the group of elders here was unaware of Lu Di's thoughts. He Shan, still in high spirits, couldn't help but praise, "I must say, this mansion looks truly magnificent." Duanhua gave a slight nod, opened a can of beer, and said with a smile, "Dark Heaven Fiend, High City is not only beautiful, but it's also full of talent. For example, just now, when we were talking, your gaze was already fixed on a figure blending into the crowd." The beer Duanhua had just sipped was immediately spat out. He muttered in astonishment, and then he quickly lifted his foot to walk away. Heishan, puzzled, asked, "Old Duan, what are you doing?" But Duanhua didn't turn around. Heishan stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and said irritably, "Stop right there." Duanhua shook off Heishan's hand and glared at him, warning, "Dark Heaven Fiend, let go of me, don't even think about it." Heishan refused to back down, and the two of them just stood there glaring at each other. Yulong, standing nearby, watched this and was at a loss for words. "What's going on here?" After a while, Heishan turned to Yulong and spoke, "Olju, there are quite a few young people at this banquet. You should introduce them." The situation changed too quickly, and Yulong was a bit taken aback. After a moment, he nodded and replied, "Ah, all right." As soon as he finished speaking, he led the two people toward the others, casually saying, "Let me introduce you." The two people, Heishan, paid no attention to the others and focused solely on Lu Di, who was standing at the center. Without hesitation, Duanhua quickly spoke up, "I don't know, does this young man work here?" Heishan was not one to fall behind and hurriedly said, "Does he have any hobbies or interests?" Seeing this, the group of people from Feng Lu regained their composure. Why is Lu Di the center of attention at today's banquet? Don't they need to do something to earn it? At that moment, Heishan suddenly turned to Yulong and suggested, "Olju, it's been 10 years, we haven't played chess together, have we?" Yulong nodded slightly and replied, "All right, let's go, I'll prepare a bit." As they walked, Heishan whispered, "If I win, you have to agree to one of my requests." Once they had left, Feng Lu clapped his hands to signal. Everyone focused their attention on him, and he smiled before speaking, "Ladies and gentlemen, the lunch banquet is nearly here. The estate has quite a few entertainment activities. We could play some games in the meantime." Ziming, hearing this, nodded in agreement, "Sounds good, I've heard of Mr. Feng Lu's fame, the archery champion. How about we head to the archery range?" Feng Lu hesitated for a moment, thinking it might be better to pass on that. Then he turned toward Ziming and the others. It was said that Ziming was an expert equestrian, and Tian Chang was a sharpshooter, and the estate had both an equestrian field and a shooting range. A little while later, at the Yu family estate's horse ranch, there were many fine breeds of horses. Ziming went over to select a brown horse, its body remarkably sturdy. He turned his head to look at everyone, smugly showing off. "This is an iron-hoofed horse born in the mountains. Its hooves are incredibly tough, a warhorse that all skilled riders dream of." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Di walked over from a distance and reached out to rub the horse's head. Seeing this, Ziming immediately spoke up to warn him. "Lu Di, I advise you to be careful, this horse has a very rough temper." Feng Lu, standing outside, also sneered in disdain. "Ziming is right. This horse has been at the estate for a long time, and no one has successfully tamed it yet." Ziming raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly, his eyes full of smug satisfaction. "I've had the honor of interacting with it. It's very difficult to tame." Hearing this, Lu Di paid no attention. He waved his hand, signaling, "Well, why don't you show everyone how it's done?" Ziming's expression instantly changed. He hesitated for a moment, but then looked toward Ruoyi on the other side. After a brief pause, he made up his mind. He took a deep breath and spoke. "Since Miss Nan is here today, I will do my best to perform for Miss Nan." As soon as he finished, he walked over to the horse and rubbed its head. He stepped onto the stirrup and then jumped onto its back. He sat confidently on the horse with ease. Seeing this, the people around them applauded and cheered. Ziming carefully tapped the horse's flank, signaling it to run. However, after a long while, the horse stood still, unmoving. Ziming panicked for a moment and shouted, "Why isn't it running? Come on, go!"
The people outside were equally embarrassed, unsure how to react. Only Lu Di seemed to have foreseen everything. He curled his lips into a sneer, calmly looking at him, and said indifferently, "I advise you to get off the horse within 10 seconds. Upon hearing this, Ziming immediately became enraged. He gritted his teeth and snapped, "Lu Di, what do you even know? This is about building up momentum," and in a moment he hadn't even finished his sentence when the horse suddenly went berserk. Caught off guard, he was thrown off and fell heavily to the ground. The scene caused Feng Lu and the others outside to panic. Ziming felt utterly humiliated. He lashed out in frustration, pointing directly at Feng Lu and yelling, "What the hell is wrong with that useless horse of yours?" Before Feng Lu could even figure out how to respond, Lu Di interrupted, "The problem lies with you. This is an iron-hoofed horse. A purebred nation M warhorse, born for battle, charging forward for heroes, and never submitting to the weak." As if understanding his words, the horse neighed again, as though it were laughing. Lu Di raised an eyebrow and looked at him provocatively. "Someone like you, with a guilty conscience and nothing but ignorance behind your bravado, how are you worthy of riding a nation M warhorse? What a joke." Ziming, clearly disgruntled, snapped back, "What gives you the right to say that? Clearly, this horse is wild, hard to tame, poorly trained. Even Feng Lu doesn't believe otherwise." He let out a cold snort. "Lu Di, if you're so sure of yourself, why don't you prove you're a hero and try riding it?" Yuling looked at Lu Di in panic, worry flashing in her eyes. At that moment, Lu Di spoke calmly, "I don't need to ride it." As soon as these words were spoken, Ziming immediately snorted in disdain. Lu Di did not refute, he merely narrowed his eyes and watched. He saw the horse let out a long neigh, and shortly afterward, it sat down on the ground, its posture clearly indicating that it had been tamed. Upon witnessing this, Ruoyi immediately spoke up, "Indeed, you are truly a master." Yuling was also quite surprised. She wondered what kind of person Lu Di truly was. Feng Lu, feeling a bit dissatisfied, gritted his teeth and said, "I won't hide it from you too. This brat once beat me at archery, and now he's getting a chance to show off." Tian Chang wasn't in a hurry. He curled his lips into a smile and said, "Shooting is a game for the rich. Someone like him, poor and humble, probably can't even compete. A few attempts at best." Feng Lu paused to think for a moment before speaking, his tone laced with malice. "All right, let me figure out a way to provoke him into playing." Just as Feng Lu had promised, he indeed wanted Lu Di to compete in shooting with Tian Chang, leading everyone to a shooting range. Tian Chang, full of self-pride, boasted, "I've been shooting since I was young, and I must say, my skills aren't bad." He then pointed to a clay target machine and said, "For example, this clay pigeon machine. This machine has two sides for shooting, and if you shoot at the same time, you can hit 70 out of 75 targets. And yet, he calls himself incompetent. He's only a little worse than the Olympic champion's final shot." Hearing this, Yushi sighed and spoke up, "This clay pigeon machine has bullets flying all over the place. Hitting a target in just a few seconds is really difficult." Yuji gently nodded and added, "I've tried practicing before, but I couldn't hit anything. I was so frustrated I almost threw the gun." Tian Chang felt even more pleased upon hearing this, raising his eyebrows in provocation. "I heard Lu Di is an expert in archery, but I wonder how good you are with a gun." Feng Lu also spoke up, his tone laced with mockery. "That's right, Lu Di, you have great talent, but can you still manage with this?" Lu Di didn't respond. "You're waiting for Mo Zone, aren't you? He's merging the ultimate shooting skills for you." Mo Zone even asked if you remembered him. Lu Di raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. "I remember, but when are you going to grow up? I don't need that super cool gun posture." Mo Zone raised an eyebrow and spoke up. "It needs to be perfect, right? Who doesn't like perfection? This machine is leveling up." With that, Lu Di stepped forward, speaking casually. "Stop talking so much. If you want to lose all your face, let me help." He then randomly picked up a gun and loaded it.
Upon hearing this, Tian Chang let out a loud, triumphant laugh.
Haha, alright, let's set up 2 targets, each of you fire 30 shots.
Lu Di ignored him, casually loading the gun before smirking coldly. I'll shoot first, and you can play with what's left.
Without hesitation, Lu Di began to aim and shoot. Feng Lu, standing behind, watched Lu Di's back, his expression turning slightly ugly. This familiar feeling, could this guy be a hidden expert?
He had thought Lu Di would fire directly, but instead, Lu Di suddenly suggested setting up both targets. He aimed at random, firing 70 shots without stopping.
Tian Chang thought Lu Di was just showing off and mocked him. Lu Di, do you think you're good enough for this? This double barrel isn't a toy gun. Even the staff member who opened the beer hesitated and said, Mr. Lu Di, did you perhaps make a mistake? I've never heard of this type of shooting before. However, Lu Di nodded firmly, just do as I say.
With no other choice, the staff member operating the shooting machine continuously triggered the targets. Lu Di's eyes immediately sharpened, and he fired continuously from the gun's launcher. The smoke and flames erupted into the air as the bullets fell from the magazine. Lu Di quickly used 2 fingers to catch one and directly shoved it back into the gun. His movements were so fast that before anyone could even react, he had already aimed and fired again. Smoke and flames burst from the muzzle. Every single target released was hit by him. Seeing this, the onlookers were stunned. He completed the entire sequence in just 1 second. Was he really that proficient? Even Tian Chang was alarmed. What kind of competition was this? He wasn't even human anymore. At the same time, the loud bangs of Lu Di's gunfire caught the attention of the 3 elders who were playing chess nearby. Heishan wondered who could shoot at this level. Twice as fast as his elite soldiers. After thinking for a moment, he turned to look toward the shooting range and immediately spotted Lu Di, holding the gun in an extremely precise stance. His astonishment deepened. It was indeed that freakish kid. Finally, Heishan couldn't hold back any longer. He urgently spoke, Olju, today I'm risking it all to win this chess game against you. On the other side, at the shooting range, all the targets had been shot to pieces, scattered across the ground. Beneath Lu Di's feet, there were also empty bullet casings. He retrieved his gun, casually lit a cigarette, raised an eyebrow at everyone, and spoke, You all take your time, I'll go check on those old guys over there. Without waiting for anyone to respond, he turned and walked away. Yuling watched his retreating figure. In the Yu family courtyard, the chess game between the 2 elders was nearing its final stages. Heishan placed a white piece on the board before speaking, Olju, I'm afraid you're going to lose this game. He wasn't wrong. Yulong glanced at the board, but after a long pause, he couldn't make his next move. Seeing this, Heishan grew more pleased and added, I won't be shy about making my request. At the same time, Duan Hua, who had been observing them from outside, sighed quietly. It's true that a big shot can crush you, even playing chess, he has to give way. Looks like someone's about to meet their end. At this point, Yulong appeared somewhat puzzled and spoke up, Heishan, I don't get it. You're a general, yet why would someone like you need to ask a small businessman like me for help? Heishan chuckled softly and happily replied, Your Yu family estate is filled with talent. I envy it, and to be honest, I need someone. Upon hearing this, Yulong instinctively furrowed his brow and grumbled in dissatisfaction, You're really flip-flopping. In the beginning, I had to keep pestering you before you finally responded to the Taisi people. Now you're asking again? Heishan gently shook his head in denial. No, I didn't touch the Taisi group. I only need one person. Yulong grew even more suspicious. He asked doubtfully, Who? Without hesitation, Heishan pointed toward the person walking in their direction. Yulong followed the direction of his hand and saw Lu Di approaching them. His expression changed slightly, and he exclaimed in disbelief, You want Lu Di? Immediately after, he shook his head and advised, Old hey, don't you know? Lu Di is too fragile. What are you bringing the boy into the army for? To drive trucks?
Don't be ridiculous. With a slight snort, Heishan curled his lips. If that kid is weak, then my subordinates don't even count as men. Then he placed another stone on the board and said smugly, your white stones are locked down. The formation is complete. You've lost. And while I'm at it, let me tell you, Yulong, this move of yours is called Nine Dragon Tail. Even a Go Master wouldn't be able to resolve it. Yulong protested, slightly upset, old hey, you can't do this. But at that moment, a pair of hands suddenly appeared, picked up a stone, and without hesitation, placed it on the board. Yulong glanced over and cried out in astonishment, Ludi? Ludi ignored him, turned to Heishan with a smile, and said, General Heishan, please take another look at the board. Hearing this, Heishan also looked down, his expression changing slightly. He stared at Ludi in surprise and asked suspiciously, Brother, what's the name of this move? Raising an eyebrow with a smug expression, Ludi casually said, it's a porcupine stretching. Duan Hua, upon hearing this, nodded in approval. Initially, it had only shown a soft, weak belly, but shortly afterward, it could step on its enemy with sharp, pointed steel quills. Very impressive. Heishan also nodded, feeling impressed. Quite good. If this chessboard has been solved, old you, then it's our turn to test our skills. Yulong, upon hearing this, shook his head in refusal. Test skills? I'm hungry. Has the banquet been prepared? Soon after, the group made their way to the dining hall at the estate. It was filled with an array of exquisite delicacies, incredibly tempting. Yulong and the two elders sat in the central positions. Yulong, representing the group, smiled and said, Today's banquet is to warmly welcome Heishan and Duan Hua for their visit. Let's dine together and chat with the younger generation. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into silence. Tian Chang and Zi Ming both showed signs of concern. Seeing that no one spoke up, Yulong looked at Yuling and smiled, it seems that the younger generation these days is quite cautious. Let's start with Ling Ling. Yuling, upon hearing this, stood up from her seat. She slowly opened her mouth and said, I'm sure everyone here knows that the Hilong Corporation has officially started operations. We will be holding a charity event called Gushindi. It is not for the purpose of selling goods, but rather to join hands with everyone to raise funds. I hope everyone will support and participate. She smiled as she looked at the others and said, Thank you. As soon as she finished speaking, the two elders, Heishan and Duan Hua, nodded slightly, showing their satisfaction. Yulong was also very pleased with her plan. But at this moment, a hand suddenly raised and interrupted. Wait a moment. The one who spoke was Feng Lu. He glared at Yuling and questioned her. Ling Ling, do you mean to treat us like a charity organization? Having said that, he glanced around at the others and slowly declared. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to inform you all of something. Mr. Lu has signed a business contract with me. Upon hearing this, Zi Ming nodded in agreement. That's right. The reputation of Gushindi is well known to everyone. When the time comes, the welcomed product will be a matter of course. Feng Lu seemed confident in his victory. He looked over at Yulong on the other side and said seriously, Father, this mission cannot afford any mistakes. It would be better to prioritize business. Yuling grew even more anxious. She hesitated and looked at her father, her face showing clear signs of worry. At that moment, Ludi suddenly yawned, breaking the tense atmosphere. In the meantime, a round of applause echoed. Tian Chang raised an eyebrow, looking at everyone, and spoke up. In the field of business, I have achieved a bit of success myself. To be honest, I am also about to launch a secret company. Hearing this, Duan Hua spoke in a deep voice. Today has truly been an eye-opener. Indeed, the younger generation deserves respect. Ruiyi, seeing that everyone else had finished speaking, was not willing to be outdone. She stood up and laughed. Ladies and gentlemen, Ruiyi is just a small-time antiques dealer. I must have made everyone laugh. Tian Chang looked at her and, smiling, teased. Miss Nan is too modest.
Even if you were to combine all of us together, we wouldn't be able to compare to this young lady. Yulong nodded in agreement. That's right, with Miss Nan's abilities, there really is no need for much explanation.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Di snorted and scolded. Trash. This made both Feng Lu and Ziming angry. Feng Lu, visibly upset, looked at him and asked, "What did you just say, Lu brother?"
Lu Di remained unflustered and slowly repeated his words.
"I said, oh Yang Feng Lu, Zhou Tianchang, Lu Ziming, all three of you are trash." Feng Lu clenched his teeth and angrily spoke, daring to insult them in broad daylight. Lu Di shrugged indifferently, took a bite of chicken leg, pouted, and said,
"Your achievements, in my eyes, are nothing but trash." As soon as these words left his mouth, Tianchang responded, his tone full of contempt. "You're just a driver with no talent. What right do you have to comment on our achievements?" Lu Di placed the chicken leg in his hand down and calmly replied, "I never intended to boast in the first place." Feng Lu glared at him, sneering as he scolded. "You're just a clown dancing to entertain us." Lu Di merely curled his lips, indifferent to them, and casually said, "One of my elders once taught me that, as a young person, you must dare to think and act, and not let everything slide." While everyone was still in shock, he continued,
"Don't you all want to organize a concert?"
"Well, it's bound to become the biggest laughingstock of the year." His words infuriated Feng Lu. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Lu Di, are you trying to jinx us? On what basis do you dare to say such things?" Yuling on this side was also very confused. She did not expect him to dare speak like that, but Lu Di was very confident as he said, "That's not a curse, I just want to speak my mind, because I only want to help Ling Ling organize a charity gala." He said he wanted to organize it alongside them on a street by the beach, about 1 kilometer away from Wang Tian Square. Upon hearing this, Feng Lu sneered with contempt and said, "Do you really think a few dilapidated buildings on that beachside street can be compared to how families won Tian Square?" Tianchang also mocked him, saying, "Lu Di, did you suffer some great blow that you've started spouting nonsense like this?" Lu Di calmly smiled and said, "A ruthless businessman like you dares to laugh? The tourist route causes harm to agricultural land and even forcibly seizes farmers' land without any compensation." Tianchang's face changed instantly, he trembled, feeling guilty, and said, "You're spitting false accusations. Do you have any proof?" Lu Di narrowed his eyes and looked at him, casually smiling as he said, "Then just wait, within an hour someone will bring you the 500 million debt." The party had already gotten out of control, and Yulong could no longer hold back, reprimanding, "Lu Di, what's wrong with you today? Spouting such nonsense, I'm truly disappointed." Tianchang also nodded, suggesting, "I have an idea, let's take Lu Di outside first to calm him down." Lu Di pursed his lips and said, "I haven't even finished speaking yet." As soon as he finished saying that, a loud bang of a table echoed in anger. Feng Lu, irate, looked at Lu Di and scolded, "Enough, mocking us is one thing, but do you even dare to slander Miss Nan?" Tianchang, who was sitting beside them, added, "I'm still a bit curious. A perfect person like Miss Nan here, what kind of lies could you possibly come up with?" Lu Di, upon hearing this, glanced at Ruoyi and muttered, "Miss Nan, huh?" When Ruoyi heard him mention her, she immediately straightened her back, tense and awaiting what would come next. Yulong, now becoming anxious, hastily reminded, "Lu Di, be careful with your words. Miss Nan is not someone you can casually comment on." But Lu Di, not paying attention at all, casually pulled out a cigarette and put it between his lips. Tianchang, watching the scene unfold like a spectator at a play, curled his lips into a smile and said, "Lu Di, have you lost your mind?" However, just as he finished speaking, something astonishing happened. Lu Di's cigarette suddenly lit up, and yet he hadn't even touched it. It was Ruoyi who had lit it for him. Lu Di remained unflustered, smoothly taking a drag from the cigarette. This turn of events caused the people at the dining table to start murmuring among themselves.
What is Miss Nan trying to do? Why did she take the initiative to light a cigarette for him? Tian Chang looked at her in a panic, disbelief written all over his face. Miss Nan, you must be mistaken, right? He's just a driver. Why would you light a cigarette for him?
With a faint smile on her lips, Ruoyi replied nonchalantly, there's no particular reason.
It's just because this gentleman wanted to smoke. Yulong stood up in surprise. Ruoyi? Did you just call Lu Di sir? Dan Mo nodded. Ruoyi calmly responded, don't just talk about lighting his cigarette. Even if this gentleman wanted me to die, I, Ruoyi, would always be willing.
At this moment, Yulong could no longer hide the fear in his heart.
He hesitated before speaking. Ruoyi, may I ask a question? What is your relationship with Lu Di?
Ruoyi glanced at Lu Di for a moment, then, showing great understanding, she spoke, Sir, I cannot say more than what Mr. Lu has permitted. At that moment, the sound of a cell phone ringing suddenly shattered the atmosphere.
It was Tian Chang's phone, and he hurriedly picked it up.
A panicked voice quickly came from the other side, Mr. Zhou, this is bad, we're about to go bankrupt.
Tian Chang was struck as if by lightning. He didn't believe it and asked in disbelief, what did you say? Say that again, how is that possible? The voice on the other end urgently explained, Mr. Zhou, do you know Germany?
The travelers who love to tour on Germany just contacted us, saying our tourism route has destroyed the ecosystem and taken away people's land.
Tian Chang bit his lip hard, and angrily said, if these pieces of evidence are made public, won't our company go bankrupt?
The person on the other end continued reporting, revealing that, in addition to exposing the issue, they also demanded the return of 120 completely new tourism routes, with the key demand being that they should be completely free of charge.
At this point, Tian Chang could no longer remain calm.
The phone in his hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, while the voice from the other side kept coming through, Mr. Zhou, someone is causing trouble, please help me. Tian Chang, panicked and horrified, sat down in a chair, unable to say a word. The others at the dining table didn't dare make a sound.
Waiting until he regained his composure, Tian Chang pointed at Lu Di and questioned, was this all you're doing? What is your relationship with Germany? Upon hearing this, Ruoyi suddenly thought of a question.
The professor had told them to address someone as the second emperor, so could it be that the divine figure Emperor 1, the founder of the company Shuangzi, and Emperor 3 were all involved? But before she could confirm her thoughts, Lu Di spoke up. Quite coincidentally, the CEO of the company that founded Germany, Zhang Tianjia, is my college friend.
Biting his lip in anger, Tian Chang became even more furious. So it's you. Why didn't I realize sooner that you were connected with these influential people? It's because you are wicked and deserve what's coming to you.
Lu Di raised an eyebrow and smiled, but in his heart, he felt quite pleased, thinking to himself that he only needed a hint of thought.
At that moment, Tian Chang could no longer hold back.
He suddenly jumped onto the table, then launched an attack with a swipe. He yelled fiercely, if I have no way out, don't think you'll get to live either. Before Lu Di could act, a slender foot suddenly kicked towards him.
Ruoyi pressed his foot down on the table, then without hesitation, kicked him off.
Lu Di narrowed his eyes and coldly said, if there's anyone to blame, it's you all.
You had to make a profit off the concert.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Feng Lu immediately looked startled, and even Ximning tensed up, trembling with anxiety. At this moment, Yulong was filled with respect towards Lu Di. He quickly spoke up, Mr. Lu, I truly have been blind, and I deeply apologize for my disrespect.
Lu Di immediately stepped forward to support him.
Old you, there's no need to be so polite.
Yulong cautiously spoke. Mr. Lu, may I ask if you have any plans for the future? How about staying at the Yu family for a few more days?
Lu Di gently shook his head and replied calmly.
I've always been someone who goes straight to the point. Once I eliminate the evil, I will leave on my own accord without any guilt.
Before Yulong could speak, He Shan on the other side opened his mouth to praise. I truly did not misjudge the young man Lu Di, arrogant and overbearing, but loyal and righteous. With that, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Di, saying,
If the family matters have been discussed, let us continue with national affairs.
At that moment, a large number of military vehicles suddenly appeared outside the Yu family estate.
They gradually entered the compound.
Furthermore, armed soldiers began to storm into the dining room.
In an instant, the area was surrounded by the military.
Heishan glanced at everyone and spoke in a deep voice. Today, I've summoned the national army here. Those I've always held in high regard are still not enough to make me bow.
Please, follow me and the army. Duanhua, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but express his dissatisfaction.
Dark Heaven Fiend, you're too cruel.
You actually mobilized the army here.
Cruel? Heishan snorted coldly and replied. Heishan, I've reached where I am today purely based on my own strength. He then turned to look at Yulong and said. Old Yu, hurry and have your juniors withdraw, they have no right to know about this matter.
Yulong hurriedly nodded, then gave another order to a Fu.
Steward, see the guests out first. Under a Fu's guidance, the people in the dining room began to leave one after another.
Ruai had not left yet. She stood behind Lu Di and called out softly.
Sir. He gently shook his head to reassure her.
It's all right.
In the end, only the three elders and Lu Di remained.
To break the tense atmosphere, Lu Di took the initiative to speak. General Heishan, I wasn't wrong, was I? You couldn't win that last move.
Heishan raised his eyebrows and chuckled.
Boy Lu Di, you're actually able to win over the younger generation so thoroughly even I must concede.
As he said this, Heishan's expression suddenly turned serious. He raised his voice and called out.
Shao Lu Di. Lu Di immediately straightened up and responded. Present, elder.
Heishan looked at him intently and said calmly.
Take this as me begging you. Lu Di was completely confused. He scratched his head awkwardly. General Heishan, what do you mean by this?
Heishan hesitated for a moment before speaking.
I sincerely want to say this to you. I've always valued talent as if it were life itself.
But this time, I hope what you're about to do won't cost lives. The more he heard, the less he understood. Lu Di looked at him, not knowing how to react. Before Heishan could reply, Duanhua spoke in a deep voice. There's a project in my army that's been in preparation for a very long time. For an ordinary person, it would undoubtedly be a death sentence.
But for you, perhaps not.
Lu Di glanced at him and frowned, asking, I want to know the specifics. Duanhua was eager to speak, but Heishan raised a hand to stop him. No, this is state secret business.
If you hear anything, you must come with me. Upon hearing this, Lu Di did not press the matter further. He pouted and said, Then I won't listen anymore.
As soon as these words left his mouth, both Heishan and Duanhua fell silent. Heishan seemed to want to say something but hesitated, looking extremely uncomfortable. He snorted coldly, You're really getting on my nerves. At the same time, outside the Yu family estate, a slow step approached. The gatekeeper saw the person and reminded him, Old man, this area is under martial law.
Don't wander around.
To the gatekeeper's surprise, the one approaching was Mr. De, though he had changed into a neatly pressed outfit. He smiled and spoke, Boy, let me show you something, then you can decide if you'll let me in.
The gatekeeper looked at him in astonishment, questioning, What is it that you want me to see?
Mr. De said nothing, but took out a badge from his pocket and pinned it to his left chest. As soon as the gatekeeper saw it, he straightened up and respectfully greeted, Greetings, old hero.
Mr. De chuckled softly and replied nonchalantly, This is from when I treated the children on the battlefield. Old hero? Don't make a fuss about it. Just let me in to visit a few old friends.
The gatekeeper nodded slightly and quickly said, Please wait here, I'll go notify them right away. Meanwhile, inside the dining room of the estate, Heishan, unable to convince Lu Di gently, shifted to using his authority to force him.
Lu Di, today, whether you want to go or not, you are going.
Just as he finished speaking, a deep voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Hei. Hearing that familiar voice, He Shan immediately turned around, his face shifting from anger to surprise, exclaiming, Big brother, what are you doing here? Even Duan Hua and Yulong, both of whom were present, respectfully addressed him. Big brother. Lu Di raised his brows, spotting Mr. De, and, surprised, called out, Master. Mr. De raised an eyebrow, looked at him, and smiled as he spoke. Wine. Before Lu Di could fetch the wine for him, Duan Hua had already respectfully poured it for him, saying, Boss, please. However, Mr. De just scoffed coldly, not even taking a sip. Upon seeing this, Lu Di quickly brought over a bottle of fine wine, saying with a smile, Master, I have prepared a bottle of excellent wine just for you, please have a taste. Upon hearing this, Mr. De nodded in satisfaction. Still, Lu Di understands me. Xiao Lu Di usually helps me tidy up the hospital, and no one else is allowed to take it away. Upon hearing this, He Shan anxiously said, Big brother, I have a military duty I must follow, you should at least give me a little face, right? Mr. De scoffed, curling his lip. No. Yulong, on the other side, also spoke up to advise. Old He, if we don't decisively get rid of him, those who don't know will think that I, Yulong, have made a serious mistake. He Shan, being pressured like this, grew even more anxious. He bit his lip and said, Old Ju, do you really think Lu Di is just an ordinary person? Yulong furrowed his brow and asked, Isn't he? He Shan didn't answer directly. Instead, he suddenly asked, Do you know the level of the army under my command? Yulong vaguely nodded and replied, I know. He Shan glanced at Lu Di, then turned to Yulong, and continued, Previously, a few of my soldiers had some misunderstandings with Lu Di, a team of 6 people, 43 seconds. Saying this, he pointed at Lu Di and continued fiercely, he knocked all of them down. Yulong stared at Lu Di in disbelief. Seeing Yulong's reaction, He Shan went on, Don't think that just because there are many soldiers here today, if it really comes to a fight, they might not be Lu Di's opponents. Yulong couldn't believe his ears. He stared at Lu Di for a long while before lowering his head, speaking respectfully, It seems I was blind. At this moment, Mr. D interjected, Xiao Hei, the matter you wish to pursue, the elder brother already knows about it. Mr. De sighed, then spoke in a deep voice, I know that the national affairs require attention right now. He Shan was surprised, exclaiming, as expected of the elder brother, even such a top-secret matter, you already know about it. Looks like you are not idle either. Duan Hua also chimed in, the elder brother is still being invited to return and lead the research and development department, which definitely makes him much busier than we are. Mr. De nodded slightly and calmly said, the rise and fall of the country is everyone's responsibility. Even an old man like me is willing to lend a hand. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on He Shan's face. He quickly asked, Is that true? Dan Mo nodded, and Mr. De continued, As for Lu Di, when the time comes, I will make arrangements. He had spoken, and He Shan no longer insisted. Without hesitation, he agreed, fully prepared to follow his elder brother's instructions. Having said that, He Shan turned to Lu Di and asked, Are we discussing something, and you have no doubts at all? Lu Di smiled lightly and answered calmly, I may be inexperienced, but I can probably guess 9 out of 10 things. How could I have any doubts? A look of surprise briefly appeared on He Shan's face. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed. Lu Di slowly voiced his speculation, if I'm not mistaken, UD is also involved, and there might even be a connection to the Hilong group. If we gather all the noteworthy human news from international websites, it could mean the transformation of humanity. Yulong fixed his gaze on him, stammering, unable to finish his sentence. He Shan and Duan Hua exchanged looks, seemingly thinking of something. Sensing their thoughts, Mr. D immediately waved his hand to deny it. Don't look at me, I haven't said anything. Lu Di glanced at them and smirked, by the looks on your faces, I guess I wasn't wrong, right? But I suggest that Yulong should pay more attention to Ouyang Fenglu. Upon hearing the warning, Yulong sighed and said, Feng Lu comes from a humble background, so he can't help but be a bit tempted by the Yu family's wealth.
I was just about to ask you to keep an eye on him. Me?
Lu Di pointed to himself, puzzled.
What does that have to do with you?
However, after thinking for a moment, Lu Di finally smiled faintly.
With confidence, he spoke, what can a mere young Feng Lu do?
I can make him fall into eternal defeat instantly. These words caused a slight change in Yulong's expression.
He hesitated before speaking, Lu Di, this matter doesn't need to go that far.
Realizing his own discourtesy, Lu Di softened his tone and said, Indeed, I may have acted a bit rashly. The soldiers were all dressed in camouflage, so I had no way of determining their identities.
He Shan nodded slightly in praise, your powers of observation are truly admirable.
It's somewhat of a waste that you haven't participated in our reform project.
Lu Di nearly smiled faintly without replying.
You keep referring to him as Mr. De, and as for the military conducting experiments, I will guarantee on Lu Di's behalf that nothing will be leaked, he said, casting a glance at Lu Di before continuing, Lu Di, I'm tired.
Take me back.
Yes, sir, Lu Di replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement, and left together with Mr. De.
He Shan hurried to follow and suggested in a low voice, Brother, why don't we go back with you?
It would be more convenient to further discuss the plan. However, Mr. De flatly refused, there's no need for such trouble. The three men from He Shan's group were somewhat unwilling, but had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the manor, Feng Lu and his group stood outside, looking a bit flustered.
What on earth was going on?
At first, the Yu family was surrounded by armed forces, and then Lu Di stayed inside with two high-ranking figures until now. Feng Lu bit his lip harshly and said through gritted teeth, Lu Di is clearly just an arrogant fool who brought trouble upon himself. However, just as he finished speaking, the large door suddenly opened.
Mr. De and Lu Di appeared from inside, with soldiers standing on either side, immediately saluting the two of them, or more accurately, saluting Mr. De.
The three of Feng Lu immediately understood the situation and shut their mouths. They straightened their backs and adopted a very serious posture.
Lu Di basically ignored them.
He looked toward Ruai Yi and instructed, regarding your career, I will find a way to change a few things.
I will contact you after we return. Understood, sir. Ruai Yi nodded without hesitation and agreed.
The Yu family banquet thus ended, and Mr. De and Lu Di walked out together. Lu Di expressed his gratitude, Master, thank you for helping me out of that situation. Mr. De chuckled softly and said indifferently, You little rascal, if I hadn't shown up, would they have let you off the hook?
Lu Di hesitated for a moment and then asked, So, Master, what about you?
Mr. De spoke slowly, You have exceptional natural talent, a future without limits. While my old name still holds some weight, I will help you build connections with the military. Lu Di was momentarily stunned, then nodded and replied, Thank you, Master. At that moment, a convoy slowly approached from behind. A white vehicle pulled up beside Mr. De, it was He Shan's car.
He stuck his head out of the back seat and said with a smile, Boss, let me see you off.
Mr. De glanced at him and snorted lightly, shooing him away, Go on, quickly. He Shan sighed helplessly, and then the convoy quickly departed. At this moment, Mr. De continued the conversation, Xiao Lu Di, your progress has exceeded even my expectations. You truly have the ability to defeat He Shan's army. Back then, when I saved you, I discovered your unique constitution, possessing such a perfect gene code.
Simply put, you are the one chosen by heaven.
Lu Di shook his head in denial upon hearing this, I'm just a bit lucky, that's all. Then, he leaned close to his ear and whispered, Old man, where did you get the fake eye you gave me? Mr. De thought for a moment, then pouted and said, I forgot which medical institution I took it from, but I can assure you it was sterilized. These words left Lu Di somewhat helpless.
He could only smile wryly. All right, fine.
At that moment, Mr. De suddenly placed his hand on Lu Di's shoulder, then spoke seriously, Lu Di, with such talent, you are a blessing for our nation. See. When the country needs you, I hope you will take on some responsibility. Lu Di was stunned and looked at him, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. After a long silence, he nodded lightly and replied, "Old man, I will definitely do my best." On the other side, in a small forest near the estate, the three people from Feng Lu were gathered. Because of the recent events at the estate, all three were extremely angry, especially Tian Chang. He angrily punched the trunk of a nearby ancient tree, gritting his teeth with a face full of resentment. "He made me lose everything, I will make sure he doesn't live in peace." Feng Lu slightly furrowed his brows and asked, "So, what can you do to him? Don't you see the strong backing he has?" The solid support let out a faint grunt. Tian Chung coldly said, "Can you protect him for a full 24 hours? I will find the most dangerous criminals and secretly take his life." Feng Lu listened with increasing smugness, thinking to himself that this person was truly a fool without a brain. This was exactly what he wanted. At that moment, a tremor suddenly shook the ground, startling all three of them. They looked off into the distance and saw smoke and fire erupting in the forest again. He Shan's soldiers had been surrounded by smoke, their vision completely obscured. While they weren't paying attention, a shadow swiftly passed by the military vehicle. The soldiers, realizing too late, were thrown aside by the force of the figure's internal energy. Without hesitation, the person charged toward a nearby vehicle, and with a surge of powerful internal energy, struck the vehicle's glass, causing it to crack. At the same time, the entire scene was captured by Mr. De and Lu Di from the cliffside. Mr. De spoke calmly, "It seems someone is trying to assassinate Xiao He." He then looked at Lu Di and asked, "Can you stop her?" Lu Di didn't respond immediately. He was quietly observing her. Her speed and strength were not those of an ordinary person, but he wasn't afraid. He stomped his foot on the ground. In an instant, his figure vanished from the cliffside as he darted down below like a flash of lightning. In the forest, the female assassin had already broken open the car door. She quickly leaned in, searching for her target. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred that made her eyes widen in horror. He Shan suddenly burst out from within, sending a powerful burst of inner energy toward her. She hastily raised her arms to block the attack, and in that very moment, she attempted to take advantage of the distraction. Her left hand pulled out a dagger, intending to strike him by surprise. But things didn't go her way. Someone suddenly appeared, interrupting the battle. Lu Di had leapt down from the cliff above, his fist clenched tightly. Without a moment of hesitation, he punched the female assassin straight in the chest. That single punch sent her flying backward. At that moment, Mo Zong jumped in and spoke up. After comparing body data, he estimated that the similarity rate with her was up to 95%. Hearing this, Lu Di couldn't help but frown and mutter, "It's her." At the same time, on a cliff not far away, three people, Feng Lu and his companions, were also watching the battle unfold. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Tian Chung trembled and exclaimed, "Am I seeing things?" Zi Ming said with a crooked mouth, "You're not seeing things, Tian Chang. Didn't you once say you wanted to die together with Lu Di?" Recalling what he had said not long ago, Tian Chang grew even more panicked. He stammered, "I didn't say that, I take it back." With that, he turned and ran away. Before disappearing, he didn't forget to warn them. Lu Di is someone you can't afford to mess with. You two deal with it yourselves. Below the cliff, He Shan was slightly surprised by his appearance. He walked over and asked, "Are you all right?" "It's all right." Lu Di gently shook his head and responded, then he asked with some doubt, "General He Shan, can you guess who might have been behind the assassination attempt?" He Shan thought for a moment before speaking. "Being targeted for assassination is nothing unusual for me. Based on the attire she was wearing, she likely belongs to an international assassin organization, but it's hard to pinpoint which group exactly." Lu Di furrowed his brows in thought. Just as he was about to ask something else, Mr. Da's voice interrupted, "He Shan, you owe Lu Di a life." He Shan was slightly startled and looked at him, then nodded and replied, "I will never forget the life-saving grace." At that moment, He Shan's subordinates arrived to report, saying that they had searched all surrounding areas but found no trace of the assassin.
Heishan wasn't expecting much, so he quickly ordered the scene to be cleared. This matter must not leak out.
The soldiers nodded in acknowledgement and left. Once Heishan finished giving his orders, he turned to Mr. Din and Lu Di and spoke, "It seems the enemy's forces are not insignificant."
Mr. Di replied in a low voice, "I understand. We will investigate as soon as possible."
At this point, Lu Di suddenly interrupted, "General Heishan, the incident happened right in the Yu family's compound.
Don't you find that strange?"
Without hesitation, Heishan shook his head. "Lu Di, I can assure you that old Yu is not the kind of person you're thinking of. As for me, I've encountered assassins everywhere."
Hearing this, Lu Di didn't press further.
He smirked and said, "General Heishan truly has extraordinary composure. Even in the face of danger, you remain calm."
I, as a junior, am in awe. Heishan refused to give his opinion, frowning as he said, "The only reason someone would want to assassinate me is to interfere with the experimental plans of our nation. See, rather than wasting time looking for assassins, it's better to spend that time accelerating the pace of research." Lu Di also didn't want to get too involved.
He quickly bid farewell to the elders and returned to the Yu family's estate.
He called Mo Zong and asked him to open the video about human modification for him.
After watching it, he fell into deep silence.
What had happened at the Yu family was truly an unimaginably complicated issue.
He needed to carefully consider his next steps, and the night passed just like that. The next morning, as Lu Di stepped out of his room, he encountered Yuling.
He smiled at her and asked, "CEO Ling, where are you planning to go today?"
Yuling was startled when she saw him and quickly said, "Mr. Lu Di, my father has already said that, for now, you are a distinguished guest of the Yu family, so I must not speak loudly." Lu Di leaned closer to her and spoke, "I have something I want to discuss with you today." Yuling hesitated for a moment, then nodded and replied, "All right, then please come with me to Li Muyan's counseling office."
Lu Di didn't ask many questions.
He simply followed her downstairs to the car, and they drove off. Their car quickly sped along the road, with Lu Di at the wheel. However, it seemed as though Yuling had something on her mind, as she kept fidgeting with the pen in her hand.
Lu Di glanced at her through the rearview mirror and hesitantly asked, "Miss Yude, is something bothering you?"
Yuling looked up at him, frowning as she asked, "I want to know who you are." She also wanted to understand how many misunderstandings there had been about him in the past. Hearing this, Lu Di hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Seeing this, Yuling sighed and shook her head.
"It's fine if you don't want to say. I don't have any right to ask."
Lu Di didn't answer, he only curled his lips into a mocking smile.
Identity is indeed an interesting thing, how people treat you changes based on it.
Not hearing his reply, Yuling spoke up again.
"As for the concert, you're not planning on becoming the laughingstock, are you?"
Lu Di sneered coldly, pouting as he said, "Do I look like someone who enjoys being a joke?" Yuling hesitated as she looked at him, then after a long pause, she firmly said, "Actually, even if you lose, I won't hold it against you." Smiling faintly, Lu Di teasingly said, "Well then, when the time comes, just take me out for some snacks."
Yuling couldn't help but frown, confused as she asked, "Snacks? Why would we buy snacks?"
Lu Di glanced at her, speaking nonchalantly, "To share with the kids."
"No one else is going to help you perform." Yuling's expression changed slightly as she asked in astonishment, "You mean you want those disabled children from the hospital to join the performance?" Without any hesitation, Lu Di nodded.
Upon hearing this, Yuling became even more resolute. "Then when the time comes, I'll bring the kids to the gathering and have them participate in his performance contest." While they were talking, the car had already stopped in front of a small clinic. Immediately, Yuling led the way out of the car. She glanced at Lu Di and reminded him, "Lu Di, I hope you'll keep this journey of mine a secret." Hearing these words, Lu Di immediately smiled slyly and said, "Don't worry, everyone has their moments of abnormality."
"I will keep your secret."
Yuling puffed her cheeks in anger, but she couldn't do anything to him. With no other choice, she walked to the clinic door and rang the bell. Soon after, a beautiful woman stepped out from inside. Upon seeing the visitor, the woman's face briefly showed a hint of surprise. At this moment, Mo Zong jumped in to remind Lu Di. She seemed like a polite person on the outside, but her inner nature was actually quite cruel. This woman's name was Li Muyen, 26 years old, a PhD in psychology from Guilin University, and a senior hypnosis master. Muyen walked up to Yuling and smiled, saying, "Ling Ling, come here." Then, she noticed someone standing beside her and frowned, asking, "Who is this?" Yuling quickly introduced, "I've mentioned him before, this is Lu Di." Muyen blinked in disbelief and looked at him. Lu Di politely nodded and greeted, "Hello, miss." However, just as he finished speaking, he noticed her staring at him with bright eyes, licking her lips with an expression of interest. After the greeting, they entered the clinic. The inside was neatly arranged, and Lu Di didn't do anything, simply sitting on a chair, waiting for the two women. At that moment, Mo Zong suddenly appeared and shouted, "Lu Di!" He was startled and, feeling dissatisfied, said, "You scared me by shouting out of nowhere." Mo Zong didn't mind and quickly spoke up, "Lu Di, I found something very interesting in the computer of that wild doctor." Wild doctor. Lu Di frowned slightly and muttered, "That woman just now? What was that?" Mo Zong calmly replied, "They're all very detailed behavioral records related to you." What Mo Zong referred to was a report analyzing Lu Di's preferences and recent actions. Mo Zong spoke slowly. The analysis breaks down each behavior, examines the underlying motives, explores the psychological manifestations, and finally draws up a hypnosis plan. After hearing this, Lu Di frowned and asked, "Analyzing me? Check if there's any record of Yuling." Mo Zong nodded and checked. After a while, he spoke, "Yuling has been coming here at least 3 times a month for the past 3 years, but there are no medical records kept. According to the computer data, Li Muyen is a legitimate doctor." Lu Di couldn't help but sneer, "A legitimate doctor, really?" Even so, Lu Di didn't do anything. He simply sat still and waited. Sure enough, the prey soon presented itself. Muyen walked out from inside, holding a cup of tea in her hand. She placed it on the table. She smiled gently. "Ling Ling has been under a lot of mental stress lately. Let her rest for a while." Right after that, she sat down across from Lu Di, her demeanor slightly seductive. Lu Di smirked in satisfaction. Step 1 of the hypnosis plan, creating mental confusion for himself. At that moment, Muyen spoke again, "Mr. Lu Di, being Yuling's driver must be exhausting, right? Would you like to relax a little and take a break?" She said that through psychological guidance, she could help him fall into a deeply relaxed sleep. This was the second step of the plan to fake hypnosis as a deep sleep service. Lu Di didn't say anything. Muyen, on the other hand, fiddled with the remote control placed nearby. She leaned closer to him, smiling as she spoke, "Mr. Lu, usually, people don't even get the chance to offer this kind of service. I'm only letting you experience it today because of Yuling's favor." Muyen glanced at Lu Di, her expression somewhat coquettish. In a soft voice, she asked, "Mr. Lu, is that all right?" If Mo Zong hadn't reminded him, Lu Di might have already fallen for her gentle trap. He was on guard, but still nodded in agreement. Satisfied with achieving her goal, Muyen became even more smug, flashing a bright smile as she said, "That's great, Mr. Lu. You can lie down in whatever position is most comfortable for you." Lu Di casually nodded and then leaned back in the chair. At this moment, Muyen took out a pocket watch from her bag. She held it in front of Lu Di, calmly saying, "Mr. Lu, please focus your attention on this watch." Lu Di followed her instructions, intently watching the watch swing back and forth before him. Muyen, at this point, believed her actions had been a complete success. Little did she know, Lu Di had already figured out her plan. He had called Mo Zong outside, and she had already begun the hypnosis. Mo Zong, fully understanding the situation, quickly integrated subconscious hypnosis for Lu Di, who also had the ability to resist it. Muyen was unaware of the actions of the person and the machine, continuing with her hypnosis process. She spoke slowly, "Lu Di, listen to me. Right now, your body is relaxing, and you feel very comfortable. Lu Di's eyes immediately went vacant, her voice constantly ringing in his ears. He was walking barefoot on a warm sand beach, and the sunlight in the distance grew brighter and brighter. I will count down from 3, and you will trust me completely. You will tell me all of your secrets. As she saw the confusion in his eyes deepening, Mu Yan began the countdown. However, as soon as she reached 1, something unusual happened. Lu Di calmly lit a cigarette. He took a puff and blew out a cloud of smoke right in front of her face. By then, her eyes were vacant. He reached out and touched her chin, grinning mischievously as he asked, Li Mu Yan, tell me, are you a prostitute? Having lost all consciousness, Mu Yan answered honestly, I'm not. The first time was with a senior in the dormitory, the next time was at the clinic with a patient several times. The more she spoke, the harder it was for Lu Di to listen. He ordered her to stop. What kind of reckless life is this? I don't know anymore. Taking a deep breath, Lu Di continued to give orders. Tell me, why did you come up with a hypnosis plan for me? Mu Yan numbly replied. Ling Ling wanted to know your secret, but yesterday, she changed her mind. But I'm very curious about your situation, so while she was asleep, I came to find you. Lu Di didn't think too much about this and continued to ask. Why did Yuling come to your clinic? Mu Yan mechanically responded. She has a passive-aggressive personality disorder. Every time she clicks a pen, she's fighting this condition. Lu Di reflexively frowned, surprised by this information. He continued to ask. So, what's her current condition? Mu Yan answered calmly. It's very difficult to resolve. Deep down, she feels that her true personality is not loved, and she needs someone to acknowledge her. Lu Di nodded slightly and then continued with his interrogation. How did she develop this condition? Mu Yan responded like a machine. There are 2 possibilities. One is that she was too strong, but not acknowledged by others, leading her personality to become distorted. The second is that it's congenital. Multiple personalities are formed in the genes. Hearing this, Lu Di couldn't help but sigh. He frowned and said, with all your abilities, you should treat her as soon as possible. Mu Yan immediately nodded. Okay. With that, Lu Di stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and then gave a warning. Also, don't target me again in the future. The consciousness transplant Lu Di had undergone had been successfully hypnotized by her. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned off the lighter in his hand. It seemed that immediately, Mu Yan was startled back to her senses. In order to deceive her, Lu Di also pretended as if he had just woken up. He stretched, yawning in a way that suggested he had overslept. Mu Yan didn't suspect a thing. She immediately stood up and said, Mr. Lu, you should rest first, I still have some work to do. After that, she turned and headed back to her room. Once inside, she went straight to Yuling's side, cheerfully saying, Ling Ling, wake up, I just successfully tricked Lu Di. Upon hearing this, Yuling widened her eyes in surprise. She complained unhappily, didn't I tell you not to do that? Mu Yan didn't feel she had done anything wrong and calmly responded, don't you want to know what Lu Di is really like? Yuling hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, so, what exactly is wrong with Lu Di? Mu Yan couldn't help but smile and said, Lu Di has over 80 personalities, he's basically a psychopath. Yuling's face instantly changed. She couldn't believe it and exclaimed, Mu Yan, you're not joking, are you? Her words made Mu Yan uncomfortable. She furrowed her brows and asked, you don't trust your own medical skills? Yuling realized she had been rude, quickly shaking her head to deny, no. Then what about his identity? Mu Yan calmly answered, Lu Di is just an ordinary person, but he knows a lot of talented people. Yuling was about to say something else when her phone suddenly rang, interrupting the conversation. She didn't hesitate at all and immediately picked up the phone. Whatever was said on the other end made her face change color in an instant. Without delay, she walked out,
glanced at Lu Di, who was sitting on the chair, and spoke. We have to go home. Something happened at home. Lu Di frowned slightly and said. Let me guess, something happened to second sister Yufeng, didn't it? With that, he stood up from the chair, curled his lips into a smile. Was it a car accident or a fall? Injured her shoulder and arm, right? Yuling's pupils involuntarily contracted. She looked at him in astonishment and asked. How did you know? With a faint chuckle, Lu Di replied indifferently. I noticed her glabella's been dark lately. I figured there'd be some bloody misfortune. Yuling puffed her cheeks in frustration and scolded him resentfully. Lu Di, you're using that trick again. But she had no other choice. She couldn't force him to reveal his secret. With a helpless sigh, she turned and walked away. Let's just go quickly. It was said that last night, second sister had been attacked by gangsters in front of her house. Yet Lu Di refused without the slightest hesitation. He said calmly, I'm not going. If I go, it probably won't do her injuries any good anyway. Yuling gave him a glance, then pressed her lips together and spoke. Fine, I'll go alone. With that, she hurriedly stepped out of the clinic. At this moment, Mo Zong spoke gently. This is the only route without surveillance cameras between the site where General Heishan was assassinated and second sister Yufeng's villa. Upon hearing that, Lu Di fell silent. The equipment of second sister Yufeng could also be hidden in those places. This search mission would be handed over to Tai Si. He would definitely find it. While you were thinking, Mu Yan stepped out of the room, holding a plate of fruit in her hand. She quickly placed it on the table. Lu Di smirked and said, Not bad, there's fruit to eat. Mu Yan's eyes lit up like the stars. She excitedly said, I won't hide it from you, you're the most handsome man I've ever met. Upon hearing this, Lu Di let out a helpless sigh. Didn't he tell her during the hypnosis that he was the kind of man who would never submit to anyone? Mo Zong had to jump in and mock him at the expense of others. But it seemed he had forgotten that her interests were in adventure and exploration. Mu Yan, unaware of Lu Di's thoughts, shyly suggested, Can we be friends? Lu Di glanced at the QR code on her phone. Since she had supported his product, he decided to agree. He quickly took out his phone for her to scan the code. Upon seeing his name, Mu Yan was shocked and exclaimed, Lu Di, so you're actually named Emperor 3? Pretending to be a tech genius, aren't you afraid of getting your account blocked by others? Smiling involuntarily, Lu Di confidently replied, If my account gets blocked, the only thing I can do is perform cooking a dish made from myself. His words successfully made Mu Yan laugh. She covered her mouth and giggled, You're really funny. Lu Di chose not to comment. At that moment, a message notification from Tai Si appeared on his phone. It read, Lu found the item. Seeing these words, Lu Di smiled. He quickly replied, Keep it safe. After the show ends, I'll need to use it. A few days later, the headline news was dominated by the upcoming performance of Emperor 1. This made Feng Lu very happy. Ziming really helped, he actually managed to get Emperor 1 to publicly announce the performance. Then, he even held a press conference. Hello everyone, I am Ouyang Feng Lu, the vice president of Hilong Group, and I am also in charge of the performance of Divine Song's first emperor. On behalf of the group, I am here to announce that at 8:00 p.m. on June 19th, an outdoor performance of the top divine bard will be held at Wang Hai's outdoor stage. The stage is outdoors, and the audience does not need to buy tickets for entry. His press conference quickly caused a stir online. Everyone was very eager about Emperor 1's appearance. A lot of advertising contracts also flowed into Feng Lu's pockets because of this. However, on the other hand, there was someone who was quite confused: Ziming. He felt like he was seeing things. He was somewhat puzzled as to why Emperor 1 had posted. Meanwhile, at the Yu family's estate, things were bustling and noisy. As Yuling entered the premises, she saw a group of people moving something bulky, covered by a cloth, which was being blown about by the wind.
Yuling was drawn to it and stopped to take a look. The cloth was soon blown off, revealing an old piano inside. She recognized it. Wasn't this the forgotten antique piano that had been stored in the basement for so long? Recalling the video of Emperor 1 she had watched before, it looked exactly the same. She suddenly speculated that Lu Di might be Emperor 1, but she quickly dismissed the thought. This old piano had lost its tuning long ago. Thinking of this, she hurriedly spoke up, "Please wait a moment." Without hesitation, she walked over and sat down next to the piano. She, too, had once learned piano, and with just a light touch on the keys, she realized something. The piano had been tuned, which surprised her a bit. The two men who were carrying the load quickly reminded her, "Miss, please don't disturb us while we're delivering." Yuling's suspicions lingered until the 19th, right when Emperor 1's performance took place. As expected, at the outdoor stage, the Wanghai area was packed with people, constantly chanting Emperor 1's name. Hearing the noisy sounds from outside, Feng Lu and Zi Ming inside the stands were extremely happy. In contrast, at another area where another performance was taking place, the atmosphere was much quieter compared to the bustling noise from the other side. This was where Yuling's charity performance was being held. While Yuling was waiting, a banner was hung up, displaying a message thanking Sister Knock from Hilong Company for the gift she had given to the children. Upon seeing this, Yuling and Ruoyi clapped joyfully. After a while, two little boys ran up from behind and called out, "Sister." The little boy innocently told Yuling, "Don't forget to clap later." Smiling instinctively, Yuling happily responded, "Of course." The two little boys left satisfied. Yuling then glanced at Ruoyi, feeling a bit apologetic, and said, "Miss Nan, I am truly grateful that you came to attend, but the scene here is a bit shabby. I hope you can kindly overlook it." She let out a soft laugh and casually remarked, "Miss Yu does such good deeds, I really admire her. It's just that I feel where there are men, there is no depravity." Upon hearing this, Yuling felt a bit embarrassed, unsure of how to respond. Just then, two other guests appeared. Yuling glanced over, surprised, and asked, "Gigi, how come you guys are here?" Yushi slowly replied, "Sister, your place is so hard to find, we almost got lost." Yuji, standing beside her, nodded in agreement. "Sister, although we really wanted to see Emperor 1, your performance has more humanity, so of course we have to support you." Upon hearing this, Yuling was immediately moved. She hugged her two younger sisters and thanked her good girls. Then, she glanced at the kids again and smiled, saying, "You should all get ready now, the performance is about to start." But one of the boys raised an eyebrow and grinned, saying, "Sis, no rush, let's wait for Mr. Lu Di a bit longer." At the same time, on the outdoor stage of Wanhai, the crowd continued to cheer and wait eagerly. After a while, the host, Mr. Zhang, came out to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the performance of An Divine Song First Emperor." Immediately, the crowd beneath the stage erupted in excitement. The host became even more enthusiastic and shouted, "We now invite the top divine bard to appear." As he spoke, the stage curtains parted. A figure emerged from behind them, and as soon as the audience saw him, they erupted again in a wave of cheers. "Emperor 1, the top divine bard of mine." At this moment, the person on stage had already picked up the microphone. He began to sing. The melodious lyrics filled the air, but they failed to satisfy the ears of the audience below. Their excitement had faded. Some had even started to question why the voice didn't quite match, reacting with notable surprise. Elsewhere, at the venue where Yuling's charity performance was being held, the time was drawing near, and the two sisters, Yushi and Yuling, were still strolling around. They were also pushing a boy in a wheelchair. The other children were cheerfully playing together. Yuling was also nearby, laughing and playing with the little ones. However, as time passed, she grew increasingly anxious. She frowned and said, "Is Lu Di really going to keep the children waiting like this?" But she didn't know that, at that very moment, the rooftop lights suddenly blazed to life, revealing a figure and a keyboard in the darkness. Without hesitation, the person's hands began to glide across the keys. It was none other than Lu Di. He, too, had started to sing. Immediately, his voice carried all the way to Wang Hai's area. The audience there suddenly showed signs of doubt.
Why is there someone singing over there? And they sound way better than here.
Someone even said the one here is a fake, and the singer next door is the real one. Almost instantly, the crowd, stirred by those words, quickly left the Wang Hai area and rushed toward the neighboring venue. The thunderous footsteps surged toward their direction, shaking the ground beneath Yuling and causing her to panic. In a frightened voice, she cried out,
"What's happening? An earthquake?"
She hurriedly ran to open the window and look outside. Before she could even understand what was happening, she saw a crowd below rushing toward the building like a tidal wave, shouting continuously,
"Emperor 1, I'm here."
Before long, the sea of people had surrounded the area beneath the building. Ruai, seeing this scene, calmed down a bit and immediately ordered her subordinates to notify everyone, instructing them to protect the stage and ensure the safety of the children. In the blink of an eye, the situation had changed from a desolate place into a bustling venue filled with people and the sound of melodious singing. Not only the divine voice of Emperor 1, but also the harmonies of the children from Mr. Da's hospital made the performance even more spectacular. Beautiful sounds, like a painting, continuously filled the air.
The crowd listening was extremely pleased, and some couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of divine voice is this?
My whole body is covered in goosebumps, it's so beautiful." Meanwhile, inside the room, Mr. Da was leisurely sipping wine.
He looked out the window and couldn't help but smile, saying, "Kid, go for it." After a while, Lu Di's performance finally ended.
Standing on the rooftop, with his back to the crowd, he spoke.
"This is a hospital for treating patients.
For those who cannot afford treatment, it is also a place looked down upon by others.
Compassion is the innate goodness of humanity.
Today, I'm here to thank those kind-hearted people, and at the same time, I want to call on everyone to live with kindness, starting from the heart." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Di threw a wooden box. It quickly flew toward the window and landed directly into Yuling's hands. At this moment, he finally spoke up, "Miss Yu family sends you a message, do what is right, never ask about the future." After saying this, his figure disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a crowd below who kept discussing Yuling. Above, the two sisters, Yuxi and Yuji, were very surprised by this and quickly approached Yuling, asking, "Sister Ba, do you know Emperor 1? What did Emperor 1 give you?" Yuling nodded lightly, then opened the box in her hand to reveal a pearl inside, which looked very familiar. Seeing this, Yuxi immediately exclaimed, "Sister Ba, I admire you so much.
The gift Emperor 1 gave you is a pearl."
Yuling shook her head and said, "This is not a pearl, it's called the Eternal Eye." Upon hearing this, Yuji was astonished and cried out, "Eternal Eye, that name sounds so familiar." Yushi also remembered something and quickly shouted, "Sister Ba, isn't this the priceless treasure you spent hundreds of thousands to acquire before?" Yuling nodded slightly and replied, "That's right, and then I gave it to Lu Di." Upon hearing this, Yushi was even more astonished. "Then why is it in Emperor 1's hands and thrown back to you?" Hearing this, Yuji furrowed her brows and scolded, "Ha, are you stupid?
Lu Di is Emperor 1.
In an instant, Yushi's face was filled with disbelief, and she cried out, "How is that possible? Lu Di?" But before she could say more, she fell silent. At this moment, Yuling sighed and said, "Hana, Ji, you mustn't tell anyone else about this. Lu Di probably doesn't want others to know his true identity." Then, she glanced at the Yushi sisters again and reminded them. "Do you two know why we misunderstood Lu Di earlier?" The Yushi sisters looked at her intently and asked with confusion, "Why?" Yuling raised her eyes to the sky and stared for a long time before speaking. "Because we and he are not from the same world at all." Yuji heard this and nodded in agreement. "When I was live streaming, he just walked in, and suddenly he became the hottest topic." Yuling still stared at the sky. She took a deep breath before continuing. "Now I believe that Lu Di really did gamble over 100 million in cash." Yushi turned to Yuji and asked worriedly, "Ji, do you think Lu Di will forgive us?"
Yuji trembled slightly, pursed her lips, and said, "Forget forgiveness, maybe he doesn't even care about us at all." The more they spoke, the more anxious they became. The Yushi sisters turned to Yuling and said, "Third sister, we have to go home now." "Why?" Yuling frowned slightly in confusion. The Yushi sisters quickly replied, "We have to move Lu Di's things to the luxury suite on the 5th floor." With that, they rushed off, leaving Yuling slightly dazed. After a while, she furrowed her brows and muttered, "Lu Di. Will he come back?" As she spoke, she looked down at the wooden box in her hands. At the same time, over by the stage outside, Wang Hai looked out at the sea of people that had suddenly turned into an empty space. Feng Lu's face instantly darkened. 500 million is gone. Completely gone. He clenched his fist in anger, biting his lip aggressively. Through gritted teeth, he cursed, "Lu Di, I'm going to die with you." Immediately after, he shouted loudly, "Where did that bastard Lu Ziming run off to? Is he the one you're looking for? Right now, he's running away with that fake emperor, one of his." The moment Ziming realized things were going wrong, he quickly fled, fearing retaliation. At this moment, while hastily running away, the fake emperor one tripped and fell. He looked up at the person running ahead, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Ziming, help me, don't leave me behind." Ziming, hearing this, gritted his teeth and cursed, "Get lost, I told you to practice properly, but you wouldn't listen. Now I don't care about you anymore. You're on your own." With that, he lifted his foot and ran ahead, feeling more smug. So what if the plan was exposed? 30,000 is enough for me to live my whole life. But he couldn't be pleased for long. Ahead, someone was blocking his path. Ruoyi, accompanied by her group, slowly approached. She raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "Where do you think you're going, buddy?" Seeing the person in front of him, Ziming felt even more frightened. But it wasn't over yet. A group of people appeared behind him, their faces tough and fierce, looking like a bunch of thugs from some alley. At this, Ruoyi spoke again. "He said you had a bet with him?" Ruoyi unconsciously scoffed lightly. Ziming coldly laughed and said, "Bet? I didn't agree to anything." Ruoyi didn't care, pouting as she said, "He told me to tell you." Ziming's expression changed slightly, and he anxiously asked, "What?" Ruoyi slowly pointed her finger at him, her voice cold as she spoke. "He has already stated that it's the right foot by default." As soon as her words ended, the people around her rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, the alley was filled with the sound of his desperate screams. The next day, after a night of chaos and turmoil, the people at Hilong Corporation gathered together. News of Emperor One was all over the newspapers. Some began to question Feng Lu. Deputy General Manager Ouyang, care to explain? However, his expression remained indifferent. Calmly, he replied, "Explain? What is there to explain? I just have no eyes." Yulong glared at him, warning, "Feng Lu, what's this attitude? You've really disappointed me." Luckily, there's Yuling's performance to make up for some of the losses. Feng Lu, dissatisfied, gritted his teeth and cursed. "Lu Di, that crafty guy who strikes once and then plays tricks behind our backs." His attitude infuriated Yulong even more. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he shouted, "Feng Lu, I can see you're not in the right state. Forget about your company's issues, go back and take care of Feng." With a light snort, Feng Lu coldly said, "Are you firing me? Fine, do as you wish." With that, he arrogantly turned and left the meeting room. The shareholders in the room were furious at his attitude. This kid was getting more and more outrageous. Not only did he mess up, but his attitude was also insufferable. "CEO you should manage your son-in-law better." Yulong didn't say anything, only letting out a furious grunt. But in truth, he had already expected this. Outside, Feng Lu, after leaving the room, immediately entered the elevator. He was still filled with anger inside, continuously pressing the button to go down. The elevator quickly stopped at the 4th floor. As soon as he stepped out, his subordinates were already waiting for him. "Mr. Ouyang, those old men didn't give you any trouble, did they?" He sneered coldly and replied indifferently. "How those old men look at me doesn't matter anymore. Right now, I only want to defeat Lu Di." With that, he turned and walked into a laboratory. The research professor hesitated for a moment, then advised him. "Mr. Ouyang, this might be too much to bear. This drug has only just been researched, and there haven't been any trials." "I'm afraid." However, before he could finish, Feng Lu coldly interrupted. "What is the predicted success rate of the enhancement?" The professor furrowed his brow slightly and replied in a low voice. "Less than 10%. 10% is enough," Feng Lu nodded without hesitation. The professor frowned slightly, still hesitating before speaking up. "Mr. Ouyang, this hasn't been approved yet. Even if it succeeds, it would still be a violation of the law, a violation of humanity." Upon hearing this, one of the people beside him immediately became displeased and scolded. "This old man! The previous batch of drugs hadn't even been approved yet, and didn't you also use them on Mr. Ouyang? Now you're talking about humanity? What about what was done before? Hypocrisy." At this moment, Feng Lu slowly spoke up. "Professor Li, I've always trusted you. Your talent is being buried." He said, wasn't it true that he had always longed for success? This was a great opportunity. Professor Li's face was somewhat grim, his eyes still filled with hesitation, but compared to his ambition, that hesitation was nothing. He nodded in agreement. "All right." Half an hour later, Feng Lu's subordinates had secured him to the operating table. Professor Li had also prepared everything for the enhancement process, holding a syringe as he approached, not forgetting to remind him. "Mr. Ouyang, the outcome of this process is still uncertain. There is a possibility." Before he could finish his sentence, Feng Lu cut him off. "Stop talking, just do it." Professor Li sighed upon hearing this, then without further delay, he went ahead and injected the substance into his arm. After the injection was complete, Professor Li stood by, waiting, his face showing clear signs of tension. The atmosphere grew still, only the continuous beeping of the machines around them filling the silence. Not even 2 seconds later, Feng Lu's body reacted. Sweat began to pour from his forehead, as if he was in great pain. Seeing this, his subordinates anxiously asked. "Professor Li, Mr. Ouyang. He won't die, right?" Professor Li's face became a little more serious, and he pursed his lips before saying, "This appears to be a completely new reaction. Mr. Ouyang's physical condition is unlike that of ordinary people. If the experiment succeeds, Feng Lu's physical capabilities will far exceed expectations." At that moment, Feng Lu, lying on the operating table, suddenly let out a loud scream, and his subordinates became even more frightened. "Mr. Ouyang, he..." Before they could finish their sentence, Feng Lu suddenly opened his eyes, sat up instantly, tore the restraints off his body, and began muttering incessantly. Feng Lu's subordinates became even more terrified, trembling as they said, "This power is too strong." At this moment, Feng Lu's body had successfully undergone enhancement. He laughed loudly in satisfaction. This is exactly the feeling of becoming a demigod." At the same time, Professor Li was observing the data displayed on the machine during Feng Lu's enhancement process. A moment later, his brows relaxed, and he said joyfully, "Mr. Ouyang, this drug suits you incredibly well, it's truly unimaginable." However, Feng Lu paid no attention to those words. He jumped straight off the bed, got dressed, and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Professor Li hurriedly suggested, "Mr. Ouyang, quickly. Let's go to the training ground to test your strength." One of his subordinates offered a different option. "Mr. Ouyang, we should go find that Lu Di guy and get revenge first." Upon hearing this, Feng Lu shook his head, curling his lips into a sly smile. No rush, he wouldn't make it that easy for that kid. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and crushed a corner of the surgical bed. A moment later, in the Hilong Corporation's conference room, the Eastern Division's meeting was still ongoing. They were reporting Sheng Company's sales figures to Yulong. But just then, Feng Lu pushed the door open and interrupted them. Yulong glared at him, his face showing clear displeasure. Feng Lu, what are you doing here? Looking to stir up trouble? Feng Lu slowly approached and calmly said, Dad, it's done. The drug research phase has been completed successfully. As those words left his mouth, Yulong's expression changed dramatically. He cried out in disbelief, What? How could that be possible? At this moment, one of Feng Lu's subordinates placed a stack of documents on the table and said solemnly, Chairman, please take a look. Feng Lu, standing beside, slowly explained, Dad, I just conducted an experiment on him, and it was truly a success. Hearing this, Yulong immediately voiced his dissatisfaction and questioned, You're being too reckless. Do you understand the consequences if the experiment fails? Feng Lu confidently replied, I understand, but my company is willing to take the risk. He really managed to turn the situation around. The shareholders who had just criticized him are now starting to praise him. The more Feng Lu spoke, the prouder he became, and with a smug smile, he added, Dad, we can invite General He Shan to witness the success of the research with us. Yulong hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, but given the importance of the matter, he could only comply. Soon, He Shan arrived by helicopter on the rooftop of the corporation. He hurriedly stepped into the elevator to the 4th floor, followed by the grizzly bear. Upon seeing Yulong waiting for him in the room, he furrowed his brow and asked, Olju, are you sure the experiment was a success? And on your son-in-law, no less? Yulong nodded slightly and replied in a deep voice, You'll know once you try it. Upon hearing this, He Shan carefully observed the person standing on the other side before giving an order, Grizzly bear, go ahead, throw a punch. The grizzly bear immediately nodded in acknowledgement, yes. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and stood opposite the measuring device. Focusing his strength into his palm, he formed a fist and struck. One punch landed directly on the measuring device, and in no time, the number 200 appeared on the screen. Seeing this scene, Yulong couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The Tianlao organization is indeed extraordinary. This is the level of a world's king of punching. At this moment, Yulong, who was standing next to him, had already prepared. He took off his outer garment and calmly said, It's my turn now. Then, he clenched his fist and charged forward, throwing a punch at the measuring device. Unlike before, this time the machine didn't stop jumping in numbers, but it didn't halt either. Soon, there were signs of it malfunctioning. Yulong's face immediately turned pale. He couldn't believe it and cried out. This exceeds the measurement range of the device. He Shan furrowed his brows and spoke in a deep voice. Gray Bear, Feng Lu, the two of you fight. I want to see the real combat capabilities in action. These words made Gray Bear hesitate, moving slowly without stepping forward. However, Feng Lu spoke up. Forgive me for being blunt, but Commander Gray Bear is not my match. At this point, he broke into a sly grin and added, Isn't there a young talent in the Yu family estate that the top brass of the military has their eyes on? Perhaps we should call him here. As soon as he said this, a trace of displeasure appeared in Yulong's eyes. He gritted his teeth and warned. Are you talking about Lu Di? Don't cause trouble. However, He Shan, after giving it some thought, nodded and said, Olju, I don't see it that way. That kid Lu Di is also a little freak, I too want to see what his limits are. As soon as these words were spoken, Feng Lu was elated. He chuckled and said, General He Shan, you've made the right call. At the same time, on a crystal-clear coastline, Lu Di was leisurely resting on a nearby cliff, but there was someone who was far from happy. He was observing through the system, and after a long while, he sighed in frustration. Immediately after, those around him also grumbled in irritation. What bad luck,
we could hack into the computer, yet someone out there with such great skills can mess up our system like this. The leader ground his cigarette out in the ashtray on the table and said in a low voice, "It's been an entire night, Emperor 1 or the hacker, at the very least, let me find one person." As soon as he finished speaking, someone rushed over with a report. "Team leader, we found him." The inbox of the hacker. Upon hearing this, the team leader immediately became pleased, and pursing his lips, he ordered, "The address, I want to personally bring him here." However, the one who had reported seemed a bit panicked, trembling as he spoke. He was just at the pyramids of Egypt, and now he's at the Arctic. The team leader immediately realized he had been mocked and slammed the table in anger. "Dare to mess with me." Seeing his reaction, the subordinates immediately grew quiet, not daring to make a sound. Only one person continued, "Team leader, he left another way to contact him. We can talk to him." With that, he opened the computer on the table and placed it in front of the leader. Immediately, a message appeared on the screen, "Hello, Team Leader Li Ming." The team leader's expression instantly darkened. He pursed his lips and asked, "How does he know my name is Li Ming?" But no one could answer. The text continued to scroll on the screen. "Really sorry, yesterday I wanted to surprise my friend, but I might have gone a little too far. Thankfully, there was no loss." Only then did Li Ming finally react. He hurriedly typed on the keyboard, asking where the other person was and whether they needed to go to the bureau to file the report. But the only response he got was a long string of mocking laughter, extremely irritating to look at. Enraged, he directly hurled the ashtray on the table. However, at that moment, the other person sent him a data file. Seeing it, Li Ming was a bit puzzled. "What is this?" As if he had guessed his thoughts, the other person quickly explained, "This is the case file for the massive money laundering investigation you're working on. Based on the information I've gathered, you can crack the case smoothly. Consider it my way of making amends." At first, Li Ming was a bit shocked, then quickly replied. But the other person was extremely flippant, saying he couldn't be caught. Li Ming also learned that his identity was tied to the name Fourth Emperor, which made him slam the table in fury. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "He's definitely from Nation H, and even a fan of Emperor 1. He quickly recorded the profile of Fourth Emperor, his eyes filled with determination. Pressing his lips into a firm line, he muttered, "Kid, I'm going to catch you for sure. If not now, then I'll spend the rest of my life going after you." Elsewhere, Lu Di was enjoying the sea view. After taking it all in, he stretched and took a deep breath. It was time he should also take care of the fish named Ouyang Fenglu. At that very moment, Yulong suddenly called. Lu Di quickly picked up, unsure what it was about. On the other end, Yulong spoke urgently, "Where are you?" "There's an experiment going on at the company right now. Come over." Lu Di frowned slightly and replied, "I'm taking a walk near the Wanghai area, just wait a bit." Upon receiving his reply, Yulong quickly turned off the device. He looked towards Heishan and said, "Lu Di will arrive in about an hour." However, just 10 minutes later, the elevator on the 4th floor of the Hilong group opened once again. The person who had just been in the Wanghai area suddenly reappeared. He raised an eyebrow, looking at everyone with a smile, and said, "Hello everyone, sorry to keep you waiting." Seeing him casually walk over, Heishan immediately changed his expression. Frowning, he asked, "Wasn't it supposed to be an hour? How come you're here in just 10 minutes? Yulong, too, was no exception. He asked suspiciously, "Lu Di, can you explain how you managed to bypass the restricted door? This is a 200 million yuan security system." Lu Di let out a soft laugh and calmly replied, "I know computers. I cracked the system, and while I was at it, I improved it, added a few more layers of deception." Then, he looked around and asked with a hint of curiosity, "You all called me here not to defeat Ouyang Fenglu, did you?" Upon hearing this, Fenglu, who was standing behind, immediately snorted in disdain. "Defeat me? In your dreams." As soon as he finished speaking, his body was enveloped in a golden light. His form expanded rapidly, and his clothes were torn apart. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "A weakling like you, I can beat you like a punching bag." Lu Di narrowed his eyes at him and, with a slight pout, said, "I was just wondering when you'd stop talking nonsense."
Are we done yet?
Hearing this, Feng Lu let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with killing intent.
Are you eager to die? I'll be happy to oblige. Immediately, he stepped back, planting his left foot as an anchor.
In the blink of an eye, he shot forward like lightning. Seeing this scene, Heishan immediately panicked and shouted, "Lu Di, you need to run, but you're still standing there, making Yulong anxious."
Lu Di, what are you doing?
At this moment, Lu Di stood there like a Buddha statue, unshaken and fearless. When Feng Lu approached, Lu Di casually lifted his foot and kicked.
Feng Lu was sent flying into the wall behind with a loud crash, causing it to collapse. As for Feng Lu, he was knocked unconscious, lying amidst the rubble.
Lu Di calmly retracted his foot, pursed his lips, and cursed, "What kind of world-altering experiment is this? Garbage. Such a powerful transformation technology should only be used on those with a righteous heart." With that, he turned to face the two senior figures behind him and said seriously, "You master, I've already sent an email to your company's legal department."
Yulong instinctively frowned and asked in confusion, "What email?"
Before Lu Di could respond, one of his subordinates called to report, "Chairman, I've just received a document related to Ouyang Feng Lu's abuse of power to seize company assets, along with plans to capture Yuling." Yulong's expression immediately darkened, and at that moment, someone came to Feng Lu's side to help him up, asking anxiously, "Mr. Ouyang, are you alright? Wake up." Thanks to the man's efforts, Feng Lu regained consciousness, but he acted like a fool, jumping around and singing nonsensical songs. The sunlight shone into the air, and the flowers smiled at me. At this moment, Yulong basically wasn't paying attention to him. What he was concerned with was the email he had just received. He focused his gaze on Lu Di and hesitated before calling out, "Lu Di here." Knowing what he wanted to say, Lu Di interrupted. "Mr. De said, the fate of the nation is everyone's responsibility. I will help with the reformation of the soldiers, just give me some time." Since he had said that, the two senior figures didn't force him to leave. As soon as Lu Di stepped out of the company, he couldn't help but look up at the sky and sigh. Being born into a noble family is indeed full of scandals. From now on, you might be hunted by international assassins, you family, you better not go back for now. At this moment, Mo Zong suddenly jumped in and spoke up. "Lu Di, my system has been upgraded, I need to find a place to hide and adapt to the mechanization." Lu Di asked suspiciously, "What do you need me to do?" Mo Zong quickly suggested a location for him. "This place is the best, but right now it's owned by Hai Family's university." Lu Di glanced at the place for a moment, then nodded and smiled. "This place? Leave it to me, this is the time to reconnect with old contacts." On another front, at Hai Family's university, a professor was teaching in the lecture hall. With powerful artificial intelligence, it could integrate and apply all kinds of knowledge and have a sense of production. What needed to be reconsidered was the ability to control them. Outside, Lu Di listened to Mo Zong bragging proudly. Artificial intelligence also varies in quality. For example, once I upgrade my system, I can be on par with the AI he mentioned. It's just that the upgrade process is only 1% complete at the moment, and how long it will take to fully develop is uncertain. A while later, the professor finally came out. As soon as he saw Lu Di, he immediately called out, "Lu Di, you really are that little brat. Where have you been all these years? You didn't even contact me." Lu Di chuckled lightly and casually replied, "I just had a little problem, that's all, Professor." "But didn't I come back now?" The professor slightly pursed his lips and said, "Tell me, are you here as a guest speaker for that kid, Watian?" Lu Di frowned in surprise. He quickly denied. "Professor, don't misunderstand, I'm here to buy the abandoned experimental product exhibition room." Hearing this, the professor understood. He calmly said, "Still acting like you're not in the same boat.
Could you kids stop competing over who makes more money and focus on who can contribute more to the country? Lu Di looked at the professor's retreating figure and called out anxiously. Professor, isn't this just like when we were in school? You gave us assignments, and we had to get grades to negotiate with you. Hearing this, the professor sighed helplessly. I know your head was damaged, but you should find a steady job and work hard. If you're short on money, just let me know. He then turned and walked away. Lu Di didn't try to stop him. He left the university, and at the same time, Mo Zong displayed Guotian's information for him. Lu Di couldn't help but frown. 3 years had passed, and he was surprised to see that the kid had become the president of a real estate company. Thinking about it, he took out his phone and called Guotian. Guozi, it's Lu Di. A doubtful voice quickly came from the other end. Lu Di who? Oh, what do you want from me? Get straight to the point. I also intend to buy a plot in the cemetery. We can negotiate a bit, but all you get in return is mocking laughter. Your brain must be useless too. Who'd want to be friends with you? As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up immediately, leaving Lu Di staring blankly for quite a while. At the same time, in the professor's office, the professor from earlier was continuously reviewing files. After a while, he muttered in frustration. Could it be that our university in High City can't manage to obtain a single prestigious patent? Just then, he suddenly received a flood of incoming emails. Instinctively frowning, he muttered. What kind of brat sends so many documents at once? Right after that, he opened them and found materials on biologically synthesized local Earth compounds capable of absorbing radar detection waves, even involving invisible architectural designs. There was also tri-refractive photoelectric technology and optimization of solar energy power generation techniques. The professor's face immediately turned pale with shock, but the last email was even more surprising. It read, Dear Professor Wang Yuan Kue, your student Lu Di has made some academic achievements and is always willing to share his success with the university. Professor Wang shot up from his chair in astonishment and quickly ran to the office of another professor. After reading through the documents, the other professor nodded with a smile and said, Your student is truly brilliant. However he wants us to assist, I'd be glad to support him. He then quickly instructed Professor Wang. Hurry and call Lu Di here so we can discuss the patent matter. A moment later, Lu Di truly came to meet the two of them, speaking cheerfully. Both of you need not worry, the 6 patents, I am willing to publicly disclose them as a student of High Family University. Upon hearing these words, the professor accompanying Yuan Kue immediately smiled in satisfaction and said, Lu Di, with such sincerity from you, the right to use the large experimental area now belongs to you. Having achieved his goal, Lu Di smiled and said, It's only something I should do. I'm also willing to donate an additional 10 million to help High Family build a science and technology exhibition hall with the most complete equipment. His demeanor pleased the professor. He looked toward Yuan Kue with admiration and added, You've raised a good student, truly a student who values friendship and loyalty. Yuan Kue awkwardly nodded. It's my honor. After obtaining the consent of High Family University, Lu Di headed to High Family's forest area. He wandered around for a while and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder this land is so fiercely contested. He walked for a while, then stopped. In front of him was a large laboratory. At the same time, the upgrade process of Mo Zong had reached 99%. Lu Di pushed the door open, and inside was an empty room with only some leftover materials. Lu Di looked around and then called out loudly, Mo Zong. Mo Zong quickly appeared, yawning loudly. I'm here. Lu Di nodded and responded. Mo Zong, let's go find something interesting. With that, he wandered around inside and was drawn to an experiment set up on a table. He frowned and murmured, This one's special. Mo Zong glanced over briefly and nodded, identifying a small issue that led to the failure. Lu Di thought for a moment, then spoke up after a long pause, "May I?"
Mo-zone, fully understanding his intent, seamlessly integrated advanced repair skills for him, and Lu Di skillfully fixed the failed experiment. After a while, Lu Di finally spoke again. "The value of these defective products is much greater than the cost of the land beneath our feet. What you mentioned, an internet enhancement system that can increase the signal tenfold and simultaneously create an independent area or network, and the solar simulation machines that can sustain plants in the dark." Lu Di nodded slightly, then turned his attention to the two dog-shaped robots at his feet. To his surprise, drones suddenly appeared around him. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Are these cameras?" Mo-zone immediately responded, "Yes, they provide a 360-degree view with no blind spots in this experimental cemetery." Lu Di and Mo-zone walked around the experiment site for a while, and by afternoon, the sound of a knock echoed outside. It was the delivery person, who called out loudly, "Mr. Lu, are you there? The premium bed and mattress you ordered have arrived." But there was no response for a while. The person accompanying the delivery man hesitated and asked, "Is there someone actually living here? Who would stay in a place like this?" At that moment, Lu Di appeared from inside and spoke up, "That's right, it's this place." His sudden appearance startled the two delivery men, who immediately hugged each other in shock. They quickly moved the bed and mattress inside for him. After finishing the task, the delivery man suspiciously asked, "Mr. Lu, how can you be here alone?" Lu Di calmly smiled and said, "I was hired to stay here to guard the warehouse." Hearing this, the faces of the two delivery men became somewhat awkward, not knowing how to respond. After a moment, they hurriedly decided to leave. "Well, we'll head off now, Mr. Lu." After they left, Lu Di jumped onto the soft bed, comfortably letting out a sigh. Indeed, this was his domain, and he knew how to enjoy it. He turned on some music and relaxed. The soothing melodies echoed through the empty laboratory area. At this moment, Mo-zone jumped in and spoke up. "There are 1,000 defective experimental machines here. Once they're perfected, they will have infinite value." Lu Di nodded slightly and suggested, "Mo-zone, go register an investment company, and transfer 100,000 to the researchers here to encourage them to continue innovating. Once we have a good scientific research outcome, the company will provide funding to support it." Mo-zone agreed without hesitation. "Got it, I'll arrange it right away." Lu Di thus enjoyed his warm bed and soft mattress. He smiled comfortably and said, "This really is a world of my own, but everything is just beginning." Meanwhile, at the Yu family estate, a family meeting was taking place. Yulong sat at the center, sighing and speaking up. "After all these years, has no one realized that Ouyang Feng Lu is a vicious person?" Everyone silently lowered their heads, no one replied. He then looked toward Yufeng and asked, "You've been living with him, didn't you notice anything?" Yufeng sighed softly, feeling guilty, and said, "I'm sorry." Yulong Dan Mo shook his head, letting out a breath, and said, "Fortunately, there's Lu Di. Otherwise, this house would have been ruined sooner or later." Hearing this, Yuling finally came to her senses. So, Lu Di had been protecting them. Yulong pushed up his glasses and solemnly continued, "Lu Di hasn't returned for the past 2 days. According to him, he has nothing to be ashamed of. He has helped as much as he could." At this point, he immediately stood up. He spoke gravely, "All of us need to think of every possible way to find Lu Di and thank him in person." The family meeting lasted for several hours. Yuling, with a complex mood, walked outside. As usual, she was about to call Lu Di, but upon seeing someone standing in front of the car, she froze. The driver was not Lu Di, but someone else. When he saw her, he quickly greeted her, "Third miss, it's already late, let's go." Yuling nodded slightly, but her attention was drawn to the noisy sounds coming from the other side. She furrowed her brows and asked, "Who are they?" The driver hurriedly explained, "They're the people helping young Master Lu Di with his luggage." Yuling was slightly startled, then an idea came to her. She quickly got into the car and ordered, "Oldly, follow their car." Old Li didn't dare to refuse and nodded to acknowledge, understood, third miss. Immediately afterward, Yuling's car followed the delivery truck to a laboratory deep in the mountains. Yuling furrowed her brows and asked softly, "Is Lu Di here?" Old Li nodded and replied, "It seems so." Yuling fell silent for a long moment before sighing helplessly. "Old Li, let's go." At the same time, inside the laboratory, Lu Di was unaware that Yuling had arrived. The drones continued flying through the air without pause. Lu Di was leisurely lifting weights, while Mo Zone beside him kept reporting. "Lu Di, in an hour, the workers for the renovation project will arrive. They've signed the confidentiality agreement and will complete the work in 3 days." Lu Di nodded slightly and nonchalantly responded, "The work you're doing, I trust it completely. This is the time to buy a car. I can't keep running like this forever." There were many well-known car dealerships in High Family, with the International Car Business Center CDUI standing out. It was a place that saw many people coming and going every day. Lu Di decided to visit CDUI, just as planned, to buy a car. As soon as the staff saw him, one of them spoke up, "Xiaolan, there's a customer." The staff beside her immediately looked over and then curled her lips, saying, "Xiao Wei, don't get too excited. He's alone, dressed poorly, and probably has no money." Xiao Wei, hearing this, was displeased and whispered, "Mr. Xia has told us many times not to judge customers by their appearance. If you're not going, I will." But at that moment, Xiaolan suddenly changed her mind. "Wait, even though he's poor, he's quite handsome, and his gaze is so unique. I don't care anymore, this customer is mine." Saying that, she immediately sashayed over to Lu Di's side, flashing a professional smile and saying, "Sir, I am Xiaolan, the business manager of CDUI, and I am honored to serve you." Lu Di casually nodded and replied, "I'm here to buy a car." Xiaolan quickly led him to an exhibition area and professionally introduced, "This is the Forinx exhibition, and this is the Sanzoa exhibition. Would you like to take a look?" "Excuse me?" Lu Di didn't even glance in that direction, bluntly refusing, "Let's look at something else." As soon as those words left his mouth, Xiaolan's expression changed, and her tone carried an air of contempt. "If you haven't found a car you like, you might want to try somewhere else. I have other matters to attend to, feel free to do as you wish." With that, she snorted and turned to leave. But as she turned around, she bumped into someone and nervously called, "Mr. Xia." Mr. Xia glared at her, then ordered, "Go pour me a glass of water." "Let me handle this." She didn't dare to argue, quickly walking away. Mr. Xia walked up to Lu Di, smiling as he introduced himself, "I'm the business manager here. I can take you to the VIP exhibition area, where the MO zone will suit your taste." Lu Di didn't decline, allowing him to lead the way. As they passed by another exhibition, Lu Di suddenly stopped. His gaze had caught a classic car. Noticing Lu Di's interest, Mr. Xia immediately introduced, "This is the 1970 AOCB GS99, the most classic muscle car. Its purpose is to race in a straight line, outpace anything capable of generating speed. However, it's just a vintage car that they put on display, it's not for sale." Hearing these words, Lu Di couldn't help but smile faintly. "The mission to defeat everything, I like this concept. So, may I ask, what qualifies me to purchase it?" Mr. Xia immediately responded, "You must be a high-level VIP with a spending of 30 million before you can qualify." Lu Di didn't hesitate and directly took out a card, handing it to him nonchalantly. "In that case, I'll buy this car along with the civilian helicopter that just passed by. As for the plane, it can be registered under the creator company name." Receiving the card, Mr. Xia smiled politely, "Rest assured, all the procedures, I will make sure to handle them to the best of my ability." Tu Long nodded, and Lu Di casually said, "I leave everything to you." A little while later, at the Rongtang building, the headquarters of Creator Company. After leaving Muyan's clinic, Lu Di had gone to the company. The elevator quickly stopped at a floor. Lu Di swiftly stepped out, followed by a group of people, though he did not recognize them. As they entered, the mechanical voice rang out. "Miss Hadina from Fox Capital, welcome. The staff inside also greeted her warmly. Miss Hadina, welcome to Creator Company.
First, please follow me, we'll take you to the lounge to rest for a bit. Hadina quickly led the group inside. Just at that moment, the mechanical voice sounded again.
Sorry, Germany is temporarily unable to identify you, no appointment records found.
Upon hearing this, a female staff member snorted and scolded. After all this time, is this kid just trying to take advantage of the situation?
Lu Di silently looked at her, not saying a word.
Let me show you how my Germany staff will handle this.
The employees began to murmur, although some were a bit calmer.
She softly reassured them. Don't panic, the people coming are all guests. I'll handle it. With that, she walked up to Lu Di.
Sir, this is the office.
Lu Di casually replied.
I am also from an investment company, called the Makers of Evidence. The female employee was quite surprised, but then she handled the situation very professionally.
We have checked your information.
Although there was no prior appointment, the people coming are still our clients.
Please follow me to the lounge. All right, thank you. Lu Di nodded in satisfaction. The employee gestured to him and led him away. Both Lu Di and Hadina were taken to the lounge. The female employee also kindly brought a cup of coffee for Hadina. Miss Hadina, here's the coffee I got for you.
And some of those ear-shaped beans you like.
Mo Zone said it would make you happy. Hadina nodded gently, took a sip of her coffee, then calmly asked. Is Mr. Zhang still busy? Mo Zone, can you quickly arrange for me to meet Mr. Zhang?
The employee gave a professional smile and offered a neutral response.
I'll try my best.
She then turned to Lu Di and asked.
Sir, we couldn't find any information about your preferences in our system. May I ask what you'd like to have? Lu Di gave a soft laugh and casually replied. A glass of water will be fine. Anyway, the person I'm here to meet will arrive shortly. The employee nodded and left. Only Lu Di and Hadina remained in the lounge. Lu Di was silently looking at his phone.
A message from Tianjia had arrived. I'm here, let's go eat.
At that moment, Hadina suddenly spoke up. How could you possibly succeed in negotiating a contract like this? Even Germany couldn't find any information about you. You don't even use their products, you show no sincerity at all.
Hearing her voice, Lu Di lifted his eyes from his phone and offered a polite smile.
You're right. So, President Hadina, what do you suggest I do? With a slight smirk, Hadina replied calmly.
Of course, you need to understand everything thoroughly, both the strengths and the weaknesses. As she said this, she set down the coffee cup in her hand and continued seriously. Take this creator company, for example.
It's excellent in every way, seemingly flawless. The only issue is that the ambitions of its leadership aren't strong enough.
As soon as she finished speaking, her secretary quickly reminded her.
President Hadina, you've said so much, do you think he even understands any of it?
Smiling unconsciously, Hadina responded with a faint chuckle. I think Mr. Liu has outstanding looks, he definitely has the potential to become a public relations salesperson.
I wonder, are you interested in switching jobs?
Just then, Tianjia pushed open the door and entered. Hadina and her secretary quickly stood up to greet him.
Mr. Zhang, hello.
But Tianjia paid no attention to the two and walked straight over to Lu Di, smiling cheerfully.
The Mala hotpot place by the school. Lu Di gave a slight nod and replied. Let's go.
After chatting with Lu Di, Tianjia suddenly realized that there was someone else here. He quickly introduced, oh right, the manager Hadina, this Lu Di is the chairman I mentioned to you who isn't often around. As soon as these words were spoken, Hadina's expression immediately stiffened. She awkwardly said, Mr. Zhang, CEO Lu, I apologize.
I didn't recognize you earlier. Lu Di chose not to comment and turned to leave with Tianjia.
However, just as they had taken a few steps, Hadina quickly called them back.
Mr. Zhang, CEO Lu, please wait a moment. She ran up and blocked the door, quietly asking, I wonder if you two would allow us to join you for lunch. Lu Di immediately declined without hesitation, it's better not to. We've already made plans to go to a spicy hot pot. With that, the two of them brushed past her and headed towards the door. But she was still persistent and continued, then could you please leave your contact information, CEO Lu? Glancing at her, Lu Di smiled lightly and said, if fate allows, just add me on Germany. A little while later, at the spicy hot pot restaurant, Li Mama came over with 2 large bowls of food, grumbling as she walked, you two, ever since you graduated, you haven't come here to eat. You've both gotten so thin. The two she referred to were Lu Di and Tian Jia. Hearing this, Tian Jia could only smile awkwardly. Li Mama, it's because we haven't been able to eat your cooking that we've gotten thin. With a dissatisfied hum, Li Mama pouted and said, I knew you two wouldn't eat properly. You'd better eat more today. After saying that, she placed the food down and immediately left. The 2 young men then began to make a bet. Whoever finished eating last would have to stay and clean up. Tian Jia, extremely excited, shouted to start, then grabbed his chopsticks. However, his eating speed couldn't keep up with Lu Di's. Frustrated, he cursed, you freak, are you vacuuming your food or something? Lu Di lightly raised his head, then mocked, and you? Are you a girl? Eating so slowly? A while later, both large bowls of food were finished off by the two. Tian Jia rubbed his round, full belly and happily said, at 2:00 p.m. today, the company will hold a planning meeting, come with me. Lu Di immediately shook his head to decline, I'm not going, I'll stay here and clean up. Hearing this, Tian Jia couldn't help but scold, what are you doing every day? The company is in such a good situation now, and you don't even want to participate? Really, just like Professor Wang said, you're into stock trading or something? Lu Di didn't bother to explain much, he casually replied, Ajayap, of all the decisions I've made recently, the best one was inviting you to join the business. Tian Jia furrowed his brows and chuckled softly, replying with a smile, didn't you already give me a chance to chase my dreams? What's yours is mine. He said he could handle the company's matters, but there's one thing, Lu Emperor 1 must be there. Lu Di reflexively frowned, suspiciously asking, what's that? Tian Jia slowly explained, I, under the company name Creator, have sponsored this year's reunion, and the venue is on the company's rooftop. Lu Di was slightly surprised, he murmured in confusion, you don't seem like someone who craves vanity. Embarrassed, Tian Jia scratched his head and continued, we're not like that, but our friends are. You have no idea how they've been talking about you these past 2 years. Li Ming can't stand it. He wants everyone to know that Lu Di is someone none of them can compare to. Lu Di was somewhat speechless, but he didn't refuse and nodded in agreement, alright, but let's keep it within limits when the time comes. With Lu Di's response, Tian Jia smiled and said, then I'll go to class first, the cleaning is up to you. Saying that, he turned and left, but after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly turned back and said, keep the racing car, it's too loud, the sound is overpowering. Don't forget about the friend gathering tomorrow. So, Lu Di stayed at the Mala Hot Pot restaurant and began cleaning. He sang happily, and the small restaurant became much livelier, but his joy didn't last long before someone interrupted. The person who arrived was Si Tuyan's family, her father Si Du Chu and her mother Liu Xiao. Seeing Lu Di, Si Du Chu pretended to be familiar and walked over, taking his hand with a smile, Xiao Lu, it's been a long time. Yu Xiao, following behind, also quickly spoke up, it's been years. Xiao Lu, how did you end up like this? Lu Di didn't want to listen to their nonsense, and before she could finish, he directly interrupted, what do you want with me? Yu Xiao glared at him, a meaningful smile curling on her lips as she said, ask your boss for a day off, and we'll find a place to talk. Lu Di was reluctant to go, but not wanting to interfere with Li Mama's business, he had no choice but to follow them to a restaurant. As soon as he sat down, Yu Xiao began rambling about the past. Xiao Lu, don't blame me for what happened back then. Perhaps knowing that she tended to talk a lot, her husband directly interrupted her. Yu Xiao, stop talking. He then turned to Lu Di and said,
I'll be straight with you, I need your help. The truth is, we're asking for a favor.
People like them wouldn't come to someone like Lu Di, whom they once looked down on, would they? He continued. Si Tu Yen knows you're close with Tian Jia and wants you to recommend him.
He's come several times, but still hasn't met with the man himself. Upon hearing this, Lu Di couldn't help but laugh softly. You're trying to buy him off, of course he's not going to meet with you. Si Duchu put on a serious expression, sighing helplessly. I really have no other options, the corporation has issued a death order. He still had a somewhat pleading tone, but Yu Xiu didn't.
With an extremely disdainful tone, she said.
Zhang Tianjia has such a prestigious background, he's long since forgotten friends like you.
Lu Di shook his head, pouting. A Jayap is not like the others.
Seeing that he wouldn't give her an answer, she switched to a nagging tone.
Lu Di, this is the money for the recommendation. After it's successful, there will be an additional 50,000. That should be about the same as the salary you'd earn in several years working at that restaurant, right?
She spoke, then slammed a stack of cash on the table as if throwing bones to a dog, but Lu Di didn't even bother to glance at it. He stood up from his chair and said coldly.
For Si Tuyan's sake, I'll negotiate with the Jayap a bit.
With that, he turned and left without another word. His attitude infuriated that shameless old hag Yu Xiu. She turned to her husband and complained. What the hell was that? He failed to get the job done, yet still acts all high and mighty. I don't think he's reliable at all. Si Duchu frowned slightly and let out a helpless sigh. Seemed like that was the only option left.
But honestly, this whole family had some nerve.
When people were in trouble, they stayed as far away as a garbage dump, but now that they needed something, they came crawling back trying to change the scene. Though the city was swept by strong winds, the heat was stifling.
The square was bustling with people coming and going.
Li Ming said to Lu Di.
This gathering feels like a vampire clan banquet straight out of a movie. Lu Di chuckled and replied. Li Ming, you haven't been looking too well lately.
Li Ming, a cigarette dangling from his lips, responded irritably. I've run into this damn top-tier hacker lately.
Been trying to track him down but can't even catch a glimpse.
Hearing that, Lu Di patted his shoulder and offered some words of comfort.
Don't rush it. Take it slow.
Who knows, maybe he's closer than you think. Those words fired up Li Ming. He pulled the cigarette from his mouth and replied with determination.
Damn right. I'll catch him no matter what.
If I can't, I might as well quit this line of work. From a distance, someone approached with a mocking tone.
Gui Tian, flanked by a group of his cronies, sneered provocatively. Li Ming, why are you hanging out with that brain-dead guy? Can he even talk like a normal person anymore? Li Ming angrily retorted, Gui Tian, are you crazy? Are you all so bored? Go drink your disgusting Sam Fong wine, don't come here bothering us.
Upon hearing this, someone behind him advised, all right, Gui Tian, let's just have a drink. They turned and left, but Li Ming, still furious, muttered, a bunch of people with contemptuous looks, just point at their faces and curse at them. Each of them has the mouth of a tiger but the courage of a rabbit. Tian Jia, dressed in a suit, stepped forward and called him over. You, why are you standing there in a corner, what's the point of that? He suggested to Lu Di, let's go over there, and Lu Di couldn't refuse. On stage, Li Ming loudly introduced, welcome everyone to our annual reunion. First, I would like to thank our sponsor, Ajayap. Zhang Tianjia took the stage and began to speak, hello everyone. Today, I want to introduce an important figure. He smiled joyfully as he introduced, this is my good friend, Lu Di. A blonde person, full of disdain, and another poor and somewhat mentally deficient one. What's so special about introducing them? Tianjia didn't care about them and continued, classmates, now I will reveal to everyone the true identity of Lu Di. Meanwhile, outside the auditorium, shouts could be heard, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Si Tuyen's parents were arguing with the security guards.
let me and my daughter in. She is a classmate of your director. Tianjia firmly said to him, Mr. Sidu, we're having a reunion. We'll talk about work later. Sidu Chu, with a smug expression, replied, all right, Mr. Zhang, but you should hurry up. I fear you'll be in a bit of a bind soon. Tianjia ignored him and continued speaking. As for those below discussing status, I'm afraid there isn't anyone who can compare to Lu Di. Yusho crossed his arms and sneered, Mr. Zhang is truly chivalrous. A mere waiter like Lu Di dares to talk about status? Upon hearing this, one of the people below laughed loudly and said, a waiter actually thinks he can compare with us? A plane flew overhead, emitting a whooshing sound. The image of the plane became clearer to the people below. Lu Di smiled and said, you know I don't have a car. Coincidentally, the car I want can only be purchased by VIPs of the highest tier. So, you can keep it for yourself, it's just a gift after all. A man jumped down from the plane, respectfully handed over a contract, and said, the private jet and the vintage car you ordered have been delivered. The car is downstairs, please check it. Lu Di complimented him, Manager Zhai's efficiency is impressive. I feel very reassured. A blond man walked over, proudly praising, these students keep getting better and better. He shook Lu Di's hand and said, the 3 patents you handed over to us are all awards from the Jinhua Scientific Achievement Prize. You are the greatest pride of our school. He held up a shining certificate and said, this is the donation certificate, the only way the school can express its gratitude. Thank you for your 100 million donation to help build a completely new science and technology exhibition hall. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned and began discussing it non-stop. Yushio patted his husband's shoulder regretfully, after choosing a son-in-law for so long, you end up looking down on the most outstanding one. Truly a karmic mistake. Suddenly, everyone surrounded Lu Di, fawning over him. A genius is truly a genius, always consistent, still outstanding as ever. Lu Di, back in college, I brought you lunch, do you still remember? Sidu Chu pointed upward and spoke to Tianjia, Mr. Zhang, you mustn't be so disrespectful. Mr. Li Daoda's private jet hasn't even landed yet. Above them, a private jet zoomed through the sky, and a figure appeared. He shouted loudly, Zhang Tianjia, I am Li Daoda from the Xia group. I have something I need to discuss with you. Tianjia below could barely hear, responding vaguely, huh? Lu Di crossed his arms, unable to suppress a laugh, you're quite something, aren't you? Giving orders impatiently from inside. All right, enough of this, land the plane on the rooftop for me. Daoda immediately complied, yes. The plane successfully landed on the rooftop, and a figure descended from it. It was Tung Hilong. He was the CEO and founder of the Xia Group. At the same time, Hilong was the second richest person in Nation H. He greeted them politely, good morning, everyone. The young and talented CEO Zhang Tianjia has managed to organize creator companies so well in such a short time. I truly admire him. He moved closer and directly expressed his request, the reason I'm here today is to meet the true founder behind Creator Company. Lu Di, in place of Tianjia, responded, CEO Tang of the Xia Group, as expected, your reputation precedes you. Under the dazzling sunlight, Lu Di confidently introduced himself, I'm Lu Di, and it's an honor to meet you, Mr. Tang. You started talking with Hilong. Mr. Tang, you came in person, I'm a bit surprised. Hilong replied seriously. Emperor 3 is so young and talented, I must say, I'm quite surprised. Lu Di smiled and responded. The acquisition of Creator Company. A small-scale company like ours isn't worth CEO Tang showing up in person. Hilong, without any pretense, replied bluntly. Acquisition? It's not even worth wasting my time on. I've just been resting for too long and wanted to see something new and interesting. Lu Di no longer held back either. My Germany may be small, but if Xia wants to acquire it, that's absolutely impossible. Hilong burst out laughing. In the past 10 years, countless companies have declared war on my Xia empire, every single one ended in crushing defeat. Lu Di responded confidently. Then this time, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, CEO Tang. Today, I, Lu Di, on behalf of Creator Company, officially declare war on your enterprise.
Hilong's expression turned serious upon hearing this.
You're declaring war against me, let's bet on who wins. If you lose, you'll call me master. Maybe then I'll consider mentoring you. Lu Di stated his own condition. If you lose, you must publicly admit your defeat in Germany.
If I lose, I'll willingly hand over the code. Hilong smiled, his voice filled with amusement.
Very well.
The incident spread rapidly at lightning speed.
News articles were being published one after another.
Headline 1: 2 men, 2 major companies, have made a bet igniting a fiery corporate war.
Headline 2: The rising business star Germany faces a formidable opponent. Annihilation seems to be the only outcome. Clear, high-resolution photos of Hilong and Lu Di began circulating.
Tianjia held her phone, eyes wide as she read the news. In just a few hours, the story had spread everywhere.
I'm really curious who took this picture. I remember there wasn't anyone at that angle at all.
Lu Di, while smoking, enthusiastically replied, I suddenly received a notification that a message was sent by Hadina.
She asked Lu's CEO if he was free tonight.
Lu Di cheerfully told Tianjia, take a rest tomorrow, you'll have work to do in a few days.
With that, he turned and walked away. Tianjia asked in confusion, where are you going? He simply replied, going on a date. In a large building, the sunlight was still blazing. Hadina sat on the sofa and said, Germany has declared war on Shia. I wonder if in this critical situation, Lu's CEO would be interested in discussing an investment. Lu Di didn't resist, responding, the 500 million assets within our company, I can offer 10% of the shares. The company will be the witness. Hadina crossed her arms and asked, Lu CEO, are you sure you aren't mistaken? Germany is on the brink of collapse, and you still want to seek investment?
He lit another cigarette and replied, I'm not begging you.
Lu Di took a deep drag and continued, I'm just informing you.
Suddenly, Hadina's phone buzzed with a message. She picked it up to see that it was from Lu Di. He saw that she had received it and quickly explained, this is a set of documents evaluating the investment risks for the company. You can refer to it, review it, it would benefit you as well. Hadina looked at the document she had just received and said, the company I thought was the best is actually faking it, how could you investigate this? Lu Di extinguished his cigarette and replied, it might be just an observation skill. Looking at her thoughtful expression, Hadina was very satisfied and complimented him, Lu CEO, you truly are a natural-born investor. There was a knock on the door, a quick series of taps. Ruiyi entered, followed by several large bodyguards. She didn't say much, but went straight to the point. Sir, you mentioned that you would provide guidance to our team.
Ruiyi had been waiting for 5 continuous days, not going anywhere. Lu Di picked up his glass of water and responded. Ruiyi, I've been very busy lately. I'll come to see you when I have the time. Ruiyi quickly and obediently replied. You are the person I trust the most, sir. I will return and wait for you.
With that, she turned and walked away, the sound of her high heels echoing, catching the attention of others.
Hadina asked curiously. What was that just now? Lu Di replied calmly, as if it was just another business maneuver from a different industry.
Among the countless buildings in the city, the Shia Group's skyscraper stood tallest.
Hilong, a bit dissatisfied, muttered. The battle hasn't even started yet, and Lu Di is already trending.
His face showed clear displeasure, and he asked,
what's the status on the research plan to deal with Lu Di? Dao de Chunju answered. We have implemented a complete media blackout and have informed the apps we are working with to fully freeze Germany. Hilong then asked. Any strategies for the product side? Dao de replied nervously.
Tomorrow, our company will launch a live streaming feature aimed directly at Germany.
Hilong, hearing this, slammed his fist on the table and decisively said, I'm putting you and Si Du-chu in charge of taking on creator. If you fail, leave immediately. Elsewhere, the meeting room door was tightly shut as intense discussions were underway. Tianjia stood at the head of the room and began introducing Lu Di.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to the declaration of war against Xia, I've invited here the founder of Creator, who is also the mastermind behind Germany's crucial encryption. Then he extended his hand towards the distance.
Emperor 3 entered the meeting room from outside, Lu Di.
One could not deny that Xia was very strong. His foundation built over the past 10 years was undeniably solid. As soon as he stepped in, he began showcasing the great achievements of Germany. Please, everyone, take a look at the accomplishments of our Germany. Personally, I believe that those of you present here are among the chosen few, but at the same time, you have all made a mistake. Without keeping everyone waiting for long, he immediately explained that mistake.
You've all forgotten just how capable you are. Lu Di spoke firmly to the people below him.
Everyone looks up to the strong, hoping to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. But the ones who truly achieve greatness are those who defeat the strong.
A girl from below raised a question. Lord Emperor 3, what should we do next?
Lu Di did not respond immediately. Instead, he posed a question to them.
I ask you all, what is the most important thing in an endeavor?
A middle-aged man quickly answered. The needs of the consumers.
Lu Di nodded in satisfaction. Exactly.
As you all can see, it's the functionality of the social circle.
This feature can match people accurately. The Germany platform can help you find an empathetic friend every minute.
He spoke a little more, but then a hint of worry crossed his face.
But I have encountered a difficulty. Due to time constraints, I have only written the core code.
To fully apply Germany, there are still many steps to go. For example, the compatibility of the finished product's test code, advertising for the users. Before he could finish, the people below started murmuring excitedly.
I can do it. Lord Emperor 3, I can.
He lowered his head, his voice emotionless.
Then it's going to be tough for everyone. At the creator company's office, everyone was focused and working hard. A young employee, while typing on his computer, ran into some issues.
With some concern, he spoke up.
Mr. Emperor 3, I'm having some problems here, could you come over for a moment?
Lu Di immediately walked over and patted him on the shoulder, comforting him.
Relax a bit, let me handle it. Watching Lu Di take his place and type rapidly on the keyboard, the employee couldn't help but exclaim.
At this speed, there's no way you're human, you must be a god. A while later, Lu Di pressed the final key of the code script.
He let out a breath. Done. The entire office erupted in joy.
Meanwhile, the product of the Xia Corporation was launched, and numerous negative comments appeared. This must be some kind of joke, I thought I found a soulmate, but it's just a bunch of escorts.
I'm pissed off about the speed.
I was expecting off-road vehicles, and you're advertising cars.
Fat Beef Roll angrily shouted, I'm not feeling well, and you're advertising a funeral package to me. Bien took the blame without complaint, simply saying,
Big Boss Xia, wait for it, those bad reviews are on their way.
Dao Da, looking at the reviews, was puzzled. What on earth is going on here? The employee next to him nervously replied. CEO Li from Germany, who can't even copy, wants to take a swing at something. It's up to you. Hearing this, he angrily shouted. Get lost, just get out of here.
The employee immediately left without saying another word.
While cursing, Dao Da's phone suddenly vibrated. He immediately forced a smile and answered.
Teng CEO, I haven't finished talking yet. The voice on the other end was already raging.
XN is nothing but a joke to you. Here's your last chance. If you fail, resignation won't be that easy. I want you to take full responsibility.
As soon as Dao Da hung up, another employee walked in to report.
Germany has just fully updated and launched its own stage. Dowda's face darkened.
Our creator technology can't reach that level, but I can destroy it. Elsewhere, on a screen, Germany's activity level was rising rapidly.
Lu Di hugged Tianjia joyfully success. Then, people around them kept cheering. Boss has succeeded. The stage was a success.
On Xia's computer, there were countless files intended to smear others.
A smug voice echoed. Rest assured from the general's side. De Go confidently said.
As long as the money lands in my hands, that tiny Germany, give me a few minutes, I'll make it bow down.
A chat window popped up, someone asked. Brother Go, is your plan ready? The boy's spirits are burning high right now. De Go calmly replied.
What's the rush?
I'm thinking.
The other end quickly responded.
Then hurry up.
I'm in the middle of the game. If I catch feelings in a bit, I won't have the heart to curse. He sounded bold, but over here De Go was completely flustered.
Could this really not be man-made? Why is there not a single loophole? Suddenly, an app on his phone lit up. De Go's eyes widened, struck speechless with surprise.
Inside the app, a line of text appeared. I hope that here, you can completely relax and return to the serene state of your soul. After reading it, De Go was deeply moved and burst into tears. I actually don't want to harm anyone, but I'm out of options, he sniffled and continued to speak to himself. Immediately, there was a response on the app. In this life, treating others kindly is also treating yourself kindly.
Mo Zone, you will soon find your way back to a peaceful and tranquil state of mind.
Xiao Song kept the secret. Then, De Go sent a message in the group chat. One last time, I ask for everyone's help. A quick response came from the other side. We're happy to help. Finally, De Go started his livestream.
Hello everyone.
I am the commander of the Navy. My online name is De Go. He said, wiping away his tears. I have done many wrong things, told many lies, and it is Germany that has allowed me to face myself. At the Shia Corporation, the large screen was broadcasting his livestream. In it, he said with difficulty, someone transferred 2 million to me, asking me to destroy Germany, but Germany has made me feel warmth.
I can't tarnish Germany.
Over at Lu Di's side, they were also watching the livestream.
De Go praised, Emperor 3, no matter what you are, I, De Go, admire you.
The livestream was still ongoing when the police knocked on his door. One of the officers spoke. We have received a report that you are accused of spreading rumors and slandering others.
Please come with us for questioning.
De Go tried to add, officers, I will certainly cooperate with the investigation because the person who reported me is none other than myself.
Right after the livestream, a flood of comments started appearing. The lazy sheep questioned, who paid for this? Do they have a conscience? Cheese quickly responded with sharp insight, who is Germany's competitor? Anyone want to take a guess?
Burlap Sack sighed, thankfully, De Go still has a conscience.
A frantic employee rushed in. Li CEO, De Go has confessed, what should we do now? Dao De replied impatiently, what's there to panic about? We just need to pay the fine. The important thing is to get the core code of Germany. He asked, how are we supposed to do that? Can't it just be copied? Dao De responded with a sinister, mysterious smile, just wait and see. He lowered his head, looking at the computer with a calculating gaze. This is just temporary. It's all because of those people forcing me. So don't blame me. Lu Di stood before countless employees of the creator company.
They were all monitoring the data of Germany.
Lu Di did not forget to remind them. With so many users supporting us, we should not rejoice too soon.
Instead, we must firmly remember our mission.
After saying that, Lu Di asked them, what is the most important thing when we develop software? Everyone answered in unison.
To put all users at the center.
He was satisfied. The meaning of Germany was to help users find their kindred spirits. Writing and images could create an emotional resonance. What combination would make the process of communication and exchange even more mysterious? One of them spoke up. Music. Lu Di agreed. Correct, music is the best representation of mood. Next, Germany will step into the music field. An employee raised their hand with a question. Boss, do you want to create a song to overthrow Shia? Lu Di confidently replied. I hope everyone can allow me to be a bit autocratic. I just want to provide the best experience for the users. After all, creating a song to overthrow Shia is a minor thing. He extended his hand toward a certain direction and declared loudly. Now, I solemnly announce, Wan Liangge, you will be in charge of developing Germanized music project. Lu Di continued to encourage the company's employees. The strong can not only reverse the tide. Liang Ge spoke. Together with the 400 colleagues here, I will wait for your Germany music. Lu Di snapped his fingers, and the data of Germany was projected. He confidently said to them, of course, aside from myself, there are more than 100 million users eagerly waiting for your masterpiece. Liang Gu immediately replied, Boss, don't worry, we will make sure to complete the task. Other staff members quickly echoed, promising to complete the mission. Once everyone was energized, Liang Gu turned to Lu Di and said, Two bosses, excuse my haste, but we need a place to meet and discuss. He replied, very satisfied, very well. Then, Tianjia and Lu Di went up to the rooftop to give them some privacy for their discussion. Tianjia hesitated before asking him, Isn't this task too difficult? Lu Di, taking a drag of his cigarette, answered, Why? Don't you trust our creator warriors? Tianjia, with utmost confidence, replied, They were personally interviewed by me. How capable they are, I know better than anyone. Lu Di smiled and explained, Why did I do this? Part of it is because I trust them, and part of it is because I trust you, Zheng Tianjia. Then he added, But if you say you fully understand them, I have some doubts. Tianjia tightened his grip, dissatisfied, What does that mean? Are there corporate spies in the company? Lu Di calmly took another drag of his cigarette, unfazed, spies? Well, if we had them, we could always make use of them. At the Shia group, the skyscraper always stood out with an unwavering grandeur. Dowda glanced at his computer before speaking up, daring to create music, isn't this like pointing a gun at your own head? The employee next to him offered an idea, if CEO Li allows the creator to use those songs, it'll be a violation of copyright. We could file a lawsuit. As soon as the idea came up, Dowda became incredibly excited. Emperor 3, oh Emperor 3, you're so inexperienced. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tianjia thought for a moment before speaking to Lu Di, if you're dealing with music, you need a massive copyright library. Haven't you thought of that? Lu Di, casually holding his phone, replied indifferently, I'll do it now. He posted an announcement on Germany. Germany Music is looking to acquire high-quality music materials once signed. Attractive benefits are provided. Tianjia, worried, said to him, Kid, you're fooling me. Not everyone can pull off this music stuff. I'll go and immediately get in touch with the copyright side. Lu Di stopped him, don't rush. We've just developed the Music Master program. All we need to do is upload current high and low quality music works. Tianjia, upon hearing this, turned and walked away. Brother, this feature might not be possible, but there still has to be someone willing to offer their works. I should still contact the copyright people. Seeing Tianjia's back, Lu Di shouted a reminder, don't forget the Music Master feature. He turned around and smiled, of course, I'll use it. I just fear it might flop. The information Lu Di posted quickly attracted a wave of attention. Zhang Hu eagerly awaited comments, hoping the music could match the mood of the conversation. Miao Mao asked curiously, why is there no music library when you record music? Fei Fei, extremely excited, said, quick, look. Emperor 1 wants to sign a contract with Germany Music for a piece of work. Lu Di, sitting in front of the piano, was reading user comments. I was once shocked by a voice.
In an ordinary bar, when you have the courage to sing, you'll eventually get applause from everyone. Then, Lu Di posted a message on the app. I officially announce here. The song I've been hoping for, as well as myself, have officially signed a contract with Germany Music. The phone kept vibrating continuously, showing that there were numerous requests to sign contracts. Tianjia was extremely happy. This music master truly was a musical tree that even the lower ranks could operate independently. In the afternoon, on a street, the sun was shining on the tall buildings. Dao De sat at a large dinner table with only 4 people. He spoke, this time, we need to cooperate to defeat Germany. He frowned seriously and continued, otherwise, we won't have any way to survive. One of them agreed, alright, CEO Li, we'll follow your lead this time. Dao De's face was cunning, hiding many dirty schemes. Even better, let's just wait. As soon as the 4 of us infringe on copyrights, we'll sue together. A blow to defeat Germany. As the discussion inside was lively, a knock on the door knock was heard. A police officer asked, is Li Daoda from Shia Corporation here? Daoda was somewhat confused. He stood up and replied, it's me. The police officer, along with several colleagues behind him, spoke loudly, your Shia music app is accused of violations. Please assist us with our investigation. Daoda broke into a cold sweat and asked, officer, are you sure you're not mistaken? The app of our company is fully licensed. The police officer explained, Divine Song First Emperor just signed a contract with Germany Music. Your platform is still streaming his music, so creator has filed a lawsuit against your company. Outside, there was a crowd of people eagerly waiting for the latest news. As soon as Daoda stepped out, he was surrounded by a swarm of reporters, the sound of cameras clicking non-stop. One reporter asked, may I ask how you could engage in such shameful copyright infringement? Daoda looked into the distance and saw Tianjia standing there, gritting his teeth. Zhang Tianjia, you're up to something. Tianjia, unfazed, responded, Deputy General Li, as for the company that has committed copyright infringement, I will demand compensation. Daoda confidently replied, it's just 2 songs, not even worth 100,000. I can afford to pay. Tianjia smiled, his words dripping with sarcasm, creator doesn't need much, just 1 yuan in compensation will be fine. One of the reporters noticed the mockery in his tone. This wasn't compensation, it was clearly an insult. A red-haired person spoke up, trying to mediate, we're all professionals here. There's no need to escalate things like this. Tianjia replied emotionlessly, dead end? Don't think I don't know what the 3 of you are up to. He pointed at them as a warning, I've already shown mercy by not suing you. The man inquired, so, what do you want? In response, Tianjia did not ask for anything unreasonable. When Germany Music is released, I hope the 2 of you can properly send your congratulations. The 2 of them immediately agreed without hesitation. That's fine, as long as you don't sue us. Tianjia looked at Daoda, smugly saying, as for you, in addition to compensating for 1 unit of copyright infringement, you'll also need to publicly apologize. Daoda frowned in great discomfort. Are you telling me you're only suing me? Tianjia smiled and replied, yes, that's right. Who told you to be our rival? Daoda, unwilling to accept these words that struck him like a thunderbolt, could do nothing but bow and apologize in front of dozens of cameras pointing at him. The news outlets continued to report with sensational headlines, Shia Group, after playing with fire for 10 years, finally stumbles. Creator company files lawsuit against Shia, which pleads guilty. Compensation of 1 unit, creator champions justice. Copyright of Germany music release, the internet music industry completely thrown into chaos. After reading the latest news, Daoda's face turned purple with rage. He raised his hand and swept all the documents off the table to the ground. Grabbing his phone, he gritted his teeth as he typed a message. Soon after, a notice appeared on the Shia Group's forums. 18 hours later, all songs available on the Shia app would be free to listen to for 1 month. In an instant, customers rushed to the homepage of Shia Corporation to leave comments.
An account named Wula enthusiastically expressed, although Shia's reputation isn't great, the song is really good. A user from Nation A also agreed with Wula, compliments for free, it's so delicious. At the same time, Germany Music made an announcement. In order to protect the copyright of songwriters, Germany Music will adopt a membership model with a fee of 15 yuan per month. The profits will be split 50/50 with the creators. An account named Sick Cat strongly supported this decision by the Creator Corporation. Charging is not wrong, after all, the creators need to eat too. An account named Excellent also agreed, collecting and splitting half for the singer. Germany is really good. A user with the account name Lazy Sheep firmly declared, it's no problem if the remaining membership fees from Shia are transferred to Germany. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Shia Corporation, Dowd is sat behind the desk, speaking sternly, when Germany Music is launched, we must grab the spotlight and attract all the attention here. He ordered, set a 10 million fee for the prize draw operations. Also, invite the 2 hottest singers at the moment. In 18 hours, Shia Music will hold an online concert on time. Just then, a knock on the door was heard. Zhang Yang slowly entered. Upon seeing him, Dowda was slightly stunned. Why are you here? I didn't call for you. Zhang Yang scratched his head, his face showing a hint of confusion. CEO Li, I have brought you this good news. Upon hearing this, Dowda quickly ended the meeting. Everyone, please return to your work. After the employees left, only Zhang Yang and Dowda remained in the room. Zhang Yang hurriedly took out a USB drive and handed it to Dowda. The core code of Germany is on here. Taking the USB, Dowda patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder with satisfaction. What I promised you will not be lacking. Then, Zhang Yang plugged the USB into the computer, urgently accessing Germany's data. Dowda and Mr. Zhang stood behind him, anxiously waiting. A few minutes later, Zhang Yang pulled the USB out and plugged it back into the computer. Sweat quickly appeared on his forehead. Zhang Yang typed on the keyboard while muttering suspiciously. It was fine when I took it out. Mr. Zhang stroked his chin. Everyone stay calm, adding security to the process is crucial. I can decrypt it. Dowda smiled and said to him. That's great, Mr. Zhang. I retract what I said earlier. I am a waste, please decrypt it quickly. Mr. Zhang happily walked over to the computer. This will take some time. Dowda smiled and urged him. The sooner the better. Start quickly. Meanwhile, at Germany's headquarters, the countdown timer for Germany Music to go live was displayed on the screen, with only a few minutes left. On stage, Tianjia spoke clearly. We are confident in the product we have poured so much sweat and effort into. He confidently stated. Based on the following, the experience will undoubtedly overpower music. Below, the employees of Creator listened attentively. At this point, Tianjia excitedly shouted, counting down 1 minute, getting ready for the free launch. At the same time, in Dowda's office, everyone was eagerly anticipating teacher Zhang's infiltration into Germany's computer system. The moment teacher Jiang hit the enter key, the entire Shia Corporation building immediately shook with Dowda's terrified scream. Damn it, what the hell just happened? Shia's employees also shouted in panic. Did the office just explode? Germany's employees cheered excitedly, it's incredible. All the users bypassed Shia and came straight to us. Right then, a Germany staff member received insider news from Shia's headquarters, power outage. Total system paralysis. The whole room erupted in astonishment. How could that happen? Suddenly, one of them cried out in disbelief, I heard their computers started launching fireworks. At that moment on stage, Ludi sneered, there were no fireworks, it's just karma catching up to them for their malicious intent. He spoke gently, everyone, you've worked hard today. Germany Music has achieved a great victory. For now, take a well-deserved rest. There are tougher challenges ahead waiting for all of you. Upon hearing this, all the Germany employees cheerfully shouted in unison, yes, boss.
At the same time, Zhang Yang received a text message from Lu Di, Comrade Zhang Yang, congratulations on officially becoming the first employee fired by Germany Music. A friendly reminder, Li Dao De Dao De. After reading the message, Dao De quickly instructed Zhang Yang, this matter must not be leaked to anyone. Not far away, teacher Jiang was typing on the keyboard while speaking, CEO Li, from what I can see, there are thousands of units outside, and each one requires a password to enter. Dao De, furious, walked over and kicked teacher Jiang, sending him crashing to the ground. Get out of here. Why don't you just set off some fireworks while you're at it? Suddenly, a message appeared on Dao De's computer screen, user activity level, 3 million. The notification read, the creator company officially announced that in 3 days, they would launch the latest livestream feature, inviting streamers to register. Enraged, Dao De knocked the computer off the desk and growled, this isn't over yet. Now they want to follow the livestream function of Shia and us. He took out his phone, gritted his teeth, and muttered, this time, either you die or I die. Then, Dao De called a powerful figure in the underworld. Without wasting time, he got straight to the point, the thing you mentioned last time, can you find an international assassin? Someone who can kill anyone. On the other end of the line, the underworld boss directly quoted a price, if I'm not mistaken, it's Emperor 3, right? 40 million. Dao De immediately gasped and shouted, so expensive? The boss chuckled coldly, have you heard of the reformers? That international level, no trace killing? Finally, Dao De agreed to the price the boss quoted, 40 million is fine. I want you to kill Emperor 3 within 3 days. The guy broke in sharply and said to Dao De, Li CEO is indeed generous, I will arrange it immediately. At the Germany headquarters, users paid for Germany Music 60 million. Tianjia excitedly declared, colleagues, brothers, and comrades, you all have made a miracle. Lu Di stood beside him and added, Genie Music, from the very beginning to now, each and every one of us is a miracle. At this point, both Lu Di and Tianjia bowed toward the audience, shouting in unison, thank you all for your contributions. Then, Lu Di continued, don't blame me for being straightforward, everyone's bonus is from 300,000 upwards. Those with exceptional contributions will receive over 10 million. Immediately, all the employees at Germany cheered loudly. Top notch, Creator long live, Emperor 3 long live prosperity. Meanwhile, at a meeting between Liang Ge, Xiao Tang, and her mother, as soon as they met, Xiao Tang's mother began to complain. Liang Ge, what kind of work do you do? You've been missing for 3 days and nights, not a trace to be seen. Are you out on a date or what? Liang Ge rubbed his head, his face showing a slight hint of embarrassment. What? The company is currently at the most crucial stage, so I've been a little busy. Of course, his explanation was not accepted by Xiao Tang's mother. She angrily scolded him, shut up. Finishing her words, she glanced around Germany's office and narrowed her eyes, evaluating that this company was not too bad. Then, Xiao Tang's mother turned to Liang Ge and directly asked. Liang Ge, if you marry Xiao Tang, will your financial situation be able to support having a house? Before he could respond, the familiar voice of Lu Di rang out. Of course, there will be. Lu Di walked over and placed a hand on Liang Ge's shoulder with a trusting expression. The company had decided to reward Liang Ge with 2 houses, a 2-story apartment in the city center and a villa in the suburbs. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tang's mother couldn't help but exclaim. You're not joking, are you? Lu Di replied indifferently. The value of Liang Ge in our company is immense. Xiao Tang also turned to her mother and gently shook her. Mom, I believe that Liang Ge will achieve great success in the future. At that moment, Mo Zong suddenly appeared and delivered bad news to Lu Di. Comrade Lu Di, congratulations, someone wants to assassinate you again. Mo Zong quickly summarized the assassin's background. His name is Sake, a European, an interior designer, single, and an orphan. 3 years ago, he had an accident, broke his bones, and was hospitalized for treatment. 18 months later, he made a miraculous recovery. Then, Mo Zong played a video showing Sake focusing on his design work.
Mo Zong shrugged. The person in the video is Poker from the assassin organization, known as G. We couldn't find any information about him online. After watching the video about Sake, Ludi's face became thoughtful. He reminded me a lot of one person, Yen Yufeng. Mo Zong said seriously to Ludi, 3 days from now, he'll come to take your life. Ludi immediately turned and left. He muttered to himself, it's time to uncover the secret of Yen Yufeng. Ludi cracked his knuckles, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. How powerful is 9 circles? Mo Zong let out a long sigh, his energy drained. Seeing Ludi about to turn and leave, Xiaotang quickly called out to him, wait a moment, Mr. D-san. She handed him a sheet of paper inside an envelope. Seeing how concerned he was for Liang Gu, she said, I suggest you reinforce your security in the next 3 days. Nation A, next to Mo Zong, quickly provided a brief profile on Su Xiaotang. She graduated from Binenberg Medical Academy 3 years ago. It emphasized that Binenberg was also where Yen Yufeng had studied extensively. Lu Di silently speculated, could it be that this is the place where people are reformed? He directly refused and did not take the envelope from Xiaotang, while reminding her, Liang Gu is a good person, don't harm him. Xiaotang's brows furrowed. Don't you care about your own safety? Lu Di snorted coldly. He's just a mere little bird, even if it's the entire deck, don't expect to return intact. Hearing this, Xiaotang's face showed clear surprise, and Mo Zong made a deduction. Based on psychological analysis of the subconscious, she is connected to the poker society. Xiaotang stood facing Lu Di, her tone sincere, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. I truly love Liang Gu. Lu Di coldly replied to her, of course I know you love Liang Gu, otherwise, you would have disappeared by now. With that, he ordered Mo Zong to follow her closely, and he nodded. Then, Lu Di turned to Liang Gu and said, let's go. After walking for a while, Lu Di spoke deeply, Liang Gu, your girlfriend is not normal. Liang Gu smiled innocently, of course, she's my goddess. Not long after, the newspapers simultaneously reported on the Germany stage. Germany music was seen as a breakthrough in human technology, with 100 million users of the superscale social media platform emerging. There were no limits for the future. Who was the core of Creator Company? A tech giant, a business genius. Did the ratio of 30 mean the end of the corporate war? Meanwhile, in Dauda's office, a flame lit up a cigarette. Dauda flicked the cigarette in his hand and nodded towards Hilong, Tang CEO, how do you plan to punish me? Feel free. Hilong shook his head, Dauda, this time I won't blame you. Creator is just too strong. He calmly made a suggestion, you do something for me. Unexpectedly, Dauda disdainfully responded, depends on my mood. Hilong was truly infuriated by him. He stood up abruptly, gritting his teeth, what's your attitude? I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Represent me and go meet with Creator to admit defeat. A cold glint flashed in Dauda's eyes. Admit defeat? No way, I won't hide it from you. That bastard won't be around much longer. Hilong laughed arrogantly, saying, in this lifetime, don't even think about me admitting defeat. Hilong didn't want to argue with Dauda, so he decisively ordered his subordinates, someone, take him away. As 2 bodyguards dragged Dauda away, he continued laughing hysterically like a madman. Hilong muttered in disgust, crazy, really crazy. In a massive factory, Lu Di carried a giant wrench on his shoulder, his left arm holding a roll of insulating wire. He hummed happily as he worked. The robot arms were diligently performing their assigned tasks. The sound of metal clanging and tools chiseling echoed steadily. At that moment, Lu Di's phone rang. It was Hadina. She frowned and said to Lu Di, can you lower your camera a bit? He asked in confusion, is something wrong? She cheerfully informed him, the collaboration you asked me to handle has been finalized. Lu Di, satisfied, gave Hadina a thumbs up. Good efficiency. She clicked her tongue, saying, now we just need the company's CEO and the witness to sign the contract. The corner of Lu Di's mouth curled up.
Wait a minute, Zhang Tianjia will come to find you to handle the specifics of the witness company. Upon hearing this, Hadina suddenly leaned closer to the phone screen, her eyes full of affection, her voice teasing, Lu CEO, I've done so much, how are you going to thank me? Lu Di stroked his chin, considering, the Rongtang building across the street has a 3-floor office. That's the address of the witness company.
Your position, CEO of the witness company. With that, he waved his hand and said, I've got work to do. Bye-bye. On the other end of the line, Hadina pouted, does this guy not see my hint at all?
After a few days, the plane carrying Sake to Nation H had landed.
Sitting in the plane's cabin, Sake snorted in annoyance.
As soon as he stepped out of the airport, he immediately assumed a haughty demeanor, his tone dripping with contempt, and the stench of lower-class people hung thick in the air. At that moment, the driver sent by Douda to pick up Sake quickly stepped out of the car.
Sorry for the inconvenience, Mr. Sake, where would you like to go? Sake opened the car door and ordered, take me to find some girls, the high-quality ones from Nation H. The driver smiled, no problem at all.
However, inside, he secretly mocked Sake, foreigners are so ignorant, today I'll let you experience a bit of the countryside's flower in this city.
22 hours later, in a cheap hotel, women's lingerie was scattered all over the floor. Sake, holding a cigarette, looked vexed. Could it be that he had been played?
Beside him, a voluptuous young woman was snoring loudly, but sensing movement, she woke up and rubbed her eyes.
Handsome, you're awake. Sake suddenly snapped at her, leave.
On Lu Di's homepage, an announcement appeared, hello everyone, tonight at 12 p.m., Emperor 3, I will livestream at exactly midnight. Unfortunately, I have many enemies, and someone even hired an assassin to kill me, so the livestream tonight will definitely feature a live killing.
Upon receiving the shocking news, the forum went wild.
A user named Stingray Egg exclaimed, Great Third Emperor livestreaming a killing.
A user named Chung Cheng skeptically asked, can this even be live-streamed? The customer who owns the account didn't even eat meat but still joined to have fun. Is this overstimulating now? At Douda's office, he had just scrolled through Lu Di's notification. In an instant, Douda's expression darkened. He quickly called the driver in charge of picking up Sake. Mr. Hu, where is that stupid assassin? It's been exposed, cancel the plan quickly. On the other end of the line, Mr. Hu's panicked voice came through. I'm also very confused, I can't contact 9 circles. I suggest you quickly pack up and run. Under the dark night, with the bright moon overhead, Sake stumbled through a forest near Lu Di's villa. He moved like a shadow, gliding through the thick trees. On a street lamp, Xiaoyi silently used binoculars to observe every move of Sake. The boy quickly reported to Lu Di. That idiot is here. Lu Di nodded in satisfaction. Take a rest for a while. At the same time, in Lu Di's office, dozens of surveillance cameras were constantly showing images of Sake's every movement. Lu Di leisurely interlaced his fingers behind his head and officially opened the live stream of Emperor 3, a live stream of an online assassination. In an instant, millions of people tuned in to watch. Lu Di calmly spoke. Hello everyone, I am Emperor 3. The viewers immediately erupted in excitement. Hello, Great Third Emperor. Your Germany product is really great. Is this assassination real? Where's the assassin? Lu Di smiled indifferently. Next, wait and see, the assassin is at my doorstep. The viewers were stunned. Great Third Emperor, why aren't you running away? Your life is more important. Great Third Emperor, I want to send you a gift, though it might not quite align with Douda. At this moment, the camera angle was adjusted, giving the viewers a chance to admire Lu Di's office. Everyone gasped, was this the perspective of a god? This is how you position a camera. Is this the house of a wealthy person? Just then, the camera froze on Sake, capturing the moment he was stealthily breaking into Lu Di's house through the plumbing system. The online world exploded. Look, an assassin, a foreign assassin, it's real. This is the best light chim I've ever seen. So amazing, so thrilling. Sake had no idea that his movements had been exposed. He thought to himself that as an international assassin, he had to choose the most discreet path. The sewer line was silent, allowing him to sneak in without making a sound. Emperor 3, you're as good as dead. With that, he couldn't help but grin wickedly. Meanwhile, Lu Di continued to stir up excitement among the viewers by offering them suggestions. In order to enhance the viewing experience, the video had incorporated psychological guessing activities. Sure enough, the viewers were highly entertained. They had never seen anything like this before. It was hilarious. If the assassin knew we were watching, what kind of mood would he be in? Sake checked his watch while calculating. Assassinate Emperor 3, I must break the record. Then, he used all his strength to lift the manhole cover. Assassinating Emperor 3, he had to break the record. Seeing Sake struggle, Lu Di sneered, sorry, this road is a dead end. Despite the effort, the manhole cover refused to budge. Sake clasped his hands together, looked up at the sky, and murmured, God bless me, may this manhole cover open. Then, he tried lifting it again. This time, it worked. Sake exclaimed with joy, got it. Sake carefully stepped into the pipe. After infiltrating Lu Di's house, he let out a cold snort, I've memorized the blueprint of this drain. Emperor 3, prepare to die. At the same time, Lu Di directly ordered the water release. In an instant, torrents of water surged through the drainage pipe, sending Sake into a panic, scaring him out of his wits. The audience burst into laughter. Great Third Emperor, is this a toilet flush? Poor assassin, a missile straight to the heart. Watching Sake vomit uncontrollably, someone expressed sympathy, this assassin is really having a rough time. Sake ground his teeth in fury, Emperor 3, I'll cut you into pieces. After regaining some strength, Sake continued creeping toward Lu Di's office, closely tracking his every move. Anxious viewers urged Lu Di, boss, you can't let him succeed. When Sake reached the door of Lu Di's office, loud barking echoed from within the room, frustrating him as he grumbled, damn it. Sake quickly pulled out a silenced gun, silently making up his mind, rich people usually keep dogs. Killing them is no big deal. Inside, there was indeed a very cute second-generation robot dog. The viewers couldn't help but be amazed. The robot dog is so cute. Please share the link to buy it. Sake, of course, did not feel the same way. He aggressively kicked the little dog away. Get out, go. A moment later, the little dog's paws suddenly underwent an advanced upgrade. In an instant, the dog completely changed its appearance. Lu Di then calmly spoke up. Now, I would like to introduce you to my little demon. The second-generation bark dog. Looking at the dog's powerful appearance, the viewers all exclaimed in unison. OMG, does Boss Emperor 3 accept henchmen? Some naively commented. This can't possibly exist on the Lin, can it? Facing the muscular dog, Sake hesitated for a moment. Without giving him time to regain his composure, the dog charged forward, decisively slashing him with its claws, leaving his face bruised. Sake had no choice but to turn around and try to escape. Lu Di happily told the viewers. Everyone, the drama is far from over. The assassin has begun to run away. Sake ran to the emergency exit and quickly opened the door. Outside, a large police force was already waiting for him. Mr. Sake, you're surrounded. Desperate, Sake drew a knife and charged at one of the police officers. Unexpectedly, an officer standing beside him acted swiftly, kicking Sake and sending him crashing into a tree. Watching Sake being beaten to a pulp, the viewers eagerly commented. Thousands of paths are nothing compared to the righteous way of our nation H. The greatest failure of an assassin in history, the first to trigger such excitement, outstanding, courageous. Finally, Sake was knocked unconscious. He was quickly escorted to the police car, and the international assassin was finally brought to justice.
The next morning, at the factory, Lu Di smiled and praised Xiao He. Your performance today was very good. He reminded the boy that while he could be proud, he must not lose his essence. After saying this, Lu Di took out a robotic arm and handed it to Xiao He. Today, I'm giving you another portion of pride, he told the boy. This is my first creation. The technology is at least 60 years ahead of the world. As for its limitations, I'm waiting for you to tell me. At that moment, Xiao He could not hold back his tears. The boy sniffled and called out, "Brother!" Xiao He hugged him tightly, sobbing in gratitude. At 7:30 p.m., Lu Di met Hilong at the Germany factory. As soon as Lu Di appeared, Hilong directly spoke. CEO Lu, I completely admit defeat. Lu Di calmly reassured him. CEO Tang, relax, the performance has already begun. Hilong's face showed clear surprise. A performance? At that moment, a system screen suddenly appeared in midair. A moment later, the image of Lu Di sitting at a piano appeared, smoothly playing a soft melody along with a passionate love song. I have always believed that stars can talk, and stones can bloom. Through the wooden fence and across a street, the sweet singing spread through the air to the ears of the city's residents. A young boy, followed by a young girl, gently opened their windows, looking out to find the owner of the voice. Even the employees of Germany were mesmerized by the enchanting voice of their boss Lu Di, accompanied by the winter plum blossoms. I have finally arrived. On the rooftop, Hilong couldn't help but express his admiration for Lu Di. The mind of Lu CEO, I truly have the utmost respect. He happily said to him, I just realized that the purpose of Emperor 3 wasn't to defeat my Shia, but to defeat all the companies on social media. Lu Di nearly smiled politely, Tung CEO, you flatter me. We're just starting from the perspective of the users. Finally, Lu Di's solo piano performance came to an end, and the system screen disappeared, leaving behind a starry night sky. Hilong clicked his tongue in admiration. Not only does Germany impress me, but even the screen right before my eyes is the most magnificent technology I've ever seen in my life. He directly made his suggestion, Lu CEO, I want to collaborate with you. With the talents of our company, our capital, media channels, and the influence of our startup, we can undoubtedly grow stronger day by day. Lu Di suddenly laughed coldly. Do you think I lack the things you just mentioned? With that, he pointed downwards. 3 floors below us is the office of my witness company. Hilong gasped, what use is just an office address? Do you have talent? Do you have a research and development team? Lu Di confidently replied, I won't hide it from you, inventions like that? I have an entire warehouse full of them. Hilong's expression froze. Then, Lu CEO? Lu Di simply shrugged and answered, naturally, the future you speak of can come whenever I want it to. Hilong held the cigarette in his mouth, his tone skeptical, I still don't believe it. I must find at least one point, one aspect where you're not better than me. Then, he would rise to the highest level. That high level was not as simple as others had thought. With that, Hilong leisurely lit his cigarette. He gently exhaled a faint cloud of white smoke. He then asked Lu Di directly. Have you heard of the reformer? He pointed at him. As for the assassination case, I feel very ashamed and disappointed, but I cannot deny that you are intelligent. However, you lack any fighting ability. Hilong clenched his fist, and the joints of his fingers cracked audibly. He confidently declared. In business, I have no way of defeating you. But when it comes to physical strength, you're no match for me. With a sudden clink, Hilong let go of his fist, revealing that the lighter had been broken in half. When did that happen? Lu Di maintained his calm demeanor. He slowly walked toward Hilong, his voice indifferent. No one can stop the progress of technology. I can understand everything about the highest level. As he spoke, Lu Di picked up the broken lighter. He tightened his hand around it, and the cracking sound echoed once again. The corners of Lu Di's mouth suddenly curled upward. Once you have wealth, of course, you'll seek out other forms of gratification. Before long, when Lu Di opened his hand, the lighter had been turned into a metal ball by his bare hands. This left Hilong stunned. Lu Di, you. Lu Di only smiled faintly. Each word that came from his mouth was sharp and resolute. It's not wrong to only care for yourself. But if you use this power to oppress the weak, you will surely face the appropriate punishment. Suddenly, Lu Di's eyes brightened, and his spirit was instantly lifted. Swish, the metal ball in his hand cut through the air, speeding like a spark of lightning, directly hitting a shadowy figure hiding on the rooftop. He long glanced toward Lu Di, who had just thrown the ball, his expression one of doubt. This is. Lu Di seemed unconcerned, casually saying, "Don't worry, that person came to kill me, probably just another one of those poker cards, right?" He long stared at Lu Di, then carefully asked, "Lu Di, are you also someone who has been modified?" Lu Di didn't answer Hilong's question. Instead, he asked a different one. "Right now, every aspect of you seems inferior to me. Are you in a state of conceding defeat?" Hilong took out a black ring. This was the certification of all high-ranking individuals, something only the dragons among humans possessed. He handed the ring to Lu Di as a gift, saying, "Whenever you're free, you could help me shine and make me proud." After returning to the headquarters of Xia, Hilong kept his promise to Lu Di. He straightforwardly posted a status on the official website of the corporation, with the following message. Had a conversation with Emperor 3. A deep impression was made, and I humbly bow in respect. From now on, the creator will stand firm and steady. I invite all social media startups to strive for technological development, preparing to welcome the strongest in the market. Countdown, 1 year. Major newspapers simultaneously reported on Lu Di, the person who had crossed to the world of Thes, someone witnessing a business miracle in the making. After reading the news, Yulong's face brightened with joy. Indeed, a hero emerges from the youth. He quickly typed a message and sent it to Lu Di. I want to meet and talk with you, please agree to meet me. In an instant, Yulong received a response from Lu Di. Okay. Yulong immediately set out to meet Lu Di. Unfortunately, on his way, the car carrying Yulong was suddenly blocked by another vehicle. The driver, caught off guard by the unexpected situation, couldn't react in time. Yulong's car crashed straight into the vehicle blocking the way. A loud, deafening sound echoed as his car was thrown into the air, tumbling several times across the ground. Yulong was severely injured, his body covered in blood. Meanwhile, at the police headquarters, Duanhua and Lu Di were face to face with Sake. Duanhua turned and smiled at Lu Di, saying, We've been interrogating this guy for 6 hours. As soon as your message came, he confessed everything. Lu Di gave a small smile as he received a blue electronic card. From there, Lu Di speculated that this might be the identity card of the person. Hey Tao Xin has one too. Mo Zong suddenly appeared, observing the card before whispering into Lu Di's ear. This could be the source of the destructive power that these assassins possess. It's worth studying. Brother, turn to Duanhua and suggest, Captain Duan, can I borrow this piece of evidence for a while? Duanhua's brow instinctively furrowed. You already know it's evidence, and now you're asking to take it? Lu Di lowered his voice and pleaded, Come on, agree to it. I owe you a favor. Of course, Duanhua agreed. At that moment, Mo Zong delivered some bad news to Lu Di. Lu Di, Elder Yen had been in an accident. Lu Di immediately exclaimed, What? Hurry and tell Duanhua, Captain Duan is in trouble. At NG Hospital, Lu Di followed Duanhua into the building. When they reached the emergency room of Yulong, Lu Di said to Duanhua, Captain Duan, go and see how Elder Yen is doing. I'll talk to Yin Yufeng for a bit. Duanhua nodded. All right. Lu Di approached Yufeng, who was still bent over her book. With a swift motion, Lu Di snatched the book from her hands, and she glared at him with seething hatred. Lu Di sneered, Miss Yen,
I still have a bit of contempt for you, don't I?
Yufong was indeed so enraged by his words that her face twisted. She hissed, "Give it back." The tension between Yufong and Lu Di lingered in the air. Yufong was already in an offensive stance but still hesitated, wary of Lu Di's strength, unwilling to act recklessly. As she glanced at the book in his hands, Lu Di's smile deepened. It turned out that her frequent charity work at the Children's Welfare Institute was actually a cover to relay messages to assassins. Yufong's face turned purple with rage. She stared at Lu Di in silence. He maintained his calm demeanor and slowly spoke. "What surprised me the most is that you have a child, and it's not with Ouyang Fenglu, is it?" Yufong gritted her teeth. "Mr. Lu Di, just say it directly. Out of respect for how you've rejected so many assassins, explain yourself to me, and I'll consider sparing your life."
At that moment, an urgent message came from the emergency room about Yulong.
The patient was in a state of brain death, and the situation was critical.
Lu Di and Yufong momentarily halted their confrontation.
Yufong hurriedly rushed into Yulong's emergency room. Seeing Yulong lying motionless on the hospital bed, Yufong anxiously shouted, "Dad!" Yulong's face was deathly pale. Yushi and Yuji anxiously pleaded with the doctor, "Please save our father." The doctor observed Yulong's condition before falling silent. At this moment, the most important thing was for Yen Elder to regain brain activity, only then could a way to treat him be found.
Lu Di quietly asked Mo Zong for his opinion. "Is there any way?"
He crossed his arms and shook his head. "Not for now, unless I upgrade the control over the nano-robots, but it will take at least 5 years.
Lu Di's left eye suddenly brightened. He asked Mo Zong, "Have you found the materials I asked you to search for?" He replied, "I've found them." Then Lu Di spoke to the doctor, "Could I trouble you for a moment?" He moved closer to Yulong's hospital bed.
Lu Di whispered in Yulong's ear, and immediately, his electrocardiogram began to show positive changes. The doctor was astonished. "It's truly a miracle." Yuji exclaimed joyfully, "Has my father been saved?" Empress turned to give instructions to Yushi and Yuji. "Take her to the plant care center in Huangzhou City.
Room 305.
Bring the woman named Lu Manwen here, she has an effect on old master's condition."
Yuji expressed his gratitude to Lu Di. "Thank you, Lu Di." He smiled and responded, "No need to thank me.
Elder Yen has done good deeds all his life, helping him is the least I can do." Finally, Yulong's heartbeat had returned to a steady rhythm. Suddenly, Yuling spoke up, questioning Lu Di, "Where were you when my father had the accident?"
Hearing Yuling's strange question, Duanhua frowned and asked her, "Yuling, what do you mean by that?"
Yuling took out a phone and showed a video playing on the screen, showing footage from the time of the accident.
"Everyone, look."
When Yulong's car was hit, a man's silhouette, which looks like Lu Di, was caught on tape.
Yuji and Yushi gasped in surprise. Could it be?
Yuling continued to question Lu Di. "The last message my father sent was to you too."
Lu Di, explain yourself.
Standing to the side, Duanhua stepped in to speak for Lu Di. "Yuling, I've investigated, it was just an ordinary accident."
But Lu Di shook his head. This wasn't an ordinary accident. We all know the man in white. When Lu Di mentioned that name, everyone present was visibly shaken.
The most terrified of all was Yufong. She kept murmuring, "Bei Ming." Lu Di calmly continued, "And as for why he appeared there, I'll leave that explanation to the young lady herself." Immediately, all eyes turned toward Yufong.
She stammered in denial, "Me? How would I know? I've never even met him." Lu Di sneered coldly, "Don't bother lying. I'll bring Qiu Beiming back shortly and everything will be clear. Let's go."
As Lu Di turned to leave, Yufong hurriedly stopped him. "Wait." She looked straight at Lu Di and defended Qiu Beiming. "He has nothing to do with this."
Lu Di glanced at Yufong. "Oh? You're not hiding it anymore? That child, isn't it yours and Qiu Beiming's?" Yufong's pupils suddenly contracted violently.
Lu Di's tone turned sharp. "You and Qiu Beiming kept it from Elder Yen, but ended up letting your child fall into the hands of the Reformation organization." They used the child to threaten you both, forcing you and Xiao Beiming to become reformed assassins.
Yufeng asked Lu Di in confusion, how do you know that?
Lu Di shrugged, just a guess.
But your reaction just now already confirmed it.
He calmly explained, besides, you refused the mission to kill. So Xiao Beiming did it in your place. The more Lu Di listened to Lu Di's analysis, the more Yufeng's face showed clear signs of fear, and her hands unconsciously curled up.
Lu Di is determined, I won't let Xiao Beiming wander outside the law.
Yufeng reminded him, you're no match for him.
I've fought him before.
My rank is a 7, you're at most a 9, and he's above level 8.
Lu Di nonchalantly told Yufeng, no need for you to worry, just focus on serving Elder Yin. Lu Di asked Mo Zong, what's the rank of those who've been modified? Mo Zong carefully considered, you're in the first stage of the new human race. Modified humans are different.
To put it simply, you're in the sky, they're on the ground.
Lu Di thought to himself, so I'm that powerful? Mo Zong reminded him, but you should optimize yourself a bit more. Let's go. With that, Mo Zong showed Lu Di a series of real combat images of Beiming for reference.
Lu Di's lips curled up, it was time to understand the true capabilities of Xiao Beiming. In a remote rural area, with dense trees, Lu Di stood before a well-built house. As he looked up, he immediately noticed a figure on the balcony, who had been watching him for several minutes.
The figure didn't make any moves, making Lu Di more impatient.
How strange, to be watching for so long, Lu Di thought and decided to leap directly into the building.
Lu Di easily landed on the veranda.
Looking into the bedroom, Lu Di saw Beiming standing silently next to the bed of a stranger.
When he arrived, Beiming wasn't surprised at all. Lu Di, you've come. If we're talking about the timing, you're my junior. Behind the curtain, Lu Di smiled casually, you know a lot, don't you?
Beiming squinted his eyes and decisively extended an invitation, I know you're very talented, come join me and let's create something great together.
Lu Di sneered, you're not worthy.
His words truly infuriated Beiming, making his eyes almost pop with anger. He snarled, then you can die.
Mo Zong, resting his chin beside Lu Di, whispered into his ear. Xiao Beiming had the ability to emit electric waves and hypnotize directly through a person. Just as Mo Zong had predicted, the next second, Beiming indeed used hypnosis. Beiming, I command you to raise your fist and punch yourself. Lu Di lazily scratched his ear, what if I don't do it?
Beiming immediately activated the brainwave, repeatedly muttering the strange command, intensifying his mental intrusion. While Beiming was hypnotizing Lu Di, Mo Zong took the opportunity to study how he made his move, discovering that he used technology to assist in releasing brainwaves.
Lu Di, stay still, let me study this for a moment. Following Mo Zong's words, Lu Di did not resist, and his left eye lit up.
Seeing Lu Di standing still, Beiming smirked, Lu Di, this is the limit of what you can do. Suddenly, the door slammed open.
Yufeng rushed in and immediately tried to stop Beiming.
Beiming, don't kill him, Lu Di is not a bad person.
He turned around to remind her, Yufeng, don't be foolish, if I don't kill him, the poker club will kill you and harm the child.
At that very moment, a loud crash rang out, and the entire wall suddenly collapsed.
A tall and muscular man appeared out of nowhere.
Yufeng immediately recognized him as De Tao Gu.
De Tao Gu grinned cruelly, the last 3 days of pursuit have not been in vain.
You've given me many surprises. Beiming hurriedly unleashed his brainwave to hypnotize De Tao Gu, but to his surprise, the man remained unaffected.
Instead, De Tao Gu calmly sneered, this is indeed powerful, but it can't do anything to me.
After speaking, De Tao Gu fiercely stomped on the stones beneath his feet, displaying his dominance.
Lu Di was quite displeased with De Tao Ge's appearance.
You're really annoying, cutting into my scientific experiment.
De Tao Gu gave Lu Di a cold smile, don't be in a hurry, your turn is coming soon.
At the same time, Mo Zong urged Lu Di, release your combat consciousness for 3 seconds, try it.
Following Mo Zong's advice, Lu Di immediately released his combat consciousness.
His eyes sparkled, and a powerful electric force radiated from his body. His figure swiftly moved, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Di had delivered a knee strike to De Tao Ji's chin, his incredible speed leaving the man no time to counter. A moment later, the mighty De Tao Gu was defeated by Lu Di. He lay sprawled on the floor, his eyes blank, completely unconscious. Mo Zong then asked Lu Di for his opinion. You don't have enough energy in your body to sustain the release of combat consciousness for 177 seconds. Do you want to take on Xiu Bei Ming? Lu Di shook his head, no more fighting. He cheerfully told Bei Ming, you keep eroding your brain, let me continue my research. Bei Ming shouted in anger, Yu Fong didn't kill anyone, it's all my fault. With that, he charged at Lu Di. Lu Di simply threw a punch, hitting Bei Ming's vital point, sending him flying straight through the window. Lu Di was about to chase after Bei Ming. Trying to run? Suddenly, a hand unexpectedly grabbed Lu Di's ankle. Oh, Yang Feng Lu pleaded with Lu Di, don't go, stay and play for a bit. Lu Di, in a fit of anger, kicked him, spitting blood, get lost. Lu Di hurried to the balcony, and by then, Bei Ming had swiftly escaped, vanishing without a trace. Mo Zong looked in the direction Bei Ming had fled inside. Xiu Bei Ming is like a ghost, evading all forms of surveillance. Lu Di nodded in agreement, not bad, he's quite the worthy opponent. Time to catch up on the lessons, complete the first stage of control for me. Focus on your fighting spirit. In Lu Di's laboratory, Mo Zong suddenly appeared. Hello, Mo Zong is back. Seeing Mo Zong dressed a bit differently, Lu Di raised an eyebrow, pointing at him. Mo Zong, is that really you? Mo Zong cleared his throat lightly. I've leveled up, now it's your turn. Lu Di quickly explained, if you don't mind, the most important thing for fighting spirit is the body. Right now, your mortal body can't handle it. Lu Di looked a bit confused, so I need to switch to a different body, but how do I go about that? Mo Zong quickly answered, you'd need to rely on matter conversion, blood, liver, internal organs, bones, a 7-year cycle. Lu Di rubbed his chin thoughtfully, 7 years? That long? How do we speed up the matter conversion process? Mo Zong pointed out 3 methods. 1. Absorb a lot of energy. 2. Burn through energy frantically. 3. Use external forces to enhance cellular activity. Just then, a delivery driver's voice called from outside, is Mr. Lu Di home? I have a food delivery. Mo Zong smiled smugly, a good guy like me has already ordered a cart of food for you. The other 2 machines are still in the process of being controlled. Lu Di shot him a glare, you're such a pest. Next, the system continuously updated, upgraded the digestive function, enhanced absorption efficiency, and improved the muscle conversion rate. Lu Di had to increase his food intake to prepare for the body regeneration phase. The dog insisted that Monday bring him a black jacket. Mo Zong eagerly introduced. A masterpiece is born. The electronic circuit clothing can generate resistance against your muscles, helping your body expend energy. He then pointed to a glass column and continued. This is called the Hell Bath, which can increase cell activity and speed up metabolism. When you soak in it, you'll feel your cells being torn apart, leaving your whole body relaxed. The corner of Lu Di's mouth curled up. Good, this is challenging, I like it. He quickly put on the electronic clothing. Mo Zong stood by, grinning maliciously. Is it tough? Just a friendly reminder, the hell bath can be quite painful, you know. Lu Di smiled confidently. Then I'll show you the quality of a human being. With that, he directly immersed himself in the hell bath. Seeing Lu Di's calm demeanor, Mo Zong couldn't help but admire. Lu Di, your endurance exceeds 99.99% of humanity. Is this called perseverance? He laughed in satisfaction. Next, I'll prepare enough food for your training. Lu Di, keep it up. The fast food delivery staff murmured as he approached Lu Di's house. How many people can this house hold? I've delivered here a dozen times already. At the scene of a fatal accident, the area had been cordoned off. According to the report from the forensic pathologist, the deceased was Cho Bei-ming, 30 years old, with severe injuries to his right chest and shoulder, multiple fractures, and internal bleeding. The injuries occurred approximately 20 days ago, and the time of death was estimated to be about 3 days ago. Listening attentively, the police officer summarized, he was wondering why the kid Lu Di hadn't arrived yet.
It's been an hour.
The police officer standing next to him suddenly added an important detail, based on the condition of the muscles and skin, it's clear this person has been altered. At that moment, the familiar laughter of Lu Di echoed from outside the door. Lu Di said, Captain Duanhua, I've been a bit stressed lately, but I'm here now. Duanhua pointed toward the corpse, take a look at this body. I was about to arrest Cho Bei-ming, but he died before I could. Walking up to the body, Lu Di glanced at it and immediately dismissed the claim, this isn't Cho Bei-ming. It's just a substitute who had their consciousness voluntarily inserted. Duanhua turned to him, his words subtly implying something, why do I feel like you're a little too excited about this?
Lu Di didn't deny it, calmly smiling, is that so? Maybe it's because I've been enjoying some training lately.
Meanwhile, at the Enji hospital in High City, Yulong was still unconscious after sustaining severe injuries in a car accident.
The news was continuously updated on major media outlets.
The leader of the Enji Corporation has unfortunately become a vegetable. The Enji Corporation's stock price has plummeted. In the meeting room on the top floor of Enji Corporation, Yuling sat at the center. Her face clearly showed signs of exhaustion. Key staff members of the corporation kept urging her, Lin, we have families to support.
Please understand. Hearing that, Yuling's brows instinctively furrowed. Did everyone want to sell the stocks at a low price to the Wei Di creature in order to ruin the company?
She was determined, please believe me, I will definitely turn the situation around. Suddenly, a mocking laugh from Feng Lu echoed from outside the meeting room. As he entered, he immediately sneered at Yuling.
So, how do you plan to save it?
Yuling shot him a cold glare, what are you here for? He casually pulled out a chair and sat down, speaking slowly, I'm in charge of the merger department for Wei Di creatures.
I've come today to make the acquisition.
With that, Feng Lu took out a pre-prepared contract and arrogantly held it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've prepared the stock contract. You can sign it now.
Immediately, the senior executives of Enji all picked up their pens.
Without hesitation, they signed Feng Lu's contract. Yuling shouted in despair, don't sign it.
Watching the backs of the former senior members of Enji, Yuling helplessly collapsed to the floor, while Feng Lu's triumphant laughter echoed in the room. Yuling, in pain, fell to the ground, her face blank. A Fu gently helped her up.
Miss, pull yourself together.
Yuling looked at him sadly.
A Fu.
Helping Yuling sit back in her chair, A Fu chose his words carefully to comfort her.
Miss, don't give up, you still have a chance.
Let's buy the shares before Wei Di's company gathers all the funds. Yuling lowered her head, her voice filled with sorrow.
You're right, I can't give up yet, but this money isn't easy to come by.
At that moment, Yuji and Yushi ran in through the door. Yushi shouted loudly, third sister. With tears in her eyes, Yushi said, Oh, young Feng Lu is a scoundrel, he has taken our house and kicked us out. Suddenly, a notification popped up on Yuling's phone. The investment company under the creator had once again spent money to acquire an internet enterprise. Yuling seemed to see a light at the end of the tunnel and exclaimed, That's it, Emperor 3, we can find Emperor 3. At the headquarters of Creator, Lu Di casually walked into the office. As he passed the reception desk, the receptionist bowed her head and said, Boss, you're here.
The CEO is out on business.
Lu Di nodded, If anyone comes looking for me, just let them into my office.
She obediently responded, Yes, boss.
Just as Lu Di had predicted, a few minutes later, Yuling, followed by Yushi and Yuji, entered the lobby. As soon as the receptionist saw them, she invited them into Lu Di's office. Hello, ladies. Emperor 3 has sent his regards. Please follow me. When they arrived in front of the door, the receptionist introduced, "This is the office of Emperor 3, boss.
Please feel free to make yourselves at home. I can't go in."
Behind the swivel chair, Lu Di's familiar voice slowly echoed, "Please, sit down." Yuling, however, had no intention of sitting.
She hurriedly got straight to the point.
"Emperor 3, our company is facing difficulties, and we need your help to retain our shares.
We are willing to accept any conditions."
Lu Di calmly lit a cigarette and coldly responded, "Miss Yen, what you're saying holds no appeal for me." Yuling's eyes exuded a sense of determination.
"Apologies, Mr. Emperor 3, may I ask what I need to do for you to help us?" Lu Di still didn't turn around.
He coldly spoke, and there was a document on the table.
"You answer the question above. If it satisfies me, then I will help."
The content of the document was brief, consisting of only 2 lines.
The first line, weaknesses in the traditional model of NG Corporation. The second line, how to solve the issue of low efficiency within the corporation.
After reading it, Yuling was secretly startled. These issues were aimed at the corporation's vulnerabilities, which was truly frightening. At that moment, Lu Di spoke coldly, "If these issues aren't addressed, NG Corporation will sooner or later be finished." He reached out to extinguish his cigarette and told Yuling, "My email is on the document.
Send me a solution that satisfies me before the stock transaction. Then I will help you. Now, you may leave."
Yuling quickly stepped forward, pushed open the office door, and was about to leave. Suddenly, she instinctively turned her head, thinking to herself, "The sound of that lighter is exactly like Lu Di's limited edition Jeepo 10 million. Behind the office door, Lu Di was indeed sitting behind his desk, his gaze following Yuling and her companions. As they reached the elevator, Yuling suddenly stopped in her tracks, her expression thoughtful.
The legendary Emperor 1 and the business tycoon Emperor 3 are both Lu Di.
Noticing Yuling lost in thought, Yushi gently called her, "Third sister, what's wrong?" Yuji, who was next to her, also asked, "Third sister, did you see Emperor 3's face?" Yuling smiled, "Yes, he's very handsome, even more so than Lu Di."
Both Yuji and Yushi exclaimed in unison, "Really? Then Emperor 3 is for third sister, and we'll take Lu Di and Emperor 1.
Hearing the innocent words of the 2 younger girls, Yuling felt her head spin and her vision blur.
Meanwhile, in Lu Di's office, he curiously asked Mo Zone, "Didn't they say Yen Yuling's consciousness couldn't be invaded?" Mo Zone adjusted his glasses and offered an analysis.
The other shareholders of NG Group each have a distinct personality, but Yen Yuling has dissociative identity disorder. If her personality shifts, then consciousness invasion becomes ineffective. At that moment, Lu Di took out his phone, composing a message while sneering.
"Xiao Beining, if heaven refuses to help you, don't blame me."
On the other end of the line, Hilong's voice quickly came through.
"Hello, Director Lu, do you have any instructions?"
After hearing Lu Di's proposal, Hilong was slightly stunned.
"Borrow money? Did I hear that right?" Lu Di smiled.
"I want to buy a few things, don't want the capitalist involved, I want to do it myself." Hilong paused in silence. He reached for his water bottle and took a few gulps. On this side, Lu Di stated bluntly,
20 billion. Right now."
Upon hearing this, Hilong immediately spit out the water in his mouth. Without the slightest hesitation, he agreed to Lu Di's request.
"All right. When will you pay it back?" Lu Di replied vaguely. "We'll talk about that later. Consider it a favor I owe you." Hilong didn't ask further. He told Lu Di,
"Give me a bit of time, I'll move as fast as I can."
Lu Di replied crisply, "Goodbye."
As soon as he hung up, Hilong immediately pressed a button and called out, "All departments, gather all capital, deposits, and reserves. I need 26 billion within 2 hours." Instantly, every department in Shia Group mobilized their entire staff to raise 26 billion in the fastest time possible. 2 hours later, Hilong sat in his office, murmuring to himself, this calculation method can precisely target the customer's needs and provide personalized suggestions for them.
It's incredibly effective.
At that moment, Hilong's phone screen lit up with a new message notification. After reading the message, his eyes gradually brightened.
So, that's how it is. He stroked his chin and said, would it be better to leave him with a favor owed?
At the intermediary stock auction center, Yuling, Yuji, and Yushi had arrived early.
Feng Lu and CEO Fan were already seated in the waiting area.
Feng Lu silently snorted in disdain.
Yushi turned to Yuling and whispered in her ear, third sister, you've worked hard on this plan all night. But what if Emperor 3 isn't satisfied with it?
Yuling sighed, we'll just have to see how it goes. At that moment, on the stage, the auction host spoke clearly into the microphone, dear esteemed guests, in 5 minutes, 52.13% of NG Corporation shares will be auctioned off, both online and in the hall.
Please make your preparations.
A few minutes later, the host slammed the gavel on the table and shouted, the auction has begun.
Feng Lu gestured to CEO Fan, this time, we're going to make a huge profit.
As soon as the auction started, CEO Fan decisively raised his hand.
Before long, the host declared that the online auction had been successfully completed.
He slammed the gavel down firmly.
Congratulations on the successful auction.
Congratulations.
The host cheerfully announced, congratulations to Mr. Lu Di for successfully winning 52.13% of NG Corporation shares.
At that moment, the door to the auction room swung open. Lu Di congratulated himself, congratulations to me for winning the auction.
As soon as they saw him, the two sisters, Yuji and Yushi, excitedly exclaimed, Brother Lu Di. The CEO Fan, on the other hand, wasn't very pleased.
He snorted coldly.
Is anyone allowed in these days? Have the security throw him out? Lu Di calmly sat down. The security doesn't have the authority to throw me out.
As he spoke, he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out an object. In his hand, Lu Di held a square box, and the entire hall instantly buzzed with excitement. Feng Lu, sitting below, clapped his hands.
Impressive, really impressive.
The guests suddenly froze, turning to each other in confusion.
Where are we? How did I get here? Lu Di calmly stood up and introduced himself.
I am Lu Di, the largest shareholder of the NG Group, and the only person with the authority to make decisions. The host also confirmed Lu Di's words. He was the one who had bought 52.13% of the shares of NG Group for 260.3 billion, just after 0.3 seconds of an online auction. After the auction ended, Yuling approached Lu Di and quietly said to him,
Thank you. Lu Di replied with a smile.
Don't worry, I will gather the money and recover the shares quickly.
Lu Di's lips curled into a faint smile.
Now that I've bought NG, I don't intend to let go. But I assure you, Yen will stay at NG.
Yuling then asked him, Lu Di, what exactly are you planning to do? Lu Di didn't answer her.
Instead, he gave a sharp order. You don't have the right to know, just follow my orders.
2 things, first, immediately lock Ouyang Feng Lu in a cupboard and blindfold him.
Second, notify the senior members of the group to attend a meeting in 1 hour.
As for you, Yen Yuling, revise the proposal for me.
At NG Group, on the 29th floor, just as the elevator doors opened, Lu Di ran into Tian Tian.
Seeing him arrive, Tian Tian teased, you silly little guy. She asked him, where have you been running off to lately? Then, Tian Tian suddenly leaned in close to Lu Di, her tone flirtatious, did you miss me?
Lu Di quickly raised both hands, offering a fake smile, Tian Tian, let's catch up some other time.
I have something to do today.
With that, he hurriedly dashed into the meeting room.
Tian Tian called out regretfully, hey, the new boss is here today, Yuling's not available.
Finally, Lu Di made it safely into the meeting room and quickly turned to close the door behind him. At this moment, all the senior staff members of NG Group had already gathered. Yuling stood up, smiling as she said, hello, Mr. Lu Di, welcome to the position of chairman of the board at NG Group. Everyone clapped enthusiastically to welcome him. At that exact moment, Tian arrived and froze when she realized that Lu Di was the new chairman of the board. Yuling then handed him a stack of documents. "Chairman, this is the plan I revised. Please have a look." Lu Di glanced at it briefly, then coldly muttered, "Trash." Yuling, not satisfied, asked seriously, "This is the result of our hard work. What do you mean by saying that?" Lu Di stood up, pushed the stack of documents aside, and replied indifferently, "The paper version of this is just trash in my eyes." He then addressed all the staff, his voice clear and firm, "You guys haven't done anything and just want to stand around and watch to see how I fix things. If that's the case, why should I even keep you here? This is the attitude of weaklings, nothing but trash." Here is the translation. At this point, Lu Di turned to Yuling and asked her, "Do you know why I only took action at the last moment?" Yuling pursed her lips, feeling slightly embarrassed, and looked down. Lu Di then continued, "Because it is only through experiencing despair that a person can truly grow." He spoke seriously. "I announce two things. First, I will only participate in the M69 project of the NG Corporation. Second, Yan Yuling is the new chairperson of the board of directors of the corporation, with full authority over its operations. Everyone must assist her." Lu Di instructed, "Remember, from now on, only bring good news to me." He also reminded them, the NG Corporation does not support idle people. "If you want to stay, you must prove your value to me." After Lu Di's enlightenment, all the employees of the NG Corporation loudly chanted, "Thank you, Chairman, for awakening us." Seeing that Lu Di was about to leave, Yuling softly called out to him, "Lu Di." She then bowed in front of Lu Di and thanked him. The next day, amidst the freezing snow and ice, Lu Di calmly performed a handstand. Mo Zong watched and evaluated Lu Di. "Your physical breakthrough is faster than I had anticipated." The corner of Lu Di's mouth curled into a smile. "Have you seen my persistence?" Mo Zong nodded in satisfaction. "Your consciousness liberation has now reached 75%. I'm really curious to see what happens next." At that moment, a swarm of drones suddenly appeared in the sky, resembling a giant group of bees, all pulling together. Mo Zong introduced these drones, which carried air pressure shells that could be launched within a 50-meter range, with impact forces capable of causing unconsciousness. Upon hearing this, Lu Di flipped in the air and landed on his feet, smiling confidently, "Then bring it on." Immediately, the drones all simultaneously released their air pressure shells into the atmosphere. A few minutes later, Mo Zong asked Lu Di with concern, "What do you feel?" Lu Di calmly responded, "My skin feels a bit numb, other than that, nothing else." Mo Zong explained, "This is the initial sensation of danger. You haven't detected the target yet because you haven't felt any threat of an attack." Sure enough, a second later, the drone suddenly changed direction. Lu Di immediately heightened his vigilance, his pupils contracting sharply. A powerful laser beam was shot at Lu Di, causing his toes to involuntarily curl. Mo Zong, standing beside him, explained, "Lu Di, the strength of your body has increased significantly, so the pain sensation will also be greatly reduced." Upon hearing this, Lu Di's eyes lit up. "I see, let's see." Then, thousands of laser beams fired in rapid succession at Lu Di. His figure moved as fast as lightning, shifting from left to right, with an ordinary person's eyes unable to keep up with his every movement. Lu Di said to Mo Zong, "I feel like my body can't keep up with my thoughts, as if it's being restricted." Mo Zong smiled, "That's because the hell armor is restricting you." After a while, Lu Di was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Lu Di said, "I'm really exhausted." Mo Zong, excited, revealed, "Once you reach your limit, it'll feel much more comfortable. When you unlock your fighting consciousness, no one will be your match, but to free your fighting instinct, you still need to gain insight through actual combat." Lu Di then shared his experience with Mo Zong. "I just saw some vague things in my mind, like a very intense light." Mo Zong's expression turned serious as he pushed up his glasses. "Perhaps that's the future of humanity," he said, "because you are considered the evolution of mankind. The new humanity."
Lu Di, curious, asked Mo Zong. So, what is a transformed person?
He stroked his chin. Going against nature, defying the laws of evolution.
Lu Di asked further. Are there any other new humans besides me? Mo Zong shook his head.
No, it takes 2,000 years for such a person to emerge. The chosen one will push the world toward evolution.
And Zina's mission is to accelerate the technological advancement of the world. Listening intently to Mo Zong, Lu Di's expression turned thoughtful. The chosen one.
He looked up at the bright sunlight on the horizon, as if seeing the light of hope, the hope of all humanity.
2 months later, Mo Zong, while observing Lu Di training, gave a satisfied remark.
Your rate of evolution still exceeds my expectations.
The system updated, showing Lu Di's current transformation level at 99%.
At that moment, the buzzing of a mosquito reached Lu Di's ears. He could feel the mosquito hovering around his forearm.
Smack!
Lu Di precisely swatted the mosquito dead.
Mo Zong suddenly called out to him. Hey, Lu Di, it seems like your girlfriend is in trouble.
At the same time, the system screen quickly displayed images from the Missa headquarters.
An intense battle had erupted an hour ago at the Missa headquarters, the top guild in the city.
The corners of Lu Di's lips curled up.
Just in time to scratch an itch. Let's test out the skills of the new humanity.
Seeing Lu Di's eager expression, Mo Zong hurriedly reminded him.
Hey, don't get your hopes up too much. The opponent is just a small fry. It won't help your plan.
Lu Di, on the other hand, believed that even if the nose is small, it's still flesh. At that moment, in the Western Kingdom, a small town by the Luo River in Dekuzhou, Mr. Box was intently drafting a document on an early model computer.
The main content read, Dear Kafada, I hope you are doing well.
Suddenly, the door to the room burst open, and one of his subordinates cried out in distress, It's over. Mr. Box calmly adjusted his glasses, his tone steady and unhurried, as he said, Take your time, tell me what's happened. His subordinate, following instructions, took a deep breath and reported, He Tao Ka was captured in High City of Nation H.
The culprit is Emperor 3. From our observations, Emperor 3 is a reformist.
Mr. Box softly called him over, Come here.
The subordinate complied, Yes.
A second later, the sound of a gunshot rang out, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Mr. Box coldly observed the lifeless body of his subordinate. He sneered and muttered, Foolish, how many times have I told you not to come find me, and you should address me as Mr. Box. Suddenly, the computer on the desk emitted a notification, Dear Mr. Box, the entry and exit control in Nation H has been relaxed, we can proceed with the next steps. He walked over, pressed a key, and then, without hesitation, Mr. Box shot the computer to pieces. On the screen, the final entries on the death list appeared, Poker Club, He Tao Ka, He Tao Ji, He Tao. The more he read, the harder Mr. Box gritted his teeth. Emperor 3, damn you. You killed my son, and I will bury you alive. The fifth floor of the Missa Club. After the surprise attack, Miaowen had a broken arm and had to have it plastered. His subordinates were unwilling to accept the situation, grinding their teeth in resentment. Boss, they've come to our door, this anger can't just be swallowed.
Miaowen remained silent.
At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. The voice of Uncle Seven came through the other end.
Who, we've heard about it over here too. Those people came to cause trouble with us and even injured Uncle Third. Upon hearing this, Miaowen's voice tightened in anger, They dared to lay a hand on you? Uncle Seven's tone sounded sorrowful.
Who, listen to Uncle Seven, their background is not small, but let them have the territory. Miaowen, of course, refused to accept this. He pressed the power button to end the call and fiercely gave orders to his men. I have never suffered such humiliation in my entire life. Get the boys together, we're wiping them out today.
Miaowen's subordinates all shouted in unison, Got it, boss. We'll follow you to the death.
Miaowen turned to one side and softly told her, this time, let the men handle it. He frowned, carefully choosing his words as he tried to advise her.
Pack your things and go home.
Whether you want to be the young mistress or the wife is up to you, just don't stay here.
Ruo Yi disagreed.
She walked up to Miaowen, her tone firm, if we're going to risk it, let's risk it together.
If we're going to die, let's die together.
Suddenly, a familiar voice of Lu Di rang out from outside the door.
What's all this talk about dying? I clearly declare that no one is dying. Just sit down.
Seeing Lu Di arrive, Miaowen, feeling aggrieved, immediately lodged a complaint with him.
Emperor 3, you have to take responsibility for us. His underlings also chimed in. Emperor 3, a gang has suddenly appeared in the city. The leader is a foreigner, and their actions are extremely domineering.
Lu Di leisurely took out a cigarette, and Ruoyi helped him light it. At that moment, Lu Di's gaze suddenly stopped on the wound on her cheek. His brows instinctively furrowed.
Lu Di gently rubbed the wound on Ruoyi's cheek. Who did this to you? She glanced away. It's fine, it's just a scratch. Ruoyi didn't speak, but Miaowen couldn't hold back. He angrily accused. They're from the Mad Dragon Society, led by 3 brothers.
The second and third elders are martial arts masters, and the boss has never shown his face. It's rumored he's some kind of godly figure. The moment he heard the name Mad Dragon Society, Lu Di immediately remembered Chang Long, Chang Hu, Chang Bao, a martial arts aristocratic family. Chang Long had returned from abroad 3 months ago, a level A5 reformed individual. He gritted his teeth. Anyone who dared lay a hand on Lu Di's chest, may they all perish.
Lu Di asked in a low voice, who hurt Ruoyi? Ruoyi, sorrowful, didn't respond.
Miaowen, on the other hand, furiously complained, it was the third elder, Chang Bao.
He led people to attack us, and in the chaos, Ruoyi was injured.
Lu Di's voice turned cold, then we'll start with him. Seeing Lu Di turn to leave, Ruoyi hurriedly stopped him. Sir, please don't go. If you get involved, it might affect your future. Lu Di lowered his gaze, his tone indifferent. Someone had the audacity to hurt you.
This concerns the Empire. I won't sit by and do nothing.
His words moved Ruoyi deeply, and she softly called out, Sir.
Lu Di calmly picked up a cotton swab.
While helping Ruoyi apply the medicine, he reassured her, Ruoyi, trust me.
Hearing Lu Di's strong tone, Miaowen felt even more confident.
He also comforted Ruoyi, it's okay, the hero deserves his nation.
Afterward, Lu Di instructed the members of the High family to get ready.
At a foot massage shop, as Lu Di was about to enter, Miaowen's subordinate rushed in with urgent news, bosses, it's not good, Chang Bao has brought 30 of his men today. Lu Di remained calm, tell the members of the High family to wait for me. None of them agreed, and each one tried to stop me with their own words.
Second Emperor, sir, are you going in alone?
The other side is made up of experts.
Lu Di didn't care in the slightest.
As usual, he entered the foot massage shop alone.
2 minutes later, when Lu Di still hadn't come out, Ruoyi started to get anxious. Second Emperor, sir has been in there for so long, do you think something has happened?
Miaowen snorted, forget it, let's charge in together. Before they could enter, Lu Di dragged Chang Bao out. Everyone was stunned when they saw the young man, his muscular body completely naked, his eyes wide open.
Lu Di pointed at him and said, this is Chang Bao.
He took a drag from the cigarette in his mouth and casually gave the order, take him back.
Miaowen's subordinates couldn't help but admire Lu Di.
It was all settled. Second Emperor, sir truly was extraordinary, the strong don't waste words. Then, 2 of them hurriedly went over to grab Chang Bao and drag him back to the Misa headquarters. After being taken back to the Misa headquarters, Chang Bao had his arms tightly bound behind his back. He kept screaming. Who the hell was that kid? Attacked me while I was casting magic.
Coward. Lu Di stroked his chin. Just saving some time.
Chang Bao gritted his teeth and threatened him.
Do you know who my brother is?
He'll come and settle the score with you.
Of course, Lu Di wasn't the least bit afraid. He sneered coldly. Perfect. Let's all die together.
Miao Wen shoved a phone in front of Chang Bao's face and shouted harshly.
Call your brother. Midnight tonight, abandoned stadium on the northern outskirts. No show, no return. Chang Bao arrogantly warned. You're the one setting this up. Don't back out when the time comes.
Furious, Miao Wen gave him a solid kick. The Heihu gang never backs out.
It rained steadily that night.
The underlings of both gangs arrived on time. From above, it was clear that the Mad Dragon gang outnumbered the Heihu gang. Chang Bao had his mouth gagged now, only able to let out muffled sounds.
Chang Long's men arrived and immediately barked out orders with a jerk of the chin. Let the boss Bao go.
Miao Wen was incensed, pointed directly at his face and snapped.
Chang Long, even Chang who came? Acting like you own the place.
Lu Di remained relaxed, puffing casually on a cigarette. On the rooftop of the building across the street, Uncle Seven watched the scene unfold inside. The Heihu gang was already short on numbers and wounded this time, they were doomed. Seeing Uncle Seven so troubled, fifth brother tried to reassure him. I heard the Heihu gang brought in a boss called Second Emperor.
Supposedly, his skills are something else.
Uncle Seven just shook his head sadly. Fifth brother, don't get your hopes up.
The gap's too big.
Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Di slowly stood up and instructed Miao Wen.
Let me fall, everyone go up.
Hearing this, Miao Wen hesitated for a moment.
Lu Di calmly handed his coat to Ruai Yi.
Holding his coat in her hands, Ruai Yi was puzzled. Sir, you. Lu Di, while flexing his wrist, gently reassured her.
Don't worry, I'll go easy.
Lu Di leisurely took a black silk scarf and covered his eyes. On the rooftop, Uncle Seven observed the formidable underlings of the Mad Dragon Society, and the strange actions of Lu Di made him sigh in awe.
If he doesn't die, he'll become a hero.
Thus, under the torrential rain, Lu Di faced more than 600 thugs, all armed with gleaming weapons.
Mo Zong, standing beside him, couldn't help but exclaim. Impressive.
600 men with strong willpower, and the added difficulty of the rain. This is truly a test of willpower. Moments later, the battle officially began.
Hundreds of fierce men charged at Lu Di.
With a swift leap, he moved at lightning speed, striking them before they could even react. The sound of screams and clashing weapons filled the air, creating a storm of energy. Lu Di was as quick as a flash, delivering a left punch, a right kick, swiftly taking down each man in an instant. He thought to himself, too slow, too slow.
Even Mo Zong couldn't help but gasp.
The speed of his neural reflexes reached 240%. In that instant, Lu Di unleashed a surge of immense power. His battle cry carried a powerful internal force, and at the same time, the speed of his strikes reached a whole new level. The overlapping figures made it impossible for an ordinary person to clearly see how Lu Di moved. Mo Zong excitedly cheered him on, with an overall conversion rate of 99% still holding steady. The thugs that Lu Di beat into a frenzy, leaving them with broken jaws and teeth, still couldn't comprehend why they were being attacked. Before long, they were all knocked unconscious, one by one, collapsing like discarded objects. At that moment, the sudden sound of a gunshot rang out. The sound of the bullet cutting through the air reached Lu Di's ears. He easily tilted his head, and the bullet merely grazed his ear.
With a whoosh, Lu Di disappeared. The gunman was stunned, dazed, and wondered, where did he go?
Suddenly, from behind, he heard Lu Di's familiar voice. Right here. Before he could even turn around, Lu Di slammed his head into the ground, his face pressed to the dirt.
With a cold smirk, Lu Di mocked, sending you on your way.
After eliminating all of Mad Dragon Society's minions, Lu Di slowly removed the silk blindfold.
Mo Zong happily reported, the body conversion rate is 100%, Mo Zong can level up now.
Uncle Seven, watching from a distance, muttered, "The underworld of the two cities will have to be unified from now on."
Rui, overjoyed, ran over to Lu Di with an umbrella in hand.
"Sir, He Hu Gang's reputation is now renowned across the land." Lu Di smiled. "This battle was both to train myself and to show others the consequences of crossing her." His words genuinely touched Rui, and her cheeks blushed slightly.
She muttered, "Thank you, sir."
At that moment, Uncle Seven declared loudly, "Black Fox Mad Dragon accepts the challenge. He Hu will triumph, truly deserving of the title of the #1 gang in High City, second emperor, the hero." Upon hearing this, all the members of the He Hu gang burst into cheers of joy. In Duanhua's office, he was focused on reading the report from the battle between He Hu gang and Mad Dragon Society. Second Emperor, nicknamed the Street Battle God, knocked out 600 opponents with one blow, swiftly dodged the bullets, and captured the assassin.
Duanhua raised his head and softly asked the police officers, "Do we have any video footage?"
One police officer honestly replied, "Unfortunately, all the nearby cameras were malfunctioning."
Another officer quickly added, "Everyone was injured." Duanhua's gaze grew distant, as if he had already guessed the identity of Second Emperor. What was this godfather of the underworld planning to do?
"Prepare the car," Duanhua ordered. He drove straight to Lu Di's house. He politely extended his hand and knocked on the door.
After a few moments of knocking, Lu Di finally opened it. He was munching on an apple and asked, "Who is it?" Upon seeing Lu Di, Duanhua warmly greeted him, "Boss, did our esteemed second master sleep well last night?" Lu Di immediately denied it. "Officer Duanhua, you have the wrong person." Duanhua nodded in acknowledgement. "That's true, you are Lu Di, the boss of Xuanzi. A tech mobile's darling. How could you be foolish enough to become a mafia boss?" Lu Di casually replied, "See, you've contradicted yourself."
Duanhua, of course, knew that Lu Di was pretending, so he willingly played along with him.
"Have you heard the legend of the second emperor yesterday? I ordered to temporarily suspend the investigation. This second emperor should be thanking me." Lu Di silently chewed on his apple.
Before leaving, Duanhua had intentionally said to Lu Di, "If I were the second emperor, I would help my benefactor investigate the international human trafficking case." He turned his head, his words implying, "Kid, do you want to investigate the case?"
Lu Di decisively shook his head, "I don't want to. I'm not the second emperor." Duanhua teased Lu Di, "Kiddo, I guess the second emperor doesn't have a girlfriend, huh?"
Hearing the mocking tone in Duanhua's words, Lu Di, frustrated, pointed at him, "Director Duanhua, you're not acting like someone from the profession." Then, Duanhua took out his phone, and the screen displayed the image of a young, beautiful girl.
He smirked, "So, what do you think? Is she good?" Lu Di stroked his chin. "Well then, Director Duanhua, when you retire, you could start a matchmaking service." Duanhua angrily scolded Lu Di, "Kiddo, you really repay kindness with spite." Lu Di stopped teasing Duanhua.
He spoke seriously, "If I were the second emperor, I would handle the current issue first and then help you, making sure to catch them all in one net." This would entirely come from the kind heart of the second emperor. Teacher Lu Di agreed to help him investigate. Duanhua nodded in satisfaction. "Good, very good, then I will reluctantly give the second emperor a chance." Lu Di happily said to Duanhua, "Lu Di, I have a gift for you today."
Duanhua, curious, asked him, "What gift?" Lu Di replied calmly, "An international assassin." Duanhua's eyebrows furrowed for a moment.
"Where?" Just then, a car suddenly swerved wildly and headed straight toward Lu Di and Duanhua. Fortunately, Lu Di reacted quickly. Both he and Duanhua leapt into the air at the same time, narrowly avoiding the car's trajectory. Lu Di decisively kicked out, smashing the car's window and directly stomping on the head of the international assassin behind the wheel. In an instant, the car lost control, and the international assassin was forced to break open the car door and leap out.
He rubbed his head, cursing, "Damn it."
Before he could even regain his bearings, Lu Di landed a powerful punch, sending the assassin crashing to the ground, unconscious. Lu Di took a 6-chamber card from the man.
Duanhua walked up from behind and teased Lu Di, "Come on, tell me, what rank are you in the enhancement system?" Lu Di laughed. "If you want to give me a rank, Commander Duan, it would probably be that one." Duanhua thought seriously for a moment. "But there's no rank like that in the system." This time, Lu Di teased him back. "Commander Duan, I'm giving you an assassin. Will you reward me with a medal for public service?" Duanhua snorted coldly. "Kid, you're dealing with assassins now. Should I send someone?" He paused halfway through, then shook his head. "Forget it, with how twisted you are, even my people wouldn't be of any use." Lu Di suggested, "Commander Duan, you could send some experts to my lab." Hearing this, Duanhua became curious and asked, "Have you received a legacy and made a breakthrough in the enhancement field?" He firmly asserted that within a month, he could help the boss train 10 super elite fighters, from a 7 and above, and that they would be more than capable of suppressing Tian Lazu of General He Shan. Duanhua nodded in satisfaction. "I like this idea." Then, Lu Di turned around and bid Duanhua farewell. "That's settled then, unless there's anything else, I'll be on my way." Duanhua called out to him, "You're really leaving now?" Lu Di didn't turn back, simply waving his hand towards He Hu Gang. "There's trouble today." Duanhua shouted angrily, "You said you're not the second emperor." Lu Di boldly declared, "If you have evidence, I'll admit it." At the Misa nightclub headquarters, when Lu Di arrived, Miao Wen's underlings cheerfully greeted him. "Second Emperor, sir, you're here." One of them stepped forward to brief Lu Di on the current situation. "Second Emperor, sir, Boss He who was locked in the office, his fate is uncertain." Lu Di calmly entered, boldly kicking the door open. Inside was a battlefield. He Hu Gang's brothers were scattered on the floor, while Miao Wen himself was held in a chokehold by Xiao Chun. At the center, one of Chang Long's underlings arrogantly sat at the desk. When he saw Lu Di enter, he grinned smugly. "The big fish has arrived." Miao Wen, severely wounded, struggled to breathe as Xiao Chun tightened his grip on his throat. Lu Di sighed quietly. Xiao Chun suddenly released his grip, and Miao Wen collapsed to the ground. Chang Long's underling sneered, "So this is what the street god is like, huh?" The thug arrogantly declared, "Today's the day for chaos. If I want to cripple someone, I'll do it." Lu Di slowly stroked his chin. "Xiao Chun, come here, the name Quang Bing doesn't suit you." Hearing the name Xiao Chun, the subordinate was momentarily stunned. He had no idea that Xiao Chun had been standing behind him, executing a move that had just dislocated his jaw. Chang Long's subordinate immediately coughed up blood, his eyes rolling back, his body slumping to the floor. Xiao Chun shyly explained to Lu Di, "Brother, they said they would help me investigate my background, so I agreed." Lu Di gently patted her head, "I'm not blaming you. They are human traffickers, so they are very good at deceiving people." At the He Hu Gang headquarters, a group of prominent members wearing black sunglasses entered one by one, and the room quickly became packed with people. Chang Bao was covered in bruises, crying miserably, while Chang Long's subordinate was bound, his hands cuffed behind his back, looking utterly miserable. Uncle Seven clicked his tongue in admiration. "Second Emperor, sir, you're fast. You've already captured 2 bosses from Mad Dragon Gang." Sitting in the armchair, Lu Di calmly tapped his foot. "Everyone, don't rush. There's still one more guest who hasn't arrived." Sure enough, less than a minute later, a member of He Hu Gang rushed in to report, "Boss, along with Long Bang's Chang Long, they're here." Upon hearing this, Uncle Seven was shocked. "What?" Before long, 2 young men wheeled in a red-covered wheelchair. One of them spoke on behalf of the group. "Boss, we said that if Second Emperor ascends to power, then Mad Dragon's Quang Long should also have something to celebrate." With that, both of them pushed the wheelchair forward. The red cloth quickly fell away, revealing a bloody goat's head underneath. One of the 2 young men continued, "The boss said this fresh flavor will become even more distinctive and worth celebrating." Xiao Chun immediately charged at the 2 young men. Her right hand launched a punch directly into one of their faces, while her right leg simultaneously kicked the other. In an instant, both of them crashed to the ground, unconscious. Lu Di calmly spoke, These two are too arrogant, they definitely came prepared. Sure enough, a second later, the glass window of the room shattered, and the boss of the Mad Dragon Gang officially appeared. He swaggered inside, and the moment he saw Lu Di, Xianglong pointed straight at his face and shouted, "You're the second emperor related by blood, yet you humiliate ordinary little juniors. I'm ashamed for you. Today, I'll deal with your pathetic self." His words sent a cold sweat down the backs of everyone in the room. Furious, Shao Chun charged to attack him. Unexpectedly, with a single move, Xianglong struck directly at Shao Chun's lower abdomen. He roared, "If food is served up to my mouth, don't blame me for eating it." Clutching her stomach in pain, Shao Chun quickly retreated. Only then did Lu Di stand up. He said gently, "Shao Chun, take a rest." Just one glance at Xianglong was enough for Mo Zong to realize that the man had been activated with subconscious power. It was Qiu Beiming's hypnosis, ranked 18. Lu Di immediately understood. No wonder Shao Chun lost. He scoffed coldly, "I had no intention of getting involved with you lot, but you just have to throw yourselves at me like moths to a flame." Qianglong mocked Lu Di with disdain, "Trash is still trash. What's the point of spouting grand lines? Today you die hand over your life." Having said that, he aggressively took action. The corners of Lu Di's mouth curled up. "We'll see if you have the ability to do so." In an instant, Lu Di easily defeated Qianglong. His body slammed hard into a wooden cabinet, completely losing consciousness. After knocking down Qianglong, Lu Di turned to the members of the Heihu gang and sternly ordered, "Sit down." His face darkened immediately. "I just want to let them know, if they touch mine, I'll make them pay 10 times over." Lu Di sat in front of the tied-up group, listening to Mo Zong say, "Your hypnosis ability, combined with my sound amplification system, should definitely be able to achieve the same hypnotic effect as Qiu Beiming." Lu Di thought to himself, "Let's give it a try then." He pressed a button, and immediately, a circle of energy spread out. He gave an order to Qianglong. Upon hearing his name, Qianglong responded affirmatively. Lu Di, using his power, asked, "Qianglong, have you ever met Qiu Beiming?" Qianglong quickly lowered his head. "Qianglong of the dark web greets the master Beiming. His prophecy, Qianglong will die but still fulfill it." The system displayed the text, "Beiming, organizations of folk sects related to divine beings." Lu Di found this quite amusing. Interesting. Qiu Beiming actually set up a superstitious organization. Lu Di remembered what Feng Lu had once said, "I will report to the higher-ups so they can assess and reward you." He thought to himself, Mo Zong is investigating the transactions between Qianglong and Blue Scene City, the chairman of WER Corporation. Mo Zong speculated that every 5 days, Qianglong and Blue Scene City would visit this chapel. Lu Di realized, looking at the ring, he couldn't help but murmur, "Interesting." Lu Di Teng Hilong said, "This is the key to reach the highest level, playing also helps me." A moment later, Duanhua quickly looked through the stack of documents. This was the case file for the child kidnapping case. He sighed, regretting that this was just the tip of the iceberg of the criminal organization. One of Duanhua's subordinates rushed in holding a stack of documents. "Team leader, there's new information from the underworld. Many of the underground factions have suddenly closed all their nightclubs, bathhouses, and casinos." Duanhua was puzzled. What are they trying to do? The subordinate continued, "It said that they want to switch to legitimate business bars, cafes, restaurants, bookstores, and even high-tech businesses." Duanhua frowned. "Those damn people, they know about that? And high-tech businesses too?" The subordinate replied, "According to an informant, it's said to be the decision of the new second boss." Duanhua deduced, "If that's the case, it's quite possible. No need to track the underworld anymore, just let them do their thing. After all, it's still legitimate business." He asked, "Where's Miss Lee?" The subordinate reported, "Ever since she arrived at the High family, she's been out all day playing, and we couldn't do anything about it." At the CAF, the server placed the cappuccino on the table. "Sir, here's your cappuccino." Lu Dier took the drink. "Thank you." He calmly took a sip in front of the church door.
The sound of wind chimes echoed, tong tong, as a pair of footsteps approached the church door.
The gatekeeper asked, "Just handed over the token?"
Lu Di did not hesitate and raised his hand to reveal the ring.
The gatekeeper pointed to a device mounted on the wall. "Welcome, sir. This follower invites you to hand over the communication device on your person for verification by the Eye of Destiny.
The system displays that this is a retina scanner, which can match the member's information."
"Don't worry, I can handle it. I will replace Chang Lon's information with yours."
The voice from the Eye of Destiny spoke.
Ding.
"Honorable God, welcome to join this religious mission of preaching."
Lu Di confidently walked past the bowing gatekeepers. "Welcome, honored God." He silently thought, it seems that Qiu Beiming's organization is quite strict in protecting the identity of its visitors. A follower handed Lu Di a messenger's cloak.
On the platform, the person raised both hands to the sky and shouted loudly. "Followers of the ninth sect of the Divine Net, Beiming is propagating the doctrine outside, so I will complete this mission."
Lu Di mingled with the crowd of followers, silently marveling. Beiming's power is no small thing. The messenger ordered. "Each follower, report the progress of your mission." A follower from below spoke up. "Report, Great Messenger, the arrangements with the bank are complete."
Lu Di looked at the profile of the man provided by Mo Zong and thought to himself, this person is the chairman of Hanghuabo Bank.
A blonde follower spoke.
"Report, Messenger, the arrangements for the 12 media companies are ready."
Another follower reported.
"Report, Messenger, I have arranged for 3 gods to infiltrate the army. When the time comes, they will stir up public opinion."
The scene in the cloak faltered. "The envoy, from my side, the acquisition of the medical equipment group has been stopped, but please give me one more chance, I will quickly find a new, better target."
Lu Di realized that this person was none other than the Blue Scene City, President Hua, the current ruler of the realm. The envoy remained calm. The people of Beiming were tolerant, allowing their subjects to make mistakes, and this time, no punishment would be given, only a warning. After finishing his words, he raised both hands and loudly proclaimed, "Everyone, please prepare yourselves, and welcome to the unification of Beiming Palace."
Lu Di silently thought, such a grand game, all the various factions intertwined on this chessboard. Lu Di shrugged off his cloak and approached the envoy. He utilized his hypnotic abilities, with the support of the pen.
"Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Heavenly Emperor of the Divine Realm. Beiming is one of my generals. The disciples, under the influence of my power, bow in respect, greeting the Heavenly Emperor."
Mo Zong was pleased. Lu Di spoke, "The effects of this hypnosis seem to be quite good, don't you think?
Today, I specially appoint all of you as supervising envoys, to oversee the training during Beiming's descent this time. However, to avoid affecting the divine spirit, this must not be revealed to him. From now on, whenever you see my purple magical eyes, all the followers of Beiming Palace must obey unconditionally."
Following my command, the followers immediately clasped their hands together. "We shall obey the laws of the divine being. May I ask the name of the divine being?" Lu Di responded, "Divine being Emperor 5. The voice echoed throughout the church, "We obey the command of Divine Emperor 5. Mo Zong praised, "Lu Di, this is good, just sit back and let the fishermen gain the advantage."
Lu Di thought to himself, "Mo Zong, your words are also quite fitting." A little later, Lu Di closed his eyes to meditate while Mo Zong flew around, saying,
"Humankind has only just reached the first stage of unlocking their fighting subconscious.
In terms of physical combat, no one is my match, but Qiu Beiming's special abilities are quite tricky to deal with."
He pouted.
"If you're interested in these little tricks, you could learn them, but the second stage of humankind needs to be reached before that limitation opens."
Mo Zong folded his arms.
"But that will only be possible after I upgrade the gene analysis and translation program."
Lu Di turned and commanded him. "Then why aren't you upgrading the program now?" Mo Zong, hearing this, pouted in frustration, thinking that the person was acting like a child. Missing a few exercises wasn't a big deal, right? He decided to ignore him. Let's go. A knock on the door came from outside. Mr. Lu, your food has arrived.
Lu Di immediately opened the door, only to see the delivery person saying,
A complimentary drink with your meal. Enjoy your meal. Without hesitation, Lu Di gave the person a strong, decisive kick.
He took the bottle of water and complimented the delivery person.
Your Chinese is quite good.
Then, Lu Di shoved the bottle of water at the delivery person, using this poor assassination technique. He looked at the person's lifeless body and waved his hand with a sense of pride.
Suddenly, someone appeared, carrying a stick. He introduced himself. Hello, I'm Tang.
I joined the poker guild to challenge the strong.
Let's fight. Lu Di adjusted his collar, using an excuse to refuse. I have something to do today. I don't have time to play with you. The system displayed the message.
This person is level B or above, possesses a sixth sense, and can assist with precise attacks.
Lu Di walked straight past him and entered the car. Tang gritted his teeth in anger. Strongman Emperor 3, if you don't fight me today, don't even think about leaving here.
Lu Di, with his hands in his pockets, exuded confidence. Wait until you defeat me first, then we can talk. At the Hongjiang coastline, at the High Family Mansion, in a place crowded with nobles, young ladies, and wealthy men, there was Kai Hei's. Lu Di stepped out of the car and stared directly at the front door. The two girls standing by the entrance, greeting guests, were envious and thought to themselves, here to find the lucky charm again.
When Lu Di walked in, he was stopped by Kai Hei's security.
Sir, we are very limited on space here, so we need to check your assets.
You need to have at least 300 million to enter.
Without hesitation, Lu Di handed him his card for scanning. The security guard was stunned when he saw the number on the scanner. He thought to himself, over 1 trillion. This is a big shot, can't afford to offend him.
He immediately let Lu Di in.
Sir, please come in. On stage at that moment, Yafei was singing, fully immersed in her performance. Lu Emperor 1, with a glass of water, quietly praised, her singing isn't bad, but it still lacks the spirit of Emperor 1. Suddenly, a hand landed on the table in front of him, big brother. Yafei sat beside him and struck up a conversation with Lu Di.
You look so handsome. My name is Yafei. What's your name? He answered happily, Lu Di. Do you want to know what I do for a living?
Lu Di casually said, I'm a program researcher, and my part-time job is in the underworld.
Yafei was intrigued, that's interesting.
After I came to Nation H, I found my favorite Emperor 1, and also the magical Germani.
Today, I get to meet Lu Di, such an interesting man. This trip has been worth it.
Seeing Lu Di and Yafei walk away hand in hand, a few men were filled with envy.
How could that poor guy be walking away with the goddess? Does he even deserve her?
Suddenly, a figure blocked their path. A man, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, had stopped them because he was angry that Yafei was with Lu Di and wanted to challenge him.
Kid, you're looking for trouble, huh? How dare you compete for my woman? Lu Di sensed the change and quickly made an excuse to slip away. Yafei, young lady, these guys are yours to deal with. I have something else to take care of. Yafei looked a bit flustered on the surface. Isn't your older brother supposed to be the hero who saves Nation A?
Lu Di avoided the long night full of dreams and ran off quickly.
I trust you.
A little later, one man found himself unconscious after Lu Di pressed his head against the wall. Lu Di released him, letting his body fall heavily to the ground. Lu Di checked his system and saw that Yafei had easily handled the group of thugs, thinking to himself, this girl isn't bad at fighting. By the time he turned around, Yafei was already walking toward him.
She smiled.
Those guys had a sudden burst of conscience and left.
Lu Di lit a cigarette. Well, let's hope they see the light soon. Yafei leaned toward him. Where did you go earlier? Why'd you leave me alone in front of those bad guys? Lu Di responded.
I took the chance to deal with a few assassins. Yafei's eyes sparkled as she praised him. You're so impressive. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you were scared and ran away. The two walked together, and Yafei said, Then let's go home. Lu Di led Yafei to the car, and she remarked, This kind of car doesn't match your vibe at all. Yafei suggested, Drive for me. Lu Di happily agreed, very willingly. At this moment, Mo Zong appeared. The girl's wealth was immense, being from one of the oldest business families in Europe. Later, a luxury car sped swiftly along the winding road. Yafei, delighted, raised her hand to catch the cool breeze as they approached the hotel. Yafei said, Brother, I have a presidential suite. Let's go up and have a drink. Lu Di immediately declined. It's hard to explain when a man and a woman are alone, I should head back. Yafei sighed, showing her frustration. Brother, can you come with me tomorrow? I want to visit the Black Gang. Lu Di turned and said generously, Sure. Soon after, the car sped down the road, and suddenly he received a notification. Upon opening it, he saw that Yafei had sent a picture of herself in pajamas, along with the question, Brother, do you think I look good in this pajama set? Mo Zong appeared from behind him, exposing 90% of his skin. Mr. Lu, what kind of person are you? Lu Di was awkward. Mo Zong, stop looking around. Drive, I need some peace and quiet. A little later, Xiaoyi was sparring with Tang when someone walked over. Well done, Lu Di said calmly. It seemed like the two had really enjoyed themselves. Xiaoyi was excited. Brother, this guy is so persistent, really attractive. Tang maintained his composure. The three strongest emperors. I admit your brother is strong, but I believe I can defeat him in 3 days. Lu Di pointed off into the distance. Xiaoyi, Tang, if you're thirsty and tired, come inside to drink and eat. Mo Zong said, Tang's precise aim is also a form of awakening the subconscious. Lu Di communicates with it through thoughts, and I can see that Tang is still continuously optimizing. I have a high regard for Xiaoyi's abilities. Although Xiaoyi doesn't possess any special talents, it won't be easy for Tang to defeat him. Mo Zong sighed, the endurance of humans is truly terrifying. In the morning, Tang sat under a tree, eating cakes, while Xiaoyi was cleaning the arm of his robot. Lu Di and the second-generation dog arrived. Lu Di said, Come on, both of you must be tired from fighting, have something to eat first. The second-generation dog opened the bag on its back, revealing a bunch of delicious food. Xiaoyi and Tang immediately began to eat eagerly. Lu Di spoke again, I still have things to do, so I won't stay here to watch the horrific way you two eat. Although Tang had his mind set on the food, he didn't forget about the fighting. Tang said, Tonight, once I finish with this weakling, I'll challenge you. A car stopped in front of the hotel. Yafei ran her fingers through her shiny, long hair. She sat in the passenger seat and asked, Big brother, what do I have to do for you to let me get to your heart? Mo Zong appeared and said something that made Lu Di feel embarrassed. Mo Zong said, Lu Di, your heart rate is rising again. This girl has an extraordinary magnetic field, she has the ability to captivate. Lu Di immediately choked and cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure. Yafei, with one hand on the door, asked, Alright then, it's more fun to find the answer myself. Big brother, do you like the female boss of the underground world? Lu Di could answer that too. Hearing it, she happily threw her arm over his shoulder. Yafei said, Then let's go. Let's deal with the Mad Dragon gang causing trouble recently first. Lu Di tried to hold back her excitement. Lu Di said, No, I'm driving. The car swerved unsteadily along the overpass road. Moments later, a high heel lightly touched the ground. Yafei walked ahead, Brother, just stay behind me. She fiercely swung open the car door. Inside sat a group of injured people, bruised and battered. Yafei stepped forward and asked one of them, Where is your boss? He replied, Our boss has been defeated.
We were taken down by some demon. Hearing that, Yafei frowned in frustration and thought, could the intel be wrong? Has Chang Long been crippled?
Suddenly, a slick-haired man swaggered over.
People from Nation A, were you bullied? Help me get revenge, and then we'll go celebrate with drinks. He smirked lewdly. Lu Di walked up from behind her. At the sight of him, the two men panicked. It's him, he's the one who killed our leader. Immediately, the whole group scattered and ran. Fast. He turned to her and said, Young lady Yafei, looks like the person you're looking for isn't here. Yafei asked, Is the demon they mentioned you? Lu Di quickly denied it, they mistook me for someone else. Yafei turned away. Is that so, brother?
I'll go fix my makeup. In the women's restroom, Yafei typed a message on her phone, her expression serious.
She asked someone to investigate Lu Di's identity.
The car drove along a winding road through the mountains. The system gave no notification. Lu Di, the organization behind Li Jia, was investigating his personal information. Lu Di, unfazed, gave the order, just fabricate an identity for me. On this side, Yafei looked at the information about Lu Di provided by the informant. It was generally known that his name was Lu Di, 26 years old, a regular citizen of Nation H, an employee of the NG Group, single, with no bad habits, owning a house and a car. They had even investigated his height, measurements, and personal interests. Yafei looked at the information on her phone, feeling pleased. In line with my preferences, this time I've won. She turned off the phone and suggested to Lu Di. If Mad Dragon Gang doesn't work, then let's go to the High family and find the biggest gang. He immediately agreed.
No problem. Afterward, Lu Di let Yafei out of the car first, and he went to park the car.
I'll park the car first. Yafei entered alone, and the receptionist asked for her name, work experience, and the position she was applying for.
Yafei said, I want to meet your boss. The receptionist agreed. Sure, I'll take you to him. He said cheerfully. Sure, young lady Yafei wants to join us, it's our honor. He pointed. Boss, I'm here to introduce her, just as Lu Di walked in from outside. Yafei didn't recognize him and asked. Introduce me for what?
Lu Di gestured for him to stay quiet, and he said.
Introducing young lady Yafei as the district leader. Yafei wrapped her arm around Lu Di's. Big brother, next, we should get down to business.
Next, at the Rongtang building, Yafei proposed. Your company's algorithm leads the world. Our special police team hopes you can help us search for some missing children.
Tianjia, confused, asked. This is not a small matter, why not contact the hospital directly?
Yafei crossed her arms.
I am willing to trust my friends.
As soon as she finished speaking, Tianjia and Lu Di exchanged a meaningful glance.
He said, I need 2 days.
Later, Yafei stood in front of the hotel.
I can go up there myself. Thank you for accompanying me today. Without hesitation, she asked directly, Your brother likes the female police officer, right? When I solve the case, I'll come find you to hang out. Lu Di replied, I wish you success in your mission. Hearing this, Yafei couldn't help but think to herself. After doing so much for her, Lu Di must like her, right?
The car slowly started moving, and Yafei waved her hand to say goodbye.
Bye-bye.
A notification appeared on her phone, Officer, the preparations are complete. The plan remains unchanged. We will arrest the child-eating demon in 3 days.
In the car, Mo Zong teased Lu Di, really serious now?
Helping her so smoothly without much care, I guess you're just repaying Duanhua's favor. The wind blew across a hill, and Koan Tang spoke, You idiot, let's stop for now, we need to conserve some energy. Xiaoyi turned around and said, It's up to you, after all, you're no match for me. He looked at his beloved staff and thought to himself, Once I've killed a few of those useless guys in the poker association, I'll prove how strong I am.
That way, I'll have a chance to fight Emperor 3. Lu Di gazed into the distance. Kuan-Tang, don't you have anything to say to me? Kuan-Tang admitted, strong man Emperor 3, didn't you see through that?
At midnight tonight, 26 assassins from the Poker Association will arrive here to carry out the kill order. He continued, I didn't want to tell you, but you'll have to handle it yourself.
Lu Di smiled faintly and lit a cigarette.
In fact, there were 30 people, 27 men and 3 women, all foreigners. He pointed into the distance, adding that there were also some over there and over there as well. Lu Di gestured towards the forest, and furthermore, there were 2 people with their eyes closed, hidden among the grass on the other side.
Kuan-Tang affirmed, strong man Emperor 3, I'm sure you have some kind of latent awakening. Lu Di turned to look at him. Kuan-Tang, haven't you always wanted to fight me? Today, I'll give you a chance. Kuan-Tang seemed somewhat cautious.
It's about the number of assassins killed, but I don't know where they are. He then handed him something to put on.
Put this on. Kuan-Tang was impressed by the advanced technology. Hacking technology.
Yafei looked at the alert on her phone, which warned her that the SS-level special forces were operating in the area, and a large number of modified people had appeared. 25 modified people of level A, 5 modified people of level B. Please cooperate quickly with the special police team, Hi Family, to avoid a large-scale incident.
She was worried. Commander Duan, we need to take necessary action. Duan Hua calmly replied, don't worry, we have the divine power to resolve this quickly.
He gave the order, Team Leader Wei, everyone listen up, prepare a number of rescue vehicles and stretchers.
Also, 30 holding cells are ready. Prepare to receive our international friends.
Duan Hua turned to Yafei and said, Miss Li, forget about your SS level alert. We should focus on figuring out how to capture that child-eating demon. Yafei hesitated and reproached him, Commander Duan, your laziness will lead directly to disaster for our organization. Before she could finish her sentence, Duan Hua interrupted her.
Tonight, we settle the score.
Jean Fa was lying back, enjoying the company of the beautiful girls by the pool. He didn't forget to tell his little sister, tonight, I have to go take care of a rat.
Wait a moment, I'll be back and we can play together.
The girl in the pink dress was lying next to Jean Fa. She complimented him, making him blush, Brother Jean Fa, your muscles are so impressive, you must be really strong, right? Jean Fa, feeling proud, lifted the girl beside him with one hand.
Of course, I'm a god among humans. Lu Di, standing on the rooftop, looked down and quickly rushed towards Jean Fa.
By the time Jean Fa heard the noise, Lu Di's attack came so suddenly that he couldn't react in time. Lu Di dove straight into the pool, sending water splashing everywhere. Jean Fa was easily defeated by Lu Di. Lu Di calmly left amidst the panicked screams of the girls, having taken care of the 5th card in the poker club.
Meanwhile, Kuan-Tang also leapt from the upper floor.
He aimed for the white car and swung his bat.
With a single blow, Kuan-Tang shattered the entire car.
He cheered, that's 3 of spades taken care of.
Kuan-Tang was stunned. Strongman Emperor 3, that was fast.
He quickly pulled out a grenade.
I need to save some time. With that, Kuan-Tang struck the grenade with his bat, sending it flying towards the building across the street. Kuan-Tang smirked, the 6th floor has been taken care of. While he was still celebrating, Lu Di's angry voice came through the phone, Kuan-Tang, you crazy bastard.
Don't use hand grenades in the city, you're hurting innocent people.
Delete the score. Kuan-Tang, helpless, sighed, I know. 20 minutes later, the sound of an ambulance siren blared.
Duan Hua saw many injured people being carried on stretchers and loaded into the ambulance. Yafei recognized 26 of them, all of whom were level reformed individuals. Duan Hua took a sip of water, thinking that it was all caused by a single punch, probably not a very high-level one. Yafei, worried, said, the 4 strongest B-level assassins still haven't shown up.
I wonder if the deity you mentioned can deal with them. Duanhua glanced at her. Do you know what level that deity is? Let me give you a quick rundown. The 27th letter, the letter he bows down to. Duanhua pointed to the symbol on the ground. This is the level of N for the deity. The fragrant aroma of grilled skewers filled the air. Lu Di and Xiao He had set up camp on top of the mountain. Xiao He turned to him and said, "Brother, it seems Kuan-Tang is injured." Lu Di reassured her, "Don't worry, he's fine. He just got cut by a piece of broken glass." Kuan-Tang, holding a bottle of liquor, sat behind Lu Di and said in a harsh tone, "I've checked it for you. The assassins I've killed don't have those small tattoos." He lifted the bottle and said, "I see you still remember the long-time wish of this assassin. I really respect you for that." Lu Di asked, "The Poker Guild, how much do you know about them?" Kuan-Tang moved closer to the fire and honestly said, "Are you trying to find Bonnie? I've tracked members of their group before. He told me that in Europe, Texas discovered a telegraph machine." Lu Di grinned, "What you've said is enough. The sender's range has also been locked down." Mo Zone stepped forward and took responsibility, saying, "This task can be entrusted to me." Kuan-Tang advised, "Strongman Emperor 3, you'd better think about how to deal with the assassination order from the Poker Society. The 4 ace cards, along with the 2 strongest joker cards of the Poker Society, have yet to appear." Hearing this, Xiao He couldn't hold back his sobs. Kuan-Tang sniffled, "What joker, ace cards? Where I am, we're all doomed anyway." Lu Di gazed up at the faint moonlight in the night sky. "Those 4 ace cards should be arriving soon," he said. Kuan-Tang grabbed his staff and stood up. "Then I need to warm up." Lu Di, sensing a murderous intent, suddenly saw Xiao He crush a bottle of wine. The system alerted that an undetermined change was occurring in Xiao He's body, and his physical strength was surging. He seemed to be feeling an intense jealousy. Kuan-Tang was stunned. This weakling. Is he about to transform? Lu Di slapped the back of Xiao He's head hard, causing him to faint. "Xiao He, you should sleep for a while. Don't end up hurting innocent people." In the distance, a group of people were watching every move of Lu Di and his companions. It was Wu Xiang and Jay's group. They spoke in unison. "Without a trump card, it seems everyone else is scared, just you and us." Wu Xiang confidently declared, "Jay, you guys are just extras. The head of Emperor 3. It will be no one but me who takes it." Jay responded together, "Once I deal with Emperor 3, then we'll settle the score." Wu Xiang paid them no heed and left. The bright moonlight illuminated the forest, and flames roared fiercely. When did Jay and Wu Xiang's group arrive there? Their gazes were fixed ahead, and neither Lu Di nor Kuan-Tang seemed to be intimidated, standing tall with an air of dignity. Jay squinted and criticized. "Heyo, you traitor, how dare you stand on the side of the target? Your assassin career ends here today." They grew more enthusiastic and told Wu Xiang, "Kill Emperor 3 first, then I'll deal with Heyo, and finally, I'll kill you." Wu Xiang confidently declared, "Emperor 3, today you will die by my sword." He called out once more, "Emperor 3. Then he split into multiple forms and rushed forward, shouting loudly, "I, Wu Xiang from the Poker Club, have come to take your head under the command of the God King." Mo Zong announced that he would begin monitoring the neutralization of the amphetamine consumption. Wu Xiang carried a mist sprayer. The drug could cause hallucinations for the brain, and his throat was mutated, capable of resonating from 3 chambers, which is why his voice echoed. Lu Di, hearing this, felt disappointed, thinking to himself, "I thought I might meet a master, but this is so boring." But what was up with his voice? So he mocked it out loud, then wondered to himself, "Mo Zong, what's with these guys?" It responded, "These people are connected, they can control the magnetic field." Meanwhile, Jay's group was engaged in a fierce battle with Kuan-Tang. With each strike, fire ignited, shattering the sharp daggers they created. Kuan-Tang gripped his staff tightly, gritting his teeth. He waited for the right moment to charge forward and break the connection. Die.
Jay had to team up, creating a shield to block.
They glared with intense fury. Let's see if you have the patience for this. Suddenly, a trembling hand appeared on the ground.
It turned out that Xiaohe had just woken up and rushed over immediately.
The boy squinted and said, "By Wu Chang, what's going on?"
Then, a punch sent both the shield and the group of Jays flying.
"What are you doing?" "Suddenly running out and scaring people, go die." Kuan-Tang, witnessing this, laughed and said, "You weakling, this is how easily the connection was broken by me?" Xiaohe seemed to lose his mind, his face expressionless, as he spoke. "Kuan-Tang, didn't you want to fight? Come on, let's fight."
Seeing this, Kuan-Tang hesitated and declined. "Xiaohe, no need to rush, let's wait until I sober up."
But the boy didn't care, immediately charging forward, laughing manically. "Come on, let's have a showdown." Kuan-Tang had to use his staff to block and cursed, "You little brat, you perverted bastard."
And so, Kuan-Tang and Xiaohe engaged in a martial arts exchange.
Lu Di watched with a smile, thinking to himself that Mr. De had certainly helped Xiaohe with his transformation.
Unexpectedly, a foot stepped forward, revealing Wu Xiang, who was tightly holding his sword, charging in with anger, shouting, "You damn bastard, how dare you disrespect me?
Go watch someone else's fight, look at me." Certain kill, Shattered Blossom Burial.
Kuan-Tang, unfazed, turned around and gripped the blade of Wu Xiang's sword with one hand.
"Sorry, I forgot we were in the middle of fighting."
Then, with just a bit of force, he crushed the sword's blade and tip. Lu Di quickly pulled something near Wu Xiang's face, making him experience his own knockout drug. The man was affected and collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth.
Kuan-Tang scoffed, "Is that all you've got?" On this side, Kuan-Tang was running while screaming, "Save me!
I don't want to die like this."
So, Lu Di stepped forward to replace him. "Xiaohe, fight with him." The boy eagerly accepted, "Got it."
Kuan-Tang, panting heavily, reminded him, "Strong man Emperor 3, be careful." The weakling was no longer like before. Now, Xiaohe was fired up and charged forward.
He was sweating profusely and said, "This is too brutal."
Strong man Emperor 3 was knocked out by his drunken little brother, but Lu Di easily blocked the attack and didn't even feel it, decisively demanding, "Xiaohe, put more force into it." The boy grew more enthusiastic and delivered even stronger blows.
As soon as he attacked, Lu Di leapt high to dodge.
Mo Zong reported that the opponent's current strength, excluding the power boost from the metal gloves, was a 7.
Now, at least 4.
Hearing this, Lu Di smiled slightly, silently marveling, "Incredible, in just a moment, he's jumped 7 levels." That night, after the fight, the boy lay sleeping soundly on the ground.
Kuan-Tang, witnessing the scene, sat huddled next to the strange fire. The entire Emperor 3 family was weird.
Lu Di walked over and said, "Kuan-Tang, come here, I'll check your strength for a bit." He had already been careful, yet still, his posture looked tough, but I was worried he'd get hurt.
Then he handed Kuan-Tang a stack of small papers. "Here, you're too much, all for you." Lu Di took them, his face scrunching up as he wondered, "What's with this stack of paper number 2? Kuan-Tang lowered his head sadly and recounted, "My wife was the real Heo.
She's dead, killed by Joker." Upon hearing that, he understood the situation and smiled as he spoke, "So that's why you've been constantly challenging top fighters so you can improve your strength and avenge your wife. That's loyalty. You've earned my respect, my friend. When the opportunity arises, I'll take you to meet Mr. De. As for Parker, keep it." He asked curiously, "Is Mr. De that powerful?" Lu Di turned away and softly said, "Xiaohe and I were raised by Mr. De. Take good care of Xiaohe." As he watched the other walk farther and farther away, Kuan-Tang wondered to himself whether he too could become as strong as they were. Cards were spread out on the table. Ma Ton spoke up, "The black material is Parker's anti-counterfeit technology." Hearing this, Lu Di asked in confusion, "What does it do?" He smiled and requested, "Wait a moment."
An hour later, a dense liquid appeared in his hand. Mo Zong, standing behind him, explained what it was. This is a metal from an illegal mine in North Phi. He continued, his face serious. This substance, its atoms are extremely active. At the center, it holds both positive and negative charges that are influenced by magnetic fields. It can transform into any shape and is extremely durable, yet it can also flow as flexibly as water. Hearing that, he smiled, thinking to himself that it was no wonder Yin Yufeng's gloves were so sharp, capable of piercing through a car door. Mo Zong demonstrated using the material as a coating layer, which was its most straightforward application. Beyond that, it held immense research value. Lu Di suggested that Mo Zong take some time to purchase the mine in North Phi. He enthusiastically agreed to carry out the order. Mo Zong slowly began to analyze. The genetic chain's linkage was very special, and this was also the key to their ability to control the magnetic field. He solemnly said, the difficulty lies in copying the genetic chain, but we can anticipate it. Once you reach the second stage of the new humanity, the genetic limitations will no longer apply, and analysis can proceed. Lu Di pointed at his face and asked, what you're saying is that I can have that linked gene? Mo Zong nodded and replied, exactly. If you can collect the B-grade modified genes, you will be able to use all of their abilities. Hearing this, Lu Di was very pleased. Finally, he understood what Mo Zong had meant. There was no need for the new humanity to admire anyone's abilities. On a winding and dangerous mountain road, 3 cars were driving along it. Inside one of the cars, Yafei spoke up, Sir, the assassination cases from yesterday, we've received the report today. You need to prepare yourself mentally. According to the materials, those assassins are not easy to deal with. Duanhua squinted and replied, I hope that kid leaves a way out for himself. We can do some research on him. In the forest, a man was lying face down on a tree trunk, motionless on the ground. Koan Tang was still practicing his body exercises. 1923, 1924, 1925. Yafei observed the scene and commented that the situation was somewhat complicated. Duanhua looked on in surprise, thinking to himself, this kid is too impressive. It would be great if he could work for me. He then ordered the scene to be handled. The people behind him followed orders, and the scene shifted to a region across the ocean, Texas, Europe. The voice from the communication device echoed in the office. Dear Mr. Bonney, I regret to inform you that of the 30 assassins we sent, all except for the ones who are dead have been captured by the police of Nation H. Mr. Box clutched his chest and lamented, how could this happen? My poor children. He poured several pills into his hand and swallowed them in one gulp, then, regaining his composure, he spoke. Contact our construction site, it's time to bring in some fresh blood for our poker club. The voice spoke again. Mr. Ban, I've contacted the site, but just in case, should we reach out to the 2 great masters of the flag? He gritted his teeth and snapped. One's a madman who has lost control, the other one needs to sacrifice you. You have my beloved Fei Tian, it's not time to go that far. Even though that demon Emperor 3 is strong, so what? He won't be able to find us. What we have is time to deal with him. The scene shifted to Texas. Cholo asked with suspicion. What's going on here? A staff member turned around to report. Chief, our system has been compromised, we can't do anything. Another staff member gasped in realization. This was a hacker attack. They've breached the surveillance system, the frequency is on the band. The wireless transmitter band. He squinted and said. Leave a message saying it's a borrowed system, no need to panic. Cholo raised his voice and gave the order, everyone, go trace the hacker's identity. 5 minutes later, the restricted system was unlocked, and the word Qing appeared on the computer screen. The staff member spoke again, Commander, he's gone, the control over the system has returned to us. At this moment, the landline phone rang. Someone was calling. Cholo picked it up.
The voice on the other end sounded, Commander Cholo, fortunately, this time it was only a scare, no real danger.
If not, your life would have been hard to save.
He replied with a serious face, my subordinates are willing to accept any punishment, and I will find him at all costs. The voice on the phone scolded, you idiot, that was Fourth Emperor, a hacker from Nation H.
You don't even know his name, how are you going to find him?
The staff member bowed his head and spoke, yes, sir, you're absolutely right.
If there's anything to command, I will do my best.
The voice continued, I have gathered 168 senior hackers from Europe and am preparing to launch an anonymous attack on the network of Nation H. At that time, if Fourth Emperor has any sense of nationalism, he will definitely take action. Cholo's eyes widened in surprise, and he solemnly declared, if we confirm the location of Fourth Emperor, please trust me once again.
I will personally capture him. Back at Duan Hua's office, he praised Li Jia with satisfaction. Li Jia, you're impressive.
You've become the boss of the He Hu faction so quickly.
She placed her hand on her chest, smiling as she responded, isn't the mission the most important thing? With this identity, I can gain the trust of the child-eating demon even more.
He gave a serious look and said, that kid still refuses to show himself.
No matter what, I'll send someone to protect your safety.
After discussing everything, Ye Fei got in the car and drove off quickly.
Duan Hua looked up at the figure standing on the roof, smiling quietly, pleased. So this kid has always been protecting her secretly. Now I can rest easy.
At the welfare camp, under the sunlight, she stopped the car and got out, her mood not quite pleasant. These damn people actually dared to use the welfare camp as a cover. Suddenly, Lu Di appeared, coughing a few times behind her as if to let the other person know he was there.
Ye Fei was a little startled and quickly turned around.
Mr. Lu Di, she said, I'll be with you. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, I'm not joking this time.
I really am a special police officer. I'm here to crack a case, and it's dangerous.
Lu Di confidently replied, I know, but with me here, danger will turn into nothing. Ye Fei seemed unconcerned and simply reminded him, all right, your heroic aura is very attractive, but now is not the time to show it off. She put her hands on her hips and seriously said, listen to me.
Right now, you should leave quietly. After I complete the mission, you can do whatever you want.
At that moment, a man swung the door open wide. He respectfully spoke. Boss Ye Fei, I apologize for not greeting you properly. He pointed at Lu Di, puzzled, and asked. But we had arranged for just you to come here. Why did you bring a young man along? She, unsure of what to say at first, stammered.
Ah, this.
He thought for a long while and then came up with an explanation. I understand now.
It's normal for a beauty like you to bring a bodyguard.
Boss Ye Fei, let's go inside now.
She forced a smile. Then let's go. He's one of us, trustworthy. You can relax and follow along. Let's go. Then, both of them entered a spacious office. Slender legs walked forward. Honging opened the door and entered, meeting the boss of the child-eating demon. Ye Fei was utterly surprised upon seeing her, silently thinking, why is it a woman?
Honging sat down seriously, her expression gentle as she spoke.
It is an honor for Yuan Fuli to be able to collaborate with the largest gang of the Hai family.
Ye Fei handed over a stack of documents.
These are the goods we've brought. Please take a look first. Ah. She took them and smiled contentedly. No wonder it's the He Hu gang. With a wave of your hand, you bring out more than a dozen of the finest documents. I'm very curious.
Suddenly, Hong Ying's expression shifted, her eyes shining brightly as she questioned.
What exactly is your identity?
Upon hearing something off, she immediately asked, pressing.
What's wrong? Is there something unusual about this? Hong Ying smiled again. No.
Li Jia is more like special police Ye Fei.
I'm very curious, in the Hai family's special forces, what position do you hold?
Then, with a snap of his fingers, the black-suited bodyguards immediately raised their guns, pointing them directly at Yafei, causing her to widen her eyes in shock.
Hong Ying stepped forward and warned, "I advise you not to act recklessly. There are 4 Barrett M95 rifles outside, and even if you are someone who has been modified, they will fire directly at you, turning you into a beehive." She glanced at Lu Di, blaming herself for putting him in danger. He, however, was quite excited, realizing that the boss was actually here. Suddenly, he bent down respectfully. "I am Hong Ying, pleased to meet you, Second Emperor."
Yafei froze and turned her head around.
"Second Emperor." Lu Di chuckled and said, "I didn't expect I'd become so famous that even in the capital someone recognizes me."
He added, "Your reputation has already spread far and wide. Meeting you today, it's truly a case of fame living up to the legend."
He sat down next to Yafei. Hong Ying spoke up, "Second Emperor, in my opinion, I'm still unclear if this female officer is really a cop or a spy from both sides."
Lu Di held a cigarette in his mouth and slowly responded, "After I supplied you with my goods, where did you transport them to?"
She calmly smiled and said, "I understand.
But Second Emperor, you really are quite impatient. Just before, you declared the cleansing of the Heihu gang, and now you're turning around to do business." This remark angered him, his eyes filled with killing intent, his voice cold and sharp as he questioned, "Where exactly did you move these goods to?"
Hong Ying now got to the point, "We transported these goods to Beneb Medical in Europe, but it's only us." Lu Di angrily threw the lighter away.
Enough was enough, it created an explosion in the middle of the room. The lighter flew quickly, brushing against the cheek of the bodyguard on this side, causing him to lose a tooth, then collided directly into the chest of the other guard, making him cough up blood. He showed no mercy, slapping Hong Ying hard and scolding, "You bastard."
Lu Di swiftly caught the lighter. Yafei, who was beside him, quickly asked, "Lu Di, what exactly is going on here?"
He turned and calmly replied, as the child-eating demon once said,
"I am the Second Emperor."
She was in disbelief and said,
"How can that be? I investigated you, you're just an ordinary person." Lu Di explained while walking, "Nothing is impossible. What you see are only the things I want you to see, even if it's fiction, it's the same."
He actually opened the safe with his bare hands. Yafei, seeing this, broke into a cold sweat and thought to herself,
"He can't possibly be someone who underwent transformation too, can he?"
At that moment, many footsteps were approaching.
Lu Di sensed this and immediately requested,
"Clear the scene, deal with the thugs coming over there." They threw the door open and demanded,
"What are you people doing?"
Before they could react, she rushed forward and kicked one in the face.
"Mr. Lu Di, you have to explain this to me. Why have you been hiding your identity from me?" He sternly replied, "Oh, there's no hiding. The first time we met, I told you I was a programmer, my other job is dealing with societal threats."
Yafei was shocked and thought to herself,
"Everything he's saying is true."
3 minutes later, he placed the pile of papers he had found on the table and scolded, "A bunch of scumbags." Seeing Lu Di raising his foot in front of Hong Ying, Yafei was startled.
"What are you trying to do?"
She was a suspect and should face judgment under the law. His foot decisively stomped down, and a loud bang echoed, creating a huge crater at his feet. He spoke. "She is from Nation H, let the law judge her."
Lu Di angrily declared. "But those cruel Europeans won't let a single one of them survive." After finishing the task, the two of them left together.
At this moment, Tai San jumped down from above and smiled as he introduced himself.
"Hello, Lu Di, hello, Special Forces Officer Lai.
I'm the team leader of the sniper unit in the Capital Special Warfare Brigade.
My codename is Sharp Edge. I've been ordered by Captain Duan Hua to protect you both." He complimented them.
"Your shooting skills are impressive.
3 seconds, 4 targets."
She smiled slightly and replied,
"Thank you."
Tai San rubbed his head and said, Fortunately, with Lu Di's reminder, otherwise, it would have been very difficult for me to locate the targets accurately.
Ye Fei was stunned upon hearing this, thinking to herself, no way?
With just the light from the lighter reflecting off, they were able to pinpoint the sniper's position.
This is getting a bit too exaggerated.
Tai-san lifted his rifle onto his shoulder and said, I've heard from my older brother that Lu Di has been part of the army for a long time. Today, meeting him in person, his reputation is truly well deserved. Upon hearing this, Lu Di furrowed his brows and asked,
Your older brother?
Tai-san then introduced himself.
I am the third elder of the Tai family. You can call me Tai-san.
After listening to the conversation, Lu Di turned and left, which made Tai-san curious.
Mr. Lu, where are you going?
He replied, Europe, the lair of those demons.
He was firm, Mr. Lu, I will go with you and lend you a hand.
Lu Di bluntly commented, Your sniper skills are really impressive, but still not enough to deal with those bastards in Europe. Tai-san, dissatisfied, immediately raised his voice, You shouldn't look down on me. He then held up a bullet and said, Earlier, you were 0.3 seconds too slow. If I hadn't blocked the bullet, Lai would be dead by now. Lu Di continued, But you're also a good seed.
When I return, I'll recommend you to someone.
He placed his hand on Tai-san's shoulder and smiled, explaining that Captain Duan had sent him to protect Li Jia. Furthermore, after the operation to seize the Welfare Institute, there were still many matters he had to handle. Tai-san understood now, and spoke seriously, As long as it's about the child trafficking business in Nation H, I'll take care of it thoroughly.
I won't disappoint you.
Ye Fei, who was behind, spoke up, Wait for me, Mr. Lu Di.
When you go to Europe, you must take me with you.
He nodded in agreement. All right, you're a European special agent, so when the time comes, you can help me with the final tasks. Hearing this, she said, Mr. Lu Di, if you don't have a car, you can ride with me. The airport is quite far from here. He firmly declined, No need, I have a private jet. Lu Di stepped up the stairs while urging, Hurry up. She stared in stunned disbelief, thinking to herself, No way, he's not only the second emperor but also the Emperor 3? Scene shift to Peterborough Academy, Europe. The hallway lay in silence, with countless rooms tightly shut. Inside one of the rooms, two children huddled together. The little boy whimpered, Sis, do you think we're going to die here? After we die, will we get to see Grandma in heaven? The girl, hearing that, only looked down sadly, offering no reply. Just then, someone entered. His eyes were fierce as he stared at the two children, his voice low and hoarse, Good little kids, Uncle is going to take you to do an experiment. If it works, Uncle will buy you hamburgers. At the Peterborough Medical Institute, a helicopter landed. Lu Di and Ye Fei slowly stepped out. Those around them stirred in excitement.
Aren't they famous stars? Could they be shooting a movie?
Mo Zong reported, There's an abnormal reading from the ground's elasticity. There's definitely a hidden secret beneath your feet. He asked, Mo Zong, what are these components? It replied, These are the remains of bones after being burned. Ye Fei, standing beside him, anxiously pressed, This place is huge, how are we going to find the spot? He seemed to have locked onto a direction and instructed, Follow me. Upon arrival, a man in a black suit loudly blocked their way. What do you think you're doing? This is a restricted area. Without hesitation, Lu Di took him down. He pushed open the large door. Ye Fei looked around and said, This room is covered in dust everywhere, but the path underfoot is spotless, which seems a bit strange. She added, You're still as good as ever, let's find the way in together. Lu Di dismissed it, no need. He then stepped forward, smashed the glass beneath his feet, and decisively jumped down below. The two of them continued walking down the long corridor. Ye Fei complained, The smell of blood is too strong. Lu Di opened a door, his eyes widening in shock. In front of him, 3 doctors were conducting experiments. Mo Zong reminded, Their success rate of modification is too low compared to reality.
The people inside then noticed their presence and questioned, "Who's there?" Before they could react, Ludi landed a punch, sending them to the afterlife. One of them rushed to hit the emergency alarm. At this moment, Ludi seemed to go mad, his fury clearly visible in his eyes. "No one will escape, you all must die." The demons disguised as humans rushed forward, punching and kicking the researchers mercilessly. Yafei, witnessing this scene, froze, asking herself, "Is this still the polite and courteous young man I remember?" In the office, Jack heard a loud crashing noise and wondered. Is someone breaking in? A panicked person ran in to inform him, "Professor, this is bad. Someone has come to kill. They're currently massacring our scientific research staff." The old man's expression turned serious as he stood up and ordered, "Lieutenant, take 10 men and go there to see if you can break through the limits of jealousy." Footsteps echoed down the long corridor. The lieutenant led the group, his presence radiating murderous intent. From the ventilation shaft, a toxic gas spread out, causing Yafei to collapse to the ground, coughing uncontrollably. Mo Zong explained, "This thing emits bioelectric waves and osteoptodesa, which can affect those with high physical resilience." Immediately, the door was smashed open by someone, and he entered with a resounding step. The intruder was a modified individual, and now, he had lost all his strength. Shang Yi, with a cold expression, warned, "If you don't comply and put your hands up, you will only be killed." Lu Di smirked, "Who told you I'm a modified human?" He said casually, unaffected, "You guys are not bad, looks like you've done quite a lot of packaging around here." One man spoke up, "Lieutenant, isn't this guy a bit off?" Another added, "It seems like he's not affected by the restriction device." Hearing this, the man gritted his teeth and shouted, "Impossible, he's killed so many researchers, he must be modified." Inwardly, he thought, "Good thing I listened to the professor, this kid is really strong." Lu Di, advancing confidently, declared, "Today, I will show you what a real demon looks like." Shang Yi, enraged, charged forward with a thunderous punch, pretending to be gods and ghosts. "You, a filthy, ugly dog, should just die." Lu Di calmly clenched his fist, then executed a headbutt, striking once, causing the man to feel as though his brain was about to explode. Shang Yi couldn't withstand a single blow and collapsed onto the ground. The group behind him, fueled by rage, charged forward to kill him. Lu Di effortlessly took down each one of them. "I won't kill you all so easily," he said. "I want you to see what." At that point, he smiled wickedly. Hell on earth. Lu Di decisively kicked a man who had overestimated his abilities. One of them, seeing his side losing, turned tail and fled. Of course, Lu Di couldn't let such a juicy target slip away and quickly pursued, eliminating him in an instant. Blood poured from the group like a river, flames blazed fiercely, swallowing them up in an instant. Lu Di picked up a lighter and set it aflame, savoring just a bit of the pain they had felt. Yafei, still motionless behind him, wondered to herself, what kind of person is he really? At that moment, he turned to face her, startling her. Lu Di moved closer and said, "I know you can't possibly understand my actions, but..." Yafei had already collapsed to the ground at some point. He moved swiftly to lift her up. This is how survival works. Then, the two of them walked out of the fire-engulfed room. He kicked open the door to Jack's office. The old man yelled, "How could this happen? How did they get here?" Lu Di, his eyes full of murderous intent, declared, "Now, it's your turn." Jack, still unaware of fear, and not backing down, shouted, "What are you all still standing there for? Blind them!" Two bodyguards, following his orders, charged forward like madmen. Lu Di simply threw a punch, and both fell in an instant. He suddenly stood up, questioned, then stepped back. "What do you actually want to do?" Lu Di stepped forward confidently and said loudly, "I want your life." At that moment, Jack trembled in fear, almost wetting himself, and had to humbly beg, "Please, spare me. I can give you all my achievements, take them all, reject everything, stop talking nonsense, and feel a bit of the despair." Finally, a strike sent the old man flying straight out, landing in the sea of fire. Mo Zong appeared and announced.
This base is called Hakwin, originating from the Greek demigod lineage.
The reason they don't use the internet is to abide by the Final Era Treaty. Lu Di answered solemnly. So they want to create demigods. He then looked up and asked Yafei. What's the name of your modified base?
She frowned in confusion but still answered.
Medusa. Mo Zong rubbed his chin and spoke. I've discovered something special.
Before Yin Yufeng was modified, she was pregnant, and after the modification, she gave birth without any sign of defect or jealousy. She is a true innate god. Upon hearing this, Lu Di raised a question.
Is the child in this room? Mo Zong nodded and said.
To be precise, he is behind that hidden statue.
Mo Zong pointed directly across the room, and a secret base opened up. Without hesitation, they both entered.
The space inside was vast, decorated with countless children's toys. In the distance, a little boy, a little junior, was sitting and playing alone. Seeing this, Lu Di walked over, sat down next to him, and began playing together with the boy. Yafei thought he was teasing and reminded him, it's still just a kid.
What is he doing? Lu Di explained, he's playing international chess with himself. Right now, I'm playing with him. She was stunned, silently thinking, can one really imagine chess with just these things?
Suddenly, Yafei heard someone groaning in pain and quickly followed the sound to a room where a large cage was holding a person. She covered her mouth, filled with pity, realizing that there were still people inside undergoing experiments. Telaria lay sprawled on the floor, blood flowing from her mouth.
Yafei opened the cage and gently spoke, you're just another unfortunate soul. Rest in peace.
She turned and left, unaware that his hand was still moving. Meanwhile, little Junior patted his head and said, the dark demons have never beaten me, but you've won 13 games.
You won, so I'll follow you. Lu Di asked, what's your name?
The kid, expressionless, answered, my name is Ma Tong, it's the name they gave me.
Mo Zong appeared, puzzled, Ma Tong, that's just like my name. He smiled and suggested, that name isn't good, let me give you a new one. Lu Di eagerly said, my name is Lu Di, if you follow me, how about the name Little Junior Lu?
The kid grimaced, ruthlessly criticizing, the name you gave me is really ugly. Upon hearing this, Lu Di could only smile wryly, thinking to himself, I'll just have to defend myself.
My nickname isn't that bad after all.
At this moment, Yafei entered and said, I think we should leave now, or the fire will reach here soon. The little brat bluntly replied.
What is this? Speaking directly and practically, but this pink dress doesn't go with anything.
This made her angry, so she corrected him.
What do you mean by that? Call me sister.
The little junior shrugged, reluctantly agreeing.
All right, sister.
Although I don't accept it in my heart, I know that only a timely person can be a solemn handsome hero. Lu Di decisively removed the metal door with one hand. He wrapped his arm around Yafei's waist, while she was holding onto little Junior, and they walked out together. The three of them quickly ran outside.
The flames erupted, engulfing everything around them.
The helicopter was still parked outside.
He patted little Junior's head and instructed. Stay with the lady in the pink dress for a while. I'll handle some things. Yafei anxiously spoke up. Lu Di, don't leave us behind.
He turned his head, smiled, and explained.
I'm going to meet an old friend of mine. Also, now you have your task.
Use your connection with FIC to block all the news. After that, the helicopter began to take off. A hand rose in the midst of heavy breathing. Telaria, buried under the rubble, not only felt no pain but also smiled in delight.
The goddess has saved me, wait for me.
The scene shifted to a rehabilitation hospital for the vegetative patient in Texas. Lu Di had just stepped out of the elevator, and his eyes met with two figures approaching. The corners of his mouth curled up as he thought.
Sure enough, there are still some modified people here. They hadn't even had time to regroup before he struck them down.
Lu Di remained as calm as ever, walking leisurely forward with every step.
Coffee lay on the sickbed, looking extremely frail.
His voice was weak and stammering, his target being Emperor 3. The man sitting beside him couldn't help but sigh. As a spy leader of the poker guild, I never thought you'd end up like this. You won't survive much longer, so why are you still doing this, ordering people to kill?
He laughed and asked. If you already know I'm a spy, why did you come to find me?
Lu Di shot him a cold stare and answered. For peace of mind, to eliminate future troubles.
Hearing this, Coffee laughed maniacally. Do you know?
No one dares to kill me. At that moment, a letter printed from the machine beside them caught their attention.
Lu Di took it, reading it aloud mockingly. Dear Mr. Coffee, have Jay and Wu Xiang brought any news? When will they bring the head of Emperor 3? Your beloved Bonnie.
He shot up from his seat, excitedly exclaiming. You are so foolish. You will never understand the true power of the poker guild. Joker will kill you. Coffee grasped the wires attached to his body, his lips curling into a smirk as he declared.
I'll be waiting for you in hell.
Then, with determination, he yanked them out. Seeing this, Lu Di nodded in satisfaction and remarked. Well, even death can't absolve your sins. He then walked over to the machine and began typing a response. Jay and Wu Xiang had gathered and were on their way to meet him. Mr. Box received the news, thinking it was real, and pondered what reward to give them.
My children want to meet me and bring the head of Emperor 3. I wonder if they like candy.
At that moment, there was a sound from outside.
We've arrived. Time to play this game, open the door.
The old man carefully picked up his firearm for self-defense. These old fools, whoever beats me today, I'll send them to heaven. Mr. Box, upon opening the door, spoke with a warning tone. My house has no alcohol, only fresh white flowers on the grave. The other party cursed.
Your mouth still stinks like that. I've brought my own liquor today, and I'll make sure you have nothing left.
An hour later, the four men playing cards were completely engrossed in the game.
One of them spoke up.
You should lay your cards down. At that moment, Lu Di suddenly pushed the door open and entered.
You should go home and water your plants. Mr. Box, who was deeply immersed in gambling, was extremely irritated by the interruption. Target Emperor 3, what are you doing here?
The stranger asked.
Did you invite this fool?
He pulled out his gun and fired continuously forward.
The group panicked, shouting as they ran away.
Lu Di calmly sat at the table, placing the cards out in front of him, and said with a serene tone. Let's play a game, I brought a new deck of poker.
Mr. Box, still grimacing, questioned him. How did you manage to escape Wu Xiang in Jay's pursuit? And find your way here?
After placing the cards on the table, Lu Di mocked.
Tell me, does it feel like when you first received the order to hunt me down and had to figure out which card to use to assassinate me?
Lu Di then picked up the cards and said.
You've played many cards.
But the corner of his mouth curled into a sly smile as he declared.
I only played one punch.
Mr. Box was so infuriated that he clutched his chest and struggled to breathe. His teeth were clenched in a furious snarl, and he cursed loudly.
That damn Emperor 3, have you gone to see Brother Coffee already?
Lu Di replied indifferently, as if it were nothing.
I've seen him.
He's dead, committed suicide.
Upon hearing this, Mr. Box's rage erupted like a fire. That demon Emperor 3, you will definitely be punished. The cards in your hands don't even have a flag. He kept babbling on relentlessly. You don't understand the mission of the poker guild.
With a swift, forceful punch to his opponent's face, Lu Di sent him crashing to the ground. Lu Di held two cards in his hand and said, 2 joker cards left. His gaze flicked toward them. At least they were B-level rehabilitated, but they could be put to use even in the midst of jealousy in the hospital right now.
Coffee was lying on the bed, writhing.
It turned out he hadn't died yet, and he could still sit up and open the door to step outside.
Coffee walked into another room, where a young man lay motionless.
He eyed him, then nodded with satisfaction. This body didn't seem bad at all. As soon as he grabbed the young man's arm, his own body collapsed face first. In his new body, Coffee shot up, laughing loudly.
Lin Nada, alright, from today onwards, my name is Lin Nada.
The corner of his mouth curled up slyly.
You want me to kill someone?
No, it was hard enough to get here.
I've got to enjoy the game first. The scene shifts to the Institute of Medicine, still engulfed in a massive fire.
A flaming hand stretches out.
Robbins walks out unscathed.
Yafei anxiously presses,
Captain, is it confirmed?
She questions, do you believe what I told you?
He responds firmly. No.
An ordinary person, not even a modified one, managing to kill 14 Class A modified individuals within just an hour.
Robbins rubs his chin and says, Special Agent Leah, did someone drug you? Is that why you're hallucinating like this?
Yafei raises her voice to defend herself.
Captain, let me clarify again, it wasn't an hour, it was less than 10 minutes. She continues explaining.
Also, when we were in Nation H, the military didn't call him a man. They called him a god. The more he listens, the less he believes, his tone grows sharp.
Don't bring this nonsense to me. Look at the data you've input. Level 27? Completely absurd.
Confronted with the doubt, she remains serious and unwavering in her words.
I am not lying, everything is the truth. If you don't believe me, you can go meet him.
At that moment, a young man ran up, waiting for orders.
Commander Robbins, how should we proceed next? He turned and calmly responded. What is there to handle?
Anything that needs to be burned down below, just burn it all.
Robbins continued. After burning everything, announced to the outside world that it was a spontaneous fire.
Yafei frowned slightly, then answered, understood. It was then that he noticed little Junior sitting far off.
Special Agent Lisa. Who is that child? She didn't hesitate to explain.
That's my child, lost 5 years ago in Nation H.
Upon hearing that, Robbins responded somewhat sarcastically. A special agent, and yet your personal life is so disordered?
Yafei smiled and said.
This doesn't violate any organization rules.
He wasn't too harsh, but firmly stated.
All right, I'll allow you to keep the child with you, but now, follow me back to headquarters. The three of them then boarded a helicopter and left. Below, a hand emerged.
After a while, the helicopter landed in the northern suburbs of the European capital.
Yafei, holding little Junior, entered, followed by Robbins and his subordinates. Robbins then spoke, requesting.
Special Agent, put the child down and come inside for a full body check. She frowned, having no intention of complying. A full body check would take at least 3 hours.
Captain, what exactly do you mean? He replied indifferently, didn't you say the god of war from Nation H would come looking for you?
During that time, you'll be here undergoing the check, and I'll wait for him. Yafei wasn't pleased, and she seriously reminded him, Captain, you should be more careful.
He's from the military of Nation H.
Robbins remained calm and said, don't worry, I'll be polite in receiving him. Of course, if he's very strong, I'll have no choice but to keep him here for research purposes.
She became even more uneasy upon hearing this. Captain, don't go too far. If you force him to stay, the consequences will be unimaginable.
He spoke, you're worrying too much. Suddenly, the red ceiling light started flashing and blaring loudly. A subordinate rushed in to report the situation. Not good, Captain Robbins, someone has infiltrated and attacked.
He looked down at the incoming mess. Where is this intruder from? Some real strength. Send a team over there. The subordinate responded immediately, yes, sir. Yafei recognized the person. She thought to herself, hasn't he been dead for a long time? How is he still alive, and so strong?
Robbins glanced behind him, his eyes searching.
Specialist Lisa, do you know this person? At that moment, the little junior suddenly spoke, that's Tellaria.
Robbins, of course, considered it nothing more than childish nonsense.
What is this Tellaria? What is this kid talking about? Yafei said solemnly, speaking about the identity of the person below. Captain, this is the one who escaped from the experimental base.
Upon hearing this, he wasn't overly concerned.
Is that so? Then, it has some value. On the screen, Tellaria was being surrounded by 4 people.
Robin, not taking the situation seriously, spoke confidently.
The danger has been eliminated.
You go check.
He told me to make coffee and wait for the warrior nation H to arrive.
But just then, a strange sound was heard.
Looking back at the screen, all of his subordinates had been easily defeated. How could this be? Only then did Robbins realize the severity and decisively ordered.
Special Forces Lisa, take the kid and run.
I'll handle this monster.
The emergency exit door slowly started to crack, then was kicked open by Tellaria. He laughed maniacally, clearly enjoying himself. Robbins rushed forward with a fiery punch at the bastard, but with just one move, Tellaria knocked him out cold.
Don't get in the way.
Yafei tightly hugged the little junior and pleaded.
Don't hurt the kid. If you must, take it out on me.
Tellaria's eyes lit up, his reason seemingly lost.
I came here for you. My queen. At that moment, the kid shouted loudly. Tellaria.
He immediately recognized who was standing in front of him.
My neighbor kid, so you're here too.
The little junior jumped down below, resolutely warning.
I advise you to leave quickly. If you wait any longer, the violent bear will come and beat you because of it.
Tellaria, however, took it as a childish joke. Violet Bear, my dear little neighbor, I told you not to read violent comics.
Now you're delusional, see?
But the kid stood firm in his words.
This is not delusion.
If you continue, the consequences will be more than you can handle.
Tellaria, now slightly angry, gritted her teeth.
Out of respect for the fact that you've been my neighbor for 4 years, I won't kill you. The little junior, unfazed by the threat, replied.
He's almost here.
This made him clench his fist in discomfort. For years, and this is the first time I've heard you talk this much, but it's really annoying. Just then, Lu Di appeared like a hero, the window shattering into pieces, scattered across the floor.
Yafei breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Di, you finally came.
The little junior reproached the violent bear.
You're too slow. Tellaria raised her voice to question. Do you want to ruin my plans?
He pointed directly at her, arrogantly declaring.
No, I just want to kill you.
With a swift move, Lu Di dashed forward, landing a punch on Tellaria's left hand, but as you can see, he was completely unharmed.
Yafei was utterly stunned, thinking to himself, an immortal body?
After witnessing the opponent's power, it felt like a beast spotting its prey.
Finally, I'm a little excited. But Tellaria was still confused. What are you saying? Who exactly are you?
Lu Di continued to deliver another powerful punch.
Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I've finally found someone to land my second strike on.
He threw a barrage of punches at him, speaking non-stop as he did. You really surprised me.
I never expected you to keep forcing me to strike.
On this side, Robbins was watching the scene unfold, his eyes filled with sheer astonishment, questioning himself.
This man, is he really the god of Nation H that they speak of? After finishing his punches, Lu Di rotated his wrist. The blood on the floor flowed like a river. Little Junior calmly said, I told you, you would be beaten to a pulp.
The battle concluded, and Robbins walked forward, speaking up, I am the captain of the Northern Division of Nation A, and I truly respect your strength. He smiled, making his offer. I would like to represent my organization and sincerely request that you join our small group, the Heroes. Robbins was determined to recruit this talent, so he explained in great detail. The Heroes organization offers many privileges, with unlimited credit.
The future trend is in bioengineering. Joining us will still allow you your freedom, we won't force you to do anything. Lu Di asked with some suspicion, what is the current situation of the hero organization you mentioned?
He slowly explained, the hero organization is currently made up entirely of B-level individuals. They are scattered across various countries worldwide to handle difficult missions. However, number 6 was just killed. If you don't mind, you can replace number 6, and the number assigned will not distinguish between before and after. He rubbed his chin and accepted the invitation.
Alright, I will join. From today onwards, my alias will be D. Lu.
Robbins looked as if he had struck gold, his attitude visibly brighter. On behalf of all humanity, I thank you for your decision, he said, then handed him a golden badge. D. Lu, from now on, you can use this badge and access all our resources.
MO Zone will show you the updated information. Inside, there is a communication module, an identity recognition module, and a GPS module. Lu Di was curious, how do you know that? At this moment, he turned to Yafei and Little Junior and said, let's go home.
Robbins looked after her retreating figure, puzzled.
Special Agent Lisa, where are you going? Yafei winked, half joking, half serious, having met such a master, shouldn't we establish some kind of relationship with him? Then she also left. He then looked at his phone, now in possession of Lu Di's contact details. Robbins, with a stern expression, thought to himself, have I just recruited an uncontrollable superhero?
The scene shifted, and the helicopter landed in the middle of a dense forest. Little Junior looked around, so excited that he beamed with joy. Xiao He and Koan Tang were grilling meat, and upon seeing them, the boy happily shouted, "Brother!" Then, he rushed over and asked, what happened? Lu Di reassured his younger sibling, don't worry, everything has been handled. He glanced behind him and smiled, saying, there's just a new member in the family. Lu Di began introducing them to each other. Xiao He, this is little Junior Lu, the poor child. Come here, say hi to brother Xiao He. The kid eagerly complied. Hello, brother Xiao He. Seeing the child being well behaved, Xiao He patted his head and welcomed him. Hello, little Junior. He continued with the introduction to the other person. This is brother Koan Tang, he's a baseball player. Koan Tang quickly stuffed his mouth with grilled meat and then asked a completely irrelevant question. Strongman Emperor 3, is this kid not your weird little brat? He privately wondered whether he could defeat this little guy. Little Junior, annoyed, pointed at Koan Tang and decisively said, I don't accept this Koan Tang who's eating grilled chicken. Lu Di, upon hearing that, was helpless. This kid. At that moment, he threw something towards Koan Tang. Koan Tang, here's a fruit for you. Seeing the hand shaped like a clown, Koan Tang instantly recognized it as the hand of the murderer who killed his wife. He stammered, he's dead. Then he was deeply moved. Strongman Emperor 3, thank you. The favor you've shown me, Koan Tang, I will repay with my life. Lu Di waved his hand and said, you're being too harsh. He led the little Junior into the residence. The kid stared around, mesmerized. Violent Bear, your house is amazing. Lu Di smiled and declared, it's amazing, right? From now on, this will be your home. At that moment, a robotic dog approached the kid's feet. The little Junior picked it up and laughed joyfully. Violent Bear, I really like this house. Hearing that, Lu Di felt relieved and slowly moved to the shelf that held various large and small boxes. He said, it's good that you like it. But you need to follow these rules. First, you can't climb the shelves. Second, don't get near the water pipes. The kid eagerly asked, when can I use the water pipes then? Lu Di handed the little Junior a robot and made an agreement, once you finish fixing this, I'll consider it.
the kid eagerly accepted the deal. Yefei peeked her head in. Upon seeing her, Lu Di asked, "Special Agent Lisa, why are you here? Didn't you receive your orders?" She explained a little awkwardly, "Special Agent Lu Di, I'm now with FIC. I'm also part of your combat team. It's my responsibility to protect you." Lu Di then asked, "Do you think I look like someone who needs protection?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Sir, are you here?" Ruai entered, gazing at the robot shelves and thinking to herself, "I didn't expect this, he really is a genius." Upon seeing her, Lu Di called out, "Ruai, over here." She spoke, "Sir." Her glance toward Yefei was filled with disdain, wondering inwardly, who is this little fox? At that moment, he pointed to his new invention and made a request. Ruai looked at it, and it could even talk. Miss Ruai welcomed us to our bar. She was stunned. This is Lu Di's explanation. Everything here is powered by AI, using an automated management model. Yefei, standing behind, paused, not expecting him to be an inventor. He was so complete, so A-level. The man over there told me he has finished the entire design map, and now we just need a reliable factory to produce it. Ruai smiled, taking on the responsibility. "Sir, leave this to me. Among my connections, there are some high-tech workshops, so this won't be an issue." Lu Di smiled and elaborated. "What I mean is, offer them a price they can't refuse. As for the factory that satisfies you, you have full authority to purchase it." She immediately complied. Understood. At this moment, a phone call came in. As soon as he picked up, he was asked anxiously, "Mom, why are you calling?" Su-yun on the other end replied, "Son, it's your mother. I'm about to die." He was not unfamiliar with this scene. Calmly, he asked, "How much this time? 50 or 100? She furrowed her brows, recounting the situation. "Today I won 100, but Zhao Xianlan, that girl, she provoked me, saying that your son can't find a wife." Upon hearing this, Lu Di started making plans. "Mom, I'll come home to check tomorrow." Su-yun responded, "All right, I'll be working tomorrow, but you wait for me at home. I'll make something delicious for you when I get back." He hung up the phone, sighed in relief. Yefei, understanding the situation, eagerly exclaimed, "Special Agent Lu Di, are you going home? Take me with you." Ruai beside him was also delighted. "Sir, I want to come too." In the familiar dense forest, Lu Di asked curiously, "Li Jia, Ruai, what are you two bringing along?" Both opened a bag full of gold. "Gold is gold." Yefei spoke up. "I heard that when visiting someone's house for the first time, you have to bring gold. Is that true?" He broke into a cold sweat and replied, "Gold is something a man should prepare." Lu Di smiled and said, "You two don't need to prepare so much. We're just ordinary friends. I just want to prove to my mother that it's not that I can't find a wife." Ruai thought helplessly, "Your hopelessly straight male personality." Suddenly, someone was heard lamenting and stepping closer. Kuintang was now kneeling down, clutching his head, looking around. "The gift I prepared for Paula, it's gone." He grabbed Lu Di's hand tightly. "Strong Man Emperor 3, the arm you gave me yesterday. I buried it here yesterday, and now it's gone." Mo Zong appeared, warning, "Too careless. Tellaria is the most regenerative plant in the world. I'm guessing that arm escaped and has begun to recover." Little Junior stood silently to the side and said, "Violet Bear, I told you before, he was a Tellaria." Finally, he laughed and said, "Kuintang, congratulations. You now have a chance to kill him and get your revenge." It left him dumbfounded. She collapsed backward. "Strongman Emperor 3, what are you saying? The fruit I gave Paula has disappeared." Lu Di placed a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him. Don't worry, it'll come back.
At that time, the three of them drove to a large factory, then got out of the car.
In the workshop manager's office, a voice rang out. I'm thinking of buying your factory. How much do you think it's worth? Is this enough?
The man felt excited when he saw a pile of gold on the table.
That's enough.
After the transaction, Lu Di turned and left, thinking to himself that these things would definitely need his mother to handle gradually.
Once outside, Ye Fei spoke up. This is the gift I prepared to bring to you? He calmly replied. What's the difference? This factory is actually the gift my mother likes the most. Ruiyi, who was standing nearby, chuckled and thought to himself. You're really too straightforward. That afternoon, the sunset painted the sky red.
Suyin stepped off the bus.
Lu Di was still deep in thought.
Today was really strange. When he met that factory manager again, it felt as if he was seeing his own mother. She walked into the yard and saw the car parked on the grass.
She wondered aloud. Has my son gotten his own car? But it seems too old. She then opened the main door and entered the house.
As soon as he saw his mother, he flattered her.
Mom, you look even more beautiful today. Suyin joyfully patted his cheek. My son, you've become more handsome too.
You're even 10 times better looking than Zhao Xianlan's son.
Lu Di said. This time, I've prepared a surprise for you. She asked. A surprise? Are you bringing a daughter-in-law home?
Suyin tilted her head and then saw the beautiful girls. She was greatly surprised and asked. My son, am I getting old and starting to have delusions? Lu Di draped his arm around his mother and slowly introduced her. These are two of my friends, Li Jianam and Ruiyi. Both of them smiled and spoke in unison. Hello, Auntie.
Suyin pointed at the other person in confusion. And this child? This is my little junior.
He picked up the child. Mom, this is the child I adopted, your grandchild. That made her head spin. Oh my God. But she turned around and left, not forgetting to remind him. Lu Di, set up the table for me.
Ruiyi asked, Sir, what's going on?
He quickly explained, my mother is preparing to make a grand entrance.
Lu Di laughed and reminded, Little Junior Lu, you have to perform well later.
The kid, with a poker face, replied, I'll give him some face today, the violent bear. 20 minutes later, the table was set with all the guests present.
Xianlan whispered, Suyun, is it true that these two girls and this child are the ones Lu Di brought back? Suyun squinted her eyes, smugly answering, Not my children, are they yours?
I told you long ago, my son is the best among 10,000 people, and my daughter-in-law is already here. The little junior beside them, watching the game, suddenly spoke up, Grandma, I think you shouldn't play that card. The madam opposite has already played 3699, the madam to the left has played Vu Xiao Lake, and the madam to the right hasn't played any card yet. Upon hearing that, she smiled and patted the kid's head, praising him. Her grandchild, this clever child, made everyone who saw him marvel, just like a little genius. After a while, the food was beautifully arranged and incredibly rich. Xianlan couldn't help but praise. The kid was quite good at cooking. At that moment, De Zhuang pushed the door open, entering with a cheerful laugh, Lu Di, De Zhuang, I'm here. He walked while talking. Kid, you came back without telling me anything, your mom had to inform me. You walked in and started teasing me, looking like a sick monkey and yet still with those sparkling eyes? De Zhuang acted all cool, not scared at all, and asked. Has that bastard who made me blind been found yet? I'll go beat them up for you. Lu Di laughed upon hearing this and replied. This silly guy, all he ever thinks about is fighting. At that moment, a red car pulled up outside. Ji Sheng stepped out with a knowing smile. As he passed Lu Di's car, he commented. 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle S454, pretty impressive. As soon as he entered the house, he raised a question. Lu Di, where did you rent this car? Can't live in the city anymore? He turned around and smiled, replying, Zhang Ji Shang, you're still as mature as ever. He acted like he wanted to help, but the underlying tone was all about showing off. If you can't handle it, come find me. I've already told my old man, I'll keep the deputy manager position for you. Xianlan chimed in. Zhang Ji Shang, why does everything you say always have a hidden meaning? He glanced at the group by the mahjong table, smiled, and spoke up. Are the flowers of Hishui town also here? My recent project brought in 200 people. Whatever wins or losses happen on the mahjong table, just count them towards me. She frowned. Kid, just get lost. He looked back at Lu Di and kept showing off. Bro, take a good look. If you stay in Xianshang, when I have some free time, I can introduce you to a girl who's a driver. At this moment, Ruiyi brought the food over, her movements graceful, gently placing the plate down on the table. Ji Sheng stared blankly. This person is Lu Di, my friend. He raised a question, is this friend of yours a model? At that moment, Ye Fei also stepped out from the kitchen. Ji Sheng asked again, what about her? Could she also be one of your friends? She's mixed race, I've only seen her on TV, he replied casually. That's right, she's also a friend of mine. Then, he noticed the little junior underneath. Where did this kid come from? Lu Di answered briefly, oh, that's his son. Lan Ji Shang broke into a cold sweat. His son? He laughed and reminded him, Ji Shang, you're smoking the wrong end of the cigarette. Jealousy surged through him to the point that he threw the cigarette to the ground and yelled, I can't stand this, how is that possible? I'm handsome, dashing, rich, and still don't even have a wife. After that, everyone sat down and slowly enjoyed their food and fine wine. They cheered enthusiastically, cheers. Lu Di urged, try it, I stir-fried it. Ji Sheng dismissed it, you stir-fried it? Is it even edible? But after chewing a few bites, he was surprised, it's really good, but I still can't accept it. It's driving me crazy, I'm so envious. Dezhuang, make him drink until he's out of it. He confidently declared, Dezhuang can't drink as much as I can. Hearing that, he boasted, what are you joking about? I was called the king of wine Lu Di at 13, you're no match for me. Nonsense, Ji Sheng continued drinking. An hour later, even the strong ones had collapsed on the table, and only he remained awake. Lu Di approached the table and announced, Mom, I found a job now, and I'm making quite a lot of money. Su Yun, hearing this, was relieved and praised him. That's great. So which company are you working for? If I have time, I can come visit you. Lu Di asked his mother. Mom, do you remember a Jayap? Su Yun thought for a while before answering. Of course I remember. That kid always came to our house to pick apricots from the tree. His but almost got crushed every time. He smiled and said, that's the kid. Now he's running a very large company, and I'm working as a senior manager there. She fed little Junior some food and happily praised him. Well done, son, very good. I knew I wasn't wrong about him. What does your company do? Lu Di explained. Creator is a software company. She shook her head, unfamiliar with it. Ji Shang, who had been napping in the car, suddenly sat up and asked, Is Creator Group involved with Germany? Is it OBM? Are you a senior manager? He calmly replied. Yes, that's my company. I'm him. This left Ji Shang stunned and speechless, his mouth agape, forgetting his own native language. Ha! Su Yun, seeing this, burst out laughing and teased him. Zhang Ji Sheng, all you've done today is be amazed. This little house of aunties can hardly handle you now. Are you envious that Lu Di is working at such a big company? He straightened up and reminded her seriously. Aunt Yun, Creator is not just any company. Lu Di spoke up. Mom, I've saved up a decent amount. I'm going to build you a new house. She was silent for a long time, quietly thinking to herself that at the rate this kid was going, this little house wouldn't be able to hold up much longer.
Finally, it's still agreeing. Alright, I also have a little savings.
You asked me, and I said set the standard, it must be high, house. Ji Sheng stepped forward and spoke, Aunt Yun has very good taste. The house is 200 square meters, and no one in our town can compare to it.
Lu Di, leave this matter to you, she smiled and said. Aunt doesn't want our Lu Di to lose face.
At that moment, he leaned close to Ji Sheng and whispered, I'll take care of this, but the area should increase fivefold, and the garden area should increase tenfold. Then, without hesitation, he transferred the money to Ji Sheng. His bank card just received a neat 10 million, sent by Lu Ji Sheng.
Sweat beaded. You don't need this much money, Lu Di smiled and said.
The materials, design, safety standards, and security system must all be top-notch.
It must be able to connect to the network, which made him raise his thumb in admiration. You're really impressive, I'm totally impressed, deeply impressed.
Lu Di then turned and spoke again, Mom, from now on, you'll receive 1 million every month, this is your pocket money. Scene changes to Europe, in the outskirts of Haichin City. In the crowded office, Hoover stood sternly, thinking, Fourth Emperor, this time you can't escape. At that moment, Hoover called out, Everyone, I want to say a few words, but it's still so noisy around here.
Doesn't anyone take him seriously?
Hoover had no choice but to fire a shot into the sky.
Everyone immediately turned their attention to him.
Hoover then shouted in a threatening voice, Everyone sitting here, none of you have clean hands. I have your case files in my hands, so for the next few days, you'll have to follow my orders. Otherwise, you can just wait to rot in prison. Then he continued, If you can catch the Fourth Emperor, I can help you clear all charges, and there may even be a generous reward. Hoover gave a thorough warning, reminding everyone to remember well and hide their identities as best as possible. I don't want to start a real war with them. An enthusiastic staff member spoke up, All right, hiding identities is our specialty, and sabotaging networks is also our forte. At this point, Hoover turned to one person and questioned, Skull, how did the IP I gave you check out? The person solemnly reported, I couldn't trace it, no one is dumb enough to use their real IP address. Give me 10 hours, and I can catch the Fourth Emperor. Hoover was very pleased upon hearing this. Very good, so what's your plan? Skull, taking a drag from his cigarette, laid out the plan. To find a trace, the first step is provocation. We'll hack into Nation H's hacker forum, leave a provocative message for the Fourth Emperor to retaliate against, and that way we'll be able to track him. Hoover, thinking of the potential setbacks, asked, What if he decides to play the turtle and retract his head? But Skull responded, Then that's even better. We'll infiltrate Nation H's network companies and tap their phones. The group behind them cheered excitedly, like a bunch of children. This is the kind of action they loved, the thrill of messing with those primitive internet people. Hoover remained cautious and reminded them, but you must not let the European military get wind of this, or you'll end up as unidentified corpses. They all responded in unison, Understood, Commander. At this moment, a message was posted on the Extreme Legions forum. Hackers of Nation H, you are primitive, your technology is like rotting animals. Absolutely disgusting. The fire of those people is just a torn piece of paper. The Fourth Emperor Turtle, show your head here. You must want to curse us, right? Too bad. Within the next 48 hours, the hacker forums of Nation H will be under our control. By the way, just so you know, we come from an extraterrestrial army. This made the other hackers unhappy. A said, Brothers, they're too arrogant. B immediately responded, Exactly, we should deal with them. H, puzzled, asked, Who is the Fourth Emperor? With such a big boss, did they already destroy their organization? M advised, Everyone, calm down a bit. Someone shouted excitedly, Scorpion Boss is here. They wondered, Isn't Scorpion the god who protects the network of Nation H? M explained, This time I'm not representing the state, I'm representing the people of Nation H.
I came down from the mountain because I couldn't bear it. He eagerly responded, got it, Scorpion Boss. We'll follow your orders and fight together. At that moment, Skull was typing continuously on the keyboard. Hoover furrowed his brows and said, Skull, don't tell me, you can't even handle the regular hackers of Nation H. He smiled cunningly and replied, I'm just attracting the attention of those stupid hackers from Nation H. What's the point of taking over a few hacker forums? I want to play something much more exciting. Then, Skull stood up and loudly commanded, Team 3, listen up, in 2 minutes, attack the network enterprise of Nation H. They immediately acknowledged the order. At that moment, at the headquarters of Shia Corporation, the computer screens were running numerous chaotic programs. A staff member hurriedly pushed open the door and announced, Damn CEO, something's wrong. Our system has been infected by a virus, and it's stealing our users' data. Hilong raised his voice and commanded, gather the black hat and white hat experts, and get the restoration process started immediately. In his heart, he thought, it can't be Lu Di, his user base isn't as large as mine. So, who could it be? At the small fish pond, Little Junior was happily playing with the water and feeding the fish. At that moment, Lu Di received a phone call. Dong Ming, why are you calling me? He urgently replied, there's a big problem. Where are you right now? Lu Di answered, I'm at the countryside. Dong Ming, in a panic, insisted, hurry back here. The Nation H network has been hacked. Xie is already down, and I suspect the next target is us. Upon hearing this, Lu Di immediately said, Little Junior, we should leave now. As they entered the house, Suyun was already waiting to ask, Son, what's going on? The factory manager said you've bought out our factory? He smiled and explained, Mom, my company and Ajayap have made a lot of money. If we buy the factory, your work can be a bit easier and more flexible. She lowered her head, looking sad. Son, are you messing around? How could I run a factory? Lu Di placed his hand on Suyun's shoulder, reassuring her, Mom, you can do it. She closed her eyes and said, I believe in you, then turned and walked away. My company has some business to attend to, so I need to go back. Take good care of yourself, Mom. The scene shifts to the Cybersecurity Bureau of Nation H. Within minutes, he had arrived. Pushing the door open and stepping inside, Dong Ming immediately spoke upon seeing him. Lu Di, you finally returned. He continued seriously. That computer belongs to you. Quickly contact your company to initiate the defense. Lu Di sat down in the work chair, his gaze unintentionally meeting the person with pink hair sitting across from him. He couldn't help but think. The Cybersecurity Bureau has quite the capability, being able to invite a great lord like this here. She once flew the red 5-star flag of Nation H within the Pentagon-like building system in Europe. Linny, the #1 beauty hacker of Nation H, he silently admired. She's truly no ordinary person. On the other side, Scorpion was thinking to himself. This guy is merely the boss of a network company. Linny values him, but all he knows is how to make money through software. If something serious happens, he'll be useless. At that moment, Dong Ming spoke. Lu Di, check how much longer your Germany can hold out. The other staff members turned their heads in curiosity upon hearing this. Germany? So this kid is from Germany? Impressive. Hilong approached with a smile and asked. CEO Lu, do you still remember me? I lent you money once. He smiled in return and replied. If I'm not mistaken, the algorithm I proposed for your ads helped your company's stock increase by 12%. The man continued. CEO Lu, for the sake of the help I gave you, please save our Shia. He remained calm and composed, his voice reassuring. Don't worry. As I've said before, every company has its own mission. I won't stand by and do nothing. At this moment, Mo Zong appeared and told Lu Di to wait while he upgraded the program, upgraded the algorithm, and implemented universal control on the PC side. He urged him to go ahead. At this point, the program was running slowly, with a 1% to 3% lag. In the hacker network chat room of Nation H, a new member had joined under the alias Fourth Emperor. Ludi, using the identity of Fourth Emperor, sent a message to the general group. Hello everyone, I sincerely apologize for the trouble I've caused you all. However, the others were greatly puzzled. How did you get in here so easily? A master, and you're telling us? Ludi replied, I want to take this opportunity to prove to the world that our Nation H network is not a place that can be casually trampled on. An account declared, we won't just stand by and watch either. Ludi continued, everyone, I've decided to strike back on my own first. When the time comes, Zone, please lend me a hand. Just wait for my news. The computer screen then flashed with red and green symbols. He focused intently, thinking to himself, I'll wait for you guys to come, I want to see what kind of abilities you really have. A hacker under Hoover's command spoke up, Germany is the leading network company in Nation H. If we can handle them, we'll make history. Suddenly, he became frantic. This is a nightmare, I can't find any loopholes. The person next to him laughed smugly, it's time to use my firewall penetration tool now. But when he made his move, nothing improved, which made him so angry that he slammed his keyboard and yelled. The skull calmly issued an order, Team 2, Team 3, join forces and attack the network of the people in Nation H. I want their city to be paralyzed. At Ludi's side, the employees were extremely astonished by what he had created. The firewall of Germany was too strong. Scorpion stepped forward to ask him, Ludi, may I ask if the Germany firewall was made by you? Linny, also curious, asked, what is the name of this firewall? On the computer screen, countless red fragments covered the top left corner. When he saw them, he panicked and exclaimed, this is bad, it's a script attack. It's disguised as an ad plugin, infiltrating various websites. Dong Ming broke into a sweat, raised his voice, and said firmly, their target is the traffic command system. We must stop them. Linny frowned and said, if they tamper with the traffic data, then train crashes, airplane accidents, all sorts of disasters could happen. Scorpion broke into a cold sweat and said, Sun Leader, this virus has infiltrated over tens of thousands of plugins. To clear it out, it will take at least 4 hours. He was horrified after hearing this, grinding his teeth. What? You two are SS-level hackers, is there no other way? Dong Ming then thought of someone, Fourth Emperor, you are all hackers, why not contact Fourth Emperor? He anxiously grabbed Scorpion's shirt, through your organization, quickly get in touch with Fourth Emperor. Ludi, feeling annoyed, reminded him, Dong Ming, stop yelling. He retorted unhappily, Ludi, stop causing more trouble. Just protect your Germany well. At that moment, he admitted, I am Fourth Emperor. Dong Ming stared blankly and asked, you are Fourth Emperor? He then felt uncomfortable and reminded him, Ludi, you are being too reckless. Fourth Emperor is an SSS-level hacker, with a wanted order equivalent to that of a murderer. Dong Ming naturally didn't trust that, turning away and leaving immediately. Ludi, I will go explain to the superiors. If you can resolve this internet attack, I will fight for you to receive the punishment you desire. At this moment, Ludi continued typing on the keyboard. Dong Ming walked over to take on the responsibility. Brother, this time we can only rely on you. Just listen and don't be in a hurry to arrest me. The space became silent. Suddenly, a beam of golden light converged at one point, forming the image of a tall, muscular man holding a sharp spear. Linny, seeing this, asked in astonishment, what is this? The man swiftly threw the spear. Over at Hoover's side, the staff frowned and cursed, damn it, the other side has someone setting up defenses. This is bad, scatter quickly. Breaking through this script could not only generate a new script with attack commands, but also trace the origin to find our IP address. At that moment, the green frames on the screen were steady, and she couldn't help but exclaim in awe. He wondered, what kind of program is this? Ludi, satisfied with his work, slowly explained, this program is called Zhang Fei, a general from the Three Kingdoms era. Zhang Fei could face thousands of enemies.
The firewall of Germany is called Gu Wulai, another general from the Three Kingdoms, Dianwei. The Scorpion gave a thumbs up, praising incessantly.
Zhang Fei, Dianwei, the Fourth Emperor's expert, this program is amazing.
He turned to say, Great Lord Scorpion, Grip's program has failed now, please inform the others.
We need to press on with our advantage.
Upon hearing this, he agreed, got it.
Scorpio quickly entered the chat group and sent a message.
Brothers, Great Lord Fourth Emperor has defeated the virus script of the army in just 10 minutes.
An excited account asked. Are you with Great Lord Fourth Emperor? Who is he? Tell us quickly.
He didn't pay much attention, just focused on the announcement.
Everyone, we can launch the attack now. Quickly clear the battlefield and prepare to counterattack. Another account replied. After we win, let's talk more, this is really exciting. Scorpio reminded them. Guys, put away your curiosity.
Get ready, and be prepared to cooperate at any time.
The other account immediately followed. Got it, life-sacrificing retainer.
A man full of energy appeared through Ludi's hand. He spoke with satisfaction. Let them see my new program, the greatest general of the three, Guan Yu. A sly grin appeared on his face.
I can trace the IP address quickly. On the European Army side, voices of frustration echoed through the office. Team 3 and Team 4 have been tracked down.
Skull frowned and said.
Luckily, we were disguised as a solo unit. At that moment, Hoover entered with a group, causing him to feel a bit uneasy. Team leader, it's okay. We've only lost a portion of the fighting force. The battle isn't over yet.
Hoover pointed, and the group charged in aggressively, then restrained everyone in the office.
They ordered. Don't move. He spoke harshly. You still have one chance. Steal the data from Shia and bring it back to me.
Skull sweat profusely and asked.
Do you want to spread the deep virus?
You're violating the hacker's agreement, you're crossing the line as a human being.
Hoover gave a sinister smile and reassured him. Don't worry. I won't harm the world. I just want to overthrow the civilization of Nation H.
He bluntly threatened, if you don't do it, there's only one road left, death. He frowned, hesitating, but I'm not sure I can release the virus deep enough in the right spot. Hoover sternly replied, I don't need you, I've already gone to find the most powerful hacker in history on the left side. Suddenly, the computer screen turned green, with floating numbers.
The Skull was taken aback, controlling remotely from the left side. Was the butcher using the internet to commit a major crime?
He said, Skull, if you can steal Shia's data and bring it here, that would count as a great achievement. He was immediately blinded by the capitalist's offer, thinking to himself, the reward is so high, and with the legal identity on the back, I don't need to worry anymore, and immediately agreed.
All right, I guarantee the mission will be completed. The scene shifted to the Hai family's network security bureau. Hilong spoke, Lu CEO, please save Shia.
Shia's data has been stolen by those bastards, and now I don't know where it's been transmitted.
He calmly replied, I know.
Hilong sorrowfully added, Lu CEO, if the data gets exposed, and you don't come to the rescue, I'll go beg for food in front of your door.
He replied helplessly, I know. At that moment, Lenny came over to comfort him, Ting CEO, don't worry too much. Shia's data is huge, it will take at least 10 hours to successfully transfer. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Di had completed her current task. Finished, she was confused, silently wondering, what program has the Great Lord Fourth Emperor written now? Dong Ming opened the main door, and 3 unfamiliar men appeared. He seriously introduced each of them one by one.
These 3 gentlemen, one is the head of the cybersecurity department of the Hai family, another is the commander-in-chief of the National Security Bureau H, and the last one is General Zhao, a 3-star general from the National Defense Command.
Lu Di nodded in acknowledgement.
Dong Ming leaned in close and whispered in his ear, whether you can turn the tide will depend on your performance. Lu Di raised his hand high and shouted, "Launch the program." He then pressed a key on the keyboard. Instantly, purple beams of light gathered on the screen, breaking through the trap mechanism. Linny, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "These hackers are really cunning." The data they stole has been split into 7 parts by the demon. Lu Di sneered and, leaning back in his chair, began introducing, "Everyone, here's a little of my pursuit program." Zhao Yun. She was deeply impressed and stepped forward to compliment him. "Great Lord Fourth Emperor, a program of this level, and you finished it in just 30 minutes? He responded with a serious expression, "No, just 10 minutes. I also wrote a few counterattack programs." After that, Lu Di turned to give an order. "Scorpion, give the command to the team. Block all the paths Zhao Yun has found. We'll press the advantage, and next, it's time for my father's army to step in." Excited by the thought of finally launching a counterattack, he agreed, "Understood." A message appeared on the screen. "Our great nation H has a history of over 5,000 years. This is a place where your vermin should never have been able to touch. I will die to protect it." The skull on this side began to panic. He shouted, "You guys think of a way to break the trap for me, restore the website, investigate the history of Nation H, and look into the customs of those figures. There might be a way to solve this." One of the staff members immediately set off to investigate. "Got it, boss is checking it out. There's some good news. The data stolen from Shia was smooth, and it's on its way back to the headquarters." Upon hearing this, his anxiety eased significantly. "Good, there's also some good news. Lu Di just created the Wukong character, targeting the core security network of the European National Network." Commander Zhao couldn't help but wonder, "Kiddo, what are you doing? Trying to start a war?" He explained patiently, "Rest assured, I'm just preparing a strike to showcase the strength of our hacker nation H." Lu Di grinned with amusement. "If we keep backing down, the enemy's ambitions will only grow stronger." He sternly asked, "I don't see anything. What about you guys?" The old man beside him replied, "We don't see anything either." The scorpion eagerly shouted, "Our nation H can't lose face." Oh my god, the people on the Hoover side were beginning to lose ground, and the skull boss was in trouble. A horse appeared out of nowhere in the midst of the crowd. He froze, then stepped forward. "What? Wukong is still boldly marching ahead." The skull boss hastily ordered, "Quick, use the antivirus program." The staff member, terrified, said, "Boss, we can't get rid of it. The opponent's horse can change by itself." Mo Zong appeared and announced, "Upgrade complete." It continued, "Group control rights are ready, Lu Di can attack now." Lu Di looked at the computer screen and said, "When the attack team hits Shia's fake data cable, that will be their moment of death." He quickly sent a message in the group chat, "Brothers, I have to attack their lair now. I need a zombie IB to fight their zombie IB and break through their defenses." Immediately, someone replied, "Great Lord Fourth Emperor, I believe in you. I can contribute 300 zombie IPs." Another person also chimed in, "I'm in as well. I can contribute 200 zombie IPs, plus 2 servers." The conversation began to get lively. "I also have some. Great Lord Fourth Emperor. My IP address is." Lu Di sent another message, "Forget it, no need for a password." The others were greatly impressed, this move has never been seen before. Immediately, the entire system screen turned black, and large buildings erupted in flames. Lu Di continued to operate on the computer with the words on the Gongsuan "Kill God by Chi" under the thick soles of Hoover, the unconscious face of a young man. He coldly turned his back, furious. These idiots have been exposed. Absolutely no mercy, make them vanish into thin air. Hoover remembered the gunfire scene in the row of computer rooms. At that moment, he received a message. "Hello, Minister Hoover Walker, I happen to dig something up. You are using a heart rate regulator. The pacemaker is synchronized with the H5 network. I've hacked it.
Now your network is in my hands. Signed, 4th Emperor Nation H. He gritted his teeth in anger and said, Devil. 4th Emperor is the devil. At a military base, the entire corps was focused on the missiles. The countdown for the launch trajectory of the M417 intercontinental cruise missile was at latitude 28 north, longitude 112 west. Dozens of large ships were heading towards the harbor of a major city with towering buildings and European-style white houses. Grip sat at a large table, his tone tinged with anger. I told you to put pressure on the network in Nation H. What have you done to make it like this? What kind of people are they, really? Hoover, feeling guilty, replied, His name is 4th Emperor, a man who wrote 7 programs named after the 7 ancient heroes of Nation H, directly overwhelming us. Grip clenched his fists and said, So, are the hackers from Nation H really that talented? Hoover softly admitted, I admit, I underestimated Nation H. Hank anxiously reported, Mr. Grip, there's only 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the countdown. Grip turned around and shouted, Why are you panicking? Nation H doesn't have the guts to declare war on us. Hank, worried for his life, once again tried to persuade him, there's only 1 minute and 20 seconds left. I recommend you go to the secure bunker. Grip crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, and sighed heavily. Am I afraid of him? Dream on. The moment the time is up, he'll automatically pull back. Hank's voice grew more urgent. 30 seconds left. At this point, Grip lost his patience and jumped to his feet, shouting, Stop repeating that stupid countdown. He turned to Hank and ordered, Secretary Hank, quickly get in touch with General Cam of the Cobra Forces. Hank, feeling helpless, followed the orders. Yes, Mr. President. The missile was quickly launched. The commander anxiously turned around and ordered his subordinates. Where is everyone? Quickly calculate the missile's destination and sound the alarm immediately. The subordinates swiftly reported back. Commander, the missile is targeting the White House. Estimated time to impact, 1 minute and 30 seconds. The commander, in a panic, gave another order. Connect me to the phone immediately. Hank, having received the information, was stunned. What? He quickly turned to Grip and said, This is bad. The enemy really has launched the missile. At that moment, Grip panicked and shouted, Quickly protect me and arrange a blockade. Hank started to run off but stopped suddenly and turned back to look at Grip. He hesitantly reported to him, Mr. President, the weapons systems and defense systems near the White House have long been disabled. Grip exclaimed in shock. What? He hurriedly typed and sent a message. I'm terribly sorry. I was conducting a cybersecurity experiment and accidentally interfered with the internet systems of the H Empire. I, Grip GS, on behalf of the negligent personnel, sincerely apologize to Nation H. I hope the relationship between our two countries remains strong. The missile hurtled straight toward Grip's building. Lou D sent a cold message. Not enough. Grip, in fear, continued to type a pleading message in an attempt to make amends. I'm willing to sign an internet peace treaty with Nation H and will never violate it again. I also agree to lower import taxes for Nation H and support its economy. Lou D immediately typed a reply, reluctantly accepting and inviting him to enjoy the celebratory fireworks. Outside, the rocket from earlier exploded into a stunning display of fireworks. Grip sat blankly in the room, staring at the fireworks show outside. This 4th Emperor guy is a complete madman, he nearly ruined all of Europe for me. The entire company witnessed this incredible trickery and happily remarked, This counterattack is absolutely fantastic. Lou D smiled and said, Sometimes, it's not necessary to play by the rules, and sometimes, going against the grain can yield extremely effective results. Zhao Commander was pleased and praised Lou D. It really was effective. He had nearly started an international war. At that moment, a staff member ran in with an announcement. Zhao Commander, the central leadership is calling. Zhao Commander calmly asked, "What did the leader say?" The staff member scratched his head awkwardly and said, "The leader criticized our operation this time as pointless and mentioned that if there's a chance, they want to meet that young man, the fourth emperor." Upon hearing this, Lu Di spoke up, "Zhao Commander, don't worry, I will use my abilities for the right cause. Moreover, from now on, no one will dare to lay a finger on our nation H." Another staff member suddenly spoke up, his voice tinged with urgency. "Team leader, we've detected a deep virus attacking our central system. It's extremely difficult to solve, and the system is under severe threat." Lu Di calmly sat back down at the table and said, "Look, it's my turn to step in now." He placed his hands on the table, speaking softly, "To deal with this person, I plan to use a physical approach." Dong Ming, standing beside him, curiously asked, "Do you know who the intruder is?" Lu Di did not turn around. He calmly said, "I not only know who he is, I also know where he is." He turned around and smiled viciously. That person was the hacker with a bounty on his head from many countries, and right now, he was in the High Family Nation H. 1,000 meters from the High Family's Cybersecurity Bureau, he had hijacked nearby surveillance cameras and was preparing to destroy the Cybersecurity Bureau of Nation H. After that, Lu Di stood up leisurely and said, "Gentlemen, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Commander Zhao spoke sternly, "I see nothing." Dong Ming quickly ordered, "Guards! Open the windows, open the door, let some fresh air in." Lu Di smiled faintly, bidding farewell to everyone. "Well, I'll see you again someday." He quickly left the office. Commander Zhao turned to Dong Ming and said, "Dong Ming, from today on, there will be many people wanting to kill the fourth emperor, so his identity must be kept secret." Dong Ming quickly responded, "Yes." Commander Zhao instructed, "I heard Lu Di is your classmate, and the High Family Cybersecurity Bureau still needs a deputy director. Go ahead and submit the application." He carefully said to Dong Ming, "Our only request is that, besides handling routine tasks, you maintain the relationship with your old classmate." Dong Ming raised his hands seriously to accept the order. "Yes, I will do my best." Commander Zhao quickly left. Lin Yi, who was behind, hesitantly said, "Team leader's son, I want to befriend the fourth emperor." He adjusted his glasses and said, "The fourth emperor? Who is that? I don't know him. I only know that friend Lu Di, who has some skills." Lin Yi, embarrassed, quickly changed his words, "That I want to get to know that Lu Di." At the European White House, Hank was cautiously reporting the situation to Grip. "Sir, all the information on the computer has been thoroughly examined by the fourth emperor. It includes the true circumstances behind the previous president's death, the process of space exploration, the royal family's private history, and the collected data on UFOs." Grip got straight to the point, saying, "Give me the key details." Hank awkwardly reported, "The missiles, the deployment of fighter jets, naval defense, and heavy weaponry have all been exposed." He continued with the report, each word deepening Grip's sorrow. "The fourth emperor's program has been withdrawn, but he's still waiting for a way back. Our technicians couldn't block it, which means the fourth emperor can return at any time." Grip angrily shouted, "Damn it, contact Nation H immediately, and prepare the draft of the treaty now." Additionally, he ordered the Jingji Genetics Company to prepare for Dan Xin to smoothly enter Nation H. Hank was astonished, "Sir, so this is the situation you've set up?" Grip smiled, satisfied with his plan. "Didn't I promise to invest in Nation H? Jingji Genetics is one of them." Hank, increasingly impressed, said, "Sir, you've truly prepared everything. Are you planning to bring the era of human modification ahead of schedule?" Grip calmly replied, "In the field of networks, Nation H has the fourth emperor. I have no way around that." His gaze became slightly eerie, "But in the field of human evolution, there's no fourth emperor." Grip stood up and instructed Hank, "Tell Jingji Genetics to win over the people of Nation H for me." He turned to speak again, informing his son, "The Cobra Force has infiltrated Nation H, working in coordination with intelligence." Grip's voice now took on a mocking tone. "What good is a skilled hacker? I need to show him who the true master of the world really is." Hank smiled in delight.
Sir, your situation is truly monumental, I deeply admire it.
I'll go make the arrangements. Grip pondered something for a moment and then gave an order.
Wait, from now on, disconnect my transformation plans and even the ones related to the god of death from the network.
Hank quickly complied.
Yes, Mr. President.
Grip had one more request.
Hank, also bring me books related to the history of the nation H Empire.
I want to see what's so special. Immediately, the documents were brought to Grip's office. He quickly asked, Hank, are you sure none of these books are duplicates? Hank replied,
Yes, Mr. President.
Grip lightly threw on his coat and spoke to Hank.
I need to step outside for some fresh air.
Hank, let's go.
Hank seemed completely at ease now, happily agreeing.
Yes, Mr. President. The two of them entered the elevator.
Grip was both frustrated and contemplative. That damned fourth emperor, but this era isn't just about the internet, there are other things too, things you can't even begin to imagine.
The elevator quickly descended to the 150th floor.
They both stepped out. Grip stood before a massive robot, marveling. My supreme god of death, this colossal robot is taking shape. Grip smiled, pleased with his creation. My trump card is enough to astonish the entire world.
Percy had just arrived and said, Luckily, you haven't activated the Grim Reaper yet.
Otherwise, our only controller would be rendered useless and perish.
Grip turned around and confirmed.
Professor Percy, don't worry, I know the success rate of modifying the controller is very low.
I won't use it recklessly. He quickly urged Percy. I can make use of the time available.
You must ensure the progress of the Grim Reaper's completion, and at the same time, try to make as many controllers as possible. Other parts were being assembled onto the robot, creating metallic sounds. In a brightly lit room in an apartment complex, Jada stared intently at the computer, smiling in satisfaction, and said,
The fourth Emperor's dog, still trying to find my hideout? I've placed 36 identical simulated signals nationwide. Let's see how you'll find me.
Jada spoke sarcastically.
What's this about the fourth Emperor's guardian deity? You wouldn't even think about me being right next to you.
Suddenly, a knock on the door echoed, making him think.
Have I been discovered? Impossible. Jada walked over to the door, anxiously saying, If it's them, just leave it outside. Ludi kicked the door open, sending Jada flying. Ludi mocked Jada. How can something like a physical attack be left outside the door? Mo Zone quickly scanned the informant.
This person was probably also a modifier, definitely an expert in creating human mechanical organs.
The Black Gear Ludi was a bit surprised. Is it really possible to do that?
On the contrary, it was somewhat perverse.
Jada gritted his teeth in anger and said, Could it be that you are the fourth emperor? How did you figure me out? Ludi immediately presented his argument: excessive use of electricity, abnormal internet usage, a single apartment, an order list as long as raising pigs. Don't you think that's strange?
Jada, looking startled, said, The fourth emperor hacker, we have our own hacker code.
You can't attack offline. If you're capable, let's settle this once and for all in an online battle. Ludi happily accepted.
With a powerful strike, he smashed Jada's computer.
Ludi calmly walked up to Jada and said, Now that there's no internet, we can have a little discussion. Why were you modified?
At that moment, Jada hesitated and stammered, You're
modified too? Ludi smiled and replied, I'm not sure how to explain that.
Strange noises began to emanate from behind Jade. Around him, explosions began to go off, leaving Ludi somewhat confused.
Mo Zone quickly said, There are electronics in his brain, they just exploded. Ludi immediately speculated, This isn't simple. Maton, search for all his data. Mo Zone quickly found information on Jada.
His name was Jada, a former European soldier, who had joined a secret European experiment 3 years ago. After it failed, he was cast out into society. The reason his brain exploded was that if he felt any extreme terror, it would trigger an explosion. Jade collapsed to the ground, emitting smoke. Lu Di walked out nonchalantly. Against the backdrop of the vast sky, a scream echoed. Kuntang was impaled headfirst into the hard ground. Xiaohui jumped onto Kuntang's back and said, "Brother, Kuntang isn't focused, lying in ambush at the building's window, waiting for an opportunity to attack little Junior Lu." Kuntang, feeling wronged, looked up and said, "I just want to challenge your family. Starting with the little one first." Lu Di kneeled down and analyzed with Kuntang, "Kuntang, let me give you a riddle. A child drops one hair and breaks one of your legs, 2 hairs break 2 legs, 3 hairs break 3 legs. Now tell me, Kuntang, how many legs do you need?" Kuntang awkwardly sighed. "Kuntang doesn't have that many legs." Lu Di raised an eyebrow and said, "Good, you know that." He then turned and walked away, leaving Kuntang rubbing his head in embarrassment. Lu Di entered the office, and Ruai stepped out to report, "Sir, little Junior Lu is on a hunger strike." Lu Di was slightly surprised, tiredly thinking, "So exhausting. Not only do I have to help the country defeat hackers, but I also have to deal with this kid at home." He approached little Junior and gently asked, "What's troubling you, my brother?" Little Junior, holding a robot, said seriously, "Violent Bear, tell me, as long as I finish fixing this robot, can I play with the assembly line?" Mo Zone quickly provided Lu Di with information. "This kid is really talented. With this level of skill, he could already reach the level of a mechanical expert." Lu Di was also surprised by his ability. The assembly line for armor plating was equipped with heavy machinery and highly accurate tools, but still, the high-level skills were being used to limit it. It seemed like they had underestimated him after all. He immediately ordered Mo Zone, shut down the production line and lock it with a password. Mo Zone raised his hand in surrender, saying, "But I was preparing the radiation chamber to accelerate your body's evolution." Lu Di quickly arranged, "Forget about that for now." He sat down to negotiate with the little Junior. "Kiddo, I'm preparing to find you a school. If you can score 100 points, I'll let you play with the production line." The little Junior calmly rebutted, "Violent Bear, I'd believe you if I were dumb." Suddenly, Lu Di's phone rang. Hei Shan's voice on the other end was tense. "Lu Di, little Junior, I owe you an apology. The elder brother has been taken by a group of Tanzanian mercenaries, and we still don't know whether he's alive or dead." He quickly informed Lu Di of his location. Lu Di stood up, turned around, and instructed Ruai, Li Jia, "Take good care of the kid. Xiaohui, you call the young miss and join me for a trip." A helicopter had already taken off into the sky. Xiao Qiu, fully equipped, turned to bid farewell to Lu Di. "Brother, I'm heading out first." Both Lu Di and Xiaohui reminded her, "Be safe." She swiftly jumped out of the helicopter, confidently spreading her arms to embrace the atmosphere around her. Mr. Xiu sat in the control room, turning his head in confusion. "CEO Lu, we're at an altitude of 1,850 meters, how can she just jump out like that?" Beneath the ground, explosions quickly erupted, causing loud sounds. Through the communication device, Xiao Qiu reported that she had safely reached her position. "Brother, I'm all set. With me here, you can proceed as you wish." Lu Di smiled and said to Xiaohui, "Xiaohui, let's go." Xiaohui was already in position, giving a quiet hum of acknowledgement. Mr. Xiu turned around, curious, his voice tinged with worry. "Is that the voice of the girl from earlier?" Lu Di reassured him, "Mr. Xiu, just focus on driving. She's my sister, there's nothing to worry about." At a military base, a group of people was lined up neatly in 2 rows. Lu Di's helicopter was preparing to land nearby. The grizzly bear observed the incoming guest, hesitant, and said, "Are we really marching like this just to welcome a business tycoon? Doesn't it seem a bit?" Hei Shan immediately dismissed his thought. "What? Did you forget about the bank's privilege?" Bringing it up made the grizzly bear even more regretful.
It was my carelessness. If I could get another chance, then.
Heishan interrupted the grizzly bear's words, placing absolute trust in him.
Don't say another word. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't believe them. But you're the grizzly bear of Tianla, how could you ever be careless? Sikmi stepped out from the ranks, voicing his opinion.
Religious official, I admit that Mr. Da's capture was our fault, but the enemy was just a group of mercenary laborers. We can handle this ourselves, why do we need outside help? Heishan gently said, I know all of you have your pride, but when Sikmi arrives later, you'd better rein in your attitude.
Sikmi, upon hearing this, looked a bit displeased. And why should I? The plane quickly landed.
Lu Di and Xiao He stepped out confidently. As soon as the members of the Tianla organization saw them, they immediately began to murmur among themselves.
A handsome kid and some 18-year-old punk? With skin that soft, do they really look like powerful warriors? Lu Di stepped forward and went straight to the point. Commander Heishan, where have you been? Rescue operations were launched immediately.
Heishan calmly replied, Kiddo, there's no rush.
We still have 3 hours left. Lu Di was a bit puzzled. What do you mean? Heishan smiled and explained, Kid, who do you think Mr. D is? You think our Tianla organization is just for show? If there were real danger, do you think we would have waited for you?
He handed Lu Di a sealed message.
See for yourself.
On the paper was a note left by Mr. D. Xiaohei, I'm heading up the mountain tonight to look for mineral deposits.
Let Kid Lu Di know to come here. Remember, come rescue me 8 hours later. I'm going on ahead. Lu Di gradually understood the situation.
Heishan then recounted the message, the big brother slipped away while I wasn't paying attention.
He mentioned his real concern, but Big Brother is an expert in cybernetic enhancement.
They took him away, at most they could only persuade him to proceed with the technical research on the transformation, which would not endanger his life. But this time, whatever is in the eldest brother's gourd, I can't figure it out. Lu Di calmly accepted, alright, but I won't wait for too long. At least 1 hour, Xiaohe and I will act and bring him back here. Heishan continued, although I don't understand my elder brother's intentions, at least I can guess one of his goals.
Lu Di was somewhat surprised, what is it?
With a proud expression, Heishan said, of course, it's my young soldiers.
Lu Di's smile had a mischievous edge, what? You want me to seriously train with them? Heishan replied happily, that's half right.
Mainly, I want these soldiers to undergo transformation, but they refuse to accept it.
Lu Di asked, somewhat confused, why is that?
Heishan explained, I'm very confident in their strength, they are absolutely the best among humans.
Because of that, they look down on transformation. Lu Di immediately raised a question, so you haven't encountered transformed people before?
Heishan continued, we have, but those transformed ones lost, none of them survived. Looking at his young soldiers, though strong, Heishan still wasn't at ease. Though they were strong now, I know that the future will belong to the transformed people. I don't want my soldiers to die at the hands of transformed beings in the future.
Only then did Lu Di understand his true purpose, so you want to use me to change their mindset, right?
Heishan sighed in relief, that's right, I think Big Brother had this in mind too.
After all, he's the strongest transformer I've ever met.
Lu Di glanced at the group of young people in front of him and confidently said, you found the right person for this task. I will definitely help you complete this mission, and moreover, I will ensure that the border guards of Nation H get a real opportunity for awakening. The grizzly bear approached and politely greeted, hello, Mr. Lu. Lu Di also politely extended his hand in greeting to Commander Grizzly Bear. The grizzly bear smiled courteously and said, we could say we're old friends.
Sid laughed loudly, happily stepping forward to greet, I'm here to arm wrestle with Mr. Lu.
Oh, no, welcome, Mr. Lu, he said, eagerly taking Lu Di's hand.
It's an honor, it's an honor. Lu Di responded politely, hello. Sikmi felt the pressure from Lu Di's hand as it pressed against his.
The strength was remarkable, truly two possibilities.
He quickly got the idea to invite Lu Di to compete. Mr. Lu, your strength is not bad. How about a competition with us? Lu Di modestly replied, not yet, let me rescue Mr. De first, then I'll compete with everyone.
In that military zone, there were complete facilities and equipment for a large army. Guards were stationed all around, observing the area. The floor was littered with empty liquor bottles, and Mr. De, now a bit tipsy, held a funnel of alcohol in his hand and said, "Lizard monster. What else do you have here? Bring it all up here, don't hide it from me." Aiden, standing nearby, angrily said, "I'm not a lizard monster. I'm Aiden of Dead, with a bounty of 3 million. He pointed the gun at Mr. Da's face and gritted his teeth. "You rich man, the alcohol in the base is almost gone, when will we get to the point here?" Mr. De remained calm, smiling lightly, and said, "No rush, we'll talk after I finish drinking." The door was immediately kicked open with a loud bang. The kidnapper stormed in and said harshly, "Old man, you'd better not try anything funny. We've already met your demands. I'm giving you 3 days to create the antidote for the reformed people. If not..." Mr. D interrupted him, "Hold on, we need to rest properly before getting to work, do you understand?" The kidnapper, losing patience, grabbed Mr. D by the neck. "Are you trying to delay me?" Mr. De, unfazed, directly challenged him back, "Go ahead." The kidnapper, furious, was about to attack the old man. He shoved Mr. D into the swivel chair and ordered, "Bring him here." Molly, exhausted and weak, was dragged away by the kidnappers. He was thrown violently onto the hard ground, writhing in pain. The kidnapper approached, lifted Molly's head, and said, "Take a good look, if you don't do the research for me, this will be your fate." Mr. D closed his eyes, silently praying for his friend, hoping he would reach heaven. "My old friend, Professor Molly." The kidnapper, agitated, threatened him again. "Remember this well, 3 days, or you'll end up as a headless corpse." Mr. D opened his mouth, sneering at him. 3 days, 2 hours will be enough, someone will come here, and then there won't be any more alcohol to drink." The kidnapper sneered. "Reinforcements, don't worry, I won't let them leave without returning." He turned to give instructions, "Aiden, keep a close watch on him." Mr. De remained calm, negotiating with Aiden. The lizard monster said, "Give me your drink, and when the time comes, I'll tell my son to spare your life." The man in the corner turned around, warning, "This old man, are you crazy? Just stick to your own business." Deep inside the vast forest, Ludi glanced at his watch and hurriedly said, "It's time." "You calculated the time and concluded that Mr. De has waited long enough and should go back to rest." Shao He beside him immediately interrupted, "It's only been 10 minutes, you liar." He Shan turned around and commanded the entire team, "Generals, listen up, prepare to depart." The whole team responded in unison, and they immediately began running in succession. Ludi checked the time on his watch, sighed, 1 minute 50 seconds, very fast, the basic quality is no problem. Depart. With that, Ludi and Xiaohe led the team as they set off. One of the runners questioned, "Sikmi, why do I feel like Ludi and Xiaohe are just going along with us?" Sikmi sneered at the two of them before quickly becoming puzzled, "Are you kidding? This is our turf. Those city people are taking advantage. Where are they?" Lu Di quickly landed. The Tianla army had also caught up. The entire team was exhausted, breathing heavily, quietly admiring, "Impressive, they've sprinted over in no time. This doesn't even look like a battlefield." Lu Di observed the enemy's base and said to Xiaohe, "This is the first time I've seen so many level B modified people, at least 2 of them. The enemy is no joke." The grizzly bear shared his plan with He Shan. "Commander, my tactical plan is as follows. I will lead Team 1 and Team 2 for a direct assault, while Team 3 and Team 4 will flank both sides. Team 5 will encircle, and the other members will provide fire support." He turned to look at his comrades, but no one dared to meet the grizzly bear's gaze. Mo Zong immediately provided information about the area.
Lu Di, this place is a bit strange, the vegetation is unusual. There's definitely some kind of radiation chamber here, which is likely causing the mutations in their genes. Lu Di turned around and cautioned, everyone, don't act recklessly. Xiao He and I will check things out first. Sikmi, upon hearing this, angrily spoke up, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you planning to go in alone and turn into a lump of scrap metal or something? Lu Di turned back and reassured him, don't worry. With that, he and Xiao He leapt down toward the enemy's military base. The grizzly bear above seemed a bit concerned, this guy is really crazy. Prepare fire support. Heishan quickly stopped him, don't rush. Sikmi, feeling anxious, said, religious official, what if he dies in there? How will Tian La ever hold our heads up again? Heishan immediately defended Lu Di. Lu Di is no ordinary person, he has his own sense of measure. Lu Di landed and called out, Shang Zhang, Xiao Qiu, once you get the signal, fire immediately. The enemy's guard team is about to be attacked. Lu Di and Xiao Yi pressed on, entering the enemy's base from the outside. Xiao Qiu relentlessly attacked the soldiers, leaving them no time to react. Seeing this, Sikmi couldn't help but admire, impressive. Turns out, he has a huge sniper team backing him up. The grizzly bear watched in astonishment the sniper's unusual speed. It wasn't right, the direction was at 9 o'clock, and the marksman was undoubtedly just one person. But with such sniper speed, how was this even possible? Heishan must have known the mysterious figure attacking the soldiers. Sure enough, this time even Xiao Qiu had joined in. A beastly foot stomped heavily onto the ground. The kidnapper stepped out and roared aggressively. A shot rang out immediately. The kidnapper took the full brunt of the bullet, letting out a pained scream. Soon after, he was hit with several more bullets and fell to the ground. Once he collapsed, the small monsters appeared instantly. Lu Di saw this and immediately signaled to Xiao Qiu. Xiao Qiu, that's enough, change position. When we get back, I'll buy you a gun. Xiao Qiu quickly moved from his hiding spot. Lu Di signaled Xiao He. Xiao He, let's go, time to practice your skills. Xiao He eagerly clenched his fists and said, all right, brother. Xiao He darted forward swiftly. Every move he made knocked down a monster. Lu Di watched in satisfaction. Xiao He had made some progress, he could hold his own for a while. Heishan spoke up to remind him. Kiddo, have you noticed your own shortcomings? Sikmi, with his competitive nature, was naturally unwilling to accept this and said loudly. Religious official, I request to join the battle. Mr. De, worried, thought to himself. This is bad, Xiao Qiu is here, the Lu Di kid is here, and maybe even Xiao He. He decisively ordered. Quick, give me my drink, there's no more time left. Aiden felt disregarded and angrily gritted his teeth, replying, this old man, don't you dare make a fuss with me. Those reinforcements of yours will soon be killed by our mercenary regiment. Mr. De chuckled and said, you're about to die, don't you know that? Upon hearing this, Aiden's blood boiled with rage. His hands transformed into sharp claws, full of murderous intent, and he lunged forward. It would be better to let the old man sleep and just let him die. Suddenly, something collided with the ceiling, causing an explosive shockwave. Someone's foot slammed into Aiden's face, causing his jaw to twist. It turned out to be Lu Di, who was laughing merrily and said, old man, life's comfortable, isn't it? The old man coughed and replied, you're always teasing me. Old man, tell me, what trouble have you caused this time? Mr. De frowned and responded, what trouble? Has Xiao He arrived too? Lu Di said, old man, don't tell me you just want to drink. Do you know that if you hide any deeper, even this entire border will be overturned? The old man turned to deny, what are you talking about? Suddenly, Xiao He fell from somewhere like a sack of salt and immediately sat up as if nothing had happened. Hello, Mr. De, Xiao He greeted. The old man smiled and replied, Xiao He, good boy. A group of monsters crawled through the hole. Lu Di raised his hand and said, Mr. De, the wine. Mr. De frowned and questioned, "What's this? You took the wine as soon as you saw the boy?" Then he laughed and said, "Do you want Xiaohe to get hurt?" Mr. De raised an eyebrow and asked, "If you already know, why haven't you acted yet?" Lu Di replied, "I just don't want him to drink.
The alcohol in his system has long exceeded the standard." He decisively threw the bottle of alcohol forward.
Xiaohe, the boy, caught it, confused. Brother Lu Di cheered him on. "Xiaohe, get ready to fight with all your might."
Xiaohe immediately drank it down like water, then his body suddenly burst with incredible power.
A monster, not knowing its limits, charged forward and immediately got knocked out cold.
Mr. De saw this and sighed in regret, "My alcohol."
Then, he sighed again and said, "Xiao Lu Di, it's been a while since we last met. You've changed a lot, you now carry the aura of a strong person." He chuckled and replied, "Mr. De, tell me. What exactly are you here for?" The old man replied calmly, "Of course, I'm here to drink."
Then he added, "And, by the way, to teach the kid here a few things." The people outside were like lizard-like creatures with their modified skin. Mr. De pondered for a moment and said, "Humans have existed for millions of years, and the next stage of evolution is about to begin."
Lu Di frowned and asked, "Mr. De, are you talking about the modified humans?"
The old man closed his eyes and sighed deeply. "The modified humans are merely a means for rapid evolution that the Amozong people want.
Human evolution will be divided into 4 paths. He explained in detail: first, artificial humans. Second, artificial life forms. Third, genetically mutated humans of the future. Fourth, humans with innate genetics.
Then, he said seriously, "If I'm not mistaken, you definitely belong to the rare 4th type." The old man studied them carefully and judged that these people were probably basic level modified humans, but because they had been holed up here, they had been affected by radiation.
Mr. De looked down at the bodies below and spoke.
If it were an ordinary person, they would have died from illness long ago. But these modified people are extremely jealous. In just a few short years, under the influence of radiation, they have evolved. I believe, if Mr. Da's guess is correct, that the radiation can only affect humans, or rather, it is the key to the evolutionary jealousy for those who already possess jealousy, like you all.
At this moment, Mo Zong appeared and spoke. Lu Di, Mr. De is right. No wonder he is known as the top human scientist of the second phase of human evolution. It's all about the radiation. We must find the source of this radiation to support your evolution." The old man asked, "Did you make Xiaohe's robotic arm?" He nodded.
The old man was very pleased and praised him. "Good, Mr. De truly did not mistake you.
Human evolution is not only about physical changes like this, but your brain is also different from ordinary people."
Mr. De moved slowly forward and spoke softly.
"I've already explained everything to you. I've found what you need, now the rest is up to you young ones to research on your own." At that moment, Lu Di's eyes widened, his gaze scanning like a robot. "I found it."
He Shan felt something was wrong and immediately ordered, "It's over, he's killing people like crazy now. Prepare a defensive formation, but make sure not to harm him."
Sikmi promptly responded, "Yes."
At that moment, Lu Di walked over and called Xiaohe. The boy was no longer conscious and attacked anyone he encountered. Lu Di and Xiaohe lunged at each other, exchanging blows. He struck the boy directly in the solar plexus. Xiaohe immediately passed out.
Mr. De, standing nearby, could only sigh in regret.
"If I'd known, I would have saved half the bottle for myself." Xiaohe had drunk far too much.
He Shan walked over and teased him. "Big brother, did you come here just to drink?" Hearing that, the old man nodded thoughtfully. He turned and noticed a familiar face. At that moment, Lu Di spoke to Xiao Qiu.
"Help me take care of Xiaohe and Mr. De.
I need to go get something. No one is allowed to come near."
He Shan reassured him.
"Don't worry, just go."
In a part of the vast forest, he approached a large stake driven deep into the ground. It seemed to be connected to something at the back. He took off his outer coat and tossed it aside, gripped the body of the stake tightly with both hands, and with utmost calm and effort, began to pull it up. As it turned out, it wasn't a stake at all, but something that looked quite like a large tank. Mr. D beside him said, "There's no need to be so surprised. Such strange machines were already seen during the Second World War, it's just that people didn't know about them." The man on this side threw it aside, and a large hole was formed in front of them. Lu Di jumped straight down without hesitation. Below were countless machines identical to the one from earlier. Lu Di, these things are already outdated. He glanced at the large containers and thought to himself, found it. The GDM element, the most powerful radiation in the world. Mr. De smiled, seemingly having found what he was looking for. Heishan pointed and ordered, "Everyone, get up here." The group obeyed. Yes, as soon as they stepped out, they saw him bring all 3 containers into the base. Lu Di spoke up, "We still need General Heishan to mobilize the army to transport this stuff to the Hai family, ensuring that it doesn't get exposed." He questioned, "What do you need all this stuff for?" Mr. De didn't hesitate to explain to him, knowing exactly what he was doing. Heishan still hesitated, saying, "But this is the national border, transporting something this large is a bit difficult." Lu Di reassured him, "Commander Heishan, don't worry, I'll stay here for a few days to help you resolve this issue." Hearing that, he smiled in satisfaction and replied, "That's good." The scene shifted to the camp where everyone was resting. Mr. De was sitting on a chair, relaxing. Lu Di, on the other hand, was injecting monster blood into test tubes. He looked at them and thought that these samples would need to be carefully studied when he got home. Early the next morning, Heishan gathered his troops and shouted, "Prepare." Lu Di smiled and praised, "Not bad, without any modifications, they truly are the best humans have to offer." Heishan turned to speak, "Kid, you promised me that you'd make these kids admit their fear. You haven't forgotten, right?" "Commander Heishan, rest assured, I'll do my best." He turned to his subordinates and said, "Didn't you guys say you wanted to challenge Lu Di? Today's your chance with some free time for rest." Just then, a grizzly bear suddenly pulled someone who was about to step forward, calmly. Heishan asked, "Is there anyone else who refuses to acknowledge the modified humans?" He gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Di's strength is likely at the highest level among the modified humans. We are warriors who rely solely on our own training. How could we possibly compete with him?" Lu Di began, "Everyone, the times are different now." The grizzly bear responded, "We've heard words like that many times before." He closed his eyes tightly and began to recount. "Everyone, there are always mountains higher than the ones we see. I once encountered a high-level reformer, someone who knocked me out with a single move. His strength was 10 times greater than mine." Xiaohe, on the other side, felt something was off, silently thinking, who could that be? Meanwhile, Lu Di was elaborating, saying that this person was a master from Nation T, with a handsome face, dressed in sportswear, carrying a metal staff. He was extremely serious. I fought with him for 5 seconds, the outcome was decided in an instant, and yet he was ranked dead last in the International Assassin Organization's ranking. At that moment, the boy realized who Lu Di was referring to. Kuan-Tang. He enthusiastically introduced him as if it were a given. "Yes, it's the Master Kuan-Tang." The people around them were stunned, questioning each other, is he really that strong? Isn't he just bluffing? At this point, Heishan heard something familiar, thinking to himself, wait a second, I think I've heard the name Kuan-Tang before. He suddenly remembered, Duan Hua had mentioned someone had come to Lu Di's door before, only to be defeated and lose all confidence. That person's name was Kuan-Tang. After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Are international forces really that strong now? Are we really that limited? Heishan, feeling helpless, didn't want to speak anymore. Damn it, this guy is seriously talking nonsense. Is this the way he's trying to make his Tianla organization scared? Lu Di was still acting decisively, placing his hand on his forehead and saying,
On the international stage, there are countless experts. I'm afraid that one day I might encounter a powerful enemy who could directly kill me. He added. That's right.
The international situation is dangerous everywhere.
Lu Di then spoke words of encouragement.
All of us, relying on our own strength, seem capable of reaching the A3 level of modification.
I admire that.
If we could undergo further modifications, the future would surely be even greater.
He clenched his fists tightly, his tone firm.
So everyone must always maintain their own strength.
Moreover, being the mighty Tianla, could it really accept being discarded by the new era?
The group seemed to have received a 100% boost in strength, and one by one they spoke up.
I agree to undergo modification. I agree too. Count me in.
Heishan glanced over and couldn't help but silently admire.
Lu Di's tricks are quite good.
At this moment, Sikmi raised his hand and spoke.
I still have some doubts.
Lu Di's strength isn't bad, but the strength of our Tianla organization has yet to be shown. Then he pointed at Xiao Qiu and challenged. I want to challenge someone from Lu Di's team. I also come from a sniper background. I admit I may not shoot as far as Xiao Qiu, but when it comes to close-range shooting, that's another matter.
A young man questioned. Sikmi, what are you doing? The person is only 18, still a kid.
He then pointed at himself and said. I'm only 20, just a bit rough around the edges.
Another person, seeing the cowardice, intervened and said, real men with tough skin should challenge other men, not the daughters of others.
This made Sikmi furious, and he shouted, You're wrong. I want to demonstrate the strength of our Tianla organization, so no one can look down on us. Heishan couldn't help but think helplessly, this kid Sikmi was clearly showing off in front of the girl, losing all his composure. On the other hand, Xiao Qiu wasn't intimidated by anyone at all.
Sikmi wasn't wrong, a good sniper should also be skilled in close combat.
A young man spoke loudly to remind him, Sikmi, you should showcase the spirit of Tianla, but make sure you don't hurt anyone. He seemed confident that they would win, and proudly laughed, saying, Miss Xiao Qiu, please. She slowly stepped forward. Heishan crossed his arms and spoke, All right then, adjusting the atmosphere in the military is fine. He continued, Right now, the soldiers' minds are being swayed by Lu Di, and they are willing to accept the transformation, but the success rate of that transformation.
Mr. De turned around and said, You two follow me. He walked into the camp. Lu Di asked in doubt, Mr. De, what is the current success rate of the transformation?
Mr. De picked up a test tube and replied, In theory, it's 50 to 60%. If it fails, it's very difficult for someone to survive.
Heishan, behind them, spoke up, This is also the reason why I've never forced the soldiers to undergo the transformation.
Outside, cheers and shouts of encouragement for the ambush continued to sound.
Keep it up.
Lu Di smiled and said, Each soldier is a treasure of the nation, one of the best among 10,000, and there can never be any oversight.
He smiled and volunteered to take on the task. Mr. De, in the next few days, I will work with you to improve the dosage. Mr. De turned to question him, Do you, kid, know anything about this?
This data was partly obtained during the genetic modification of Hack Queen, and the rest was the method he summarized after optimizing it.
Lu Di knew that these were his areas of expertise.
He spoke confidently, I understand the method of immortality through consuming cancer cells, intervening in the DNA sequence. Mr. De was quite pleased and praised him, Good job, but these methods also come with endless troubles.
Lu Di reassured him, Don't worry, Mr. De. I've already thought of a way to improve it.
Suddenly, Sikmi crashed in, falling hard onto the ground. Sweating profusely, he struggled to salvage his honor but was accidentally knocked away by Xiao Qiu. It was just a small mistake, and after that, he quickly ran out, continuing his pursuit.
Heishan narrowed his eyes, sensing something, and said, Is that so? The young lady is no ordinary person.
I'm sure the warrior's faith has shattered by now. He sighed deeply, his tone filled with melancholy. Meanwhile, Lu Di spoke up, Mr. De, we can leverage the strength of the soldiers' own bodies. Outside, Xiao Qiu and Sikmi were engaged in an intense battle. Sikmi raised his voice and said to Xiao Qiu, I want to be friends with you. I've decided to undergo the modification. If I don't say this now, I'm afraid I'll never get the chance again. Hearing this, Heishan whispered to himself, I fear that some of the soldiers will have to sacrifice during this modification. Alright, let them play. 3 days later, Mr. Decide, with nearly 100 samples, the success rate is 98%. The old man was very surprised by the way Lu Di had resolved this critical issue. Afterward, he took a sip of water, feeling extremely satisfied, and said, This old man now has an heir. The success rate is 98%, and I can see that there's no one in this world who can catch up. Hearing this, Heishan felt somewhat reassured. With such a success rate, my soldiers can be kept safe. Lu Di spoke from behind, Mr. De, I'm back. He excitedly held up a small glass cage containing 2 strange creatures and said, I brought something good back too. The old man immediately recognized the creatures, their size growing larger. Kid, what did you catch them for? Lu Di explained, the formic acid from the ants, the pain it induces in humans is at least level 11. Mr. De couldn't help but marvel. You want to use this pain to stimulate the defensive response of the cells inside the test subject. By utilizing the pain, you can reduce the failure rate by 2% through the subject's own body. Kid, you're really something. He smiled and said, Mr. De, you truly are Mr. De. Heishan, who was beside them, asked in confusion, Are you two saying that the success rate of the transformation is 100%? Lu Di smiled and clarified, saying, To be precise, with the physical condition of the Tianla soldiers, the success rate is 100%. Mr. De stroked his chin and added, To be even more accurate, the success rate for the first stage of the transformation is 100%, just like with Xiao He and the others. To succeed, reaching the 4th stage is what truly counts. Lu Di was truly impressed. For stages, Mr. De is indeed far ahead. At this moment, Heishan turned around and said, I will report to my superiors immediately. Once we get approval, we will proceed with the transformation. He spoke up, We can take research samples here, but if we want to proceed with the transformation, it might be a bit rough. He turned back to explain, You don't understand, kid. If my spirit goes to the transformation lab, it will definitely be absorbed by dragon might, and that will be very beneficial for that old man Chao Chenghe. Heishan firmly insisted, Brother, Lu Di, what equipment do you need? I'll have it sent here right away. He didn't hesitate to pull out a piece of paper. Don't worry, I've already prepared everything. Then, he handed it to Heishan. Just use this list to make the arrangements. Heishan nodded in agreement, Alright, I'll head out now. And with that, he left decisively. Lu Di then asked, Mr. De, Dragon Might. That's the old man's doing, this is a national secret. Xiao He really doesn't see you as an outsider. He continued, all the research materials on the transformation subjects of Nation H are concentrated in the Dragon Might project. Mr. De laughed and, with satisfaction, said, the kid will soon become famous in Dragon Might as well. Lu Di affirmed, fame doesn't matter. The responsibility has been entrusted to us here, and whether Nation H can establish its position internationally in the future depends on you young ones. The helicopter was flying high, followed by 2 or 3 others, all carrying large crates. On one side of the helicopter, there was a design of thorny rose vines and a sword stabbed across. Lu Di immediately realized and thought to himself, this is the real Eastern Divine Sword Special Forces team from Nation H. An hour later, at the camp, he stood up seriously and spoke. Everyone, in order to ensure the success of the experiment, we have added formic acid into the solution. There will be an intense pain, I wonder if you can withstand it? The group, full of determination, shouted in unison. As long as we scream once, we are useless in Tianla, useless in the Nation H strike team. Mr. De laughed loudly, praising their spirit. Very good, the experiment begins. The group enthusiastically responded in unison. Yes. At this moment, many people were lying on the bed, tightly strapped down. The doctor held a syringe in his hand. He turned to Mr. D and asked, "Would you like to name this drug?" The old man replied, "This is a drug for the transformation of our Chinese descendants. Call it Yen Emperor, Generation 1, as I solemnly instructed." The doctor inserted the needle into a young man and began the injection. The young man immediately had a violent reaction. Painful cries echoed throughout the room. Lu Di spoke. "This formic acid is a toxic lead, just 0.16 of it is enough to make an adult faint immediately. The pain lasts for more than 3 days." Mr. Dick continued. "The formic acid in this drug is extracted with very high purity, with a flow rate exceeding 0.16. He Shan, with great anticipation, said, "This is also the moment to test the patience of the warriors." The heart rate monitor continued to beep incessantly, a young man's eyes glowing bright, gritting his teeth and letting out cries of anguish. The doctors hurriedly urged each other, "Hurry up." Lu Di couldn't help but sigh inwardly, truly Tian La had spirit, worthy of admiration. Depending on different physiques, the time to complete the transformation ranged from 10 to 30 minutes. A young man ran over to report, "Instructor He Shan, something's wrong." He continued, "Instructor, about 3 meters outside the border, there are many unidentified moving objects." Upon hearing this, He Shan's face changed in alarm. This was bad enemy forces. There was a 2,000-strong army, including armored vehicles and tanks. At that moment, a large explosion rang out in the sky, and a strange device hovered above. He Shan took one look and immediately recognized it. The European 94 reconnaissance device was flying high, and damn, it was a group of mercenaries from Tanzania. Xiao Qiu immediately assumed a combat-ready stance, gripping his gun tightly and firing a shot that hit the target. The European device was shot down. He Shan was furious, shouting, "Dare to enter my nation H, recklessly firing in my territory. Damn, they're too bold." He turned to the others and instructed, "You kids, just focus on undergoing the transformation." The L officers led their team into the battle. Countless missiles rained down from the sky. Mr. De saw it and immediately understood the enemy's intention. The opposing side clearly wanted to blow up the base. Below, Xiao Qiu kept firing non-stop. He Shan loudly announced, "With Xiao Qiu here, this base is like an Iron Admiral's coat. But Lu Di can't keep going like this. I'm rolling up my sleeves and heading into battle. With me around, no one needs to worry." Lu Di began assigning tasks to his 2 younger siblings. "Xiao Qiu, guard the skies well. Xiao He, stay at the base." They had to prepare for a surprise attack. He Shan warned with concern, "Kid, don't let your guard down this time. The enemy is armed with heavy weaponry and has over 2,000 troops." He replied, "You're too old to keep moving like this," making the old man scowl in anger and shout, "Kid, stop joking around. This isn't the time to show off," He Shan barked. In a flash, Lu Di shot into the air like a missile. He Shan, stunned from below, thought to himself, "Is he even human? This kid is getting stronger and stronger on this freakish path." He turned to those around him and ordered, "We can't just stand here and watch. Follow me, charge." Mr. Day appeared and spoke up, "Xiao He, don't cause more trouble for that kid Lu Di." At that moment, in the forest, countless tanks lay silently in wait. A soldier opened the tank hatch, popped up, and asked, "Captain Xiu, are you sure you want to cross this white death boundary?" He angrily cursed, "Death boundary, my foot. They killed both my brother and father, I'm going to crush them into dust." Hugh raised his voice and commanded, "You kids, go ahead and charge. Kill the leading soldiers of Nation H, 1 head for 100,000 coins." And so, hundreds of soldiers and tanks began to move out. They shouted loudly, "Kill! Kill!" At that moment, another soldier pointed up to the sky and reported, "Captain Xiu, they have rockets, look, they're coming." He immediately grabbed his large gun and said, "Take the machine gun and shoot it down, shoot it to pieces." Then, he crazily fired round after round into the sky, mocking the rockets of those useless Nation H soldiers. He only realized the situation when he froze in shock and yelled, "Captain, that's not a rocket, it's a man in a white suit." Naturally, he who didn't believe this absurd claim and scoffed, "Has that kid been frightened by Nation H?" He turned around, trying to get a better look. "Whatever it was, a single shot from me, and it'll." At that moment, he whose eyes widened in horror, as if he had seen a ghost. Before he could even comprehend the situation, Lu Di had already descended and delivered a painful blow to his head. Two soldiers who witnessed this froze in shock and stiffly asked, "Captain, is he dead? Is he really dead?" Seeing this, they immediately aimed their guns at Lu Di and fired relentlessly. Bullets flew straight at the tank where he was hiding. But to their surprise, Lu Di, with one forceful strike, ripped the tank into two halves. The soldiers were now terrified, sweating profusely, and panicking, muttering to each other, "He's one of Nation H's enhanced soldiers, he can tear tanks apart with his bare hands." Lu Di didn't say a word but threw something straight towards them. The European soldiers stood frozen, unable to act as their commander had lost the ability to fight. "What the hell is this? Can a reformer be this strong?" Mo Zong appeared to remind him. "Lu Di, your body still can't handle these heavy weapons." A tank in the distance fired a terrifying shot that made a loud noise as it struck, creating an explosion where Lu Di was standing. Fortunately, Lu Di quickly dodged. He sat up, wiped the sweat from his face, and silently thought to himself that it was indeed a bit difficult. Mo Zong laughed and said, "It's done." It shrugged and reported, "In a place with such outdated internet, it's very hard to hack into a tank. My counterpart hacked into several satellites to disable the tank's systems." Lu Di couldn't help but smile to himself, thinking, "Thank goodness for the satellites, or I wouldn't have been able to withstand that blow." Mo Zong reminded him, "Lu Di, once we return, make sure to upgrade to the next phase. If you can control liquid metal, even battles like this won't be a problem anymore." Just then, another shell came flying towards him. He quickly jumped to another spot to dodge it, dealt with the threat, and continued speaking. The tanks were suddenly controlled by countless electric surges. Lu Di seized the opportunity to rush in and destroy them. The European soldiers screamed in pain as they watched. He thought to himself that they were just nameless mercenaries, it would be over quickly. At that moment, Lu Di sensed something and turned around. He saw a group of people standing in perfect order without their shirts. He immediately recognized that they were the latest generation of super strong reformers, 283 people. He was extremely satisfied with himself. As for Tian La, very good. With that, Lu Di stepped back, making room for them to showcase their new skills. The corners of his mouth curled up. "Then let me see what kind of capabilities the reorganized Tian La has." The energy radiated everywhere, even the European soldiers could feel it. The members of the Tian La organization, their faces filled with murderous intent, spoke in unison. "Touch the borders of my Nation H, and you'll leave your corpse here." The members of the Tian La organization and the European soldiers charged at the same time, the air filled with shouts. "Kill! Go!" The warriors of the Tian La organization, having received rigorous training, struck with precision. Despite the difference in numbers, the Tian La forces gradually gained the upper hand. Lu Di stood aside, observing the battle, nodding in approval. "Level C operatives, now this is Tian La." 10 minutes later, as expected, the European soldiers were completely wiped out, their bodies scattered everywhere. Sikmi hurriedly searched for Lu Di. "Where's Boss Lu? Could it be that he?" He frantically searched through the pile of bodies, shouting, "Boss Lu, don't die, please. If you do, I won't know how to face Xiao." Meanwhile, on the cliff, Lu Di was lost in thought. This level C operative still felt like something was missing. At that moment, Mr. De and He Shan arrived. He Shan complimented the Tian La warriors on their performance, noting that their real combat results were impressive. Lu Di also leapt down to join He Shan. When Sikmi saw him completely unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief.
Thank goodness, my brother-in-law is alright.
Heishan expressed his gratitude to Lu Di. Lu Di, it's a blessing that you helped us solve this hidden danger. Not only did you help Tianla complete the renovation, but you also saved our lives.
Sikmi also stepped forward and spoke on behalf of the group.
On behalf of the Tianla organization, I promise that if there's ever anything you need in the future, just send a message, and the 283 members of Tianla will come, even from 1,000 miles away. He pledged. Once the message is received, we will be there, no matter the distance.
With that, the Tianla warriors all bowed respectfully to Lu Di.
He smiled in response, "You're too polite. I can see the spirit of the Chinese military.
This trip has been worthwhile."
At the same time, Lu Di's helicopter arrived. He Shan's tone carried a hint of regret.
"What's going on? Are you leaving already?" Lu Di nodded. "The Vedium we've secured is stored in the camp. It's difficult for an ordinary person to withstand it, so I still need to ask Commander He Shan to arrange military radiation-resistant transportation to help me take it back to the Hai family." He Shan immediately agreed. "It's no trouble at all." Lu Di turned to Mr. Day and asked, "Are you coming with me?" "Of course, I'm coming." He waved his hand quickly. "I can't be like the kid.
A few slaps on the back and he's off."
Mr. Day stroked his chin. "The kids from Tianla haven't shown their special abilities yet.
We'll have to wait and observe."
He told Lu Di, "Kid Lu Di, the Central Nation wants to confirm the experimental researchers. As an old man, I don't need to make an appearance, so I want to put your name on it."
He said seriously to Mr. Day, "Your name must come before mine." Then he whispered into Mr. Da's ear. The more Mr. D heard, the more his expression showed signs of surprise. 1, 2, 3, good kid, and quite a few aliases as well. After everything was settled, the helicopter carrying Lu Di quickly took off.
He Shan glanced over the battlefield and slowly asked the Tianla warriors,
"You guys approached a team of 2,000 people armed with heavy weapons.
I came here in a hurry. Have you all wiped them out already?" One of them honestly replied,
"Instructor, when we arrived, there were less than 1,000 people left, and all the heavy weapons had been destroyed." Sikmi, standing beside him, also added,
"Moreover, the enemy was so frightened that they lost all their fighting spirit."
Upon hearing this, He Shan was taken aback.
"If that's the case, Lu Di single-handedly wiped out nearly 1,000 people and destroyed all the tanks?"
The helicopter finally brought Lu Di back to Nation H. He, along with Xiao Qiu and Xiao He, slowly disembarked from the aircraft.
Ye Fei and Ruoyi, accompanied by Little Junior, came to greet Lu Di.
As soon as she saw him, Ruoyi cheerfully reported, "Sir, Little Junior has tried several times to activate the production line, but I've stopped him each time."
Mo Zong proudly reported to Lu Di,
"Over the past 3 days, a total of 10 attempts 6 times hacking the defense system, 4 times breaking the firewall have all been stopped by me."
Lu Di bent down and gently patted Little Junior's head. "Little Junior, it seems your plan to go to school will be delayed a bit.
I need to conduct some experiments in this cemetery, and staying here will be harmful to your health."
He told the Little Junior, "Can you go stay at Sister Ruoye's place for a few days?"
The Little Junior stubbornly refused, "I don't want to go, I want to stay here and watch the experiment."
Lu Di gently coaxed the Little Junior, "Sister Ruoye's place is full of underground society, there are gangsters. If nothing happens, they might even cut someone. It's really exciting." The Little Junior asked doubtfully, "Is that true?" Lu Di firmly replied, "Well, that's how it is."
Ye Fei squinted, rubbing her stomach. "Recently, my brother has been completely overhauling many of the laboratories, and he hasn't been hiding the presence of the person in charge of the renovation. There's still a lot to handle in the FIC, so I won't stay with him." At this moment, Lu Di received a report news about the person in charge of the renovation was spreading rapidly on the internet. Lu Di suspected that behind this sensational news, someone must be pushing it from behind the scenes. He thought to himself, this kind of news will cause unrest among the public. The military has tacitly agreed to it. A few days later, in Lu Di's laboratory, he calmly picked up a test tube. On the shelf, there were already 3 test tubes, each clearly labeled, the radiation capability of the lizard person, the metal control ability of the link, and the regeneration ability of the black and white flag slope. Lu Di silently calculated, next, I'll need to start building a radiation room. Mo Zone carefully assessed the situation. This was a complicated project. In addition to the sophisticated equipment, efforts would also be required to control the spread of radiation. 4 days later, Lu Di was drenched in sweat. One hand held a screwdriver, while the other wiped his drenched face. Finally, it's done. It is possible to isolate 90% of the radiation's diffusion, with the elements arranged inside. Mo Zone also couldn't help but praise Lu Di. You used decay inhibitors to limit the diffusion of the radiation. Impressive. Lu Di lowered the test tube and the main door of the room closed. Mo Zone quickly began the analysis. This was the second stage of the new humanity, opening up boundaries, possessing many flexible characteristics. Lu Di spoke to it, I think I can already feel its power. Mo Zone continued to guide Lu Di, next, you just need to use the ionization of DNA against the strong radiation source, then rebuild the sequence based on your own second-stage human DNA. After success, try to simulate the DNA structure of the MCH people to gain that power. Upon hearing this, the corner of Lu Di's mouth curled up. He asked Mo Zone, do we currently have enough to help me evolve? Mo Zone wasn't entirely sure. It suggested, we can try first to confirm the theoretical feasibility of the technology. Then, radiation beams began to shine on Lu Di. His entire body was suddenly surrounded by a powerful light released from nuclear energy. Mo Zone also exclaimed, Lu Di, you're the first person to come into direct contact with GDM radiation at such close range. Lu Di gritted his teeth and said, Mo Zone, I can feel a force that is preventing you from proceeding with the DNA modification. Mo Zone advised him, the radiation force is not strong enough. The DNA in your body can only stabilize. If we continue like this, your body won't be able to withstand it. However, Lu Di was determined not to agree. Don't stop, let's try to experience a bit of mixed DNA model. Mo Zone reminded him, you can only last for another 70 seconds. Immediately after, Lu Di screamed in pain. Mo Zone hurriedly stopped the degeneration process. By this point, Lu Di was completely exhausted. He collapsed to his knees, breathing heavily. Then, Lu Di pushed open the door of the radiation isolation room. He quickly activated his perception ability. The cup on the shelf immediately began to move under Lu Di's mental power. He shouted aloud. The cup immediately flies up. Lu Di made an assessment, this is the ability to control metals. My DNA has changed, but the percentage of metal control ability is still limited. Mo Zone praised him with satisfaction. My good boy. Mo Zone's prediction was correct. Lu Di, you've evolved even further. Lu Di clenched his fist, his small wrist tightening. If used properly, the power would be unimaginable. Mo Zone carefully reminded Lu Di. But don't forget, it's a type of metal that is hard, sharp, and has excellent ductility. Lu Di stroked his chin, his expression thoughtful. If it could be used to make machinery, weapons, robots, then it would be like having a god on your side. Mo Zone shrugged. Even if the weapon gets destroyed, it can still repair itself. Lu Di tried using his wristband to apply pressure to the nearby metal shelf. From this, he concluded. Controlling other types of metals is still nowhere near as effective as controlling liquid metals. Lu Di pointed to the ring, Mo Zone, I've named it. It's called Wu, because it has no shape or form and can change in any way. Mo Zone also thought this name was very fitting. Correct. Lu Di asked Mo Zone, how do I upgrade the DNA shaping sequence? How can I enhance the ability to control metals? Mo Zone started the system screen and replied to Lu Di, "Next, we need to find as many radioactive metals as possible, preferably ones that have already undergone natural degeneration." He explained, "Continuous explosions will release large amounts of high-level radioactive substances and atmospheric pollutants. This area is classified as a restricted zone." On the screen, the system displayed an industrial zone. Mo Zone pointed to the screen. "To find wealth and danger, to acquire perfect radioactive materials, we must go here for exploration." Mo Zone said to Lu Di, "Before the exploration, you'll need to use the DNA fusion with lizard genes to gain resistance to radiation." Lu Di then suggested, "Let's take this opportunity to go to Nation C's mines to collect metal ores." Mo Zone immediately agreed, "Sure, after all, these materials can't be regenerated anymore." He told Lu Di, "Think it over first, your metabolism ability has strengthened. Mo Zone will make sure to prepare some food for you." Lu Di sat down. At this moment, a golden dog suddenly emerged from the radiation room. From the dog's condition, Lu Di speculated that it must have been exposed to radiation for a long time. He guessed it was probably a stray dog. The dog appeared friendly and took the initiative to approach Lu Di. He gently petted its head. "From now on, you can consider this your home." The food ordered by Mo Zone was delivered shortly after, including pastries, chicken drumsticks and abundant spread. The dog, having not had a proper meal in a long time, ate with great enthusiasm. Mo Zone couldn't help but marvel at the dog's impressive appetite. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, a dark hand suddenly emerged from behind the bushes. Then, a shadowy figure with glowing eyes appeared out of nowhere. It bit into its own arm, gritting its teeth to sever the limb from its body. The severed arm fell to the ground. In an instant, the dismembered arm transformed into another shadowy figure, identical in form to the original. It let out a savage laugh. "Anyone who stands in Saw's way must go to hell." The original shadow figure narrowed its eyes. "What did you say?" The two shadowy figures stared silently at each other. At the Luanda International Airport, inside a car, Mo Zone asked Lu Di, "What do you think of such a poor place? I've arranged the most luxurious car for you." Lu Di nearly smiled. "Since when did you start going for these flashy, sugary things?" The taxi driver turned around and handed Lu Di a cigarette. In his mind, he thought, "This must be an important client. Just this one trip could support my family for half a year." Lu Di casually brought the cigarette to his lips, and happened to notice the driver sincerely praying to a picture hanging in the car. The image depicted a beautiful young woman with golden hair. After finishing his prayer, the driver turned to Lu Di and began explaining in the national language C. Mo Zone helped him with the translation. "This is the saint of nation C, doer. Her magical power is boundless, and she has assisted them in controlling the locust plague. Mo Zone made a judgment. She is a person with extraordinary abilities who has recently appeared in Nation C, and there's a 50% chance that she is one of the modified humans." Lu Di instinctively looked up, his expression thoughtful. Recently, modified humans had appeared everywhere around the world, so this was not an unusual occurrence. Before long, the taxi driver had taken Lu Di to a remote village. In the center of the village stood a massive bagua. Lu Di slowly stepped out of the car and paused for a moment. Before him stood a young girl in a red dress, waiting for him. He was surprised and wondered to himself, "Who is this girl?" The young girl before him was both beautiful and dignified. She took the initiative to introduce herself to Lu Di. "Mr. Lu, my name is Misa. Welcome. I can be your guide in helping you search for the mineral deposit." Misa kindly told Lu Di, "Mr. Lu, it's getting dark. I will arrange a place for you to stay for the night." Lu Di smiled, "There's no rush. Miss Misa, do you know if there's anywhere in the village where one can dig up a type of liquid black metal that resembles water?" Misa's feet instinctively tensed, her brow furrowing slightly. "Did you come for the blood of the demon?" she asked, reminding Lu Di. "Mr. Lu, that liquid can harm people. The elders in the village have said it is a dangerous place." But I trust science more, and I believe it must be some kind of substance or mineral. As she spoke, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Misa's lips. She recounted that someone had seen a shadowy figure inside the mineral deposit and heard terrifying screams, among which there might be a monster. Lu Di slightly raised an eyebrow, finding it somewhat interesting. He reassured Misa, "Miss Misa, don't worry, I'm not an ordinary person, I won't get hurt." "Where is the mine?" Misa rubbed her chin. "It's in the wasteland near my house, but you'll need to get my father's approval first. He's got a rather peculiar temperament." In his mind, Lu Di was pleased, thinking to himself, "Perfect, I'll use the easiest method." So he directly suggested to Misa, "Your father, right? Take me to meet him." Misa led Lu Di to her house. When they arrived, Lu Di noticed a mound of earth. He whispered to Mo Zone, "I can sense the presence of something beneath this tomb-like mound." "It's definitely here." Misa opened the door and entered the house. Her father, Muda, was focused on counting prayer beads. Misa hesitated and spoke to him, "Dad, there's a guest who wants to take a look at the mineral deposit under the field." Muda's expression twisted in an instant, and he angrily scolded, "Damn it, the blood of demons is not something you should be messing with." He then pointed a finger at Misa's face, "You worthless girl, all you know is how to read books, but you can't even work the fields. I'll beat the life out of a useless brat like you." With that, he grabbed a piece of wood and swung it at Misa. Fortunately, Lu Di reacted quickly and grabbed Muda's arm, stopping him. Lu Di negotiated with Muda, saying, "The land outside, I won't use it for free." Unexpectedly, Muda shouted fiercely, "Money! You're just like those scoundrels, trying to sell the blood of demons. The gods will punish you." Misa, who understood her father well, grabbed Lu Di's hand and said, "Mr. Lu, I apologize on behalf of my father. Let's leave this place." After leaving the house, Lu Di and Misa walked silently beside each other. After a while, Lu Di spoke first, "Misa, you don't seem like someone from this village." Misa sincerely shared her dream with Lu Di, "I want to attend university, study agricultural knowledge, and then come back to help the farmers. But it's really hard to achieve." Misa's voice was filled with sadness. "Here, girls don't have much status. In the end, all I can do is marry someone and have a bunch of kids." Lu Di shook his head. "It won't be like that." At that moment, the two of them came across a large fire blazing. Misa joyfully exclaimed, "Mr. Lu, you're so lucky. Today is the day the villagers hold their sacrificial ceremony. I'll take you to see it." There were many people gathered around the blazing fire. In the center, a young man with blonde hair, dressed in black, stood with a serious expression. Misa introduced him, "This is Grandmaster Deet, who has recently come to the village to spread his teachings. He is here to conduct the sacrificial ceremony for the villagers, here to help us." Lu Di silently speculated, wondering if he was a reformer, but he couldn't sense any energy. Meanwhile, the villagers were sincerely clasping their hands in prayer. Deet spoke up at this moment. "People of the gods, plants cannot grow in your land because it has been cursed." His expression instantly darkened. Someone has angered the evil god. He is here, on this land. Today, I will show you the evil god. Then, Deet raised his hand and muttered a strange incantation. Lu Di, while observing him, wondered to himself, "What is he doing?" Deet suddenly grabbed a piece of wood and shouted loudly, "Messenger of the evil god, manifest!" With that, he threw the piece of wood into the fire. Immediately, a dark shadow suddenly appeared from the flames. The people all cried out in fear. "Grandmaster, save us!" Deet smirked maliciously, reaching out his hand to stop the shadow. "I have used my magical power to kill it." Witnessing Deet's foolish actions, Lu Di couldn't help but sneer. An evil god? It's just a trivial chemical reaction. Truly a false god in action, deceiving these ignorant villagers. Deet continued to flap his mouth, wanting to kill the evil god in this entire land, but he needed to strengthen his magical power. In order for his magical power to develop, he needed metals and jade. The ignorant villagers quickly knelt before him, praising and obeying the messenger of the god.
It was only then that Deet noticed the presence of Lu Di and Nisa. He glared at both of them. Seeing the messenger, Lu Di sneered, "Why aren't you kneeling? Kneel to your head." Lu Di retorted.
Deet carefully sized up Lu Di. Judging from his appearance and color, he seemed to be someone from elsewhere, not as foolish as the villagers.
What if he exposed him?
Thinking so, he cleared his throat lightly.
Someone from outside, whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. We are tolerant and magnanimous, and won't pay attention to your rude words. Please leave the village quickly.
The ignorant villagers also began to whisper among themselves. This outsider does not respect our gods and is disturbing our sacrificial ceremony.
Drive him away. Nisa immediately stepped in front of Lu Di. What do you want to do? Please respect my guest.
At that moment, the village chief's phone suddenly rang. He quickly picked up the call.
Hello, yes, understood.
After hanging up, the village chief raised his voice and gave an order to the villagers.
Stop what you're doing.
He happily walked over and shook Lu Di's hand. Mr. Lu, from now on, you are the largest landowner in our village. The village chief's words made all the villagers widen their eyes in disbelief.
What's this? Doesn't that mean I'll be working for him from now on? How rich must he be?
Deet continued his charade, pretending to be a god, claiming that without eliminating the evil spirits, crops wouldn't grow, and all efforts would be in vain.
Lu Di calmly said to him, "Tomorrow, you'll come here to exorcise the evil spirits, right?"
"I'll also come to join in the fun, so everyone can see what real miracles look like."
Upon hearing this, Deet secretly thought to himself, "This fool of an outsider, is he in the same business as me?" Lu Di turned to the village chief. "Then let's go check out my land."
The village chief stepped aside, giving way to him.
"Please, right this way."
At night, the moon shone brightly in the sky.
In the darkness, three figures walked together, Lu Di, Nisa, and the village chief.
Lu Di carefully inspected the land in the fields. Nisa, standing beside him, slowly spoke. "The seeds have been sown for several days now, but due to the drought, there's no sign of sprouting. Mr. Lu, I suppose you don't have much of a harvest either." Holding a pebble in his hand, the tone of Lu Di, cold and dry, was just one of the reasons.
"Nisa, do you think there is anything else wrong with this land?" Lu Di's words caught Nisa by surprise. Was Mr. Lu testing her?
So, she carefully gave her own assessment.
"The soil here is red.
I guess the minerals in it are too acidic, which makes it unsuitable for planting crops." The village head looked puzzled as he listened to Nisa.
"Nisa, what are you talking about?"
Lu Di, on the other hand, seemed very pleased.
"She's doing well, Nisa. From now on, you should be a little more confident."
With that, Lu Di turned to the village head and asked for his help. "Village head, I need a warehouse, a large number of iron buckets, and also some water."
The village head nodded. "All right, I'll take care of it."
Before long, everything Lu Di needed was arranged. A delivery man came to report to him.
"Mr. Lu, I've delivered everything you asked for." The delivery man spoke to Lu Di. "Mr. Lu, my truck is broken. You promised you'd give me a new one." Lu Di replied nonchalantly.
"Of course." Meanwhile, Nisa was walking around the materials that had just been delivered, carefully inspecting lime, fertilizer, calcium, magnesium, and phosphorus.
"Mr. Lu, are you planning to neutralize the acidity of the soil?" Lu Di smiled. "Nisa, tonight I need to make fertilizer." "Watch closely," Nisa joyfully exclaimed. "All right, Mr. Lu, I'll pay close attention."
The next morning, the fertilizer had been mixed and put into individual barrels.
Nisa excitedly discussed with Lu Di.
Mr. Lu, now I'll go find the village head to mobilize the villagers to help you fertilize the land. However, Lu Di had a different plan. The villagers were too slow, just wait a moment, our tools will be here soon.
An hour later, why was the aviation radar commander walking?
A senior officer stepped forward and reported to the commander, we've already dispatched 4 agricultural drones, and they are being used one by one. The commander, in a stern voice, issued an order, all technical staff, fix this right now.
At that moment, the computer suddenly issued a notification, report commander. 2 ground survey drilling machines and the unmanned transport aircraft that were suspended are now preparing to fly. The commander jumped up angrily and roared, who is the blind fool? Who dares to steal my planes? An officer quickly spoke up, someone hacked into our system and left a message.
The content of the message is as follows, we're borrowing your equipment, we will return it by the end of the day. After reading the message, the commander wearily collapsed into his chair. Listen carefully, everyone, the 4th Emperor is someone we cannot provoke. If he wants something, just give it to him, do not stop him. At the same time, while the villagers were still groggy, what was that in the sky? A large number of drones were dispatched. Lu Di led Misa to the fields. Muda, seeing his daughter arrive, grabbed her hand and shouted, Misa, come back with me, you've been chosen to assist with the sacrificial ritual. Misa looked at Lu Di, her face filled with confusion.
Mr. Lu, alone?
He reassured her, go ahead, don't worry, I can handle this alone. Soon, at the place where Deet performed his dark rituals, the deluded villagers knelt before him, hands clasped in prayer. Misa stood beside Deet, holding a porcelain jar in her arms. Deet stood on the platform, shouting, my people, this is made of the metal you have offered. He directed the villagers, after entering the fields, every 100 steps, you must stake the ground. 10 days later, this will stop the evil god. However, leave out the land of the outsider, for he will not receive my protection. The villagers, kneeling, immediately shouted in unison, yes, Grandmaster Deet. On a nearby stone, Lu Di silently observed Deet, who was pretending to be a god and a demon. He silently calculated that, in 10 days, the false god would have long since fled. Meanwhile, Deet continued to babble about dark spells and charms. The outsider's land would be the most desolate piece of land in the village. At this point, Deet loudly taunted Lu Di, outsider, didn't you say that today you would show everyone a miracle? Where is it? From the cliff, Lu Di waved his hand, right here. Immediately, 4 drones carrying fertilizer containers flew in. Deet gritted his teeth. What power did this outsider have to control drones? Misa watched the drones, silently thinking that the fertilizer had been concocted by Mr. Lu. In an instant, the barren fields were covered with a wide spray of fertilizer. Deet sneered, it's just a crop spraying drone. Is this what you call a miracle? The villagers also agreed with him, fertilizer doesn't work. We tried spraying it earlier, but the seeds still wouldn't sprout. Lu Di remained calm and composed as ever. He slowly spoke, something called a miracle naturally takes time. I will patiently wait along with Grandmaster Deet. 4 hours later, the villagers following Deet's instructions were still diligently hammering wooden stakes into the ground, though in vain. They sighed in exhaustion, and one of them unconsciously cast a glance toward Lu Di's direction. Over there, Misa, wearing a worried expression, rushed over to Lu Di. Mr. Lu. There's no water in the soil. Lu Di simply smiled calmly, the water will come naturally. It just takes time to lead it here. At that moment, a conical iron mass suddenly emerged through the thick smoke and dust. It was a massive drill bit, which forcefully bored into the earth. Soon after, a stream of water burst forth from underground. The sown seeds began to sprout gradually. The village chief cried out in astonishment, the seeds are sprouting. The villagers were all stunned. A miracle. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. The village chief hurriedly fell to his knees at Lu Di's feet. Mr. Lu, you are a man of great power. You must help us.
Lu Di calmly told her to go explain things to everyone.
Misa looked slightly flustered.
Mr. Lu, Lu Di looked at her with eyes full of trust. It's you.
With Lu Di's encouragement, Misa spoke out firmly, everyone, this is not some supernatural power, nor is it magic.
This is science, this is the power of knowledge. After hearing Misa's explanation, the villagers joyfully shouted, that's great.
At this moment, Lu Di's gaze became sharp.
He glanced at Deet and said, Grandmaster Deet, are you trying to escape? Lu Di directly exposed him, accusing him of using science to deceive the villagers and take their money. Return everything to me, and I might spare your life.
Knowing there was no way out, Deet quickly fell to his knees. Please, I'll return it, please spare me. The villagers shouted in anger, he must be punished for deceiving us.
Grab him, throw him to the pigs.
That's right, let him see the pigsty.
With that, everyone rushed forward, grabbing Deet by his arms and legs. He was terrified. Gao cried out miserably, help me, help me. Suddenly, 2 black cars appeared in the distance.
Lu Di was slightly startled as a group of people dressed in black got out of the cars.
One of them stepped forward to speak.
We come from the Lawanda War Bureau. This person is the commander of the War Bureau.
This person is the deputy mayor of Lawanda. Which one of you is the village chief? Speak up.
The commander of the War Bureau continued, our bureau has detected an aircraft. The reconnaissance plane came from Nation AR.
What exactly is going on here?
Lu Di calmly replied, the plane is used for fertilizing crops, and the reconnaissance plane is used for locating water sources, all for this land, to view the vast expanse where crops are growing. The deputy mayor of Lawanda was also astonished.
These seedlings. Are you a scientist from Nation H?
Misa stood next to Lu Di and confirmed, that's right, it's all thanks to Mr. Lu.
This is the fertilizer that's been distributed. Through irrigation, the seeds have sprouted.
Lu Di continued, I will tell Misa about the location of the water vein. After receiving the documents from Misa, Vice Mayor Lawanda joyfully expressed his gratitude to Lu Di.
This is truly a divine salvation. Mr. Lu, you have solved a huge problem for our country. Lu Di smiled, it's just a small matter.
I came here to investigate the mineral vein.
At this point, Lu Di turned to ask Muda, Mr. Muda, would you be willing to sell the mineral mine on this piece of land to me?
He answered decisively, Mr. Lu, from now on, I will only trust science.
I am willing to gift you the mineral mine. Those who witnessed Muda's complete change in attitude could not help but admire Lu Di.
This young man from Nation H had managed to awaken the superstitious villagers. Next, Lu Di addressed the people from the Lawanda War, saying, for agricultural techniques, you can ask Misa.
I must complete the purpose of this trip. Vice Mayor Lawanda enthusiastically said to Lu Di, Mr. Lu, is there anything I can do to assist you? I will do my best.
Lu Di then asked him for help, please seal the mineral mine again and make sure the villagers don't get too close. Vice Mayor Lawanda immediately agreed, alright, I will arrange for a few bodyguards to accompany Mr. Lu. After everything was properly arranged for Lu Di, the deputy mayor of Lawanda silently watched his figure as he walked away. At the entrance of the mine, Lu Di instructed the bodyguards.
Wait for me here. Yes, sir. Misa hesitated for a moment. Mr. Lu, this mineral mine is still too mysterious. You're going alone.
Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Di interrupted. Miss Misa, please rest assured. Lu Di gradually realized that where he was standing was not just a simple mineral extraction site, but rather a crack in the earth. A strange feeling crept up on him as he stepped into a deep and hidden fissure underground. This was not a typical mining site, but a rift beneath the earth.
Lu Di extended his hand to channel his inner strength.
He unleashed a powerful strike, causing the cave to tremble and rocks to fly in all directions. He held his hand in front of him to shield himself from the debris. The darkness seemed to swallow all sounds, until a low, eerie screech echoed from deep within. Lu Di whispered to Mo Zong, a sense of unease rising as the mysterious noise reverberated through the dark cave.
Could it really be some kind of monster? Mo Zong laughed reassuringly. Don't worry, Lu Di. The sound is simply caused by the air currents in this rift. It's nothing to be afraid of. Lu Di sighed, though his vigilance remained. He was acutely aware of the dangerous position he was in.
I thought someone might suddenly appear, he muttered.
Mo Zong spoke up. We've descended 60 meters below the surface now.
Lu Di felt that something was waiting for him ahead, something undefinable, an invisible and terrifying void that he could sense in front of him, yet it was invisible. Lu Di slowly moved forward, each step taken with great caution. In front of him was a strange space, with a transparent membrane separating him from the image of a person who looked exactly like him.
Lu Di raised his hand and gently touched the transparent membrane.
The person in that space stood motionless, neither moving nor speaking.
Unable to contain his skepticism about the strange phenomenon before him, Lu Di asked, Mo Zong, what is going on here? Mo Zong replied, he truly exists, and he means no harm.
The moment Mo Zong finished speaking, the person in that space disappeared. The surrounding magnetic field twisted, and the space became distorted, as if it were being folded over. Mo Zong described the strange phenomenon. The moment he left, there was a change in the magnetic field, the space collapsed, and even the three-dimensional spaces overlapped.
Lu Di was astonished by what he had heard and asked again, so you're saying he comes from another space? Has he time-traveled again? Mo Zong immediately answered him, yes, he has broken through the fifth-dimensional space. Mo Zong's worldview had been shattered.
Lu Di murmured in confusion, as if sensing a strange connection to what was about to happen. I have a very strange feeling, and that feeling
is me. Mo Zong, dissatisfied, voiced his frustration. Mo Zong, you've made me just as confused as you are. Suddenly, Mo Zong's expression turned serious, raising his index finger in warning. Lu Di, as Mo Zong had predicted, would see the mining site collapse within 10 minutes.
Lu Di seemed to have realized something, his eyes filled with confidence and a hint of mystery.
Mo Zong, I feel like this is something that was left for me.
Both of them had their backs turned, staring at a glowing technological object floating in midair.
Let's hope we're still alive to study it. A blinding yellow energy vortex appeared.
Surrounding the vortex were streaks of light and shadow, creating a sense of intense motion.
A golden chain with a rhombus-shaped red-orange crystal slowly emerged from the energy whirlpool. Lu Di's gaze was filled with fascination as he looked at the crystal necklace. Mo Zong assessed.
The quality of the programming of this object is formidable, its power is incredibly overwhelming, and its structure far surpasses current technology. This thing has at least absorbed more than 1,000 tons of liquid metal. Its quality is definitely the result of programming that would strike fear into others. Lu Di closed his eyes, trying to use his internal energy to shift it, but he found that it was completely immovable. As Lu Di was about to touch the glowing necklace, Mo Zong immediately warned. Lu Di, its power is too great, be careful not to break your bones.
Lu Di didn't heed the warning, instead reaching out to grab the necklace.
His face was resolute.
It's really heavy.
But it's not impossible to control.
Mo Zong muttered in dissatisfaction. I really need an upgrade.
The level of work I'm doing right now, and I can't even explain the existence of this thing. As soon as the words were spoken, the surrounding space trembled for a brief moment. A series of glowing characters, like beams of green light, swept through the air, twisting into a spiral shape before coming to a stop in front of Lu Di. There were still 864 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining.
Mo Zong immediately spoke up. This is the countdown clock.
Lu Di took a half step back, a look of confusion crossing his face as an uneasy feeling stirred within him. He muttered to himself, as though questioning his own thoughts, but also trying to decipher the message.
It seems something will happen after 36 days. What is it trying to remind me of? What exactly is it?
Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, and the entire space shook violently.
The cracks left by the explosion were easily visible from the outside. Misa stood on the surface of the mine, her face filled with panic. This is bad, the mine is about to collapse. The ground cracked open, dust and rocks flying everywhere, and a massive, deep pit appeared right in front of Misa. One of the soldiers from the Luanda War Bureau screamed. That's the direction beneath the mine. The mine is about to collapse. Misa cried out in horror. What? The commander of the Luanda War Bureau raised his hand, issuing orders decisively, his loud voice echoing across the area. Everyone, get out of here, quickly! The soldiers from the Luanda War Bureau immediately ran out of the collapsing zone. Misa suddenly froze, sensing something was wrong. It seemed like a huge force was bursting out from the ground. The commander of the Luanda War Department was sweating profusely, stunned, and thought to himself, what's going on here? Is it underground water? Lava beneath the earth? He exclaimed, everyone, scatter quickly. At that moment, a thick cloud of white dust shot up from the bottom of the pit, rising into the air before settling back down to the ground. It was Lu Di. He landed with such force that the ground trembled beneath him. As soon as Lu Di touched down, Misa immediately rushed over, her eyes filled with worry. She embraced him tightly, her voice trembling, Mr. Lu, you're still alive. Lu Di smiled faintly, helplessly telling her, Misa, you don't need to worry. Didn't I tell you? I'm not an ordinary person. The commander of the Luanda War Department looked serious, his gaze probing. Mr. Lu, after all, you are the one guarding Nation C. Regarding your identity, you need to explain it to me. Lu Di's eyes flashed with understanding, and in a low, calm voice, he replied, so it's been like this from the beginning. He slowly opened his palm, revealing an object, a light brown rectangular shape with a circular brown pattern in the center and 5 yellow star-shaped borders around it. The commander of the Luanda War Department was taken aback, his voice trembling with shock. FIC, are you the heroic special agent of FIC? A flicker of hope appeared in his eyes, like someone being pulled back from the brink of drowning. This is great, finally, you've sent someone to help us. Lu Di turned away, his other arm gently wrapping around Misa's waist as they walked off. His eyes gleamed with determination, coldness, and indifference. I think the task of helping those people should still be handled by my other colleagues. I came here just to take this. Lu Di said calmly, but his eyes carried a trace of nostalgia. My team has to go back to the homeland now. If fate allows, we'll meet again. The army of the Luanda War Bureau stood in neat rows, the atmosphere heavy as though bidding farewell to a hero leaving the battlefield. The black car sped off, leaving behind a trail of dust in the fading sunlight, with eyes following the car's shadow. Inside the car, the light flickered from the integrated control devices within the interior. Lu Di sat silently, his eyes gazing out of the window, but his hand clenched a necklace, which showed 863 hours, 12 minutes, and 37 seconds remaining. He murmured to himself, time is indeed still passing. What secret does this pendant hold? He couldn't help but reflect on the strange phenomenon at the mine. What exactly happened to me in that mine? The car accelerated, speeding through the winding roads in the forest. The motorcycle rider suddenly screamed. Oh my God, what is this? A disease? Lu Di looked indifferently at the dark space ahead. Among the insects, there was a beam of light, definitely coming from a strong metamorph, a person with significant strength. Ahead was a swarm of mutated insects, dark as a wall, flying toward them, covering the sky with dust. The car was headed straight into the swarm of bizarre creatures. The motorcycle rider clutched his head, on the verge of tears. Oh, my God, my bike, my precious. Lu Di immediately opened the car door and jumped out. At that moment, the wheel screeched loudly before coming to a halt. Lu Di stepped out, and before him lay an unbelievable scene. A woman lay on the ground, her torn pink dress in tatters, her long blonde hair spread out, her body covered in wounds, her eyes tightly shut. Lu Di could not help but exclaim in astonishment, what happened to this woman? Mo Zong widened his eyes and stammered, isn't this the Saint Doer? Lu Di thoughtfully observed her,
there was a strange scent emanating from her body. It seemed that her injuries had caused her to lose control. Lu Di helped Duer to her feet, and she groaned softly. Duer whispered faintly, "You two must run away." Lu Di quickly lifted her and placed her on the roof of the car. Duer urgently warned, "Someone is chasing me. You two must escape." Emozone said firmly, "But you are our saint. I can't just leave you behind." Suddenly, Duer lost her strength and collapsed forward. Fortunately, Lu Di caught her just in time. At that moment, a thick smoke began to rise around them. Emozone gritted his teeth, his voice filled with caution. "Lu, that scoundrel over there. We need to be prepared." Just then, a shrill whistle echoed from the forest. A genetically modified soldier, moving with terrifying speed, charged towards them like a storm. His eyes were all white, an eerie sight. He was the 32D hunting dog. Lu Di narrowed his eyes as he observed, silently appraising the situation. The murderous intent from this man was unmistakable, and he was a genetically modified soldier with considerable strength. To prevent things from turning unfavorable, Lu Di suddenly pointed towards the distance and shouted, "Don't go far. Emozone, look over there, isn't that a flying saucer?" Emozone stared intently in the direction Lu Di pointed. "Where is the flying saucer?" Seizing that brief moment, Lu Di let out a cold, sharp cry, "Die!" Without a wasted move, as swift as lightning, he lunged forward, launching a full-force strike directly at Hound 32. The fierce attack, bursting with overwhelming momentum, made the ground beneath his feet tremble slightly and sent Hound 32 flying into the distance. Meanwhile, Emozone was still looking around in confusion, trying to find the flying saucer Lu Di had mentioned. "Brother Lu doesn't have any flying saucer at all." Emozone turned his head, saw that Hound 32 was gone, and asked, "Where's that scoundrel?" Lu Di gave a faint smile, his gaze calm. "Probably scared off by my aura." Emozone chuckled, half skeptical, and shook his head helplessly. "Is that so? All right then." The three of them, Lu Di, Emozone, and Duer, got into the car. Lu Di looked at Duer, who had her eyes tightly shut in worry, then asked, "Emozone, can you find a secluded little house, somewhere isolated with no neighbors?" Emozone looked a bit concerned. He turned around to glance at the two sitting in the back seat and replied, "Yes, 15 minutes by car. My place will do. Rent is 300. Lu Di was overjoyed, his eyes lighting up. "That works. Better to keep things within the family." The car sped along the deserted road, the wind howling past their ears. At the same time, inside the estate of the leader Perseus, Jinxiu sat in the center chair of the grand hall, emanating a dark purple aura. A man approached and reported solemnly, "Sir, the strike against Nation C was extremely successful. I've already dispatched men to pursue the survivors. In less than 3 days, the modified soldiers of Nation C will be completely wiped out." Jinxiu smirked and said, "From now on, we won't even need to pay attention to such a small country. Once this is settled, we'll advance on Nation H." He had a tense expression on his face. "Sir, the people from FIC have arrived. They are the International Reform Monitoring Organization." Jinxiu calmly lit a cigarette, faintly curling his lips. "They're not few in number either. Are they here to die today?" A group of people kicked the door open, and with a loud bang, the large door was kicked off its hinges. A squad of 12 men in black uniforms from the FIC organization entered, exuding authority, each step bringing them closer to Jinxiu. One of them shouted loudly, "Jinxiu, you won't escape today." Jinxiu growled and smirked. "Escape? I've never thought of running." Immediately, the FIC agents drew their guns and aimed them at him. The sound of bullets being chambered echoed sharply through the hall. His face darkened, and he roared, "Those dogs, kill them all!" Rustling sounds came from behind the chairs. Numerous dark figures shot out, growling like wild beasts. The reformed criminals, with their ferocity, pounced on the FIC agents like a pack of starving dogs. Amidst the gunfire and blood, one of the FIC agents shouted, "We will fight to the end with nothing but our physical strength." The shout reverberated through the hall, and it seemed the battle was already deciding its victor. Along with that were splashes of blood, staining the grand hall red. Jinxiu bellowed, his eyes gleaming with smug satisfaction. "No one can stop Perseus from our side." A man approached Jinxiu from behind, whispering in his ear, "Sir, the hunting dog 32 has exceeded the return time."
"It's highly likely."
Jinxiu narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze cutting through. His voice dropped low, tinged with a hint of self-mockery.
"It's my mistake. I should have sent more hunting dogs there."
He nodded slightly, his eyes glinting with a sinister gleam. The beautiful woman had a strong, intoxicating fragrance that was easy to track. They stepped outside and stood in front of the door, with a pack of ferocious dogs growling like demons below. They had just successfully repelled the FIC team. Jinxiu glanced over, a satisfied smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, at Mo Zong's house, a modest residence with no excessive luxury, the space was quiet, with the midday sunlight filtering through the curtain cracks, casting a warm glow on the slender figure lying still on the wooden bed. Duer remained unconscious, her face pale, eyes tightly shut. Lu Di sat at the edge of the bed, his fingers resting thoughtfully on his chin. First, he had to address the wound, making sure the hot weather wouldn't lead to an infection. He gently leaned over, preparing to lift her clothing to disinfect the injury. Suddenly, with a loud creak, the door swung open. A girl in a purple dress screamed shrilly, her eyes wide with horror. Before Lu Di could speak, she grabbed a nearby vase and charged at him, intending to throw it at him. In a furious shout, she yelled, "You pervert! How dare you disrespect our saint?" Lu Di panicked, "Miss, please, let me explain." The vase shattered on Lu Di's head, porcelain shards scattering across the floor. She hissed through clenched teeth, "Get your hands off the saint's chest." At that moment, the sound of another door opening echoed through the room. Mo Zong stepped in from outside, his expression filled with silent dread. "Oh my God, I only went out to buy medicine, and what in the world is happening here?" Seeing the chaotic scene in front of him, he quickly intervened. "Let the saint rest first, we'll go downstairs to sort out the misunderstanding." In the living room, Lu Di sat on the sofa, her hand rubbing her forehead where she had just been hit. She stood with her arms crossed, her face serious, and her eyes full of suspicion. Mo Zong stood in the middle, acting as the mediator. She, upset, said, "Who told him to take off her bra just when she was caught?" Lu Di sighed helplessly, clearly exasperated. "Well, this is great. What was supposed to be a simple treatment has now been misunderstood as something vulgar." Mo Zong stepped in to clarify the situation for her. "This Lu is a benefactor, the car was a gift from him to me." She suddenly froze, her gaze faltering, then she picked up the medicine box and quietly said, "I'll go treat the saint first." A few minutes later, the sound of shoes clacking steadily on the floor echoed. The door opened, and a young man with chestnut brown hair, a cold expression, and gun holsters on both sides of his pants, looking like a policeman, entered. It was Shang. Shang angrily demanded, "Why is the saint missing and now suddenly at her house? And who's trying to disrespect the saint?" She wiped her hands and replied, "I've already treated the saint's wounds." She accused Lu Di to him. "Shang, this kid from H Nation, has bad intentions towards the saint. Your brother needs to punish him." After hearing that, Shang threw a pair of handcuffs at Lu Di and shouted, "Put them on yourself. Wait a moment, then follow me." Lu Di grabbed the handcuff, squinting his eyes. He spoke again, his voice sharp as a knife. "Don't even think about pretending to be clever." Shang turned to her, his voice stern as he said, "Follow me to see the injury of your holy colleague. The place will soon be surrounded, there's no need to worry." The sound of footsteps faded as someone exited the room, the door clicked shut, leaving Lu Di alone. He quietly held the handcuff in his hand, his gaze pensive. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from the forest outside the window. Through the window, in the forest, figures moved low to the ground, their mouths like terrifying saw blades. Jinxiu's mutated attack dogs appeared, baring their teeth like monsters escaping from hell. The girl looked out the window, slightly surprised. She asked, "Shang, are your police officers disguised like that?" He stood behind her, confused, and asked in return, "Disguised as what? Our people haven't even arrived yet." Then, both of them looked down from the window and saw a group of mutated attack dogs. Lu Di's voice rang out. "This place has been surrounded, we need to leave quickly." Lu Di looked at them, assessing. They were all Class B mutants. He stood before the secret door, observing and evaluating Jinxiu's mutated dogs. Starting the mutation process, fierce dogs, to mutate an army like this. I can't imagine how many experiments had to be sacrificed. Lu Di clenched his fists, wondering to himself. Could that power be so overwhelming that it dares to challenge the mutants of other countries? Is this inhuman? The mad dogs charged toward Lu Di in unison, their footsteps thundering like thunder, claws scraping the dirt beneath. Imozong hugged his head in fear. My God, Lu is about to be torn to pieces. Sheng chambered around in his small caliber pistol, his voice tense. Kid Nation H, they're not ordinary people, retreat to the room quickly. The girl helped Doer stand up, stumbling backward. Doer struggled to open his eyes, his voice faint but determined. Don't act, let me go. She gasped for breath, her gaze serious. To them, Lu Di was a life-threatening presence, which is why they were attacking in a pack to deal with him. After hearing this, Lu Di grew even more excited, laughing challengingly. Then let's see if they have the skills for that. Don't be afraid, I'm coming to save you. Boom! A modified dog was kicked straight into the wall, causing it to crack, debris scattering everywhere. Lu Di seized the opportunity, charging in like a storm. In an instant, 5 modified hunting dogs lay motionless. Lu Di stood amidst the dust, his hands casually in his pockets, looking incredibly cool. He raised his hand and threw a punch. With his normal strength, everyone already knew the result. With a thunderous boom, the punch landed on the modified dogs, sending them flying like ragdolls, crashing into trees, some of them knocking tiles off rooftops, others smashing against the walls, their backs slamming painfully into the solid stone. Emperor C slowly stepped forward toward a surviving dog, his hands still in his pockets. Keep this dog's life, go back and call your master here. The mad dog, with its tail between its legs and 3 legs running, dared not look back. Witnessing the scene just now, Doer was stunned. The strength of this man was 30 times greater than hers. Who exactly was he? Suddenly, Doer felt something was wrong, her strength was slowly fading, and her face grew pale. Doer gradually lost consciousness and fainted, with no one around to catch her. Inside the house, Lu Di sat silently on the sofa. The 3 people in front of him stood tense. She lowered her head and earnestly said to Lu Di, Saint of Nation H, the disrespect towards our Saint Durer was merely a misunderstanding. We hope you won't take it to heart. Lu Di replied in a calm voice. It's alright, but the next thing might be a fight. The damages I have caused to you all, I will compensate for. Shang, dissatisfied, shouted. Compensate? That's 30 lives. You need to come with me to investigate. Lu Di gently raised his handcuffs and countered. Come with you? Shang, flustered, said. Sir, may I ask you to cooperate with us? Lu Di thought to himself, not bad, he knows how to seize the moment. Lu Di smiled and replied to him. Don't worry, I won't make it hard for you. 15 minutes later, a man in military uniform approached and shook Lu Di's hand. Mr. Lu, thank you for your help. It turned out to be Commander Maluo. He continued. Please save our Saint Durer. Lu Di modestly responded. Commander Maluo, it was just something I had to do, no need to be so formal. It's just that the scene here. Commander Maluo reassured him.
Mr. Lu, don't worry. This is a small matter. I'll find someone to handle it.
Lu Di suddenly lowered his voice, his face cold as he continued, Commander Maluo, once you finish handling the scene, take everyone out of here, except for Doer.
Commander Maluo was stunned. What you're saying is that someone will come to assassinate us, right? Lu Di answered coldly, that's right.
Inside the room, the warm, dim light filled the air.
Doer lay still on the bed.
Lu Di stood beside her, his eyes fixed on her as he let out a soft sigh. He raised his hand and carefully pulled the blanket over her. Suddenly, a smooth, white hand grasped his wrist, stopping him. Doer's voice was as light as the wind, Strongman Nation H, I want to help you raise the next generation.
Lu Di was taken aback, smiling faintly as he spoke to her, Miss Doer, is your mind fully recovered?
Doer's eyes shone like mirrors, her face flushed but determined, no, my mind is as clear as ever. She placed her hand on Lu Di's chest, her gaze fiery. The duty of our generation is to combine with strong man and bring forth a new, truly powerful generation. Lu Di was internally flustered and called out to Mo Zong in his mind, Mo Zong, it seems I've encountered an attack I've never faced before. Mo Zong laughed, reassuring him, don't worry, it's just a reaction from the tension of being in such an ambiguous situation.
A black limousine sped down the road like an arrow.
Inside the car, Jin Xiu had a cold expression, his killing intent boiling. In front of him, a transformed dog lay on the ground, groveling at his feet. The man driving the car spoke firmly, addressing Jin Xiu, Sir, please don't be angry.
In 3 months, I will create a new army of dogs.
Jin Xiu's voice was like the growl of a beast, filled with fury, he wasted my time.
He must die.
The car was speeding along the road when 2 strangers appeared, blocking the way. The one-eyed man introduced himself, we are the veteran members of Nation I. The person beside him spoke up, today, we've been sent here to take your life.
Jin Xiu opened the door and looked out, sneering, 2 clowns have come to amuse themselves, huh?
Screech. The sound of a car braking sharply, and the vehicle stopped by the side of the road. The man dashed out, lightning fast. With both hands, he grabbed the heads of the 2 men and slammed them forcefully to the ground. The 2 corpses lay motionless. From afar, in the midst of the forest, the scenery remained eerily peaceful, as if nothing had happened. On top of the hill, Commander Maluo looked through his binoculars. He was surprised by the scene before him and thought to himself, is this the leader of Perseus? A true monster, indeed. Suddenly, Jin Xiu screamed maniacally and ran like the wind into the nearby forest, as fast as lightning. Commander Maluo, still looking through his binoculars, saw no trace of Jin Xiu.
Damn, where is he?
He turned around and ordered his subordinates, everyone move forward 1 km.
Find an opportunity to deal with Jin Xiu immediately.
Back inside the room, the blanket was tossed aside as she stood up. The strong man of Nation H, whether you agree or not, it doesn't matter.
I've already made up my mind, and no matter where you go.
She placed her finger on her lips, her face flushed with a seductive glow.
I will follow and combine forces with you.
Lu Di broke into a sweat, his expression one of helplessness.
He thought to himself, how did I get caught up in this mess?
Suddenly, Lu Di stopped, noticing something. He glanced sharply toward the window. Hastily shaking his shoulders, he said, Saint, wait a moment.
The enemy is launching an ambush. I must go and fight back.
I might very well lose my life at the hands of the enemy.
Boom!
One loud sound, an explosion that shook the entire forest, dust erupted in all directions, and pieces of walls were shattered into pieces. Jin Xiu, his body covered with hidden weapons, his eyes as red as blood, screamed, Who killed my dogs?
Come out and face death.
Lu Di rushed out, the light behind him shining like a warrior descending from the sky. He gritted his teeth, killing intent rising. I really didn't expect that Nation H still had a master like you, but today is your day to die. In Lu Di's mind, Mo Zong's evaluation of him echoed, he had the speed of a cheetah, the strength of an elephant, the madness of a grizzly bear, and the sense of smell of a dog.
Lu Di, after hearing this, silently thought, a combination of beasts.
Mo Zong was agile, and he must collect his blood. It would be beneficial to merge his abilities for us.
Lu Di sneered and asked Jin Xiu, does your organization have no one else? Jin Xiu didn't respond, only throwing a heavy punch into the wall beside him.
He lunged like lightning, launching a punch at Lu Di, roaring, arrogant insect. Lu Di tilted his body and dodged skillfully, his movements as nimble as the wind, which surprised Jin Xiu.
You're strong, I admit, I can't quite keep up.
The exchange of blows and dodges continued, seemingly as if they were playing a game without tiring. Jin Xiu squinted, thinking to himself, every punch I throw, he easily avoids.
What is he doing? Is he pretending to be weak?
Lu Di's back slammed against the wall, his eyes flashing. The battle became more intense, with each attack destroying the surroundings.
Lu Di, breathing heavily, his gaze serious, threw a punch and said,
"You're too strong, I can't hold back any longer, I have to use a killing blow." Jin Xiu roared and hurled his powerful punch. Both fighters swung their fists, boom, boom, boom. Earth and rocks exploded, the ground cracked open, and dust engulfed everything.
Dust billowed thickly around them. Enraged, Jin Xiu shouted, "You flashy fraud, trying to run? No way!"
A golden ring spun toward him at an unimaginable speed, suddenly grazing past his body. Clang! The ring slashed across Jin Xiu's chest, leaving a long gash.
Lu Di stood ahead, hand raised, the golden ring returning to his palm.
Jin Xiu collapsed onto the ground, stunned.
What just happened?
Jin Xiu fell to the ground, motionless, his breath fading. Behind Lu Di, the ruins formed a backdrop to his commanding stance. At that moment, Commander Manhwa arrived with his soldiers, surrounding the scene.
Shocked, he exhaled deeply.
To have defeated such a powerful opponent, Lu must have sustained serious injuries. From afar, Duer silently observed, contemplating. That battle had been strange. Mr. Lu seemed to be hiding his true strength. Duer sat down, her gaze filled with doubt as she looked at Jin Xiu's lifeless body.
Is this really how it ended?
No visible wounds, it was truly strange. She carefully lifted the man's shirt, her eyes suddenly freezing in place. This wound definitely had something wrong with it.
Duer gently touched his chest, feeling a slight indentation in the skin.
She froze as she realized that this was the heart, crushed beyond recognition. This was the real cause of death.
Duer turned to look at Lu Di, who was standing at a distance among the wreckage. She pondered deeply, could it be that Mr. Lu has the ability to attack some space? That's truly powerful.
Duer stood up and turned to Commander Manhwa, her gaze resolute. "Commander, I am willing to participate in the International Human Modification Tournament you mentioned earlier."
Okay. Commander Manhwa was stunned. What? Didn't she previously refuse to engage in such fights?
She placed both hands on her chest, lowering her head in embarrassment. "I want to face off with Nation H. Mr. Lu from Nation H is certainly unmatched. I must find him, bear children, and nurture the next generation." The walkie-talkie in Commander Manhwa's hand fell with a thud to the ground.
He looked at her with a petrified expression, silently thinking, what is this grown-up saying?
The world's first organization overseeing human modification, FIC, had defeated the organization that posed the greatest threat to international human modification, Perseus.
Commander Robbins silently wondered, which organization exactly defeated Perseus? Why haven't they come here to clarify? Suddenly, the landline phone rang incessantly.
Commander Manhwa spoke through the phone, "Captain Robbins, the assistance from all of you, the people of Nation C, we will always remember in our hearts."
Captain Robbins frowned and asked again, "Commander Manhwa, are you really one of us?"
Commander Manhwa laughed heartily and reaffirmed, "Of course, I saw it with my own eyes, and he is indeed a member of FIC. But he has another mission, and he told me not to reveal his identity."
Commander Robbins thought to himself, the misunderstanding is growing larger by the minute, this won't do.
If the truth comes out, our FIC organization will be in even greater trouble.
I need to explain.
The team members entering the room began praising happily. "Captain, your move was really clever."
A FIC member added, "We've sealed off all the information and secretly sent people to take direct action against Perseus." "Did you send Team 5's hero assassin?"
Another member spoke up.
"Only he could pull it off without anyone knowing."
Commander Robbins mumbled, "I had already considered the assassin, but when he heard that the boss of the hero organization had been crippled, he refused to accept the mission, even if it cost him his life." He chuckled awkwardly, and a member of FIC spoke up, "That's right, Captain. The president said you did a great job this time, so a reward has been announced." Commander Robbins quietly calculated in his mind, it was a gamble, and he would need to find time to coordinate his story with the assassin.
A notification beeped from the computer, and Robbins quickly sat down. The notification displayed, "This is the duty we should fulfill."
The internal broadcast voice came on.
"Senior leaders of FIC, we have been urged by the International Transformed Human Alliance. Becoming judges for the International Transformed Human Tournament will certainly allow the assassin to take the stage, helping the Daing Empire gain glory." Commander Robbins silently analyzed. With the assassin's strength, it seemed unlikely he would be able to compete at the international level.
In that case, they would have to deal with it when the time came. At the Luanda International Airport, planes were taking off one after another in order. Ludi closed his eyes and leaned his head back against the seat, not expecting that his trip to Nation C would end in a frantic return in fear. Mozone laughed loudly. "According to the data, a straight guy in the final stage, when pursued by a girl, will respond sluggishly and his brain will become muddled."
Ludi glared at Mozone, his face darkening, pointing to his own face. "Mozone, what do you know? Who's chasing me?"
Mozone smugly teased, "Ludi, look at that sluggish response."
Ludi sighed helplessly, "Fine, can't I just run away?"
Ludi took out a crystal necklace from his trouser pocket, the soft orange light reflecting off his hand, an unexpected harvest.
Mozone placed his hand on his chin, narrowing his eyes in observation.
The metal thread inside seemed to have been inserted in a very special way. He pondered, if that's the case, then this small necklace is merely a doorway. A small screen appeared on the necklace, showing 852 hours, 59 minutes, and 3 seconds remaining.
Ludi whispered, "What will happen once the time runs out?"
The plane Ludi was on had landed at Hai Family International Airport.
He gazed at the crystal, lost in thought.
20 hours had already passed, and thinking about having to travel all over the world, focusing on places with radiation along the route, he couldn't help but wonder how much more time would be wasted. A system notification popped up, revealing the classified files of the White House, dated 1997 and 2007, 2 UFOs from outer space had entered Europe. The framework's completion reached 94%, and they were kept at a secret base in Florida, Europe.
Mozone rubbed his nose, intrigued. "This is confidential information from the White House's floppy disk from the last system breach.
To think we got hold of such materials, this could become public transport."
Ludi sternly snapped, "Mozone, you're out of line. How big of a mess could this cause?"
Then he suddenly flipped his mood, placing his hand on his chin and stroking it, gleefully telling Mozone, "But I suppose it wouldn't hurt to go check it out one day."
Mozone grinned contentedly. "Then it's settled. Let's have some fun."
Suddenly, the plane experienced a malfunction, and countless desperate screams echoed from within. The flight attendant tried to reassure, "Passengers do not need to panic, the landing route is experiencing a bit of an urgent issue.
We will attempt to land again once the problem is resolved."
Ludi opened his eyes, looked up, and assessed the situation. While this was unexpected, it wasn't something that couldn't be solved. With a loud bang, everything around them exploded like a burst of smoke and debris. It was clear that the damage was significant. With a thud, a foot descended from above and landed on the ground. A muscular man with pink hair appeared. The passengers looked out through the airplane window and exclaimed. A passenger in a sleek black suit, with his mouth forming an O, shouted, "Taizé." A passenger with blonde hair, surprised, said, "That's the superpowered hero Taizé." Another passenger with short hair to his eyes joyfully shouted, Taizé is here to save us.
Lu Di, looking intrigued, noted the appearance of another modified individual. How interesting. The plane successfully landed at Hai Family International Airport.
Passengers and reporters rushed forward, surrounding Taizé.
Cameras clicked rapidly, and one passenger asked for his autograph. Taizé, please sign for me.
A reporter raised a microphone and asked, Taizé, may I ask where your superpowers come from? But Taizé, his face still cold as ice, did not respond. Lu Di observed from a distance, and Mo Zong spoke up, I just got my hands on the surveillance footage.
Taizé was never on any flight.
He had been waiting at the airport since early on. It seems like he came here on purpose for this rescue. Suddenly, Taizé moved closer to Lu Di, his sharp gaze locking onto him. Sir, do you need something? At that moment, two girls nearby were filming a TikTok video. The short-haired girl in a red strapless dress, holding her phone, was taking a picture of Lu Di, her gaze dreamy.
This kid is really handsome.
The long-haired girl in a purple dress standing next to her, covering her mouth, laughed and replied. This year, younger boys aren't in fashion anymore.
Lu Di waved his hand decisively and answered Taizé. It's nothing.
In the airport, people were bustling everywhere. On the airport's digital screen, breaking news flashed. The Refined Roll Corporation had discovered the mysterious enhancement of human agents, opening a new journey.
Lu Di looked up, frowning, and wondered aloud. The news about the mysterious human enhancement. I've only been gone for a few days, what on earth happened? Mo Zong appeared on his right shoulder and responded.
Lu Di, the hacker you found earlier, who had altered his left arm, is from the Refined Roll Corporation.
Lu Di sighed heavily. Could it be that they were going to reveal everything about the altered agents? This kid. Only Mo Zong from Europe is being too much. Otherwise, I wouldn't stand idly by.
The scene shifted to a desolate plot of land on the outskirts.
Lu Di's car stopped in front of two luxury vehicles. A group of people in black suits was already waiting.
Lu Di stepped out of the car and walked towards the suited group and the blonde-haired man standing there.
Koen Tang, braving the cold, spoke to the group. My boss, Mr. He, has said that you people are not suitable. 3 reasons to get out of here quickly. If you've forgotten, Koen Tang is a member of the Poker Guild, the one who appeared in 153. Upon seeing Lu Di, Xiao He was surprised.
The boy immediately rushed over to Lu Di, pointing at the people behind him and recounting the situation. Brother, these guys want to buy up the cemetery and the surrounding plots of land. At that moment, a person from Refined Roll Group stepped forward, their voice cold and indifferent. Refined Roll Group, we wish to acquire this place and turn it into a gene modification research center.
The price is not a concern.
Lu Di slipped his hands into his pockets and chuckled lightly.
It's been a while since I've met someone wealthy.
The person from Refined Roll placed a hand on their chest, responding proudly.
That's only natural.
Refined Roll will become the brightest company in the world, making the people of Nation H tremble.
Lu Di raised his finger, smiling as he responded. 10,000 coin. The person from Refined Roll sneered. You, a poor fool. Lu Di clarified.
In Nation H, we calculate by square meters.
He flashed a dangerous smile. This place of mine is about 50,000 square meters. 1 square meter costs 10 billion coin, 5 billion coin. Pay up, or you'll be the one getting hurt.
The Refined Roll representative frowned and signaled for an off-road vehicle behind him.
If you're so stubborn, then let our hero Taizé speak with you personally.
Lu Di silently thought to himself, Refined Roll really isn't an ordinary group. If they can't buy it, they'll try to force it. He walked past the Refined Roll representative, his eyes flashing with electric intensity.
If the hero Taizé is coming personally. Crack, the sound of his knuckles popping rang out.
Lu Di moved towards the vehicle, his smile growing more dangerous. I think I should take the initiative to welcome him.
Lu Di pulled the car door handle, a sharp click echoed through the tense atmosphere. The door opened, and inside sat Taizé, his gaze cold and his back as straight as a steel rod. The light from outside cast a faint halo around his muscular body, as though he were a warrior resting before battle. Lu Di observed, silently assessing. Just an A-level modification, probably just one of the lackeys in refined role. Lu Di placed his hand on Taizé's shoulder and calmly said, "You just need to sit and wait patiently inside the car." Taizé felt a great force pressing down on his shoulder, and he couldn't help but exclaim. The strength is overwhelming, there's really no way to resist it. Suddenly, the scene outside became chaotic. The wheels of the car deformed as if they were in disarray. Slowly, then abruptly, boom. Boom. Each tire exploded one by one, as if crushed by an invisible force. The body of the car tilted and swayed as if it was about to lift off the ground. In front of him, members of the refined role group stood around, mouths agape in shock, unable to believe their eyes. They had never witnessed such an illogical scene before. A man, with just a stance, had rendered the entire car immobile. Lu Di quickly slammed the door shut, and the sound echoed through the air, resonating like a warrior's declaration. Taizé, seated inside, dared not move or step outside. He turned and shot a sharp, piercing glance at the bewildered members of the refined role group standing behind him. Hero Taizé said he isn't coming out. One of the refined role group members stammered, "Why, you are from Nation H's Reformation unit." Lu Di crossed his arms, a slight, arrogant smile curling at the corners of his lips. His voice, cold as steel, addressed the members of the refined role group. "You better not provoke me, or I will make it impossible for any of you at refined role to find a place to stand." The refined role group members gritted their teeth, their voices filled with frustration. "Just wait, your graveyard will bury you sooner or later." The convoy of the refined role group drove off, disappearing into the dust. Lu Di stood still, sighed, and his gaze followed the convoy speeding down the road. Refined role will definitely be a huge headache in the future. Inside a cozy dining room, a table was set with a variety of beautiful and rich dishes, steam still rising from them. The warm light illuminated the entire space. Lu Di, Koen-Tang, and Lu Di's younger brother, all wearing blue jackets, sat together eating, their eyes glued to the live feed of the Refined Role Corporation's meeting. On the screen, the bright stage lights illuminated a well-dressed middle-aged man standing at the podium, his deep voice resonating. "I am Bird Ramgary, the CEO of Refined Role Corporation." The sound of applause echoed through the hall like thunder. Clap, clap, clap. Bird Ramgary continued, his voice solemn. "The evolution of humanity is no longer far from us. Refined Role Corporation has a history of research spanning 3 generations. Over the past decade, we've made tremendous breakthroughs in the field of human genetics. Today, I am here to announce that Refined Role is officially leading the world into the era of transhumanism." The hall buzzed with whispers. Suddenly, a figure dressed entirely in green appeared, his eyes cold and sharp like a shadow stepping out from the screen, causing the room to fall silent for a moment. Below in the hall, the whispers grew louder. A man in a white shirt recognized him and muttered, "Isn't that the guy from the online broadcast?" A man in a black shirt, amazed and unable to believe his eyes, exclaimed, "He really exists." A man in a red shirt added, "He is the evolved human created by Refined Role." Hu Guang stood next to the CEO, looking down at the hall. Bird Ramgary smiled confidently and said, "Our slogan at Refined Role is to provide humanity with the best living conditions. Therefore, all our transhumans are here to serve everyone." Suddenly, from somewhere, Taizé appeared carrying a 1-ton electric pole and greeted the audience. "Hello, everyone, I am Taizé. Unfortunately, I was out on a rescue mission and couldn't make it to the event in time." The audience in the hall was ecstatic, bursting with excitement. Turns out these heroes have already been protecting our people. The crowd cheered even more, praising the Refined Role group. "Refined Role is truly great, Refined Role is amazing." Bird Ramgary continued to introduce from the stage, his voice filled with confidence and momentum.
Next, I would like to invite the most powerful organization recognized internationally, FIC.
Bird Ramgary assured. These are the supervisors, ensuring that the mighty heroes of refined role will not cause any harm to anyone.
The applause was deafening.
Clap, clap, clap. Commander Robbins, leader of the North America FIC division, appeared, waving to the crowd. The announcement of FIC echoed through the microphone.
FIC has nearly 200 offices worldwide and close to 1,000 special forces.
Whispers spread through the audience. FIC is indeed very powerful.
It turns out that in the field of superhuman abilities, humanity has reached this level of perfection. Bird Ramgary took a step forward, arms spread wide as if welcoming something grand. Everyone down there, I am honored to introduce to you the mightiest hero of our refined role.
The light from above shone down as if someone were swiftly descending from the sky.
The sound of a jet engine roared loudly. A figure darted down from above. Behind him were a pair of wings. His speed was at least several hundred kilometers per hour.
Someone in the audience shouted, Tian Xingzhe.
Tian Xingzhe made a slight turn before slowly landing near Bird Ramgary and Robbins. He took off his helmet, revealing a handsome face with shiny blonde hair, a high nose, and a smile. The audience erupted at this extravagant entrance.
A girl in a sexy black dress exclaimed, "He's so cool."
Her friend in a pink shirt next to her shouted loudly, almost about to jump out of her seat, "He's so handsome."
Inside the room, the three of them were still watching the screen. Kuomintang, holding a giant chicken leg, chewed and said sarcastically, "TSK, TSK, TSK, look, these girls are screaming so much their lungs are about to burst." Kuomintang turned to Lu Di and mockingly said, "You're the second strongest man in the world, how come you don't have any fans?"
Lu Di replied calmly, "Just winning people's hearts." Suddenly, Lu Di's phone rang, and a familiar sound came through. "Kid, congratulations, you've received the reward."
"Got some time? Let's meet."
Lu Di raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, Duanhua must be reaching out to me about the refined role group. I've been wanting to check on the situation anyway.
He quickly responded, "Sure."
The scene shifted to a small, quiet restaurant with a classic style. Lu Di sat across from a middle-aged man wearing a loose shirt, his hair tinged with gray but his eyes still sharp. This was Duanhua, the veteran instructor of the Heaven's Net and Earth's Snare organization in the intelligence system. He said, "Kid, you and Lisa cracked the child trafficking case, and even burned down their lair." Duanhua smiled, pulled out a stack of money, and placed it on the table.
"Not bad, huh?
This is the reward for the enthusiastic citizens of the city, which I personally went to collect 2,000 coins. He glanced at him, curling his lips in a dismissive manner. "This is already the highest reward for an official."
Lu Di accepted it, nodding in thanks for the recognition from the organization.
Duanhua suddenly sighed, "I fear that I won't have the chance to accept rewards anymore." The sudden appearance of our Special Forces reinforcer is also becoming less popular.
Lu Di's expression turned serious. "With such grandiose publicity, what is the attitude of our H-nation government?" Duanhua raised a finger, signaling for him to come closer. He whispered softly, "To be honest, what our country is building right now is the technology of human reinforcements." Duanhua took his phone and sighed lightly. "The reinforcement technology in our H-nation is outdated. We can't avoid importing new improvement technologies from other countries." Lu Di's eyes brightened, and he immediately understood. It seems the H-nation government has no intention of revealing the existence of the celestial snare to the outside world.
Duanhua continued, his tone full of concern, "But this makes me very frustrated. Over time, people will begin to idolize foreign technologies, and that will make things much harder for us."
He looked directly at Lu Di, his words heavy and firm. "Aren't you going to step up and bring some glory to our H-nation?"
Lu Di remained silent for a moment, but in his heart, he understood. It seems the H-nation government is in hibernation, waiting for the right moment.
He firmly rejected him. "No." Duanhua pointed at him with disappointment in his voice. "What's this, you little brat? Why don't you love your country? Didn't you tell me before that you'd help me research reinforcement technology? When are you starting? Lu Di scratched his head, giving a forced smile. It hasn't been a month yet. Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the tense atmosphere. Lu Di stood up and slightly bowed. Instructor Duan Hua, I still have something to do, let's talk another day. Saying that, he put 2,000 coins into his pocket and left the restaurant. Behind him, Duan Hua gave a faint smile, his gaze following Lu Di with hidden meaning. Don't I understand you? On the outside, you remain calm, but that doesn't mean you don't take action. Lu Di stood in front of the restaurant, holding his phone to his ear, watching the bustling crowd. A familiar voice came through the phone. Lu Di, the supreme hero, they just contacted me to discuss the matter of representation. Lu Di raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Has this superheroism ideology already affected me so quickly? The voice on the other end belonged to Zhang Tianjia, Lu Di's close friend from university, who is now the CEO of a company Lu Di had once invested in. I'm not particularly interested, but other companies are competing for the representative role, and I can't just ignore the brand image. Lu Di replied indifferently. Forget the signing, if the company needs it, I can create a few heroes for you. Tianjia shouted. Lu Di, you're rambling again, just let it be, there's only one person, we can't negotiate anymore. The scene shifted to the largest gang in Hai Family, the fifth floor of the Christian organization. In a spacious room, a young man stood before a tall, muscular man and a modern machine. Bodyguards surrounded them, standing at attention. The young man was Lu Di's little junior. He sat with his legs crossed on the machine, swinging his feet, speaking to the man before him. Have you learned the operating methods of this machine? Nyon, the big guy next to him, scratched his head and smiled. Hee, little brother, there's no problem at all. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and Lu Di appeared. As soon as the bodyguards saw Lu Di, they all shouted in unison, "Second brother." Lu Di walked up to little junior, furrowing his brow as he noticed the tattoo on the kid's upper arm. What's going on? Little junior boldly raised his hand to show the tattoo to Lu Di. Nyon chuckled awkwardly, constantly rubbing the back of his neck. Little brother said he wants to get a tattoo according to tradition, it's just a joke. He. Lu Di ruffled little junior Lu's hair, his voice teasing. The kid's getting tattoos according to tradition now? It's been a few days, and you've already become a mafia boss? Little junior Lu raised both hands proudly, his eyes gleaming with mischief. No other choice, born into the underworld, if the top is corrupt, the bottom will be chaotic. Lu Di was momentarily taken aback by the mature words from the kid, and couldn't help but let out a sound. Ah! At that moment, a girl with long red hair approached. Her expression was serious, but still held a gentle demeanor. Sir, the factory has produced a large number of security doors. It turned out to be Nam Ruiyi. She continued, her voice steady but clearly confident. We've been conducting research and testing these past few days. As she spoke, she gently patted little junior's head, her gaze filled with admiration. Your little brother is incredibly skilled in this area, he's been teaching us how to use these devices. Lu Di looked at little junior Lu with a thoughtful expression. The kid's talent in electronics had already been evident more than once, and he would only get better in the future. Lu Di suddenly spoke sternly to kid, give me 3 minutes to erase those tattoos for you. Little junior Lu quickly pointed to the tattoo on his bicep, grinning mischievously. This is a tattoo made with ink that sticks to my skin, very firmly. You can't wash it off in 3 minutes. Lu Di raised an eyebrow slightly, responding calmly, then we will wait until it's completely gone before we return. With that, he turned his back and directed his attention to Nyon. Nyon, take him away. Without a word, Nyon immediately threw little junior Lu over his shoulder. Kid struggled fiercely, shouting, let me go, let me go. A moment later, in the internal meeting room, Lu Di opened the meeting with a clear voice. Today's agenda is to understand the technology, and then discuss the specific content for driving its implementation.
As he spoke, he grabbed the remote and turned on the large screen behind him, inviting everyone to view the materials. A beep sounded, and the screen lit up, showing various types of smart machinery from different industries. Lu Di pointed at the screen and continued, "Behind these machines is a control system called Pei Ben." He continued, his eyes gleaming with pride, "You can think of it like a security staff, capable of tracking user information." The employees below were stunned, all thinking to themselves, "I thought it was just a mechanical assembly line, but it turns out it's a high-tech system, the second-level encryption lock." Lu Di continued, his voice becoming somewhat more serious, "I'm not concerned about the manufacturing machines, but about the internet technology aspect." Just then, the sound of a phone ringing broke the moment. Ring, ring, ring. Lu Di picked up the phone, seeing the name of the Cybersecurity Bureau. "Hi family, Sun Dong Ming." As soon as the button was pressed, the familiar loud voice immediately rang out from the other end of the line. "Lu Di, please help me. I'm about to be killed by you." Lu Di chuckled wickedly, "What did I do?" Sun Leader's voice grew serious, "You better remember this well." But right after that, Dong Ming angrily shouted, "The #1 hacker beauty from Nation H has been bugging me every day, wanting to meet you." His voice boomed over the phone. "You need to find a time for the two of you to meet, I'm about to be driven crazy." Upon hearing this, Lu Di thought to himself, whatever is missing will eventually come. The person who works in the internet field must have already arrived, right? With Lin Yi's capabilities, handling this industry is a piece of cake. Dong Ming's voice came again, urging, "The place is the 5th floor, at the corner of the Christian organization, the time is now." 20 minutes later, a girl with light pink short hair gently pushed the door open and stepped in, radiating a charm that was both cute and sharp. Lu Di quickly stood up, politely gesturing, "Miss Lin, please have a seat. We were just discussing the company's software system, and you could offer some helpful guidance." Linny sat down lightly, her gaze unable to hide her unease. When she saw that Lu Di's employees looked like gangsters, she trembled slightly. She whispered, the meeting continued, and Lu Di kept talking about the functions of the waiter system. Linny listened while secretly thinking, amazed. "This is incredible, it's almost divine. This waiter system really is something to be in awe of." Suddenly, she boldly stood up, her voice filled with shyness but determination. "Mr. Lu, is your company still hiring?" This was the exact question Lu Di had been waiting for. He immediately answered, "Of course, Miss Linny, we welcome you to join." 3 days later, all the stores of Baihu Foam had replaced their signs with the same one. On a night with a neon sign, the future would arrive in the present, appearing everywhere within 2 families, causing a sensation throughout the entire city. In the conference room, Lu Di was solemnly appointing Nam Ruoyi. From then on, Nam Ruoyi would be the leader, the one responsible for ending meetings. As soon as he finished speaking and was about to leave, his gaze landed on a familiar figure, who let out a taunting sound at the little junior Lu. The kid felt something was wrong. Before he could react, Lu Di grabbed the collar of his shirt and dragged him away. Following him, the little junior was in a panic. Little junior struggled desperately, shouting, "Let go of me, violent bear, let go of me." Not long after, the two of them arrived at a private office. Little junior Lu was thrown onto a chair, his face twisted in displeasure. Lu Di pointed to the computer screen, which was displaying several schools, and said firmly to the kid, "Choose one." Little junior Lu resisted, "Violent bear, I'm not going to school." Lu Di took out a cigarette, lit it, and put it in his mouth, his tone calm, "You have to choose one." The kid raised both hands, showing his determination, "I want to stay here and research machinery. I can even be a free research staff for you." Lu Di coldly replied, "That's not an option." Little junior Lu jumped off the chair, standing opposite Lu Di, his eyes sparkling as if he was about to cry. "Violent bear, I know all that knowledge. I can even understand a thesis on quantum mechanics. Don't make me go to school or I'll explode." Lu Di sighed, bent down, and rubbed the kid's head, speaking slowly, "I know you're a little genius, but you need to learn how to interact with people your age if you want to integrate into society more easily." Little junior Lu fell silent for a moment before pointing at the computer screen, his eyes lighting up when he saw the words on TI High Elementary School family. He seemed to be in a refined, secure state. Little Junior Lu sat sprawled on the cold floor, his eyes teary, his mouth twisted in a pout. The kid angrily looked up at the person across from him, shouting inside his mind. No, the violent bear is too cruel. The kid crossed his arms, pouting sulkily, and declared firmly, his voice sharp as if revealing a secret plan.
Well then, I won't hesitate to tell you my plan.
I'll cause trouble, and I'll be expelled very soon. Lu Di merely raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, his expression as calm as ever. He answered slowly, his tone deliberate and unwavering.
Then I won't hesitate to tell you that I'm on the school board.
No one dares to expel you. As soon as the words left his mouth, little Junior Lu immediately felt hopeless, squirming and wriggling like a little worm that had fallen into water. Then suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing broke the chaotic atmosphere. Lu Di pressed the phone to his ear, speaking softly.
Mom!
A woman's voice came from the other end of the line, stern but tinged with concern.
My dear troublemaker, is my precious grandson still doing well?
Lu Di glanced at little Junior Lu, who was sniffling with tears, and nodded as he responded. He's doing well, and he'll find a group of friends soon. On the other end of the line, the voice of his mother, Su-yun, became more serious.
That's good. I have something to ask you. Do you know about the Hero Academy founded by the Refined Role Organization?
Lu Di's gaze briefly swept across the news articles in his technological field of vision. He thought to himself, surprised that they were moving so quickly.
Oof. Su-yun's soft laughter came through the phone again. My dear troublemaker, let me tell you a secret. Your long-lost father was once a renowned expert in genetics from Nation H.
The words sounded like thunder in his ears.
Lu Di was stunned.
For all these years, his mother had never mentioned his father, not even his name. He blurted out.
What?
Mo Zong immediately activated the search mode on the screen, scrolling through a series of information. Lu Zhengqing, a neural genetics expert, declared in 1998 the discovery of the mystery of the human brain, reflecting the imagined world of the human brain, and then disappeared. On the other end of the phone, Su-yun continued, her voice slow yet resolute.
That damn son, go ahead and play the hero too.
Lu Di tightened his grip on the phone, his voice unchanged, but his gaze darkened slightly. Mom, it's not the right time for you to get involved with them.
Your son is far better than them.
Su-yun sighed, her voice quiet but filled with faith.
I'm not someone who cares about face. Your father once said you were the most perfect creation of his life.
A faint smile appeared on Lu Di's lips when he heard her continue. Your father also said that from the very core of your being, you're not an ordinary person.
Mo Zong continued to update the information, his mechanical voice steady.
From 1999 to 2004, Lu Zhengqing served as the scientific genetics advisor at the Refined Role Group in Europe.
After a few seconds of contemplation, Lu Di spoke. Mom, then I agree with you. I'll visit the Refined Role Group.
Su-yun seemed to have just unloaded a weight from her heart and laughed heartily.
Ah, good, you damned son. The enlightened patriarch is fine, no need to overdo it.
Lu Di responded briefly.
All right, I got it.
Then he hung up the phone.
Mo Zong reminded him, his voice low and serious.
Refined Role, like other reform organizations, has its core materials completely hidden from the network.
Lu Di nodded lightly, already making plans in his mind. If he wanted to learn and study, he could only infiltrate. Lu Di gently picked up little Junior Lu and carried him out of the towering five-cornered building.
As soon as they stepped into the main hall, an overwhelming sight of dogs greeted their eyes. On the giant screen, a young man with bright blonde hair appeared, none other than Tian Xingzhe, the person currently causing a storm across all media outlets. Strangely, not just one, but all the surrounding high-rise buildings seemed to simultaneously display images of Tian Xingzhe, creating an incredibly impressive scene.
Little Junior Lu looked up at the large screen in front of him, clicking his tongue in admiration, then turned to Lu Di, saying, "TSK, he's quite handsome, Violent Bear, you should take a look at him." Lu Di thought to himself, winning the hearts of the people. Just then, a sleek, shiny luxury car pulled up right in front of them. Little Junior Lu, eyes wide with curiosity, asked, "Violent Bear, where are we going?" Lu Di mysteriously replied, "You'll find out in a bit." The car took them to a small store with a simple sign. As soon as the two walked in, the shopkeeper, a middle-aged man, briskly approached them with a friendly smile and asked, "Are you looking for stationery, little ones? We have lots of great stuff here." While speaking, the shopkeeper picked up a pen box with Tian Xing's image on it, enthusiastically introducing it, Here's our best-selling item." Both Lu Di and little Junior Lu silently thought to themselves, feeling a wordless sense of disillusionment. Everywhere they went, there were reminders of the star. Little Junior Lu approached the counter, looked up with his big eyes at the shopkeeper, and said playfully, "Uncle, can you give me a set of SpawnBot instead? Otherwise, someone will get jealous." Lu Di also stepped forward and calmly said, "The boss has prepared the complete Tian Xingja set, from the pen holder to the book bag." The shop owner quickly responded, "Got it." Lu Di turned to look at the kid and said, "I told you, I won't bother with these things." The little Junior Lu softly turned and walked away, muttering an ambiguous phrase, "The explanation is just a cover-up." The two of them were then escorted into a polite reception room. Inside, a young woman dressed simply yet exuding an intellectual aura, Gianni, the future teacher of little Junior, was sitting in waiting. She looked at Lu Di and said, "Mr. Lu, the usual age for school enrollment is 7. Then, she looked at little Junior Lu with a somewhat worried expression, "Your child is too young, I'm afraid he might be bullied." Little Junior Lu immediately raised his index finger and pointed at his own face, confidently saying, "Don't worry, I'll hold back, and try to protect their dignity. After all, they're just kids." Lu Di sat beside and looked at the kid, his gaze revealing a sense of experience. And Di coughed softly, trying to hide her surprise. Although a child, he was so knowledgeable, speaking as if it were all true. She turned to Lu Di and politely said, "Mr. Lu, please leave your contact information. It will be convenient to discuss the child's matters in the future." Lu Di nodded and replied, "Li teacher, I may have to trouble you later. This child of mine is not easy to raise." Upon hearing this, and Di smiled faintly, "A bit shy, Mr. Lu, you can rest assured to entrust him to me. I'll make sure those kids don't bully him." The three of them stood up together. And Di glanced at the clock and said, "It's getting late, little Junior, come with me." Lu Di quietly observed Di, holding little Junior Lu's hand as they left. A vague sense of unease rose in his heart. He whispered, as if to reassure himself, "That's how Mo Zong is." Lu Di Dung's phone lightly vibrated, and an invitation to be friends from an account named German IG Ani appeared on the screen. He accepted the invitation. Immediately, the screen switched to the chat interface. The first message popped up with an enthusiastic tone. "Welcome, father of little Junior Lu." "Welcome, welcome." Lu Di quickly replied politely. "Thank you, everyone. If my son makes any mistakes in the future, I hope Mo Zong and all of you will be generous and forgiving." The reply came instantly. "There's no need for such formalities, no father of little Junior here." Lu Di muttered softly to himself, his gaze distant. "Little Junior is starting school, next will be my turn." In front of him, Lu Di saw the Hero Academy gradually becoming clearer through the stretches of green trees. He stopped the car, opened the door, and stepped out while looking up at the grand and imposing school building. A bustling scene met his eyes. Countless people had gathered in front of the school gate, forming a sea of people. Lu Di thought to himself, "I didn't expect the Hero Academy to be this popular already." Just then, a young man in a dark purple shirt walked up and patted Lu Di's shoulder familiarly. "Hey, bro." The young man continued in a tone full of familiarity. "The first exam is to use your fist, punching with 180 kg of force, did you know?" Lu Di was a little surprised, his mouth forming an O shape. Yeah, I saw the selection criteria online.
The young man in the purple shirt suddenly glanced around furtively, looking suspicious. He quickly pulled a small pill out of his pocket, held it up in front of Lu Di, and whispered. This pill of mine can temporarily boost your strength.
It's 50,000 a pill, how many would you like?
At that moment, a mechanical voice from the motorbike echoed in Lu Di's mind. Drug starch, pigment enhancement, major boost.
He continued to try to persuade, saying, Brother, we can negotiate the price.
Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Di shook his head and walked away, thinking to himself, with such a foolish scam, I doubt anyone will fall for it.
After walking a few steps, a plump figure wearing dark sunglasses suddenly blocked his way.
The fat man smirked and said, For 50,000, you can start the test right now.
Lu Di couldn't help but shake his head, thinking, the job of a middleman really has developed quickly.
As the two were at a standoff, the screeching sound of car brakes cut through the noise of the crowd. A refined man in a brown suit stepped out of a luxury car, his tone authoritative.
Whatever price he offers, I'll offer double for this spot. It's mine now.
The fat man narrowed his eyes and looked at the man, his voice full of challenge. Young master, that guy offered a price of 1 million.
Do you have enough money?
This man was Lan Zuoren.
He raised his chin and replied to the fat man, Isn't it just 200 million? I'll take it.
Lu Di crossed his arms and watched, thinking to himself, I need to teach him a lesson. I'll take it for 300 million, the agent sneered, without hesitation. I'll pay double as well, 600,000, the man named MC cheerfully turned to Lu Di and said.
Brother, isn't there a higher offer?
Lu Di appeared to concede, saying, I give up, I'll let him have it. At that moment, Mo Zong announced, Lu Di, I've finished fixing the registration system.
You're up in 5 minutes. Lu Di thought to himself, I'd better move quickly.
Lu Di began pushing through the thick crowd, trying to find his way to the registration area. The voice of the guide shouting through a loudspeaker drowned out the surrounding noise.
The punching strike weight limit has increased to 230 kg.
He held the list in his hand, his voice echoing through the loudspeaker.
Next, Lu Di?
Amidst the noisy crowd, Lu Di raised his hand high and called out clearly. Here. In his heart, Lu Di thought, this is Nation H, it seems that the refined roll cannot be privatized here. Behind him, Lan Zuoren gritted his teeth, witnessing the entire situation. He cursed under his breath.
Damned kid, daring to play with me. The next time I see you, I'll make sure to break your legs. A health check staff member spoke to Lu Di.
Mr. Lu, the first step of the check is to take a blood sample for chemical testing.
Lu Di frowned and replied.
I saw on the notice that this step could be skipped. The staff member shrugged and said. I'm just reminding you out of kindness, HL blood type will receive special treatment. He continued, his tone slightly bitter.
But if you don't cooperate, then I assume you've given up this opportunity.
Lu Di looked him directly in the eyes and firmly answered. I choose not to cooperate. The staff member gritted his teeth and thought to himself, pretending to be from Nation H. He marked a check on the notebook with a pen, then turned to Lu Di, offering a thin, sarcastic smile.
Young man, your choice is certainly smart. Anyway, the result will be the same.
Lu Di paid no attention to the sarcastic remark and quickly turned to head toward the strength testing area. Standing in front of the testing machine, Lu Di quietly assessed it. It resembled the underground lab of NG exactly. A staff member standing next to him spoke.
Your test, Lu Di, is here with grape juice. The starting point is over there. You only have 5 minutes to adjust the time.
Lu Di gently shook his head and thanked him.
No need.
The mechanical voice of the motorbike sounded in Lu Di's head.
Lu Di, your test has arrived.
You need to control your strength between 0.35% and 0.38%. Lu Di gently stretched his wrist and thought to himself, so hiding one's true strength can be difficult, huh? Suddenly, from above, a seductive woman with purple hair, wearing a tight red dress, was intently watching the field. She was Li Bo-wei, one of the trainers at the Hero Academy. She looked down at the contestants and let out a soft sigh. No talented individuals have appeared these past 2 days. Lu Di took a deep breath, his knees slightly bending, and a soft gust of air rang out. The inspector nearby saw this and thought to himself, is it really necessary to put on such a show for just one punch? In truth, Lu Di was having a headache because he didn't know how to control his strength. He swung his fist and struck the machine. The numbers on the electronic screen fluctuated wildly, continuously rising without stop. From above, Ziyu observed, and couldn't help but be surprised. This person's strength isn't bad. The large screen displayed the final number, 223. The people around them began whispering with regret. What a shame, if only he had come earlier, he could have easily passed the selection. Lu Di was sweating profusely, panicking inside, thinking, what? Control failure? How am I going to explain this to Mom? Will little Junior Lu laugh at me? This is not good. Lu Di clenched his fist and struck again, thinking to himself, looks like I'll have to play dirty. With that, his punch caused a tremendous shock to the machine. The machine displayed a message, congratulations, you have passed the strength test. One of his competitors, puzzled, thought to himself, can the number change like that? How did he manage to do that? Ziyu stood observing and wondered, is this the sound of a supersonic explosion? Another person in the stands couldn't help but be surprised. This kid might just become a hero in the future. Lu Di also successfully completed the running segment with a time of 49.8 seconds. As for the bullet dodging part, Lu Di didn't lag behind either, dodging 10 consecutive shots and achieving a valid result. After the competition, Lu Di rubbed his aching body, cursing inwardly, this testing data is beyond the average person's ability. This is really a form of robbery. A notification appeared on the system, refined role is recruiting 0.1% of genius physiques. A person holding a form couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected it. There are really people like this, almost like divine beings. Ziyu, looking at Lu Di, felt a sense of confusion. All of his results seemed barely valid. Was he hiding his true abilities, or had he used all his strength? Her mind was made up no matter what, she had to recruit this person. Ziyu approached to introduce herself, hello, Mr. Lu Di, I'm Ziyu. You've passed this test, and Enzin is a member of my team. From now on, I will be your instructor during your training process. Lu Di also happily extended his hand for a handshake, hello. As soon as they shook hands, her full information appeared before Lu Di. Mo Zong stroked his chin, then said, after checking, 6 years of her records are blank, but there is data showing her last employer was Chao Cheng-he. Lu Di tried to recall. Chao Cheng-he seemed to be the person in charge of Dragon Might, the one General Heishan mentioned, and also someone connected to the Research Center for Human Modifications that Nation H was keeping hidden. Looking at Ziyu in front of him, Lu Di seemed to have figured something out. It seemed that Nation H was suffering from the influx of news, but it did not endure quietly. In the distance, a man ran over and said, Mr. Lu, next, you need to sign a contract with our news company to stay in the student dormitory for free, and you will also be entitled to various valuable medicines. Lu Di asked again, sign a contract? Stay in the dormitory? The man answered indifferently, that's right. Unexpectedly, Lu Di responded without hesitation, I refuse. The man seemed a little dissatisfied, what is this? Mr. Lu, you're not begging us, this is a mandatory condition. Ziyu stepped in front of him and said to the man, let's talk about the procedures later. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. The man's face showed some hesitation. Ziyu turned to Lu Di and said, the medicine provided by the news company, I suggest you accept it. Lu Di put his hands in his pockets and calmly replied, that's only natural, but I don't accept the rules. However, how could I miss such a good deal? Hearing this, Ziyu couldn't help but think, why does this person seem so shameless? Another person, dissatisfied, said, this can't be done.
You need to follow the proper procedures. Ziyu ignored him and said to Lu Di, never mind, soon the company will say, please follow me. She led him to a room. Ziyu took the initiative to open the door so they could both enter. Once inside, she ordered the others to open the boxes. The other person followed her command and opened the box. Inside were small bottles, which seemed to contain some kind of medicine. Lu Di, quick on his feet, grabbed the door and opened it wide. The man beside him was dissatisfied. Be careful, these things are very valuable. Mo Zone, standing next to him, remarked that the nature of this medicine seemed peculiar, as it appeared to be a plant or microorganism with humans as its host. Upon hearing this, Lu Di was somewhat surprised. He picked up a bottle and opened its lid. The man panicked, don't touch it, be careful. A bit of the substance flew out, forming a strange green smoke. Lu Di quickly closed the lid, smiling as he responded, all right, I won't touch it. He muttered softly, the color of this medicine really makes one lose their appetite. Lu Di turned to Ziyu and said, I refuse to use it. She angrily replied, don't get too full of yourself. I'm protecting you because you're from Nation H. Lu Di waved his hand dismissively, don't say it like that. You're a role model teacher, so of course you should be a little more tolerant with your students. Who knows, maybe I'll surprise you. He walked toward the door, waving as he said, call me again once your team has finished gathering. Goodbye. Ziyu, irritated, thought to herself, this guy is such a bothersome expert. Lu Di walked out of the building, and there were many people outside. One of them was surprised, the guy in the white shirt who had just entered had passed the test. Someone beside him spoke, this is really impressive. Lu Di ignored them, only smiling enigmatically. The observer in the corner thought to himself, that kid actually passed the entrance exam. He clenched his fist tightly, clearly displeased. All right, fine. I'll wait for you at the Hero Academy. You'll regret provoking me. In a strange, round room under the glaring sunlight. The tiny cells are constantly moving, they are blue in color, just like the drug from earlier. Lu Di raised his head to look through the microscope. The movement of these cells was very strange. Mo Zone, who was beside him, explained, this is the enzyme that will soften the DNA strands, making it easier for future modification. He spoke somewhat anxiously about how this drug worked. If the softening process is not inhibited, the DNA will be completely altered, and the subject will either be lost or transformed into a mutated monster. Lu Di immediately understood, so this essence wanted to use this method to control the people of Nation H. Upon realizing their intentions, he resolutely thought, if that's the case, I will definitely not just stand by and watch. Mo Zone put his hands on his hips and said to him, I can try to find a way to neutralize this enzyme. Lu Di glanced at his watch and thought to himself, little Junior Lu is about to finish school, I need to go pick him up. At the school, the bell signaling the end of classes rang out, ring ring. Outside, there were countless people waiting to pick up their children. Little Junior was playing with a group of kids. They surrounded him with very interested expressions. Lu Di looked over and silently thought, it seems this kid makes friends very quickly. Soon after, he picked up little Junior and took him back to his home. Lu Di opened the door creaked as they entered with great energy. A small dog quickly ran out, wagging its tail. Little Junior happily picked it up, do you have a name? If not, I'll call you Scarlet Air. Little Junior ran around with the dog in his arms. Lu Di reminded him, little Junior Lu, don't make a mess and break things. The kid turned around and argued, this is to prepare for the craft lesson at school. Lu Di was helpless, this reason is also reasonable. The little Junior smiled happily, no longer paying attention to him. Mo Zong appeared and spoke to Lu Di, let it torment itself, we still need to study the medicine and the technology of the transformed people, we can't take care of it. Lu Di continuously worked in the laboratory, sometimes holding a test tube, sometimes staring through a microscope to examine. After a long while, he picked up a pen and wrote something, it seemed like a prescription. Lu Di held the test tube in his hand, and Mo Zong happily said, the medicine to deal with the refined roll is finally finished.
He stared at the bottle of medicine in his hand, thinking to himself, these past few days, while researching the medicine, I have also examined the DNA of humans. Lu Di stroked his chin. Everyone's DNA is different. If we want to evolve, we may need to try fusion. Mo Zong scratched his head, speaking with a puzzled tone, not quite understanding. Lu Di extended his hand, pressed a button on the controller, and immediately a screen full of data appeared. He began explaining to Mo Zong, simply put, this is like each block in a Rubik's Cube being injected with a type of DNA characteristic. Each time the Rubik's Cube rotates, it will have a different combination. Mo Zong stroked his chin and voiced his thoughts. So, it means selecting the best genes to recombine, but this process still carries risks. Lu Di agreed, the fusion process must avoid the risk of mutation rejection. Looking at the screen in front of him, Lu Di said to Mo Zong, to complete the fusion, it must undergo countless rotations. Mo Zong eagerly responded, this method is great, we can give it a try. Lu Di smiled and assigned the task to him. First, help me gather all the DNA data, and I'll recreate a model of the rotating sequence. Mo Zong gave an enthusiastic gesture. Okay, don't worry, leave it to me, it'll be quick. The screen displayed countless combinations of DNA genes, which were incredibly confusing to look at. Lu Di sat in front of the computer, continuously searching, unsure of how much time had passed before he finally let go of the keyboard and exhaled, relieved that he was done. The subsequent deductions could be completed by an automated program. Mo Zong sat with his arms crossed and sighed, from here on, we just need to proceed with the experimental creation, defeating refined role is only a matter of time. Lu Di, sitting on the chair with his eyes closed, resting, was asked, have you slept yet? Outside, the sun was still shining brightly, with no sign of cooling down. Suddenly, a voice sounded, wake up, hurry up. Lu Di looked up at the child standing in front of him and asked, what's wrong, Shouty? The child, embarrassed, said, sorry to disturb your rest, but the little junior school needs you to come over. He rubbed his eyes, asking in confusion, what happened? Did something go wrong at school? Shouty explained, today, the little junior school is holding a handmade invention award ceremony. Lu Di stood up excitedly and said, then I must go to cheer them on. I'll brush my teeth first, wait for me. He turned on the tap to brush his teeth and wash his face. As he looked at himself in the mirror, he decided not to shave, thinking to himself that it might be better to keep the beard, even if it made him look a bit scruffy, as it would save him from some troublesome situations. Right after that, Lu Di arrived at Heroes and Elites Primary School, where little Junior was studying. The girls, their faces flushed with excitement, complimented him. Is this the parent? So handsome, and so masculine. I wish I had a way to contact him. As Lu Di walked down the street, he cursed his damned charm inwardly. On the way, countless parents couldn't help but turn their heads to look at him. After walking for a while, Lu Di finally spotted his kid. He cheerfully patted little Junior's head and asked, what are you doing? Little Junior responded, Violent Bear, I thought you weren't coming. If you didn't show up, you would have missed my amazing invention. The kid pointed to the person beside him and said, let me introduce you, this is Panbo. His parents are busy with work, so they couldn't come with him. Lu Di smiled and greeted the kid. Hello there. The kid obediently replied, hello, Lu Uncle. Little Junior was quite righteous. You're so silly, there's no invention. Little brother is willing to bring me along. Lu Di patted the kid's head and praised him, you're all well-behaved children. In my heart, I've already given you the top spot. Little Junior crossed his arms and frowned. Who needs your recognition? I'm going to shock the teacher into speechlessness. Lu Di responded in dissatisfaction, kid, this is the strongest form of recognition from the world. Little Junior didn't care much. It wasn't something anyone would notice. The competition soon began. A boy came up and presented his invention, introducing countries and the equator marked on his basketball globe. The judges and parents in the audience clapped continuously. Another boy introduced his invention, my project is a wind-powered generator that can light up a lamp.
Little Junior watched with disdain, thinking to himself, these things made by kids. Ludi asked Kid, where is your work?
Little Junior crossed his arms and mysteriously replied, it's a secret. The host on stage called out, next, please welcome the inventor, Little Junior Lu. At the introduction, applause erupted continuously.
Little Junior confidently walked up to the stage.
Pan Bo followed behind, pushing the group's product.
Kid proudly introduced, next, I will present to everyone an invention that will astonish the world.
One of the judges silently assessed, thinking to themselves, this child still seems a bit clueless.
Little Junior started his presentation on stage, my invention is a suit.
It not only resists wear and tear but can also withstand temperatures up to 900 degrees, and it's bulletproof. Kid, with pride, held up the cover of his invention and said, its name is 100, implying that it will last for 100 years without needing replacement.
Another judge was surprised, how can such a young child know so much? Little Junior crossed his arms and asked, don't you believe me? Kid arrogantly continued, well, then let me show you. Pan Bo, standing next to Kid, quickly replied, yes.
Pan Bo yanked the curtain hard, trying to pull it back so everyone could see the invention. But before he could fully pull it, a loud crash was heard from outside. The parents were startled, and one of them shouted, help! Ludi quickly grabbed the hands of the two children, comforting them, don't be scared. From outside, a group of thugs carrying guns stormed into the room.
The leader of the robbers shouted loudly, don't move.
Stay here quietly, or I'll take blood from each of you.
The crowd immediately panicked and crouched down on the floor, hugging their heads tightly.
The robber threatened, you all better cooperate with me.
Wait until the government from the two families transfers the money, then you'll be safe.
After saying this, he ordered his subordinates, tie them up for me. Outside, the parents and teachers had also been completely controlled. Ludi sat among them, secretly lamenting, this is really strange, the public security of Nation H is ranked number 1 in the world.
He stroked his chin, evaluating this action. Even if they managed to rob successfully, this was the city center, and escaping would be an issue.
Mo Zong, who was beside him, spoke up, if you want, it only takes a few seconds to deal with this trash.
Ludi smiled, stopping him, I still want to see whose play this is.
He closed his eyes, as if predicting the future, that someone from Refined Roll would come to their rescue.
Ludi smirked with disdain, so it's like that, another show from Refined Roll. The little junior hesitantly asked him, Violent Bear, aren't you going to do something? Pan Bo, who was beside him, immediately responded to the kid, little brother, what are you saying?
Why let your dad go down? Someone, noticing their noise, cursed, shut up, we'll attract the attention of those robbers, and we're done for.
Ludi reassured the two kids, it's okay, soon some heroes will come to save you. The little junior unhappily said, are we just going to let those people take the spotlight? Ludi smiled and replied, such low tactics, I have no interest in participating.
One of the robbers, noticing their chatter, reminded them, hey, stop talking.
But what he received in return was a killing intent emanating from Ludi.
The robber broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, this man seems not so easy to mess with. Having thought it through, he turned and left.
It was better to just ignore it.
Outside Heroes and Elite's primary school, a crowd of people had gathered around. A reporter holding a microphone was giving a news update. At present, the criminals had tightly fortified their position, and the special forces had no way to infiltrate. Both sides were at a standstill. She anxiously wondered whether Refined Roll, our hero and protector, would be able to arrive at the scene and resolve this threat. As she was thinking, a figure suddenly descended from above. Xingzhe didn't say much but immediately kicked two of the robbers, sending them reeling in pain. A parent, overjoyed, exclaimed, the heroes are here, the children are saved. Outside, Taizé rushed in, striking the robbers with fierce blows, sending them scattering. The robbers, dazed and confused, had no time to react.
A girl, her eyes full of admiration, said, oh my god, they really came.
The others, without a word, thought to themselves, these human superheroes are truly formidable. Just a few punches and they've broken through the criminals' defenses. The leader of the robbers was soon defeated, lying motionless on the ground. The three superheroes stood amidst the robbers, exuding a powerful aura. The parents were all immensely grateful, speaking up, "The children are saved, thank goodness for the heroes." Xingzhe spoke up, "Everyone, remain calm and keep order. Punishing criminals and maintaining public safety is the duty of us, the heroes of refined role." Lu Di, looking at the crowd surrounding the hero, couldn't help but sneer. Little Junior, pretending to be knowledgeable, spoke up, "The violent bear, I saw through it long ago. And Zin doesn't want to reveal himself." Lu Di explained to the kid, "You're still too young, you don't understand that what they're playing with is the people's hearts. He needs to wait for an opportunity to let them climb higher so they'll fall harder." Pan Bo called from afar, "Little brother, I'm afraid the exhibition can't continue anymore. After we finish packing up, could you ask your father to give me a ride home?" The little junior quickly agreed, casually mocking Lu Di, "Seems like the ambitions of the violent bear now can only make him a driver." The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Refined Roll Corporation, a tall skyscraper located in the heart of the city. Byram sat in his chair and asked Losanan, "How's the preparation going?" Losanan responded confidently, "We're ready to start any time." Byram pushed up his glasses and continued, "Our hero is down there at the school, and people's eyes are quickly rushing to the next disaster site to think about rescuing him. It feels so grand." With that, he laughed smugly. Replied, "But the scale of this situation is not small. We still don't have a concrete plan, and I'm afraid they won't be able to handle it." Byram gripped the paper on the desk tightly, clearly displeased with this response. Sure enough, he angrily asked, "What do you mean they can't handle it? Is that going to make them log off or something?" Then he corrected himself, "If we don't lose a few people, how will Nation H realize the greatness of our refined role?" Losanan immediately agreed, "Sir, your strategy is brilliant." Byram smiled cunningly at the praise. At Heroes and Elites Primary School, Lu Di's car had quickly left the scene. Inside the car, the little junior and Pan Bo were enjoying some ice cream. Kid Pan Bo didn't forget to give Lu Di his address. "Lu Uncle, my home is in the Hai Tang district." "Thank you." While driving, Lu Di responded to the kid, "I know, we need to cross the bridge over the Hui Hai River." Not long after, the vehicle ascended the bridge. Countless vehicles were speeding across the bridge without stopping. A sudden snap sounded, as if a support beam of the bridge had broken. A strange buzzing noise filled the air, as though some force was controlling the support beam of the bridge. Immediately, the sound of cracking and breaking echoed, and the surface of the bridge quickly showed numerous cracks. The vehicles moving across the bridge had to abruptly slam on their brakes to stop. A man stepped out of his vehicle and shouted a warning, "The bridge is about to collapse, run quickly." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly abandoned their vehicles and ran in the opposite direction. They screamed in fear, "Run quickly!" The vehicles that were left behind quickly plummeted into the Hui Hai River below. The rescue team quickly received reports from the public. The operator, drenched in sweat and shocked, asked, "What? The Hui Hai Bridge has collapsed?" Others also received similar calls and immediately responded, "Got it, we're on our way." The three heroes from earlier reappeared. Xingzhe walked past the crowd and said, "Everyone, please move aside. We will go ahead to provide assistance." Then, the three heroes shot toward the Hui Hai Bridge like bolts of lightning. Those around them were left in awe, murmuring, "Thank goodness there are heroes here." A man carrying a backpack instructed the others, "Everyone, pack up your belongings quickly, report to the scene first." Lu Di looked at the disaster before him, puzzled. Another catastrophe? He looked up at the hero flying overhead like a bird, filled with doubts. Is it just a coincidence that a hero appeared right on time? The Hui Hai Bridge was severed, and one unfortunate person fell from the bridge. He screamed in desperation. Xingzhe quickly grabbed him. The man comforted, "Don't be afraid, we're here now." Tai Zhe, the strongest, had already deformed the car door. Inside, a girl sat motionless in the vehicle, too weak to move.
Everyone outside cheered, praising them. The heroes had arrived, they were saved. A loud crash sounded, and the bridge seemed unable to bear the weight, continuing to collapse further. The cars that had been on the bridge moments ago now plunged into the river without hesitation. Above, a helicopter flew by, seemingly monitoring the situation. Bayram grimaced, pretending to cry as he said, "We must apologize to the people, it's truly unfortunate. Our heroes are simply too few, unable to withstand such great difficulty." The person beside him reminded him, "Sir, I suggest you control your expressions better, you don't seem too injured." Bayram smiled and responded, "It's difficult for me too, my heart feels like it's blooming with joy, yet I have to pretend to be sorrowful." His face twisted into an extremely disgusting expression as he said, "The Oscar is missing an award for me." Ludi stood near the collapsed area, looking at it with concern. Little Junior inside called out, "The violent bear and those heroes from earlier are no good, they can't play anymore." He rested his chin in thought, unwilling to just watch the people of Nation H die. Little Junior opened the car door and jumped out, seemingly to do something. Kid smiled and asked him, "The violent bear doesn't want to be too obvious, right?" "It's fine, I've already prepared everything." Kid went to the back of the car. Ludi wondered, "What are you doing, Little Junior?" Little Junior took out an invention that Kid hadn't introduced yet. "No need to thank me, this is something I should do." Little Junior pulled the curtain aside, and Ludi was surprised. "Kid, you're playing a game of chess like this?" Kid remained silent, "This is based on your score." Ludi quickly reached into his jacket, put it on, and casually praised, "Not bad, it can meet the urgent need." Panbo, excited in the car, said, "So handsome." Little Junior was very satisfied. Making armor for his dad was worth all the effort. Suddenly, Panbo shouted, "What's wrong with you? Why are you telling your dad to die? Even heroes can't bear that." Little Junior disdainfully retorted to Kid, "You have eyes but can't see, just wait and see the real hero." Saying that, Kid pointed ahead and said to Ludi, "Violent bear, go ahead." He didn't forget to remind the two kids, "You two stay in the car, don't go outside." Then he flew swiftly toward the catastrophic scene unfolding. Panbo smiled and complimented, "Little brother, your dad is amazing." Little Junior proudly responded, "The real amazing one is behind." Ludi quickly reached the area where the bridge had collapsed and needed urgent rescue. A reporter suddenly asked, "Another hero is here?" In front of Ludi, two steel cables were gradually snapping. Soon, they completely broke, and it seemed like no one could save it. But Ludi still swiftly grabbed one end. Afterward, he landed, holding the steel cable that had touched the ground. Onlookers gaped in disbelief, "How is this possible? This is hundreds of tons of reinforced concrete." But for Ludi, it was not as heavy. He held it gently and pulled it effortlessly. Taizé looked at the person in front of him with some confusion and immediately asked, "Which organization are you from?" Seeing this, Ludi immediately tossed the steel cable to him. "You came just in time to take over holding this cable for me. I'll go check the bridge surface." The man didn't have time to react and reluctantly accepted. But unexpectedly, as soon as Ludi let go, the steel cable sent the man flying into the air. Seeing this, Ludi couldn't help but sneer, "What a waste of space." The reporters were left speechless, unable to find words to describe the scene. Bayram, holding a tablet and watching the event unfold, angrily shouted, "What is going on here? Who is this guy?" Losanon was sweating profusely. "I don't know either." Ludi stood on the collapsed platform, his mind already planning how to fix it. He raised his hand to gather energy in his palm, then with a powerful motion, Ludi thrust forward, releasing the accumulated energy in a burst. The fragments from the sentence gradually fell within his control. The fragments were gradually pieced together into a small stone. The hero in the blue armor looked at this and was speechless. Why is 2D not stronger? The stone was placed into the water, and its immense weight caused the water to splash high into the air. As everyone fell,
they were caught by that very stone. Ludi calmly stood and watched as the broken pieces of the stone were gradually pieced together. He seemed at peace, finally able to resolve the danger and rest easy knowing he could leave. The reporter, who had been pondering all this time, finally asked, "Who is this hero, really?" Then, Ludi jumped over the vehicles on the road to return to his own car. When he got back, he tidied up his clothes a little before opening the car door and stepping inside. As soon as he entered, the little junior complimented his impressive display of power.
Timeless. Ludi also complimented Kid in return. This invention of yours isn't bad, it might allow me to be less cautious and give my best effort. Kid smiled and cheerfully responded, "That's something you should be doing." Pan Bo suddenly spoke up and asked, "Aren't you missing a son?" Ludi quickly corrected Kid. "Kid, how can you casually call someone your father?" Pan Bo replied loudly, "My mom is beautiful, my family has a lot of money, and the inheritance is in my hands." Ludi, hearing that, helplessly stopped arguing with Kid. "Never mind, it's just a child's words." Suddenly, he realized something, and his face became much more serious. The traffic on the bridge seemed to be gradually returning to normal. Ludi leaned on the window frame, observing, and thought to himself that these people must be members of Dragon Might, who had come to assist due to the bridge incident. Looking at the scene where someone was being captured in front of him, he silently thought, Dragon Might is indeed biding its time. Ziyu, seeing that everything was in order, smiled comfortably. She walked over to his car. "Ludi, since you're here at the scene, if you lend a hand, it would show you're truly worthy of being chosen for the Hero Academy." Ludi, without a hint of politeness, responded, "Sorry, I still have to take my child home." Ziyu asked curiously, "Do you have 2 kids?" Pan Bo quickly called out from inside, "Dad." Ludi bent down and said, "I'm not your dad." However, in contrast, Pan Bo replied, "My mom is just as beautiful as she is." He reminded Kid Pan Bo, "There are people around, could you please not speak nonsense?" Little Junior crossed his arms and answered Ziyu's question, "I'm not his biological child." Ziyu coldly said, "Ludi, I truly underestimated you. The trick wasn't bad, starting everything with a child." Ludi stroked his hair and replied, "They're really not my children, but I have to bring them back." Before he could finish, Ziyu cut him off, "Don't say anything more." Her tone was slightly angry, who knows what he came to their house for. She turned and walked away, not forgetting to remind him, "Watch your conduct. Also, I take back what I said earlier. With your strength being so weak, I'm afraid you'll bring even more trouble." Looking at her disappearing figure, Ludi let out a long sigh. He turned back, somewhat reproachfully, "You all are something else, my file hasn't even been set up yet, and it's already being destroyed." Looking at the car that had begun to move slowly, Ludi silently guessed that it would probably take about half an hour to leave. Mo-zone sat on his hand, scrutinizing what he was holding. This was a high-density metallic material commonly used to create resonant machines. Hearing that, Ludi understood in his heart. It seemed the person who had previously carried out the school robbery had found out that it was a European escapee, and had been taken back to Europe for resolution. Ludi felt somewhat confused inside. Why hasn't Nation H spoken up yet? If this goes on, he himself might not be able to hold back much longer. At the building housing the Refined Roll Corporation, inside, Bram was going through a fit of anger. He slammed his hand on the table, clearly unable to control his emotions. B's voice was filled with resentment. "A plan as good as this has been ruined by some nameless guy in a black robe, exposing the uselessness of the Refined Roll hero. I'm so angry." He commanded, "Lasan, start the mutation plan for me, now." The man hesitated slightly. "Sir, that technique isn't perfected yet, starting it recklessly could be dangerous." But he no longer cared, couldn't worry about so much. Even if it was a desperate situation, he still had to carry out this plan. The collapse of the bridge was quickly reported by the media, and people quickly began to search for the whereabouts of the mysterious hero in the black cloak. Who is this hero who lifted the bridge with his bare hands? Compared to Tai Zhe, who was in the news with him, he's way weaker. The two families are lucky he showed up in time. He's definitely a local hero. If he were to enter the position of center, he'd be much stronger than those foreign heroes. As a result, the Fortier rankings underwent many changes.
An employee spoke up to report, Chairman, although no one has bought a ranking for the man in black yet, his online reputation is very high. The employee hesitantly added, if we don't put him up, it might be seen as unfair. The chairman rubbed his temple, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. We can't just think about making money, we have to consider the influence of power as well. Another employee, worried, said, right now, the supporters of the man in black number over 50 million.
It seems like he could easily overpower all the other heroes on the ranking.
The chairman thought for a moment and made a decision, keep him at number 4.
Tian Xingzhe, who's at number 2, cannot be touched, he's one of our major clients.
The employee silently thought to himself, it seems the prize for this victory is gone. The Fortier rankings were quickly published, with the man in black placed at 4th position.
However, netizens were not satisfied, and the comments flooded in, this is unfair. Why is the man in black only ranked 4th? Is Tian Xingzhe really stronger than him?
At that moment, at a villa called Cheng Mansion, Pan Bo got out of the car and said, I'm here, thank you, Uncle Lu. Chen Long saw the kid and immediately shouted, this person has already surpassed me.
He anxiously picked the kid up and said, the school was robbed, and the bridge collapsed. Fortunately, you're all right, thank God. Pan Bo smiled and replied, it's because Uncle Lu saved me and brought me back.
As Chen Long patted Pan Bo's head, he expressed his gratitude to Lu Di, brother, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, our Cheng Mansion would be doomed. The guest modestly responded, I just helped out casually, no need to be so polite.
Chen Long proudly introduced his brother, I'm Chen Long, my family has been selling sweet potatoes for generations. Leave your name so that we can keep in touch, it'll surely be helpful to you in the future. Lu Di bowed and replied, hello, Chen Long, I'm Lu Di. I hope you'll look out for me in the future.
Cheng Long eagerly pointed to his house and said, since you're here, take a cart of sweet potatoes before you leave.
Lu Di waved his hand, politely declining, no need.
Then, he opened the car door and said, I have things to do, Chen Long.
It's fate that we met. Hope to see you again. Chen Long rubbed his head, puzzled, why is this kid being so polite? Pan Bo, standing behind him, asked curiously, Dad, where's Mom? He turned around and answered, your mom went to school, why? The kid smiled and said, can Mom take me to school tomorrow?
The scene shifted to Lu Di's house. Lu Di and the little junior walked inside, with the kid holding something in his hands, saying, don't disturb me, I need to prepare my revenge plan.
Lu Di didn't stop him and immediately agreed, all right, I'll follow your lead. Lu Di then walked to another room.
Looking at the machinery in front of him, he silently calculated. The progress was halfway done, but how nice it would be if there were better equipment. He looked at the tools he had and assessed them. These tools were too outdated and lacked the capability to perform the task. Mo Zong patted his chest and spoke up, leave it to me, I'll provide high-precision instruments both domestic and international. Of course, these were just preliminary components. Lu Di immediately felt encouraged upon hearing this, that's enough. I must personally create a set of machines to carry out Rubik's Cube. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he received a message, the early stage team of Refined Role Academy has been established. Gather tomorrow at 9 a.m. at the base. At the renovated basketball court, it seemed to have become the base for Refined Role Academy. The agents among the crowd grunted, visibly displeased. Lu Di observed the scene in front of him and thought to himself that the situation was clear, one side represented Nation H, and the other, the international community. Ziyu led the group inside and said, that's enough. Let's first get to know each other. I'm Ziyu, responsible for 2 teams, and I'm also the instructor for Nation H's team. One dissatisfied voice spoke up, damn it, are those foreigners a team? Isn't this supposed to be Nation H? Ziyu continued to spread the information, not only that, but in the future, everyone will have to compete against each other. The strong will defeat the weak, and the fight for the right to undergo transformation begins. A kid in a blue shirt suddenly spoke sarcastically, "Instructor, with a body like yours, do you have a boyfriend?" She didn't respond, instead slowly walking toward the young man. Then, she grabbed his wrist with one hand and effortlessly lifted him off the ground. Everyone around them secretly broke into a cold sweat, thinking, the tactics of this instructor are incredibly intimidating. The young man was so uncomfortable that he could barely breathe. At that moment, Ziyu tossed him onto the ground. She coldly lectured. The first lesson here is to understand the importance of respect. She ignored the young man and continued. Next, I invite each of you to introduce yourselves. The students then obediently sat on the rows of seats in the gym. A slightly chubby student introduced himself. I come from the rural areas of Nation H. I do some physical labor every day, so I have a bit of strength. You can call me Tu Yuan. Upon hearing this, a bystander immediately turned to the person next to them and said, Tu Yuan is the name of a type of beetle. It buries itself in the ground and is also called a land turtle. The person next to them laughed and asked, Really? A figure appeared and replied, What's so funny about that? A bold blonde girl introduced herself. As for my real name, you don't need to know. My nickname is Cupek. After finishing her introduction, she casually popped a lollipop into her mouth. Another well-built young man introduced himself. My name is Tin33, and I am a former soldier. After his introduction, he leaned and sat down next to Tu Yuan. Lu Di looked at him, silently wondering, could he be a bodyguard from the Yin family, or a member of the Tai family? Then, two individuals dressed in traditional Chinese attire introduced themselves. My name is Luo Long, one said. My name is Jianhu, the other added. The bystanders, including the foreigners, looked down on them arrogantly, mocking them as a strange group. Ziyu walked up to Lu Di and said, Your turn. Upon seeing him, the bystander quietly whispered, That's the kid. He passed all the tests perfectly. He arrogantly spoke before Lu Di, Kid, you don't need to introduce yourself anymore. I've already thought of a nickname for you, it's Subspring Sentinel. The foreign crowd below burst into uncomfortable laughter. Lu Di calmly replied, What right does a foreigner like you have to judge me? The arrogant figure responded, I have HL blood type. Apart from having the potential to become the best of you fools, none of you deserve to be in my team. Lu Di turned to Ziyu and asked, Do we have any competitions among the students? She thought for a moment and replied, Yes, there are, but we'll have to wait until after the training is over. He suddenly remembered something and added, My name is Lu Di, the D is the same as the D in younger brother. The man laughed out loud, truly a kid. Ziyu shot him a glare for several seconds, and he immediately fell silent, his face covered in sweat. A man with green hair stood up, a strange aura of power emanating from his hand. He clenched his fist tightly, easily controlling its power. Tu Yuan asked in confusion, Is this a special ability? Ji Gu was also somewhat surprised, hasn't he still not undergone the transformation yet? He confidently introduced himself, I was born with the ability to control electricity, and even more honorably, the legendary hero Hu Guang is my older brother. Upon hearing this, Luo Long thought to himself, the bloodline of a hero, boundless prospects. Jianhu probably thinks the same, and likely has someone escorting him during the examination as well. The enthusiastic participant chuckled and said, Now it's my turn. He stood up clearly from his seat, walking to the center of the stage where everyone had stood earlier to introduce themselves. While demonstrating his martial arts, he continued, My name is Nan Zorin, born into a martial arts family in Nation H. 33 Tin sweated just thinking about it, unable to deny, the martial arts of the city really were impressive. Tu Yuan had similar thoughts elsewhere, once he was fully rehabilitated, he would undoubtedly become a master, but Lu Di, for some reason, did not hold him in high regard. Lan Zorin could hardly blame the person for being as dismal as his name suggested. You were lucky to be born into a martial arts family that represented the culture of Nation H, yet you ran to the international side.
Indeed, being human is never easy.
He angrily pointed at him and scolded, Lu Di, stop being so arrogant here. When the competition comes, I will definitely break your bones in an instant. Lu Di stood up, his voice full of challenge, pick a day, then today is the day.
Tu Yuan, trying to be the peacemaker, advised, calm down, brother. If we cause trouble now, we'll be at a disadvantage. He thought for a moment, then agreed, all right, I'll listen to you.
A foreigner, strong-built, introduced himself, I'm Jack, and my specialty is boxing.
I'm skateboard, and my specialty is PU. Tu Yuan asked curiously, Instructor Ziyu, why does the international team have 7 members while our team only has 6?
She smiled proudly, our team has 1 more member, she is very strong and doesn't need any basic training. At that moment, a person dressed entirely in black, looking muscular, interrupted the conversation.
Hello, everyone, don't forget about me.
I'm the instructor of the international team from Refined Role Group. He stretched out his hand toward Lu Di and said, Linnet, it's a pleasure to meet you all. As the 2 hands shook, it felt as though some powerful force had erupted between them. Lu Di also realized this, his eyes widened in surprise. He silently spoke to Mo Zong, feeling as though this sensation was like some kind of probing.
After pondering for a moment, he replied,
Contact with him seems to have affected my brain. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered,
Mo Zong, investigate him.
Quickly, Mo Zong responded with his arms crossed.
I've already investigated.
Linnet, the European man, a professor who had previously been in a car accident and remained comatose for 7 months before spontaneously recovering, had joined the genetics department. He then pointed out the anomaly in this information. Strangely, the hospital where he was admitted was Coffee Hospital, which was hidden under the Poker Society.
Lu Di wondered about this. Was it just a coincidence?
He felt that the person might not be someone who had been altered.
Suddenly, Linnet spoke up. We won't waste any more time, let's split into training teams quickly.
With that, he led his team members away one by one. Ziyu approached his team, realizing that now was the right time to reveal the truth about Refined Role to everyone. She spoke coldly and continued, I come from the military of Nation H. Our Nation H cannot accept outsiders occupying our land. Tu Yuan and Kupek listened attentively to her words. This seemed more like a kind of covert international struggle during peacetime.
Ziyu also sympathized with them. If someone didn't want to be involved in this battle, she can understand. She was being sincere with them, now they could withdraw.
Lu Di seemed somewhat satisfied upon hearing this, thinking that the military strength of Nation H was based on solid defense and a strong stance.
Tu Yuan, excited, said, Instructor, what's there to talk about? Let's just do it.
Kupek, puzzled, asked, so, are we international special forces now?
Luolong, folding his arms, replied, not exactly. It's more like challenging foreign nations based on our knowledge to gain international victory.
Jian, who patted his chest confidently and affirmed, the glory of our Nation H cannot be insulted like this.
How can we let outsiders intimidate the world?
Lu Di raised his hand, wanting to speak.
Ziyu asked him, Lu Di, do you have any suggestions?
He wasn't very patient, so he said, I want to ask how we can speed up the qualification process or directly defeat the international team to win.
Ziyu honestly shared her thoughts. First, he couldn't do it, and second, there was no such way.
She seemed a little anxious and said, in this training session, there's a physical strength test, a combat ability test, and even a test of how well we can face difficulties. She looked at her team members, her voice very serious. Every single item could not be neglected, each was a necessary step on the road to becoming a hero. Suddenly, Taizé appeared outside, and everyone congratulated him for joining before I arrived. He was the representative from Refined Role to present awards to the students.
Ziyu glanced at the person sent and felt a little annoyed. They sent the number 4 person?
Clearly, they were looking down on the Nation H team. Taizé approached, and Tin 33 praised him.
This student immediately looked exceptional, with unlimited potential. He spoke while holding up the medal. The first medal is for you. Tin 33 sincerely replied, thank you, I only serve under Nation H. Tai Zai forced a smile. You have character, I support you. When it was the next person, he looked at Tu Yuan and said, this farmer, let me put the medal on you. Tu Yuan smiled and replied, sorry, I prefer the hero in black rescuing the bridge. Tai Zai immediately recalled his own dark history. While it was still unfinished, Ji Ge next to him said, my medal can be put aside. I've already joined the black-clad group, and for the rest of my life, I'll support him. Looking at Lu Di, Tai Zai thought to himself, this person seems very sincere, he probably won't turn me down, right? Tai Zai appeared before him and said, hey, you seem like... But before he could finish, he was interrupted. Sorry, I can't wear it either, since I'm one of the black-clad ones. Tai Zai froze after hearing this. What did you say? Tu Yuan also gasped. Ha? Is that true? The response was as cold as sucking on candy, with no emotions. Tai Zai awkwardly replied. This guy really knows how to joke. He straightened his back and said to everyone, if you all have your beliefs, then I'll leave the medal here, and you can handle it yourselves. As he turned to leave, the anger on Tai Zai's face became apparent. How dare that tiny insect like Nation H disrespect him? From today's training onward, you're all in for it. Luo Long gave a thumbs up and praised. Mr. Lu, you played that really well. Hearing Lu Di being referred to as one of the black-clad, Tai Zai's expression became even uglier. Lu Di smiled sincerely and replied, it's nothing, just the truth. Ziyu, feeling quite satisfied, said, well done, everyone. You didn't lose your composure. Ziyu began to lecture her team again. Although our strength is overwhelming, our combat skills are practically non-existent. She seemed somewhat worried and said, the international team over there is fading. The European Cobra unit has been sent to assist with the training. Tai Zai immediately remarked, the Cobra unit is a famous special forces team internationally, with remarkable military achievements. Jian Hu couldn't help but sigh. Europe really supports refined role wholeheartedly. Luo Long seemed somewhat surprised and replied, they brought such capable people just to train the students? Ziyu smiled reassuringly, but don't worry, our military forces from Nation H will certainly not stand idly by. The sound of the shoes laces echoed as a few people approached, standing in a neat and serious formation. Duan Hua appeared, his voice filled with amusement. You kids, for the next few days, the strongest combat team from Nation H, members of the two family special forces, will be training you. He grinned wickedly, get ready to endure some painful training, kids. As he was speaking, Duan Hua suddenly spat out the sip of tea he had just taken, his face contorted as he thought, why is Lu Di playing around as a trainee? Internally, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. Why is it that every time I talk about strength, this kid shows up? This is so frustrating. The imposing aura Duan Hua had earlier suddenly diminished by half. He sighed in frustration, this kid must be here because of refined roles techniques, I guess he himself couldn't avoid it and came to learn some tricks. Ziyu noticed his change in expression and immediately asked, Commander Duan, what's wrong with you? Duan Hua cleared his throat and said, it's nothing, I was just overwhelmed by the presence of your trainee. He regained his composure and continued, actually, there's another way for the kids to defeat the international team. Luo Long raised his hand and asked, what way is that? Duan Hua smiled, if you kids are strong enough, you can directly challenge and defeat the international team. He chuckled inwardly, thankfully, I'm clever. With Lu Di here, there's no more uselessness, just go ahead and defeat them. After hearing his words, Ziyu's team didn't have much of a reaction. She spoke up to dissuade him, Commander Duan, this isn't in accordance with the rules. The academy doesn't have a rule like that. He replied, do we really need rules for this? Starting a challenge like this is the simplest way to train our trainees.
You are somewhat crafty, he continued. Our academy is young. If someone gets careless and injures the opponent, causing them to be unable to participate in training, they will naturally be eliminated. Duan Hua stroked his chin and assured, as for the student who accidentally hit someone, I guarantee that person will be perfectly fine. Every one of you is praising yourselves as if you're about to reach the heavens, but this tactic is absolutely perfect. Tu Yuan suddenly spoke up and interrupted, the international team is so strong, I can't beat them. Ji Du also agreed, saying, according to the statistics, our chances of winning are less than 10%. Jian Hu also expressed similar thoughts. My current strength is insufficient, I need more training. Once my strength improves, it won't be too late to fight. Luo Long patted his head jokingly, if we face off against them, it's probably us who will end up with broken bones. 1033 stood in a corner, arms crossed, remaining silent. Lu Di, on the other hand, was extremely excited. Instructor Duan, I'm ready to go into battle. Everyone didn't believe him, and Jian Hu tried to dissuade him, buddy, don't cause more trouble. Duan Hua smiled and said, as you can see, the instructor, I've received overwhelming support from everyone, so let's go with this decision. Everyone couldn't help but think, overwhelming support? Isn't it just Lu Di who supports him? Suddenly, he laughed loudly, alright, let's go now, the international team is over there in the rect field. Duan Hua led the way. Everyone, follow me. Lu Di and the others had no choice but to follow. Just then, Lu Di's phone vibrated continuously. As soon as he answered, the voice on the other end spoke urgently. Has your son passed the exam at the Hero Academy yet? We have many young people who took the exam there. When they come back, they lock themselves in their rooms. If your son didn't pass, then don't worry about it, it's not a big deal. Lu Di responded to her, I passed the exam, I'm getting ready to go to class now. She was overjoyed and praised him, my son is so smart. Lu Zhengqing really wasn't lying. Suddenly, she said, son, I heard that even if you pass the exam, you can still be disqualified. If you have time, come home for a visit. Your father left something for you, it looks really impressive, it should help you somehow. Luo Long, 1033, walked over. He pushed the door open forcefully. The people in the swimming pool immediately turned to look at Duan Hua. Tu Yuan observed the situation and muttered, what's going on? The pool in front was splashing water, with someone underwater throwing punches and fighting with another person, which made the atmosphere even more tense. They were training underwater. 1033 frowned, under this kind of pressure, they can still generate such power. Luo Long also sighed, the international team is too strong. Duan Hua, standing beside them, sneered and let out a sound of disdain. He walked up to Kamen, General Kamen. Kamen sat and greeted, Duan Hua Commander. He folded his arms and looked at Duan Hua, Commander Duan came here in an upright manner to observe my training process, right? It really suits your shameless character. Duan Hua took a sip of water from his bottle, no need to observe, the reason I'm here is to challenge you. Kamen looked up at him, challenge? This could lead to international issues. Duan Hua squeezed the water bottle in his hand. His voice grew cold, stop with the nonsense. I want to challenge your international team with my team, the Nation H team. Duan Hua emphasized, right now, immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the pool behind him erupted in splashes. Someone stepped out of the water, ready to challenge. Carmen's people cracked their knuckles and said, great, finally I have the chance to set things right with you guys. 1033 looked at them, what's so good about this? How are we supposed to defeat them? Carmen stood up and looked at Duan Hua. Duan Hua, my task is just to train the students, and according to refined roles rules, students aren't allowed to fight before the third test. Luo Long and Tu Yuan let out a sigh of relief. As expected, General Carmen had principles. Carmen turned around and looked at the H Nation team standing at the door. You need to understand this clearly, your H Nation team is no match for mine. That's the difference between top-tier talent and bottom-tier. As soon as he finished speaking,
both Yulong and Tu Yuan felt like they were about to spit blood. What did he just say? Duan Hua, who was standing next to him, angrily shouted at Carmen, "Carmen, you fool, are you looking down on us?" Carmen frowned. Duan Hua, you dare insult me? I also want to challenge you. I want my team to crush yours. Duan Hua, having achieved his goal, immediately closed the deal. Fine, let's settle it like that. Carmen stepped closer to Duan Hua. But the battle rules will be decided by me. Duan Hua laughed, if you're going to be a hypocrite, then I'll follow you. Carmen pointed to the tall building in front of them. This is where the battle will take place. Members from both teams will enter to compete, and whichever team has the most members coming out of there will win. He turned to look at Duan Hua. We'll wait outside. Tu Yuan rubbed his chin thoughtfully, so the instructors won't be able to see, which means it's possible to kill, right? Kamen looked at Duan Hua. General Duan, these students are still just young people, it's hard to avoid getting hurt in a fight. I have a suggestion. Why don't we have him stop for a moment and then continue? Both sides should send some team members to accompany the students into the building to ensure their safety. Duan Hua secretly despised him. On the surface, it seemed like he was protecting the students, but in reality, he not only wanted to suppress the team members but also conveniently wanted to suppress the special forces of the two families. However, that's fine, after all, there's that kid there. He responded to Kamen, what need is there for my special forces in this battle? Duan Hua added, how about this? General Kamen, send your people up, all of them. He turned to look at Tu Yuan. Kid, come here. Tu Yuan was surprised, pointing at himself. Ha! Duan Hua ordered Tu Yuan, now I am ordering you as a member of the special forces responsible for the squad. In a moment, follow the Cobra team into the building to protect the safety of the students. Tu Yuan walked over to him. Commander, did I hear that wrong? I don't have that kind of strength. Duan Hua patted his shoulder, whether you have strength or not isn't important. He whispered softly, but listen carefully. I want no one from the Cobra team to step out. If you can do that, I'll agree to any condition you want. The two sides were at a tense standoff. Lu Di, standing beside them, chuckled. Duan Hua is trying to use me again, but fine. Kamen looked at Duan Hua. Duan Hua, you really don't know how to pick your people, giving orders to some fat kid, and still want to provoke my team. Duan Hua sneered, whoever I send, do you think you can manage them? Today, I promise, if you manage to defeat him, I, Duan Hua, will publicly acknowledge on the international stage that my special forces are no match for the Cobra team. Kamen frowned. Duan Hua, I think after retiring, you've caught the old age disease. But just so you know, this is what you said, so you have to live up to it. Duan Hua confidently nodded. All right, you kids, go ahead. But before either side could make a move, someone stepped forward to stop them. Wait. Ziyu looked at them. Commander Duan, with such a large-scale fight, I must inform the leadership and get approval first. Lu Di spoke up, approval for what? Are you serious? The national honor is on the line, and you're wasting time asking for approval? Ziyu frowned. His two companions, Yulong and Jianhu, who were standing beside him, sighed silently. They had no motivation to fight the international team, and now with the Cobra team added, it felt like they were walking into death. 1033 said, if we quit now, we will disgrace our nation's military too much. He decisively stepped forward. If anyone is scared, stay here. I can handle them alone. As soon as 1033 stepped forward, Yulong and Jianhu exchanged a glance, then quickly followed after him. Wait for us. Duan Hua turned to his subordinate. Bring my chair over here, I'm going to sit and drink tea. On the other side, Kamen took out his radio to make contact. The Cobra team received the orders, your mission is to protect the trainees, especially the Nation H team, particularly that sneaky guy.
At this moment, someone was stomping on the dirt ground, walking over.
Ziyu did not need to turn around and asked instructor Linnet. Linnet, where did you go just now?
The students are about to fight inside that teaching building.
Linnet smiled. It's fine, just in time for me to see which student has the strongest physique.
Ziyu glanced at Linnet, thinking to herself that this Linnet person had been acting oddly since the moment he appeared.
Kamen issued an order through the walkie-talkie.
He then turned to look at Duanhua, who had placed the chair down beside him.
Duanhua sneered. What are you staring at? You're too nosy. Kamen didn't respond, instead picking up the walkie-talkie again to give another order. All Cobra Squad, listen up. Intensity level 4 drill. Ziyu stared at Kamen.
He wanted to incapacitate the opponent, limit them completely, or even make them unconscious.
Putting down the walkie-talkie, Kamen turned to speak. Duanhua, I want you to lose in a way that you fully accept it, and announce it to the entire world. Duanhua took a bottle of water and smiled. You think too much.
Inside the teaching building, the empty hallway echoed with the sound of the wind whistling. The group from Nation H gathered in one place.
Tai Zhe spoke first. Now that it's come to this, there's no need for anyone to hide anymore. He ordered Ji Gu. Ji Gu, scout the terrain. She nodded. Okay. Ji Gu dropped a few marbles onto the ground.
They rolled around and fell down the stairs one by one.
Ji Gu looked at the screen in his hand, reporting, a total of 59 people, all currently on the first floor. Jianhu responded, they outnumber us. Our strategy is to regroup entirely on the 5th floor for defensive counterattack.
He'll assign 33 men, you come with me for direct confrontation.
Recon units will provide intelligence. Luo Lon will carry out guerrilla assaults. Tu Yuan will be ready to assist everyone and break fortifications if necessary to deal with the enemy.
The members of Nation H's team immediately accepted their assigned tasks. Jianhu wiped the sword in his hand while a recon officer beside him reported, they've reached the 2nd floor.
Jianhu looked up and said, Lu Di, you're not like us, you lack the strength. Stay in this room, ensure your safety.
Mid-sentence, he suddenly paused in shock.
Lu Di? Where is he? When did he disappear?
Tu Yuan muttered, there's only one exit in this room.
Luo Long questioned doubtfully, he vanished without a trace right in front of all of us?
Ji Gu immediately denied it, impossible.
At that moment, the entire building suddenly trembled.
Ji Gu reported, Captain, 3 enemies just fell from the 2nd floor. From the outside looking in, explosions echoed from various points within the building.
Kamen spoke up, Duanhua, have you ever witnessed such power? He said, we Cobras are no longer the Cobras we once were. Kamen began boasting and laughed loudly, we've developed an injection to administer before combat. It can double a warrior's strength for 20 minutes. You won't win this time.
Duanhua smirked and crossed his arms, looking at Kamen.
General Kamen, I can't help but ask you, how did you come up with that technique of unbuttoning your pants to fart during a fight? Kamen was so furious he couldn't speak.
He's just standing there, scolding, that old gossiping fool, he muttered. Ziyu sighed, hoping that none of the trainees would get hurt, otherwise, the next training session would be even more difficult.
Inside the building, the green dots on GGE's wristband screen were flashing and moving continuously. Tin 33 cursed aloud, God damn it, what the hell is going on? The enemies kept getting knocked back repeatedly. Ji Gu frowned, could it be Lu Di? Tin 33 turned to look at Jianhu, the team leader, do we need to go check it out? Jianhu shook his head.
The situation wasn't clear yet, so there was no need to stir things up.
Our current task is to hold this position.
The 5 of them stood there, listening to the continuous sounds of fighting and impacts coming from inside the building.
Jianhu noticed the walls starting to crack and thought to himself, is the ceiling about to collapse?
Jianhu murmured, no, there's no way anyone's that strong.
Outside, no one understood the situation inside.
All they could hear were explosions and aftershocks.
Suddenly, with a loud boom, an explosion went off somewhere in the building, and debris flew out. The people outside quickly scattered. What kind of battle had happened inside? Had the building collapsed? Duanhua's subordinates were pale with fear. This Cobra team was too strong. It seemed even our special police team wouldn't be a match for them.
Only Kamen stood there, stunned like everyone else.
This couldn't be.
His own soldiers weren't that strong.
Duanhua stroked his chin. Kiddo, you can't be doing that. The noise is too much. How am I supposed to protect you in front of the commander now?
Inside the building, a foot stepped out from the smoke.
Ludi flew up the stairs. Kamen's people could only run forward, their heads down.
That perverted guy in the white outfit had taken the Cobra team member and slammed him into the concrete pillar.
Run, hurry!
Suddenly, he bumped into a figure in front of him and fell flat onto the ground.
Kamen's person looked up and shouted, "Can't you see? Are you blind? Can't you see I'm running?"
But the person in front of him was Ludi, and he quickly changed his tone.
"Boss, I'm too fragile to take a few punches." Ludi grinned. "A martial artist like you is being so humble?"
Ludi looked at the person sitting on the ground. "Come on, even a small grasshopper has some meat, give a hand in tearing down this building." The person shook his head. "No." Ludi didn't listen to his nonsense and immediately raised his fist, landing several quick punches. The guy lost a few teeth, his face swollen, lying on the ground.
Ludi looked at him. He couldn't beat him any further. If he died, Duanhua would have a hard time dealing with it. Just then, someone was running down the hallway. Ludi looked up and smiled. "I hope you can take a few punches up there."
The client, observing the small screen on her wrist, spoke to Jianhu. "Those blinking red dots, in the blink of an eye, they've already fought over 30 people. Jianhu tried to calculate, and the 5-story building was now reduced to 2 stories. It seemed like soon there would be no need to use the stairs anymore. He said to the people in his team, "It looks like our country has sent another expert. Everyone, try not to reveal your identities, and also keep the information about this expert confidential."
Yes.
Ji-ge thought to himself that the current situation was all caused by Ludi alone. On the outside, no one knew what was going on inside, only that the building was constantly shaking.
This building is about to collapse. What kind of competition is this between students? Is the Cobra really that strong? Is it capable of causing this kind of momentum? Kamen furrowed his brow. What on earth is going on here? My Cobra isn't that strong. Duanhua was a bit worried, wondering if refined roll would make him pay for the damage.
The cost of using this kid once was way too high.
He looked over at Kamen.
"General Kamen, holding the competition in this building was your decision."
Ziyu stepped up behind Kamen and said, "General Kamen, the situation is now uncontrollable. I recommend you give the order to stop the competition immediately." Kamen was silent for a moment before saying, "It really can't go on any longer."
He picked up the radio and called, "Team Cobra, listen up." But there was silence on the other end, no response. Kamen called out again, and this time the Cobra team members replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the building in front of them made several more boom-boom sounds, followed by waves of water starting to appear more frequently. A final explosion was like the last straw, and the building immediately collapsed. The once large building was now just a pile of rubble, with smoke and dust clouding the view.
Tu Yuan walked out from the smoke. He looked at the people lying on the ground and said, "You may not believe it, but this really has nothing to do with me." Kamen stepped forward towards Tu Yuan. "Fatty, why are you still standing there? Where are my soldiers?" Tu Yuan looked blankly at him and replied, "I didn't do anything." Kamen didn't believe him and moved up to check. He shoved Tu Yuan aside. "What's this?" A gust of wind blew, scattering the dust.
Kamen saw his team member lying on the ground. The man covered his mouth with his hand.
Oh my god. Kamen growled in anger. Who did this? Who did this?
A sudden sharp pain hit him in the chest. Kamen clutched his chest with his hand.
Duanhua stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder.
Old man, Kamen, don't play the victim. No one would care if you died right here.
Kamen gritted his teeth and glared at Duanhua.
He looked at the pile of broken items in front of him and shouted loudly, making Duanhua, who was standing beside him, flinch from the ear-splitting noise.
Who did it?
Jian, who raised his hand.
It's not me, I didn't do anything.
Tin 33 also shook his head.
I didn't do anything either.
Kamen ground his teeth in frustration.
This can't be happening. If it's not you guys, then who else could it be?
At that moment, a loud thudding sound echoed from ahead, the sound of boots pounding on the ground.
Lu Di came out, holding someone by the neck.
Kamen's face changed instantly, and Duanhua looked pleased with himself, while Tin 33 remained eerily quiet and unresponsive.
Lu Di, still holding the person by the neck, turned and smiled at them. Don't misunderstand. I was just helping him. Adjust his face.
He quickly laid the person down on the ground, and the atmosphere fell into a chilling silence.
Lu Di scratched his head. I don't know anything. Kamen pointed at him. It's you, I underestimated you, it was you who did it. Lu Di stepped towards Kamen, shrugged, and said, Do you have any evidence? Old General. Kamen was so angry he choked on his words. You.
His body suddenly swayed, and Duanhua, who was behind him, reached out and caught him.
What's wrong with you? Kamen groaned, asking.
Duanhua patted his shoulder. Pull yourself together.
Old Kamen?
Ziyu, who had been observing from a distance, suddenly fell silent.
Did he really do all of this by himself?
Lu Di asked as he dusted off the dirt sticking to his clothes. Linnet, who had been watching the whole time, suddenly became excited. So strong, his physique is top-notch.
Lu Di looked at Ziyu. Now that our opponent is no longer here, we don't need to compete anymore. Once the graduation certificates are ready, please have the instructor give me a call.
Ziyu hesitated for a moment, but before she could answer, Lu Di turned back to talk to Duanhua. Commander, cleaning up after this is a bit tricky.
Is there any issue?
Duanhua crossed his arms and sighed. I have to hand it to you, just fighting is one thing, but why drag everything else into it?
Lu Di didn't respond and turned to leave.
You guys say goodbye to them, I'm leaving first.
Take your time.
News 33 and Jian, who were still stunned. This guy had never been reformed and could still be this strong, truly a master with an unpredictable future.
Duanhua shoved his hands in his pockets and looked at Kamen, who was resting on his chair. Old Kamen, your team has been defeated, how does it feel?
He stepped forward to take on the role of Kamen.
You are absolutely right, this is indeed the difference between the superior and the inferior.
Kamen swatted away Duanhua's hand, which was resting on his shoulder.
Don't let me find out who he is. Duanhua sneered with disdain.
If you want to continue seeking your own demise, I won't stop you. With that, he picked up the bottle and took a sip, instructing his subordinate behind him to post an announcement stating that the European Cobra team had been defeated by a chubby chef from the Special Forces.
Yes, sir.
Tu Yuan, who was standing behind them, overheard their conversation.
He spoke up. Commander Duan, I'm not a chef.
Duanhua turned around and looked at him, the plump kid.
Shut up.
Big head, thick neck. If you're not a rich man, you're a chef.
Are you a wealthy person? Tu Yuan scratched his head. No. Duanhua shrugged. Then isn't that obvious?
On Lu Di's side, he took out his phone and saw 137 missed calls from teacher Gianni. Lu Di immediately called back, and as soon as the call connected, the voice on the other end said,
Mr. Lu, I'm giving you 30 minutes, get to the school now.
Lu Di stood there, staring at the phone as the call ended.
He said to Mo Zong, Mo Zone, help me check the school cameras. See if Little Junior was involved.
On the camera footage, Little Junior was seen enticing a teacher to chase after him, running around, and even kicking things to trip up the teacher, who was playing chess with another adult, making that person so furious that they nearly suffered a heart attack.
Lu Di exclaimed, "This damn kid has caused chaos in the whole school." Mo Zone said, "That's too stimulating."
Little Junior Lu is up against a university professor, and he even has a lot of fans, way better than you, he added.
About 20 minutes later, Lu Di parked his car in the schoolyard.
The principal, sitting in a wheelchair, spoke directly, "Your son, Little Junior Lu, our small school with its low standards really can't accommodate this genius of yours." Little Junior crossed his arms and snorted.
Lu Di scratched his head, grabbed Little Junior by the collar and said, "I'm really sorry, principal."
"Let go of me," Little Junior said, glaring at him. The principal continued, "For the sake of your ancestors, you don't need to say anything more. Little Junior Lu has been expelled."
Little Junior frowned and grumbled, "Expelled? I've graduated, okay?"
Lu Di quickly said, "Principal, Li teacher, you both see this little kid here. If he can't go to school, where else can he go?"
The principal dismissed it, "He can go wherever he likes.
Your son is a freakish genius, just suggest to him that he stay home and wait for the Nobel Prize."
Little Junior nodded, "Right, you're absolutely right, principal.
I can only stay at home, since no school dares to accept me."
Lu Di clenched his fists, "Kid, no school dares to accept you? You obviously don't know who I am."
However, shortly after, the principal called them back. "Wait, Little Junior Lu, congratulations.
You've been chosen as the representative student of our school."
He is the president of the elementary school student council and has also received offers from both middle schools, high schools, and even universities. He looked at Little Junior, "But you still need to complete the semester at the elementary school."
Little Junior crossed his arms and looked at Lu Di, "Violent bear, I hate you."
Lu Di looked at the principal and Ndi, "Principal, Li teacher, thank you for your hard work."
The principal helplessly replied, "Mr. Lu, why do you say that?" Lu Di didn't drag things out and immediately grabbed Little Junior's hand to leave. "Let's go, we'll continue going to school tomorrow."
After Lu Di and Little Junior got in the car, the principal spoke up, 10 minutes ago, my superiors instructed me that even if I leave, I must keep Little Junior Lu here."
He muttered, "What kind of background do they have?" At night, in an apartment in the city,
Ndi stood leaning against the balcony, talking to Ziyu. "Sister, today, a genius appeared at our school, you could say he's a child prodigy."
Ziyu responded vaguely while looking at her phone.
Ndi continued to tell her, "A 4-year-old kid, today in class, it took him 10 minutes to read through the textbooks for all 6 years of elementary school, 2 hours to finish the middle school curriculum, and 5 hours to complete the university major courses."
Upon hearing this, Ziyu looked up at Ndi. She was passionately recounting Little Junior Lu's story to Ziyu.
Ndi was speaking with great enthusiasm.
Ziyu fell into deep thought.
Ndi then told her that Little Junior was about to be expelled. She laughed faintly, saying that the principal had been desperately trying to expel him, but somehow the B family used their connections to force him to stay.
"A genius is a genius, but he's too unruly. He's just a little troublemaker." At that moment, Ziyu finally sighed and replied, "What disaster could your kid possibly be? No matter how you put it, he's just a little child." She became serious. "What do you mean by disaster?" "Only one trainee from Nation H is a real disaster." Ziyu thought of Lu Di, that trainee. Today, he went to challenge the international team and ended up breaking all their bones. Now, the entire international team has been eliminated.
The senior leaders of Refined Roll were extremely angry, and he even made the person in charge of the training session, the Cobra team, get beaten up, then destroyed the 5-story office building.
He didn't even bother to admit to anything in front of everyone. Ziyu laughed. The trainees in her team were even proud of the incident.
They had given him the nickname Lu Chai Che.
And Dee excitedly told her, "Your trainee is really amazing. Now the situation at your school is so chaotic. You must be having a bigger headache than I am.
After saying that, she suddenly paused. But, Lu Chai Che. And D hesitated before continuing. The kiddo in my class, who has been challenging more than 10 professors, has been called Lu Xiaozhan by the teachers. As soon as she heard this, Ziyu immediately stood up. The two sisters focused, thinking about it. Lu Chai Che, Lu Xiaozhan.
And D looked at Ziyu and asked, could they possibly be related? Ziyu laughed at her, and D, you really have a vivid imagination. Seriously.
This trainee of mine is still unmarried, I only have his profile. And D leaned against the balcony. If they really are father and son, then that's something.
A big disaster teaching a little disaster. One's named Lu Chai Che, the other Lu Xiaozhan.
A strange father-son pair, the disasters of the world.
Ziyu looked up at the sky.
No matter what, your genius kid and my violent student are both 1 in a million. As teachers, we should wholeheartedly support them.
D nodded. You're absolutely right.
At Lu Di's home, Lu Di and Little Junior sat facing each other.
With arms crossed, Lu Di asked sternly, why did you do that?
Little Junior rested his chin on his hand, replying wearily, first, I don't want to go to school.
Second, they look down on my invention. Lu Di looked at the kid. This world has its own rules. No matter how talented you are, you still have to move forward step by step. Breaking the rules isn't right. Little Junior looked at him. Violent bear, do you think I'm you? With such overwhelming strength, why not just join the Hero Academy, crush them directly, and take what's rightfully yours? Lu Di was slightly taken aback. What are you talking about? There are established systems for a reason. How can you just ignore them like that? You're still so young and already thinking of overthrowing the system. What will you become when you grow up? Little Junior furrowed his brows like an adult. I'm not like you. Rules are made by the strong. You come from an ordinary background, so you've made a habit of obeying, which only holds you back. That's what being a turtle hiding in its shell looks like. Lu Di immediately stood up. Where did you learn such rebellious nonsense? Little Junior stood up too, looking up at Lu Di. What manners? You're not even my dad. Fuming, he raised his hand. You little brat. But in the end, it was lowered, saying that tomorrow she would continue going to school, and he would supervise through the cameras. If her performance improved, he would allow her to skip a grade. Lu Di turned and left. If you cause trouble again, I'll confiscate all your electronic devices and machines, and you won't be allowed to touch any of them. The Little Junior watched Lu Di's retreating figure, snorted coldly, and then turned and ran inside. Lu Di, I hate you. In Europe, at the medical academy, Bei Ming wandered back and forth outside the school gates. He pondered, father's son, where on earth are you? Suddenly, Bei Ming spotted something in the distance, and he immediately took a leap. He moved forward and blocked the path of a woman. Using his hypnosis skills, he asked her, what did you see when the gene research lab caught fire? The girl's eyes gleamed with a green hue, and she immediately replied, a huge fire, it filled the whole sky. I couldn't see anything. There was a very handsome man, and a helicopter. Bei Ming asked further, what did the helicopter look like? The girl answered honestly, the helicopter was very beautiful. The sign read Lu Di 1. Bei Ming frowned. Finally, he had found a clue. After his interrogation, the hypnosis spell ended. The girl collapsed onto the ground. Bei Ming made a phone call, messenger, I have an important mission for you. Help me investigate a certain aircraft. Moments later, the other side sent a message back to Bei Ming, aircraft used by Creator Corporation, Lu Di. Bei Ming read the message, then crushed the phone in his hand. So it's you, Lu Di. You've ruined my plan and even taken my son. This time, don't even think about surviving. The next day, at Little Junior's elementary school, when Lu Di was taking Little Junior to class,
Fanba stepped forward to greet them.
Hello everyone, Mr. Lu, the kid pointed to the beautiful woman standing behind him. Mom brought me to this school. Let me introduce you to everyone. Lu Di froze. Is this Fanba's mother? She's so different. Fanba leaned in and whispered to little Junior, brother, do you feel that your mom and my dad have something in common?
Little Junior rolled his eyes. He's not my dad, and besides, he will never be your dad either. Lu Di looked at the woman in front of him, quickly thinking to himself. What is going on here? How should I handle this? Am I being forced into this situation with a promiscuous woman? What a scam! Yiyan smiled and said to Lu Di, Mr. Lu, you don't need to feel awkward. Fanba and the others are just kids. Of course, I didn't come here to change dads because of this. Lu Di let out a sigh. Oh, is that so? Then he heard Yiyan continue, I came because of you. Lu Di scratched his head in confusion. Is there something about me? She looked at Lu Di and said, why don't we go somewhere quieter to talk? Inside the CAF, 2 glasses of water were brought to them. Yiyan gestured with her hands near the glasses. Lu Di stared blankly. What kind of power is this? Have you been altered? Yiyan pushed the glass of water toward Lu Di. He didn't pick it up but observed it closely. Lu Di thought to himself, so her ability has the miraculous effect of materializing things that have decomposed. At that moment, Yiyan spoke up. Yiyan, being untalented since childhood, has learned from her master the art of physiognomy. Looking at Mr. Lu here, while his face is delicate, it conceals a strong aura. Though he keeps his inner self restrained, his appearance speaks volumes. Lu Di, stunned, listened as she spoke. To put it simply, Mr. Lu has the face of an emperor. Lu Di chuckled, Madam, you're overestimating me. I'm just an ordinary person. How could I possibly have the face of an emperor? Lu Di's right eye sparkled, and immediately, Yiyan's information appeared before him. Yiyun, a tea merchant with an unclear background, yet showing no signs of past transformations, and no connections with international powers. Lu Di thought to himself, it seems like just an ordinary person. Could it be that I misread her earlier? Or is she simply seeking remarriage? Yiyan picked up her glass of water and took a sip. She was incredibly strong, able to soar through the skies and descend to the earth, preferring to hide her true identity. She often acted out of righteousness, helping those who were weaker. Lu Di asked her, can you really see all that? Yiyan set her glass down on the table. My master used to say that you are a hero in black. She smiled, Mr. Lu, don't worry, I'm not a talkative person. I'm here today to remind you of something. Mr. Lu, there's a dark line forming on your brow. In 30 days, you will face a disaster and fall into a deep abyss. Lu Di fell silent. After a moment, he asked what kind of disaster it would be, but Yiyan shook her head and replied, the art of physiognomy only allows for observation, not prediction. After speaking, she stood up, I've learned about this, and of course, I won't just stand by. I will delegate someone to assist you, Mr. Lu, don't worry. Then, Yiyan left. Lu Di sat there, still unclear about the situation. What kind of person was this woman, after all? He looked at the Yushi stone on his hand. The final countdown time just happened to be 30 days from now. At that moment, Lu Di's phone suddenly rang. As soon as he answered, a loud voice came through the line, it's all your fault that the senior leaders of Refined Role are furious. You allowed the students to fight each other freely, and they're about to start the match now. Lu Di responded excitedly, again? It's fine, I'll just beat them into submission once more. Inside the laboratory of the Refined Role Hero Academy, people gathered in a crowd. The murmur of conversation could be heard, the C-level reform subject just created by Refined Role is here. I heard it's even C5 level. Byram is here, everyone. With C-level modification technology, we will leave other countries far behind. He looked around at the people in the room, and that hero in the black cloak, he's just from some random modification company, merely a byproduct. Byram stepped forward next to the modification chamber. There's no comparison to our skilled techniques. He glanced downward. The reason we invited everyone here today is Mr. Grip's decision. Bram's gaze hardened. Mr. Grip doesn't like Nation H. Do you all understand? Someone stepped forward and said, Mr. Bram, our island nation always acts on your orders. We are willing to be the first to sign the alliance agreement. Bram nodded and asked the others, what about everyone else? The others thought for a moment before replying, I'll sign too, no problem. From below, the sound of approval echoed. We have no issues either, my country agrees to sign as well. At this point, someone stepped forward and said to him, you want to have a genius physique, I will lead you and show my loyalty. But your C-class modification technique, we've only heard rumors about. Moreover, I heard that your students' seeds were defeated by Nation H yesterday. Bram immediately responded, yesterday was just an accident. I met the young man you brought earlier, he's very strong, 1 in 10,000. It won't be a problem for him to suppress those kids from Nation H. Bram raised his head, my C-class modifier is just reinforcing their strength. With that, he clapped twice. The people from Refined Roll immediately brought out several sets of clothing. Everyone, please put on these outfits, they will protect you from harm. The people below exchanged glances. You're using radiation to modify them? Bram confidently slapped his chest. Everyone, prepare to witness the greatest creation of this century. The Alliance members quickly put on the protective gear. The modification chamber door rumbled open, and a gigantic figure stepped out from the smoke, an extremely terrifying giant. Bram looked up and called, Count, and the eyes of the modified person glowed red. The reformer stepped outside. Bram stood in front and introduced, everyone, the reformer Count C5 of Refined Roll is here. If anyone wants to verify, come over here quickly. Among the crowd below, someone spoke up. The hidden martial piece, 2 of you, go up and try him. The 2 individuals known as the hidden martial piece immediately stepped forward. One drew a sword, the other lifted his foot to attack Count. To their surprise, before they could even get close, he grabbed both of them by the neck with his hands. Count forcefully threw them both up against the ceiling. Everyone in the laboratory room was wide-eyed. Wait, what? No more than 2 seconds, and both the hidden martial piece have been defeated? At this moment, another reformer stepped forward. I'm level B, sister. I want to see how much stronger this level C really is. Count frowned at them. No need for such trouble, just come at me all together. After all, in your lifetime, you'll only ever get one chance to fight me. The others, hearing this, were immediately provoked and rushed forward with weapons. Ridiculous. Teach him a lesson. A group of people jumped forward, all charging at Count with the intent to kill him. Count stood there with his arms crossed, watching them. My apologies, gentlemen, Count's power is too great. It's only natural that I am a bit arrogant. Count's hand shot out, grabbing one person's head. In a swift motion, he turned and grabbed another person's head. At this point, Bram finally panicked and ordered, Count, they're allies, don't kill them. However, Count didn't seem to hear his words at all. He continued to strike mercilessly. The people who were so eager to rush in and attack earlier immediately turned and ran away. Run fast, help me, hurry up and run. Byram was knocked to the ground by them. Count, you can't kill me. I am your benefactor. The Count looked at him indifferently and said, Mr. Bram, you once said that the mission of Refined Roll was to defeat all the reformers of Nation H. Now, I alone can wipe them all out. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion rang out, and a large hole appeared in the ceiling. The person in the laboratory said to Bram, your Count has lost control. My expert has also died in there. Your reformers will affect the minds of other reformers. If this event gets out, Refined Roll won't be at peace. Byram turned and instructed his subordinate, quickly contact FIC. If they can defeat the shepherds, they should be able to stop the count. The subordinate replied, Sir, don't worry, we've already contacted them. They are on their way here. Scene change, a car was speeding down the road. At this moment, Lu Di was driving while closely monitoring the messages on Mo Zong's screen. On the test sheet was a number that wasn't round at all, and a few words were written beside it. I am your father, you cursed brat. Both Lu Di and Mo Zong looked at it and immediately froze in shock. At that moment, the count appeared behind Lu Di's car. He smiled, confidently expecting victory. People of Nation H deserve to die, and you are the first. Having said that, Count kicked his feet and soared into the air, landing with a thud right in front of Lu Di's car. Lu Di stared blankly at the person before him. What was this? Mo Zong scanned the information for him. Count, explosive physique, explosive strength. A tree combined with a modified human. Lu Di sighed. Another modified human, they were everywhere, especially in refined role. Mo Zong said to Lu Di, this person is very strong, his body radiates energy. Someone is playing with fire, using radiation to modify humans, but he himself couldn't withstand this immense power, so his nerves have been damaged. Upon hearing this, Lu Di immediately got out of the car. Damn it, no mercy for the young, no mercy for women. Now even this idiot with a big body and a stupid brain dares to mess with me? Count clenched his fists and charged forward. Lu Di calmly stood still and raised his hand. You're good, he said, sending a punch from a distance toward Count. Bam! Count took the hit and was immediately sent flying 100 meters, crashing into the distant wall. Lu Di shook his wrist, then asked Mo Zong, is that all? Mo Zong shook his head. That's it, but about 800 meters ahead, I sense a huge radiation wave. Lu Di, we can't just leave empty-handed after a robbery, let's go there and steal it. Lu Di turned around and opened the car door, shaking his head in disagreement with Mo Zong's words. Mo Zong, you're talking nonsense. Steal? We're going to deal with these threats. At this moment, a group of people was marching toward them. They hadn't even gotten close when an explosion went off ahead. Count lay sprawled among the wreckage, motionless. Bayram stepped forward and called out, Count. His subordinates looked around, spotting Count thrown to the ground, already stiffened. From behind, someone spoke up, is everyone all right? The group turned to see three individuals with advanced equipment standing behind them. The people from FIC were incredibly strong, and it seemed their weapons had proven highly effective. The members of the alliance stepped forward to meet the FIC group, one of them saying, you all arrived just in time. We were lucky you showed up, or else refined role could have caused a real mess. One of the FIC members raised his hand, replying, everyone, we've only just arrived. The other person shook his head and smiled, it's fine. You were really fast. Besides, you took down Count in no time. FIC's strength is impressive. The FIC member, still confused about the situation, tried to explain, everyone, things aren't as they seem. Actually. At that moment, their earpieces buzzed with a signal, and the FIC members immediately answered. Yes, one of them replied with a smile, here's the situation. With our advanced technology, a modified individual at this level can't withstand even a single blow. Robin's voice came through the earpiece, shouting at them, stop bragging and get back here now, before you blow our cover. The FIC member immediately acknowledged the order, nodded to the alliance members, and quickly left. Everyone, we still have other missions. Please keep what happened today regarding Mo Zong a secret. After they left, those who remained sighed in admiration, such a selfless greatness eliminating harm for the people while keeping it all a secret, seeking neither fame nor gain. At the FIC branch under the High family, Robin sat at the desk and asked them, are you sure you didn't see who made the move? The person who had just helped at the market replied, I vaguely saw a car moving, it disappeared in an instant. Robbins ordered them to check the cameras. The footage came on immediately, replaying the image of Lu Di's car. The street camera also clearly captured the face of the driver Lu Di.
Robbins was surprised. D. Lu. He froze. It's him. D. Lu from the hero unit, incredibly strong. The one who defeated the beast. It was him. Robbins ordered the subordinate before him, quickly get me in touch with the special agents. At the experimental lab of the intelligence division, Lu D was sneaking inside. Mo Zone said, my first time stealing something, I'm a little nervous. Mo Zone crossed his arms and looked at him. Didn't you say this was about eliminating a threat? Lu D nodded and corrected himself. My first time eliminating a threat, just a little nervous. Mo Zone floated behind and said, relax, with me here, you're absolutely safe. Lu D quickly ran ahead. Well, that's somewhat reassuring. From inside a certain office, a voice rang out. What? Duan Hua spoke loudly on the phone. The emergency call to the police was cut off by someone? And the surveillance across the entire Eastern Division failed? He was stunned. That's it, I think the International Criminal Organization has set its sights on our two families. Duan Hua sat down, ordered the person on the phone to get to work, quickly deploying manpower to the Eastern Division for a search. He pondered, why the two families? Could it be that the fight with the kids yesterday has now brought retribution? On the other side, Lu D had entered the premises. The person who had been rehabilitating earlier had completely lost control here. This place was truly a hell on earth. Mo Zone conducted a thorough inspection and reported back, there was no one left alive at the scene. Lu D jumped down from above, looking at the two barrels of radiation in front of him. Mo Zone said, this is high concentration polonium-2. Lu D asked, it seems like there's some kind of vapor in the air, it feels a bit numb. Mo Zong explained, that means the polonium-2 has leaked in some way. Lu D observed for a moment. Can we still use it? Mo Zong nodded. Of course, polonium exists in the Earth's crust, it's very hard to obtain. What we have here is a significant amount, artificially concentrated. Refined roll truly does have strength. Mo Zong extended his hand to check, then said to Lu D, your DNA sequence is changing rapidly, your previous injuries are healing at an incredible rate, with a tendency to mutate. This is bad, the radiation is too strong. Your body can't handle it, we need to take you back to the lab at the cemetery to control the degeneration. Lu D sat down on the ground, letting out a deep breath. He held the necklace in his hand, the pendant in the shape of a drop of water seemed to be moving vigorously, with a faint force trying to escape. At that moment, Mo Zong raised his hand and waved, Lu D, come look at what's inside here. Lu D followed Mo Zong towards the large door in front of them. He pushed the door open, revealing a massive amount of polonium inside. Lu D was stunned, damn it. Mo Zong immediately shouted, oh my god, it's all polonium, this is crazy. Lu D, we're going to get rich again. Lu D said to Mo Zong, how could a small company have so many radioactive elements? Is it possible? I suspect there's military involvement here. Mo Zong said, if this polonium has undergone nuclear synthesis reactions, it could blow up half the hemisphere. Lu D grabbed a piece of cloth, this has to be taken. Mo Zong nodded, I understand, there's enough reason. Stealing this is just to protect the people. Lu D covered the pile of polonium with the cloth in front of him, then glanced at the computer nearby. He fiddled with it for a few moments, while Mo Zong stood by, observing. Mo Zong said, these parameters all relate to radiation modification, but they're outdated, almost unusable. Mo Zong asked, I'm really curious, why don't the modification tools use the internet? Is it to prevent data leaks, or something? Lu D laughed, Mo Zong, this world is bizarre. We can only consider ourselves invincible. Mo Zong said to Lu D, we should leave now. The noise on the internet is too loud, and the news is already dangerously close to picking up the bodies. The cleanup crew is almost at point B. Lu D's car immediately left the refined roll laboratory complex and headed towards the checkpoint ahead. Duan Hua's people stopped him and blocked his way. Lu D stuck his head out of the car. Commander Duan Hua unexpectedly smiled and said, is that you, Kido?
Why is it that wherever there's trouble, you're always there?
Manhwa turned to his subordinate and said, "Open it." The subordinate replied, "Yes, sir."
He thought to himself, with this kiddo's character, there's no way he would cause any trouble.
Manhwa asked him, "Does this incident have anything to do with you?" Lu Di stared straight into his eyes. "How could it? I'm on my way to school." Manhwa nodded. "All right, go ahead."
Upstairs at Refined Roll, their higher-ups had also made a move and quickly received the information.
Lu Di gave a faint smile. "All right, Manhwa, you've worked hard."
The car sped past Manhwa and drove off. A subordinate stepped forward to report, "Commander, the back of that car is sagging, it definitely hides something heavy."
Manhwa took a sip of water. "It's nothing major." Could he be hiding a nuclear weapon in his car?
He thought to himself, I've still got Mo Zone to help me fight back against Refined Roll. Inside the school, two competing teams were facing each other on the football field.
Taizé looked at the opposing team. "This is really interesting. Take out one team, and another shows up."
Lu Di looked down from above, taking this opportunity to assess the strength of Team Nation H.
An international master stood with his arms crossed, disdainfully eyeing the group of Jianhu. A farmer, a Taoist, a former soldier, and an IT guy. What a mismatched bunch.
The person beside him spoke up, "Now, you're one man short, so we'll be considerate and only send out 2 members to challenge you. We'll break your limbs so you can't recover."
They all laughed in unison. "Whoever among you has the guts, step forward.
I'll leave you 2 arms if you dare."
"So, what's it gonna be? Come on out."
Jianhu sighed. He had originally wanted to follow the customs of H Nation and welcome these people in a way that didn't cause trouble.
"I think it's better to just kill them."
Tin 33, standing beside him, frowned as well.
"Agreed." Jianhu drew 1 or 2 talismans.
"I'll take care of the blonde one."
The international master sneered, "That guy, what kind of backward tribe is he from to still be using a sword?"
Jianhu paid no attention to him and raised the talismans in his hand.
The international master laughed even louder. "Is that a zombie sealing talisman? Try sealing me with it."
Jianhu drew his sword, activated the talisman in his hand, and a fiery, ghostly flame immediately burst forth. The international master was pushed back slightly. Jianhu seized the chance to fly forward and kick him.
Manhwa, standing above, was also taken by surprise by this move. Mo Zong appeared just in time to explain to Lu Di, "His sword is forged from volcanic rock, it's a chunk of iron."
When they made contact, light burst forth, singeing the talismans. A highly skilled Taoist, Lu Di, remarked with interest, truly keeping up with the times. Before the international team could respond, another member of Team H accelerated swiftly and closed the distance in an instant, landing a firm strike to an opponent's abdomen. Seeing this, Mo Zone looked slightly concerned. That device in her hand must carry at least 500 volts. Tu Yuan joined in, swiftly pulling someone aside with a decisive move. He fought in his own distinct style, pressing his opponent down with force, accompanied by a sound of success.
Lu Di watched with widened eyes.
He placed a hand on his neck and clicked his tongue. That looked painful. His neck might not be okay. Mo Zone called out to him, "Lu Di, look, Tin 33 doesn't seem like just anyone."
He observed closely and commented, "That move resembles a technique from an underground international combat group."
Lu Di responded, "I heard it's the result of 2 years of intensive training by a reconnaissance soldier from Team H." Not wanting to be left behind, Yulong quickly brought down another opponent.
The person went limp, dropping to the ground.
Lu Di watched as Team H effortlessly overwhelmed the international team in moments and let out a sigh, smiling slightly. The members of Team H are truly exceptional.
They've really mastered the art of subtle strategy.
While Lu Di was still caught in thought, someone approached and called out, "Boss Lu." Jianhu smiled and said to him, "We fought really well this time, luckily you were there to guide us."
Lu Di was confused. "I guided you?"
Jianhu nodded. "Of course, in the previous battle, you told us that if we couldn't hold back, we shouldn't. If we have the strength, we should use it, there's no need to hold grudges.
Lu Di silently wondered, was I really like that?
He looked at the people in front of him. The Nation H team looked strange on the outside but was actually very strong. For the military of Nation H to have gathered them, they must have spent a lot of effort.
Wouldn't it be more efficient if Refined Roll took over the renovation?
Ziyu, who was standing nearby, also felt relieved, realizing that her team members were stronger than she thought. She had over-worried. At that moment, there were others observing them from a distance. Linnet, with a cryptic smile, said, Nation H really is a treasure trove, and the physical quality here is much better than in Europe. On the other side, Lu Di seemed a bit distracted. There were still several tons of radioactive materials in the car, he needed to handle that first. He turned to Jianhu and said, everyone, contact me when it's graduation day. After saying that, Lu Di turned and left. Tin 33, who had been following, looked at his back in confusion. This great lord was in such a rush, why is he so obsessed with graduation? In a tall building, Bram had just woken up. Lao Shan came to report, my lord, Count has been beaten to death.
Bram was startled and sat up suddenly. Lao Shan helped him up while continuing the report, this is actually true.
Bram sighed in relief, fortunately, it was done by the FIC members, and they've agreed to help us keep it a secret. He frowned, at least no serious consequences had been caused. Lao Shan continued, Sir, I'm not sure why the H Nation police suddenly surrounded our entire area.
Bram tensed up. What?
Lao Shan replied, luckily, I risked my life to clean up the aftermath at the scene, they won't find any evidence. He hesitated for a moment before continuing, but, sir, the 6 masters from the 6 major countries have all been sacrificed here.
They are preparing to accuse us.
Bram felt a slight pain in his chest.
This. Lao Shan reassured him.
Don't worry, the talents they sent here are all at the Refined Roll Academy.
Bram breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that. Well, that's good.
At least there's something to protect us, and we still have a certain level of initiative. Lao Shan frowned, still not finished. But, sir, those people were defeated earlier by the H Nation team. 2 of them were seriously injured, and the others are unconscious.
Bram recoiled. What?
He collapsed onto the bed, his body trembling, and Lao Shan quickly caught him. Sir, don't panic, the technical department has already identified the cause of the failed transformation. Once we complete the sea-level transformation, the 6 allied nations will surely come crawling back to us. The pain subsided, and Bram gradually calmed down.
I'm fine. Is there anything else?
Lao Shan hesitated for a long time before saying, but, sir, all our radiation materials have been stolen.
The experiment can't continue.
Bram was stunned when he heard the news, as if he had been struck by a sudden blow.
What? The Emozone device immediately emitted a long beep, reporting Bram's abnormal heartbeat. Lao Shan shook him.
Sir, please wake up.
Mr. Grip wants you to personally explain things to him. Lu Di drove home, reaching into the trunk to pull out several boxes containing polonium.
He carried them inside. Emozone, noticing the red container in front of him, reminded Lu Di, in order to prevent this little dog from turning into a monster later on, Lu Di, you should still keep it under control.
Lu Di replied, got it.
He closed the door.
Emozone immediately checked and reported, the total amount of polonium is too large.
You can divide it into 3 doses for absorption. The radiation is too isolated now, and the effect will decrease as time goes on.
Lu Di asked, so, if I want to evolve quickly, do I need to find a way to concentrate other radioactive materials as well? Emozone smiled and replied, the yellow part is the result of the previous modification.
Next, we need to continue simulating Megan's ability to control metals.
Lu Di nodded, Emozone, I'm ready.
This time, all I need to do is take a deep breath and I won't mutate from the radiation.
Emozone asked him, Lu Di, do you want to show me what persistence really looks like? Lu Di nodded, that's right. The machinery was immediately activated. Radiation shot directly into Lu Di's body. He gritted his teeth and endured. Outside, a white car stopped nearby. Yufang asked the man sitting next to her, "Bei Ming, is our child really here?" Bei Ming nodded.
He had hidden it very well, having used countless connections to finally find his whereabouts.
Yufang hesitated, but this was Lu Di's house, he was so powerful, Bei Ming grasped her hand tightly.
Now, I have the strength to resist Lu Di, and I can even defeat an entire territory. From now on, the three of us won't have to worry about food and living anymore. In front of Lu Di's house, Little Junior was let out of the car by Yafei, and Miss Li appeared. Unless the violent bear comes begging me, only then will I consider letting this production line return to live with him.
Yafei laughed. If you leave your father, you'll regret it.
You have no idea how much I admire you. In the distance, someone was watching the two of them, Little Junior. Yufang covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears.
Bei Ming, it must be our child.
As soon as she finished speaking, Bei Ming immediately ran off. Suddenly, someone blocked his path.
What's going on here? Did you do this? Bei Ming stammered, that's my child. Kuan-Tang scratched his head.
Ha?
Are you crazy?
Before he could finish speaking, Bei Ming suddenly lunged forward, throwing a punch at Kuan-Tang. Anyone who gets in my way from finding my child is dead.
Kuan-Tang frowned.
This guy's too strong, he must be the enemy of Strongman Emperor 3. He gritted his teeth and said, "Come here, you'll have to get past me first."
Kuan-Tang shouted, "Drink it."
As soon as he finished speaking, he took a punch to the stomach from Bei Ming.
Kuan-Tang was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground with a loud bang.
Yafei stared blankly at the person lying on the floor.
"Who is that?" Yafei asked. Bei Ming walked in from outside.
Inside the laboratory, Lu Di looked up to observe the situation outside. When he saw that it was Bei Ming, he immediately tensed up.
"We're screwed," Lu Di said, his eyes filled with panic. Mo Zong noticed Lu Di's reaction and quickly said, "In your current condition, going out there is a death sentence.
Besides, the mutation process has already been initiated, it can't be stopped now." Lu Di said, "I'm too weak to even describe right now, and of all times, the enemy chooses now to show up." Lu Di called out to Mo Zong, crank the radiation to the highest level.
"I can take it." Mo Zong said, "Even at maximum radiation, it'll still take at least 5 to 8 minutes.
Lu Di immediately shouted, "Then make every second count." Outside, Bei Ming was moving toward Yafei, but before he could do anything, another uninvited guest arrived. A strange, shadowy figure crawled along the ground. "My queen," the shadowy figure spoke.
Bei Ming turned his head. "Another one trying to take my son?" He immediately struck at Telaria.
"You stay right there."
Telaria was knocked back several meters by the blow.
He growled, Who are you to dare stand in my way?" Bei Ming clenched his fist tightly.
"Anyone who dares touch my son must die."
He then turned to Yufang and said, "Yufang, get our child back."
"I'm here now."
Obediently, Yufang rushed toward Yafei. She raised a leg and kicked at Yafei, "Give me back my child."
Yafei said to Yufang, "You are not worthy of being a parent." On the other side, Telaria suddenly emitted crackling sounds and burst into laughter.
Behind her, a group of strange creatures barked and charged forward. Bei Ming had to continuously fight and fend them off. He panted heavily, "Damn it, the brain-eroding wolf ability had no effect on these brainless monsters." Over there, Yufang and Yafei were also engaged in a fierce battle.
Several monsters immediately seized the opportunity and pounced. Just as Telaria was about to reach Yafei, a second-generation dog leapt out and took a blow for her.
It bit down hard on Telaria, but there were too many of them, and the dog was quickly surrounded.
Yufang shouted, "Bei Ming!" He activated his attack skill. "You guys aren't going anywhere, come at me, don't even think about touching my kid. As soon as the words left his mouth, Bei Ming was immediately clawed in the back by a monster. Yufeng rushed forward in concern. But then, that monster raised its hand and clawed straight at Yufeng. She trembled and turned to look at Bei Ming, calling out to him, "Bei Ming, our child." Before she could finish, Yufeng fell to the ground. Bei Ming was surrounded by a swarm of monsters. Seeing this, his pupils immediately contracted. "Yufeng, no!" he cried out in pain. Lu Di, observing the situation from inside, was just as anxious. She hadn't expected this black and white Joker to return at this moment, bringing so many clones with him. Just then, Mo Zong announced that Lu Di's mutation had reached exhaustion. It might be too late. Lu Di let out a roar, releasing his energy, and the door to the room immediately exploded. Lu Di stepped out from the fiery smoke of the mortal world. The moment Telaria saw him, a surge of hatred stirred within her. "You are the one who destroyed my body." Lu Di shook his head. "I was too careless." He threw a strike toward Telaria. "Someone like you should have gone to hell a long time ago." Telaria and her clones immediately scrambled to flee. However, Lu Di did not spare anyone. He unleashed a series of attacks, aiming to wipe them all out. Bei Ming lay on the ground, raising his head to look at Little Junior. After Lu Di had finished, the Telaria group also moved toward Yafei and Little Junior. He sat down and patted the child's head. "Everything's fine now." At that moment, Bei Ming was trying to crawl toward Little Junior, raising his hand. The child furrowed his brow and looked at Lu Di. "Violent bear, what does he want to do?" Lu Di said, "Little Junior, let him look at you." Little Junior shook his head, "I don't want to." Bei Ming called out, "Son," then relaxed his hand, breathing no more. Little Junior hugged Lu Di, and he looked up at the sky. At this moment, a police car arrived at the scene. Yufeng and Bei Ming were placed into body bags and dragged away. Lu Di asked Little Junior, "Kiddo, do you want to know who these two are?" Little Junior was silent for a while, then replied, "I already know. I can feel that they gave birth to me." The child clenched his fists by his side, "But they do not deserve to be my parents." Little Junior gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face. "They abandoned me the moment I was born, locked me in a room underground for 4 years." Lu Di sighed, "They may not be good people, but they absolutely haven't abandoned you. It's just that they had no choice." He sat down and patted Little Junior's head. "You're still young. You don't understand how much they have sacrificed for you right now." Little Junior pulled Lu Di's hand away from his head. "I don't need such sacrifices, it means nothing." The kid looked up at Lu Di. "Violent bear, all I know is that you broke the iron door of the underground room, leading me out to see this world." Lu Di sighed inwardly. "So this little one thinks like this?" Little Junior continued, "You've always been the hero in my eyes, and apart from the matter of GNDBO, you've never said much." The kid turned his face away. "It's just that recently you've been enduring with some patience, and it's uncomfortable for me too." "No matter what, you hang in there." Lu Di looked at Little Junior in surprise. "Turns out this little kid always acknowledges me." Lu Di stood up, looking at Duan Hua in the distance, disturbed by the sight of the landscape that buried these two together. He hoped it could bring fulfillment to this unfortunate couple. He patted Little Junior's head and taught the kid, "As a human, we shouldn't forget our debts of gratitude. After we finish building the tomb, you'll come with me to burn incense for them, honoring your parents in heaven." Lu Di smiled at the kid. "As for me, just wait and see. For now, I'll stay in this mortal world, becoming the older brother that everyone must admire." Suddenly, a car drove up to this spot. Duan Hua frowned. "You're back again." Lu Di asked in confusion, "Commander Duan, what's going on?" Duan Hua explained, "FIC's people have been developing quite well. I've heard internationally that they've already made some achievements and are on the rise." Lu Di nodded, "I see. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take Little Junior to rest." The kid was just frightened. Lu Di turned to leave, and several people from FIC got out of the car and approached. Robbins, leading the group, spoke first.
Commander Duan, thank you for adhering to the international agreement and sharing with us the news about the case of the reformed, he said, shaking Duan Hua's hand.
The rest is up to us. With FIC here, there won't be any problems.
Robbins continued, forgive me for speaking frankly, but the information your team provided is quite confusing.
Duan Hua smiled and asked, why's that?
Robbins took the documents his teammate handed him. There was a large-scale battle here involving the reformed. A mysterious lone figure used his hands to unleash countless blades, wiping out dozens of B-ranked reformed.
Duan Hua nodded, that's right.
Robbins stroked his chin thoughtfully. The dozens of monster corpses were all sliced in half.
This is a bit too far-fetched, don't you think?
Duan Hua took a sip of water and replied, think what you will, but the case is closed now.
We're preparing to withdraw our team and don't want to disturb anyone here.
Robbins looked at the two B-rank reformed corpses on the ground and said, keeping these two corpses for research would be valuable.
Duan Hua frowned, confused. This was not acceptable.
Robbins said, we just received priority to handle the corpse.
Duan Hua was furious, but he responded.
A car stopped in front of Lu Di's house. A girl stepped out. Yuling had arrived. She looked at the White House in front of her.
Isn't this Lu Di's house?
She walked up to Duan Hua.
Mr. Duan, you called and asked me to come. What is going on? Duan Hua shook his head, offering his condolences.
I'm sorry, but the body is your sister's Yufeng.
She was stunned.
My sister.
Robin stepped forward, and Mo Zong gave a slight bow, suppressing his grief. Her family and an associate of hers are involved in this case.
We need to take her body for further investigation.
She glared, shouting. Who are you?
My sister is dead, why do you still want to take her away?
Robin snapped back.
Don't worry, we'll take good care of her. At that moment, Yafei appeared from behind. She looked at Robbins.
Captain, I advise you to stop right now.
Yafei said. Someone entrusted us with this, we must bury them.
This is a person we cannot provoke.
Robbins frowned. Special Agent Lisa, what nonsense are you talking? Who is this person we can't provoke? And besides, I have something very important to do. At that moment, someone clumsily approached. Lu Di appeared in front of them. Robbins looked at him. Di Lu, he's here. Lu Di raised his hand, releasing a gust of air. The people around were affected by the force, quickly stepping back. Here, Lu Di is calling Robbins. Robbins immediately responded. I'm here. Lu Di continued, this was exactly what was in the report, turning everyone into powder in the dark night. He frowned and looked at Robbins. There's more, he then said. I'm the one who can't be provoked. Do you have any opinions? Robbins immediately shook his head. No opinions. Sir Di Lu is just joking. Of course, we won't take the body anywhere. He seemed to be very submissive towards Lu Di. Hero Di Lu, whenever you're free, come to the headquarters and relax. Any position in FIC, you can choose it. Lu Di gave a faint smile. FIC is the organization overseeing reformers, still lacking a sense of justice. Only working for powerful nations, becoming a lackey, does that deserve to be called a hero? He tilted his head and looked at Robbins. But, that statement wasn't bad. I don't mind pressuring A to surrender to me. Robbins quickly said. Hero Di Lu, please don't joke. Our FIC. But before he could finish, Lu Di ignored him and turned to speak to Yashi. Your sister's matter, Commander Duan will handle it. He patted her shoulder in comfort. Times have changed. After you return to the corporation, gather the M69 project members and select them strictly.
Once you've chosen the right candidates, wait for my orders. Yushi immediately agreed. Then Lu Di turned to look at the second-generation dog beside him. Little pup, you've worked hard this time.
After saying that, he coldly carried the dog away, not caring about those left behind. He laid the dog down on the floor and noticed little Junior sitting dejectedly at the side. This kid had endured quite a bit of attack, so how should he comfort him? At this moment, Yafei pushed Kuantang, who was sitting in a wheelchair, outside. As soon as they arrived, he started complaining loudly, "It hurts so much."
Kuantang, frustrated, said, "The young man earlier was unreasonable.
This mighty master, was careless for a moment and got injured because of his attack."
The little Junior couldn't help but laugh at Kuantang's dramatic behavior. Lu Di chuckled and scolded the kid, "Why don't you thank Mr. Kuantang? He got injured protecting you." The little Junior immediately shook his head, refusing, "I don't want to thank him. He stole my cake to eat." Kuantang felt embarrassed by the kid's words. At this moment, Lu Di changed the subject and asked the little Junior, "How about the second-generation dog? It's broken now."
The little Junior sighed in response, "Poor second-generation dog."
Kuantang, born in the year of the monkey, sighed deeply, "Am I not even as good as a dog?"
Lu Di suddenly spoke to the little Junior, "I'll give you a chance.
In a few days, you won't need to go to school anymore.
Instead, you can fix the dog and use all the equipment in the house freely."
The little Junior excitedly jumped off the ground. "Really?" Lu Di nodded.
It was just the right time for him to stay home and create some things. Time passed, and an hour later, Lu Di stood in front of a truck. He smiled to himself and thought, the equipment that can create magic techniques has finally arrived. At home, mealtime arrived, and many delicious dishes were served. Yafei carried the food while speaking.
Everyone ate heartily, with Kuantang eating while observing Lu Di working in the front.
Lu Di held the welding device and continued to repair it, while on the other side, the little Junior was also focused on fixing the second-generation dog.
Kuantang, seeing the fire-breathing dog, immediately exclaimed, "This is impressive."
He saw Lu Di walk towards him with a needle in hand and turned to ask, "Strongman Emperor 3, what are you doing?" The needle, with no hint of mercy, was thrust straight into Kuantang's hand, drawing a bit of blood.
Lu Di, cold and indifferent, withdrew and left without a word. Kuantang was speechless. "Strongman Emperor 3, you're going too far. This is the 5th time you've taken my blood. I have nothing left. Once I recover, I'll defeat you." Lu Di shot him a glance. "Kuantang, be a little more obedient. I'm trying to figure out how to make you a true expert."
He pushed the lever, and the device in front of him hummed, starting the process. At the Refined Role Hero Academy, Ziyu stood before the H-Nation team, speaking. Everyone had always been curious about the 7th member of the H-Nation team. That person had arrived today as the leader. She looked at them and said that she had heard this person possessed unimaginable strength, so she advised everyone to treat each other well, to avoid being crippled by the one they underestimated.
Jian Hu laughed out loud. "I want to inherit Lu Di's philosophy. If I don't accept it, I'll challenge it.
I really want to spar with the new member and see who's stronger."
Ziyu immediately rejected the idea.
"I suggest you immediately abandon that dangerous thought."
Lu Yulong, standing beside him, turned to Jian Hu and asked, "Is this new classmate really that difficult?"
At that moment, a person walked in, a girl with purple hair and a cold expression on her face. Tu Yuan looked at her, and this girl really seemed aloof, giving off an impression that it would be very hard for her to let her guard down. Before the girl could say anything, a man appeared behind her and introduced himself. "Hello, everyone, I'm the new member.
You can call me Nguyen Dong, and this is my sister, Han Dong." The members of Nation H widened their eyes in surprise. "Wait, the two of you?" Ziyu was left speechless at their attitude. "When did I ever say the 7th member would be just one person?" Tu Yuan scratched his head. "So, are you two sharing the same position? You really know how to play it." Nguyen Dong explained, there's a reason for this.
My sister and I are never more than 11 meters apart.
Jian Hu looked at the two of them.
I heard from the instructor that both of you are very strong.
I wonder when we'll get to have a match. Nguyen Dong chuckled. Strong? That's not true.
My grandfather arranged for the two of us to come here to help Nation H achieve glory, and he even said that we're not a good fit for the team, so we should train separately.
Ji Go and Tu Yuan looked at them in surprise.
They aren't as hard to approach as the instructor said. Jian Hu scratched his head and stepped forward, warmly welcoming them. Well, since you've joined our Nation H team, we're all classmates from now on. Ji Go spoke up at this point.
Why isn't Sister Han Dong talking?
Is she shy or something?
Nguyen Dong explained on behalf of her sister. She's congenitally blind, she can't see anything.
Everyone, including Jian Hu, looked at Han Dong in surprise.
Ha! Cover your mouth when you sneeze.
Sorry, Sister Han Dong, I'm a girl too, let me take care of you from now on.
Tu Yuan nodded. That's right, we'll protect you too. Nguyen Dong stepped forward.
Thank you, everyone, but she can only be cared for by me.
With that, he looked up and waved. Brother Xiaohe, the people here are kind and it's very safe. You can rest assured. Xiaohe nodded in response, indicating he understood. A second later, he vanished from sight.
Jian Hu muttered to himself, that speed.
This person's strength is incredible.
He turned to Nguyen Dong beside him.
Nguyen Dong, your brother is that powerful, was he part of the heroic reformation? Nguyen Dong didn't nod. Let's just say he was.
In our family, only my sister and I are ordinary people.
Ziyu smiled.
As expected of old man Chu, the military doctor, none of his subordinates are weak. Lu Di sat at home watching the monitor, observing the situation at the school.
He smiled. Looks like Showdown is getting along with everyone quite well.
He turned to Yafei and handed her a small scroll. Lisa, give this to your commander.
Yafei nodded. All right. She walked over to Robbins. He immediately asked, did Lord Di Lu give any instructions? Yafei held out the note.
Lord Di Lu said, let me go take care of some matters. Robin, tapping his abacus, thought to himself that Lord Di Lu now owed him a favor, a good start to a mutually beneficial relationship.
He gave Yafei a friendly smile. All right, no problem.
Robbins unfolded the paper, and inside it was written, I want all the materials regarding your FIC, along with the information of the person responsible for the reform.
The deadline is 1 day.
The FIC people also saw it and immediately approached Robbins to speak with him.
Captain, this is classified information. Who exactly is this person who came to rummage through our stuff? His tone is completely insane. And why do we have to guard his house? Robbins waved his hand, giving orders to them. Go and do your job.
The two men were confused.
Captain, are you really agreeing to such an unreasonable demand? Please reconsider. Robbins immediately grabbed one of their collars. What do you understand? Come here.
The man was startled.
Robbins said seriously, no matter what Di Lu demands, it must be done for me.
After 1 day, anyone who dares to stand in my way will face my wrath.
The two men quickly left, muttering in dissatisfaction, what kind of person is Di Lu anyway? Robbins watched their retreating figures. Without Di Lu, our FIC would be nothing.
At the high-rise building of Refined Roll, Bird Ramgary glared hatefully at the missing middle finger on his hand. Those damn people from Nation H, you made me suffer the punishment from Lord Grip. This grudge over the loss of my finger, I will definitely repay.
He turned to ask Lao Shun, has everyone arrived? Mr. Shen nodded. Sir, everyone is here and waiting for you.
Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was noisy and bustling.
As everyone entered, a girl stood at the door offering drinks. Professor Han invited him to have tea. Minister Lem invited him for tea as well.
At that moment, Bird Ramgary pushed the door open and stepped inside.
As soon as everyone saw him, they hurried over and began to ask eagerly, "Mr. Bird Ramgary, we trust you once again. Your experiment will not fail, right?
My people have brought heavy weapons. This time, don't even think about letting me send my men to challenge you." Bairam smiled and confidently said, "Commander Chao Cheng-he, if I dared to announce my arrival, then of course I have everything planned out."
He looked around at the people in the hall, then clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, please wipe your eyes clean and get ready to witness the research results of our refined roll." The people below frowned.
Where? They looked toward the transformation chamber.
But wasn't that metal cabin empty?
To their surprise, the girl who had been serving tea earlier stepped forward to greet them.
"Hello everyone, my nickname is Witch, and my current level is 6.
The people below were stunned.
This person. She was just serving us tea a moment ago, so gentle and polite." Bairam walked up and stood next to the witch.
With the young lady witch here, the issue of losing control with the transformation process was basically nothing to worry about. He glanced at her and ordered, "Young lady witch, start." The witch stepped forward, touching the cabin. Her arm crackled with a sharp sound. With one hand, she lifted the entire cabin into the air, raising it high above her head, then she struggled to pry the cabin apart into two halves. The witch smiled and let go of both her hands. The people below stared wide-eyed. The power was terrifying, unquestionably Class C, and with a special ability self-generated heat, reaching a temperature high enough to melt metal. The witch stood in front of a piece of metal with the words 5000 kg written on it. She coldly raised her fist. The witch threw a powerful punch forward. With a loud bang, the piece of metal instantly exploded, and she continued to fly forward. The people below marveled, Class C was that strong. Bairam, standing below, spoke up, "The strength of a Class C modified person is too overwhelming, so it cannot be demonstrated on site.
You can watch this through the video."
He said confidently, "Allied nations, if anyone wants to modify to Class B, I can consider helping with that." Bairam paused for a moment before continuing, "But Nation H is not my ally, so Commander Chow, you can only come and watch." He shrugged, expressing a dismissive attitude as he said, "Believe me, the price I paid to acquire the technology one have today was truly disastrous.
Bairam will not share it with outsiders." Xingyi looked at him and said, "So, are you trying to provoke me by inviting me here today?" Bairam laughed. "Commander Chow, you're being harsh. I just want to set a goal for you guys."
Professor Han spoke up, calling Bird Ramgary. "Mr. Bird Ramgary, to show our sincerity, I have brought you a gift."
He took out a set of armor. "This is the latest research achievement of our country. The soldier's armor can increase strength by 400% and defense by 200%. Bairam looked at it, secretly smiling.
The competition among the students at the Refined Roll Academy didn't have any rules prohibiting the use of home equipment.
Bairam looked at Changyi.
"A few days ago, I went abroad for training and brought back a health recovery technique. Now, all the injured members of my international team have recovered."
Changyi frowned.
"A country made up of islands with snakes and rats living together, along with a set of nonsense armor. I wonder if those kids are all right." On the other side, the members of Team Nation H were sitting together, laughing and chatting freely.
Ziyu frowned.
"Without any opponents to train against, it really feels like we're just out for a picnic." Just then, a few people walked over, all wearing the armor that the allies had given to Bird Ramgary.
The international expert spoke up.
"Hey, you clowns from Nation H, I'm back again, with brand new gear to crush you all."
Jian who looked at them. "What can a loser in a clown outfit do? We'll defeat you too."
He looked at the international expert whom he had previously beaten up badly. "You golden-haired guy, you're recovering fast, but why hasn't your hair grown back yet?" The international expert, upon hearing Jian Hu's words, nearly exploded in anger. They all simultaneously took off their helmets and put them on. Those foolish Nation H people, our armor can withstand high temperatures, it's immune to electricity that's 4 times stronger than normal strength. He raised his middle finger at the Jianhu group. The Refined Role Academy is not a place for you country bumpkins. Jianhu was speechless, these people were nothing but petty villains. Luolong looked at them, their arrogance sky high because of their equipment. Ziyu frowned, this seemed like it was going to be a tough battle, all because Lu Di had made such a terrible opening move. Jianhu, take the lead, Wandong said, you protect Handong, we'll go ahead. An international expert threw a punch to Jianhu's stomach. It's useless, take one of mine first. Qpek also released an electric current toward them. She frowned, what's going on? How come they aren't injured? Tu Yuan was over there, fighting one of the others in hand-to-hand combat. With the support of his armor, his strength was even greater than his own. Nguandong folded his umbrella again and moved toward Ji Gu. Beating women, what kind of man are you? He's busy with that international expert, come fight me. The man was immediately provoked and quickly changed direction, charging toward Nguandong, wanting to die. But when his punch landed, Nguandong was no longer where he had been. Where'd he go? Suddenly, something flashed in front of him. Han Dong had kicked him in the head. The man instantly collapsed to the ground, his mask damaged and one of his eyes swollen shut. The international group was a little shaken, they'd actually been injured. What kind of person is that? So powerful? Luo Long was astonished. Nguyen Dong and the others were that strong, they had completely underestimated even the armor. Ziyu, standing at a distance, was also taken aback by the scene. The two sisters fought together in such a coordinated manner, it was truly unbeatable. Suddenly, a flash of light darted through the air. It was unfair an international expert had unexpectedly appeared and grabbed Nguyen Dong by the neck. Hu Guang emerged from nowhere. Each team was only allowed 7 members. Did you all allow 2 people under the name of the 7th member? It's clear that only one person is supposed to participate. Ziyu, standing on the sidelines, spoke up, stop. We have one person who isn't here. Hu Guang glanced at her, that's your problem. On the other side, Han Dong, not seeing her brother, immediately panicked. Nguyen Dong, my brother. She dropped the umbrella and collapsed to the ground, crying out. Brother! The 2 international experts intended to take advantage of the situation and rushed to handle Han Dong. This is the chance, take her out. Unexpectedly, Han Dong almost went insane, her eyes rolling back as she could only clutch her head and scream. The 2 international experts hesitated, sensing an invisible force. What's happening? Don't move. Linnet, who had been observing from the side, also showed excitement. What incredible physical strength! Hidong, on the other side, kept screaming, and small explosions kept occurring around them. Hu Guang was caught off guard. What's going on? He hadn't noticed what had appeared in the sky. As Lu Di arrived, he threw a punch, sending Hu Guang flying. He cursed, you idiot. Damn it, trying to play tricks. Now, Lu Di helped Nguyen Dong up, and the 2 of them looked at Han Dong, who was still holding her head, on the verge of losing control. Lu Di called out to her, Han Dong, Nguyen Dong is back. Hearing this, Han Dong immediately calmed down. Brother. Lu Di walked over to pat her head. Han Dong called out, brother, you've arrived as well? Lu Di smiled. Sorry, it's my mistake. I was a step too late. Suddenly, a powerful electric current surged behind him. Hu Guang walked up to Lu Di and said, you actually killed the entire international team. Lu Di glanced at him, thinking to himself that he had to make the one who hurt his younger siblings pay the price. He placed Nguyen Dong on the ground, coldly staring at Hu Guang, saying, you fool. Now he finally realizes the situation is wrong. There's no way to confront the power of this person directly. We need to run. Ziyu saw that Lu Di seemed to be losing his composure and shouted, Lu Di, stop. Don't make the situation worse.
However, Lu Di seemed not to hear and flew up high. Hu Guang, do you think you can escape? Lu Di's fist raised, carrying an infinite amount of strength. He punched straight at Hu Guang. At that moment, Sheng He also arrived, standing below and calling out, "Stop! Stop it right now!" Lu Di turned his head and saw a crowd of people running toward them from afar. Sheng He looked at Lu Di and said, "Think about the consequences." The members of the International Alliance shouted, You're too bold, daring to kill our students, and you even dare to delay like this." Bird Ramgari and the witch also arrived. He looked at Lu Di and said, "Do you still want to kill the hero Hu Guang?" The witch's eyes widened. "I'll deal with him." Seeing the International Alliance members preparing to advance, Sheng He quickly stepped forward to block them, saying, "Wait. This is Nation H. No one is allowed to take action. First, you need to clarify what's going on here." The members of the International Alliance frowned. The people from Nation H are all extremely evil. Sheng He wouldn't even know how to argue back if he had 100 mouths. This situation Lu Di looked at them was caused by you all, and they deserve to die. Upon hearing Lu Di's words, the members of the International Alliance were stunned. Is that kid out of his mind? What the hell is he talking about? Lu Di continued, 6 days ago, the people who died because of your refined roles jealousy experiment. Do you think the number of casualties is fewer than those who died in this? Do you think no one knows about it? The representative from Refined Role, Bird Ramgari, spoke up. This was just a loss in the laboratory. Our genetic modifications are for the evolution of humanity. It's a legitimate cause, and you people are murderers. Lu Di laughed at this logic, saying, "So, as long as it's a genetic modification organization, it means you can kill people at will?" Bird Ramgari was speechless. This person is audacious. We are the strongest and internationally recognized genetic modification organization. No one is allowed to question us. The members of the International Alliance nodded in agreement. That's right. In order to achieve the kind of research results we're after, we won't entertain any doubts or questioning. Lu Di was so enraged that he could no longer suppress his anger. He smiled faintly, saying, "In this distorted world, as long as you have power and strength, you can avoid punishment, right?" Lu Di nodded. "Fine, I'll spare his life for now, but not for long. Soon, I'll take his life without hesitation. If he dares to harm my family, he won't live past a month." The members of the International Alliance were infuriated. "You speak so arrogantly, and you think you can just walk away?" Sheng He saw that they were about to rush into a fight again and quickly spoke up. "Everyone stop right now. This is Nation H, not your territory. You just need to wait for the results." He then looked over at Nguandong and Handong. They are people of Mr. Su. How could they hurt anyone? The International Alliance will obviously not accept this kind of resolution. He killed people from 6 of our countries. This is an international case. Sheng He shrugged. So what if it is? The others gritted their teeth. You wait for it, we'll launch an international lawsuit. These murderers won't escape, not one of them. Sheng He sneered. The process of an international lawsuit takes at least 30 days. Before that, they are under the jurisdiction of Nation H. Lu Di walked over to help Nguandong up. Let's go. Handong nodded. All right, brother. But someone with poor eyesight tried to stop them. A sorceress stood in front of them. Stop right there. Lu Di looked at her. Who dares to stop me? He unleashed his power, and within 100 meters, everyone was shocked by a jolt of electricity, paralyzing them. They clutched their heads. This person is too strong, we can't stop him. Lu Di glanced at the defeated people behind him. If the world is already in chaos, then don't blame me for using my own methods to restore order. In the office, Sheng He called Duan Hua. Duan Hua, bring your guards and follow me to arrest a few people. Duanhua was surprised on the other end of the line. General Chow, with Long Wei there, do you really need me for something so trivial?
He shook his head.
This time is different.
They have killed 6 contestant students, but they are also talents of the nation.
I have to figure out a way to protect them.
The only safe place for them is to lock them up at your place. Upon hearing this, Duanhua became serious immediately.
This matter is extremely serious. We will come over right away.
Time passed, and about 20 minutes later, at Lu Di's house,
Duanhua asked He,
General Chow, don't tell me the person you want to capture is here.
He nodded. That's right.
My team members have followed him all the way here, always guarding this place.
He can't escape. Duanhua looked at him, as if he didn't know who this person was.
He, confused, responded to Duanhua, I have investigated him.
He's a civilian with decent resources and connections to Mr. Shi. Duanhua asked, is that all?
He thought to himself, this kid probably can't hold back.
But Lu Di probably isn't so reckless.
Seeing He walking ahead, Duanhua called him back. Mr. Chow, tell your people not to make a move just yet. He turned around to reassure Duanhua.
Don't worry. He's my citizen from Nation H. I won't act impulsively.
Duanhua, worried, said, I'm afraid that kid might kill a few more people. The door to Lu Di's laboratory opened, and Duanhua looked around.
He had never entered before.
He noticed the little junior sitting in front of him, along with a dog.
Who is this kid? The robot next to him looks quite formidable. Han Dong was sitting on the bed next to Nguyen Dong.
He asked the uninvited guests in front of him.
What are you here for? Duanhua was surprised. I know He, could these be the 4 children of Di? Could one of them be injured? This seems like a big deal. He whispered to He. General Chow, these people aren't weak. He responded. Call a few more people. If he resists, we'll have to use force.
He, Duanhua, and Ziyu walked over. He's men used a scanner to check the area. General Chow, there are no signs of modification on this person.
Ziyu nodded. Of course not. He's just a member of Nation H's team. Duanhua stepped forward.
Kiddo, this matter still needs to be dealt with. For now, come with me to the station.
I'll think of a way to keep you safe. He added. Facing international pressure, even Mr. Su can't protect you. Don't you notice?
The FIC has already surrounded this place. If your brothers and sisters get caught by the international community, the situation will be even more dangerous.
Lu Di's hands never stopped moving on the keyboard. He frowned.
This young man is too stubborn. Duanhua stood in front of him and suddenly raised his voice.
Kiddo, others may not understand you, but I do.
Kiddo, you're here for justice from GND, ending evil.
He froze, nudging Duanhua. Duanhua, what nonsense are you talking? Duanhua shouted. Don't stop me.
He turned back to continue speaking to Lu Di. A month ago, you single-handedly killed all 30 international assassins who infiltrated the Hai family. Half a month ago, you helped me handle the international child trafficking case. With the strength of just one person, the massacre of the underground rehabilitation facility in Europe, defeating over 100 evil doctors along with 14 B-level rehabilitators.
He stepped forward to block Duanhua. Duanhua, have you lost your mind?
Duanhua looked at him. General Chow, keep quiet, I haven't finished speaking. Duanhua returned to the main topic, pointing at Lu Di and continuing, 5 days ago, you single-handedly approached a C-level target, a vicious rehabilitator with self-healing abilities. Here, you carried out a plot to assassinate the FIC soldiers, which was all wiped out with a single move of your dark energy storm.
He looked at Lu Di's back. Kiddo, you are a hero in my eyes.
The subordinates standing around Manhwa stared wide-eyed.
Commander Duan's storytelling skills were truly impressive.
After delivering those bold words, Manhwa continued, but this time, you've made it very difficult for General Chow.
Do you really think General Chow will pardon you because of what you did earlier, saving the people and rescuing those children? Do you think he will forgive this mistake in return?
He sighed. Chao Cheng, he might not be like that.
He has no conscience, do you know that? The people behind him murmured among themselves, Commander, are you crazy? How can you insult General Chow like that? And how could he possibly kill over a dozen B-level rehabilitators?
At that moment, someone stepped forward and handed Duanhua a file. Commander Duan, here is the case file. Duanhua raised the stack of papers in his hand. Today, you guys are lucky. Here's the top secret file from the Special Police of the High Family. Take it. Xing He took the title of the Divine Being of Nation H and read it.
How come I'm from the Dragon Might faction and still didn't know such a character existed?
Hua looked at him. General Chow, you should handle this, because I definitely can't capture him. Xing He spoke up. Kiddo, you're very strong enough to be considered a national treasure, but you really put me in a difficult position.
There are constraints between nations.
After they finished speaking, Lu Di finally stood up and took his eyes off the computer.
You two are overthinking it.
The rules of this world are set by the strong.
Xing He frowned. Kiddo, how can you think this way? It's dangerous. Lu Di looked directly at everyone, because I am the strong one.
Lu Di said to them, your subordinates could have been improved further, but none of you have addressed the issue of their genetic jealousy connection.
Xing He was puzzled. How do you know this?
Lu Di replied, because the second generation of Tan Huan was developed by me and the De family. I'm the one who created the modification drug for your people. Fifth Emperor, you've taken a step forward, meaning the strength your people have today is also due to me. Lu Di logically continued, therefore, it's only natural for you to wholeheartedly repay your benefactor. Upon hearing this, Xing He nodded, all right.
With this reasoning, I'll help you handle things for now.
Lu Di smiled, great. Next, my plan is to establish a modification facility. Lu Di looked at Xing He. I've heard that setting up such a facility requires international recognition of strength. So when the time comes, I'll invite Commander Chow to lead the support. Xing He clicked his tongue. Europe's current position is very high, and they are leading in making things difficult for him. How could that be successful? He spoke seriously. I really appreciate your second-generation Tan Huang, but compared to the sea-level transformation technology of the Tin function, this is far inferior.
Lu Di nodded. The second-generation Tan Huan really isn't that good.
After all, at that time, it was urgent, and I only thought of the idea in 10 minutes.
Everyone in the room was taken aback. What? 10 minutes?
Lu Di clapped twice, and suddenly a light shone behind him, with several cubes appearing on the ceiling. On them, the labels read, Namo version 23, Namo version 7805, Namo version 1569.
Chao Cheng He's subordinates stared wide-eyed.
This?
Lu Di explained to them, the genetic cubes can simulate and create the most perfect life data bank. This is a serious invention of mine. The foundation of human transformation mechanisms is the demonic square god. Take instructor Ziyu, for example.
If we input her data into the 3 levels of the cube, then combine, select, optimize, and come up with a solution, we can then transform her strength. At least, compared to the present, it would be 10 times stronger.
Ziyu quietly listened to him speak.
Xing He stammered, This
isn't practical. 10 times stronger is still sea level. How could such technology even exist?
Lu Di looked at him, and G Corporation is the organization cooperating with your military side. I will provide them with the technology for the 4-level cube, as a token of my gratitude for Dragon Might's support of me. He paused for a moment before continuing, Oh, I almost forgot to mention, and G Corporation is also mine.
Xing He, surprised, asked him, How do you have so many identities?
You have close ties with the Nation H agency, and now you want to challenge the international side.
Aren't you afraid your family and loved ones will be threatened?
A subordinate of Ching He stepped forward. General Chow, I was ordered to investigate this person named Lu Di, but there's not a single piece of information on the case file.
It's as if he doesn't even exist. Lu Di smiled.
General Chow makes a valid point, so my current identity is that of a stateless soldier.
Ching He frowned.
In this information age, where everything is available online, for there to be no trace of you, it's terrifying.
And considering your immense power, able to go to the skies and the earth, who could possibly stop you?
Lu Di shook his head.
It's nothing to talk about, just the first step.
The subordinate stepped forward and whispered to Ching He, General Chow, refined role has arrived at the Dragon Might headquarters. He wants to fight against our modified soldiers. They brought 3 sea-level modified soldiers. As soon as he heard, his face tightened.
What's he doing trying to fight?
This is clearly an attempt to suppress us. Ching He looked at Lu Di. We can't have you representing the military of Nation H.
This limits your identity.
We'll have to ask that old man Heishan for help. I heard that one of his subordinates has recently appeared to be a level C expert.
Lu Di looked at him and said, General Chow, don't you know the recent situation of Tianla?
Ching He was confused. I don't know, only one person from Nation H can give orders to Tianla, and we don't have the authority to access their information. Ching He took out his phone and made a call, sighing, Heishan and I have never gotten along. Now that things have come to this point, I can only shamelessly beg him. On the other end of the line, Heishan quickly answered the phone.
Hello, Mr. He, what can I do for you?
Ching He gave a faint smile. It's nothing major, but I need your help with something.
Heishan asked, is it an order from the headquarters? Before he could say another word, Ching He became angry. This old man, Heishan, actually dared to hang up on me.
Lu Di looked at him. We really need to build a dam to protect Nation H, otherwise, Dragon Might won't be able to withstand it.
Here's the plan, Lu Di continued, I'll call Tianla. Ching He was taken aback, you?
Lu Di nodded indifferently. Perhaps they'll send a few experts here in respect of you, for helping them with the reformation. Ching He watched Lu Di's retreating figure, hoping his reputation would be useful.
A moment later, Lu Di returned, and Ching He asked, did you manage to get through?
Lu Di replied, yes.
And how about the others? Many of them.
Ching He breathed a sigh of relief. Today, I believe you, kid. I'll protect you.
But what about those FIC people outside?
He had just finished speaking when Robbins walked in holding a stack of papers.
Hero D. Lu, this is the complete dossier of FIC, including the secret bases. Also, do you wish to punish anyone? Just give the order, and FIC will fully support you.
After speaking, he turned to look at Ching He.
Hello everyone, I'm Robbins, the team leader of FIC's North America branch.
Lu Di smiled at him.
It's nothing, you may go ahead. Ching He was taken aback by Robbins' respectful attitude.
What other identity does this kid have?
Meanwhile, on Tianla's side, in the training area, there were loud explosions.
Heishan stood in front of the cliff, quickly gathering Tianla's people.
Instructor.
Heishan looked at them. We've received news from the Hai family.
Tianla's people immediately started chattering. What? Is it Mr. Lu?
Heishan nodded. The Hai family has some matters, and they need you all to return there. I'm giving you 10 days off to visit those you need to see, and consider it your personal matter. He looked down from above. I've deployed the ground net to station at the base, so who can go?
Tianla's people responded in unison, all of us, finally we can help Mr. Lu with something.
Heishan smiled in satisfaction. Good. On the H Nation side, 2 groups of people stood facing each other. Lu Di leaned casually against the cliff while Byram led the international team, criticizing them. Commander Lu Di, the only reason you can still appear here so freely is because your guards are too overprotective. Xinghe responded to them, before the international lawsuit is opened, everything falls under the jurisdiction of our nation H.
You have no right to question us.
He thought to himself, the situation has reached this point, we can't afford to lose our momentum now. Byram sneered, fine, you can protect him, but it won't last long. At that moment, an old man from the refined role group stepped forward, pointing behind him, and said, Commander Chow, these three are sea-level experts, enough to flatten your nation H. The refined role group and the international crowd immediately burst into laughter. Chenghe's subordinates quickly tried to calm him, leader, stay calm, watch your heart. Xinghe clenched his fist and said, don't worry, even if I die, I won't die in front of them. Xinghe looked at Bird Ramgary, Byram, you wait. The experts from Nation H are on their way here, and they will make sure your behinds lose control over even the smallest things.
Bird Ramgary laughed loudly, on their way? I'm eagerly awaiting them.
The international crowd laughed mockingly, Nation H is just sending a bunch of B-level people to support them.
Byram smiled and said, General Chow, don't worry. No matter what happens, we are only sending 3 C-level experts, so we won't be accused of bullying you.
Lu Di, who had been quietly observing without saying anything, now spoke up. Byram looked at him, surprised that such a small-time student like you was being protected by the state agency of Nation H. His eyes gleamed, but you're just hiding behind the cowardly shell of dragon might.
Lu Di gave a friendly smile to Bird Ramgary, you should be happy. You're not worth me lifting a finger. Besides, you wouldn't even be able to handle it. The pupils of Bird Ramgary contracted, and he laughed even more manically.
I'm starting to like your kid a little.
Talking so arrogantly.
Suddenly, the sound of helicopter blades whirring came from the sky. The international team looked up, confused.
Why were there so many helicopters coming to Nation H? The crowd was of no use.
The helicopter door opened, and someone directly jumped down from above, landing with a loud thud on the ground. As the dust settled, the people from Tianla stood unscathed, without a single scratch, in front of everyone. The international team stared in disbelief. They had fallen from over 100 meters and weren't injured. From the appearance and build of this person, it was clear their strength was far from weak. Bird Ramgary's subordinate scanned and reported.
Sir Byram. He frowned. Nation H really has a C-level. Byram gritted his teeth. I underestimated them, but so what? It's just one person.
On the other side, Xinghe was also very surprised. This old man He Shan is good. He really hit it well, to have a C-level expert. Just as he finished speaking, another person fell down in front of them, the ground shaking as if it were about to crack.
Bird Ramgary's subordinate reported again.
Sir Bird Ramgary, another C6 level.
Bird Ramgary froze. Ha! Nation H only has one fewer person than us? Suddenly, someone spoke up. Not necessarily.
Bird Ramgary and his companion quickly turned their heads to look up at the sky. Above, a series of helicopters and hundreds of people were jumping down. The ground below continued to erupt with both loud and small explosions. Everyone safely landed, waiting for the dust to settle, and they arranged Xing Hong neatly. Bird Ramgary's subordinate swallowed a gulp of saliva and reported, Sir, 283 people, they are all 6. The international personnel turned around and said, Sir Bird Ramgary, this world now belongs to Nation H, there's no stopping them. Only then could Xinghe breathe a sigh of relief. He confidently said, this is Nation H. The people from Tianla spoke in unison, Mr. Lu, the news just arrived, we've traveled from thousands of miles to get here. Lu Di stood up to greet them, then said to Bird Ramgary, now I'm standing in front of you, try to touch me. Bird Ramgary quickly stepped back, no, don't hit me, I admit defeat. However, Lu Di had no intention of letting them off. Sorry, it's too late, darling. The Byram group collapsed onto the ground. The Tianla people surged forward like a storm, while the unrelated bystanders stepped back. If anyone got injured, we're not responsible.
The personnel from Refined Roles Transformation Team also turned pale. Lu Di instructed them, "Don't kill anyone, just take the blood from that little transformed girl for me." The Tianla personnel replied, "Yes." They swiftly launched a large-scale attack. Lu Di smiled as he observed the scene. The blood of that witch girl could create a special high-temperature ability. A DNA type like that would have limitless creative potential. Time passed, and 2 minutes later, the Tianla group stepped forward and handed Lu Di a piece of blood-stained clothing. "Mr. Lu, amidst the chaos, we only managed to get this much." Lu Di nodded and took it. "This is enough." At this moment, the few people from Refined Role who were being reformed were scurrying away. Lu Di called them back, "Stop right there." The 2 or 3 reformed people, scared and trembling, turned their heads back. Lu Di casually said, "Everyone, one day from now, I will establish a completely new base. I hope you all will cooperate there." They signed an agreement, and then he coldly dismissed them. "Leave." Qingyi waited until the group causing trouble had left before stepping forward. "Kiddo, how did you pull that off? The soldiers of Tianla are all only at C rank." Someone from Tianla answered for Lu Di. "Tianla, everything we've achieved today is thanks to Mr. Lu. We owe Mr. Lu our lives." Qingyi broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "A life? You guys are from Tianla, who could possibly threaten you?" Lu Di looked at the people from Tianla and seriously said, "Brothers, it's nothing worth mentioning, really not worth bringing up. Regarding today's events, I sincerely thank all of you." The people from Tianla seemed unwilling to leave. They told him, "Mr. Lu, earlier we were just getting warmed up." "That's right, Mr. Lu, where is the strongest of Nation H, Kuantang? We want to challenge him." Lu Di stiffened when he heard that. "Kuantang, he's dead." The fabricated stories from earlier, they had taken them as truth. What now? One of the Tianla team stepped forward and said to the excited person who wanted to challenge, "Don't bother Mr. Lu anymore. My people have sent news, Kuantang has always been in a place with white architecture. I have the coordinates." The people of Tianla became very excited. "That's great." Lu Di spoke to them, "Everyone, let's go to the High family. I must play the perfect host and treat you all well. You can come to my house, and coincidentally, my house is the one with the white architectural style." Sikmi nodded in agreement. "If Mr. Lu insists, then we humbly obey. Brothers, let's go, we are visiting Mr. Lu's house." Everyone chimed in unison. "All right," Lu Di led them out. "Follow me." At Lu Di's house, Kuantang, with his hand in a cast, was sitting in a wheelchair eating ice cream. He saw Lu Di coming with a group of people inside. "The strong Emperor 3 is really impressive, these kids are just like bulls charging forward." Lu Di greeted him, even thoughtfully changing the way he addressed him. "Xiao Tai, how have you been lately?" Kuantang innocently scratched his head. "Emperor 3, I'm Kuantang, you know, the Master Kuantang." Lu Di was left speechless. "Well, good for you, my friend. I can only help you up to this point." The group from Tianla, who were behind, immediately started chattering when they heard the name. "He's Kuantang? But why does he look so weak?" Someone took out a portrait of Kuantang and compared it. Sikmi, after taking a look, said to his teammates, "Except for being weak, everything else matches perfectly." As soon as he finished speaking, the Tianla group gathered around Kuantang's wheelchair. "Today, we from Tianla want to challenge you. We are C6 level. What about you?" Kuantang looked around in panic. Who were these people? A single wrong word, and they would start fighting. At that moment, Lu Di stepped in to defuse the situation. "Everyone, Kuantang is too weak right now, he's still a patient. Beating someone as fragile as him will damage the reputation of a fighter." Sikmi asked him, "Mr. Lu, what do you mean?" Lu Di smiled and replied, "I'll provide him with simple treatment, just one night should be enough. Once he's healed, then you can fight him if you wish." The Tianla group immediately agreed. Mr. Lu is indeed wise. Then we will stay here tonight and fight Confronting tomorrow morning. Lu Di nodded. Please wait a moment, the 50,000 earth shrimp are being delivered. I'm sure you'll like them.
Sikmi laughed. 50,000, how generous.
Then thank you, Mr. Lu. Lu Di pushed Confronting away.
I'll come join you for a drink later. The Tianla group immediately stopped paying attention to Confronting and didn't care as Lu Di pushed him into the house.
Once inside, Confronting quickly spoke up. Emperor 3, thank you for helping me.
I will repay this favor in the future. Lu Di looked at him in confusion.
Confronting, what are you trying to do? Confronting looked at him like he was an idiot. Run, do you expect to wait here and die? Lu Di chuckled.
Recently, my modification technology has improved quite a bit.
I can help you become a true fighter. Confronting's eyes lit up. Really?
Lu Di stretched out his hand, and a surge of energy gathered in his palm, causing Confronting's left arm to immediately crack open.
Lu Di called out, follow me.
He led Confronting to a spacious area.
This is my transformation device.
He was extremely surprised.
Quite advanced, isn't it? Confronting entered the transformation chamber, and the door closed. Mo Zone displayed information for Lu Di to see. Confronting's natural aptitude is not bad, at least he can achieve 0.6% of your level. Lu Di grinned. Well, that's not too bad.
Soon after, the transformation chamber's lights went out, and Confronting emerged with great vigor.
Emperor 3, my wounds have healed, and I've become stronger. He walked up to Lu Di. Moreover, I feel like my abilities have improved as well.
Next, he nodded and even hummed a little.
Confronting patted his chest. I'm so strong now. What level am I at? Lu Di roughly estimated and made a guess. Maybe level D, E, or F. Confronting was stunned. Huh? Really? Then I have no rivals. Lu Di turned and walked outside. Go ahead. Try your strength with BK and Tianla. Confronting hesitated and asked cautiously. If I can't win, can I run away?
But as soon as he stepped outside, there was no one in sight.
Where is everyone?
Lu Di bent down and picked up a piece of paper from the ground, which read,
Mr. Lu, sorry. Tianla has disappeared.
General He Shan suddenly gave an order, commanding us to assemble.
Military orders are as firm as a mountain. We will meet again another day.
283 Tianla soldiers. Confronting timidly stepped back, but now he could proudly speak up.
They must have been scared off by my aura, right?
Lu Di was accustomed to his attitude, so he changed the subject. If the soldiers are all gone, then do something for me.
Confronting nodded, cracking his fingers. No problem, how about we have a match first? Lu Di sighed. You still think you're fine, don't you?
Lu Di clenched his fist, not using too much force, but with a quick swing, he landed a punch that sent Confronting flying to the other side.
Confronting was knocked back 1,800 miles, crashing into a tree in the forest.
He clutched his chest and coughed heavily.
Lu Di stood before Confronting and asked, Now, can we get to work? He nodded. Yes. Lu Di took out a set of clothes and handed them to Confronting. Put this on.
You need to leave within 3 hours, head to the 7-kilometer mark from the Haijing line, and wait for further orders. Before leaving, Lu Di added, this time, try to look a little more handsome.
Confronting nodded. Got it, thanks.
Lu Di watched 2 white cars stop in front of him.
Chao Chenghe and his subordinates stepped out, their presence imposing. Lu Di asked him, General Chao, has the president finished the preparations? Everyone has been invited?
Chenghe sighed. Kiddo, I admire your courage in wanting to establish an internationally recognized organization for reformers, but getting the approval of the 27 great powers is no easy task.
Lu Di nodded.
Indeed, once they agreed, it would be like releasing a tiger back into the forest. Then, my manufacturing rules must make them respect me.
Xingyi sighed, you're thinking too simply. Do you really think they're a bunch of idiots? Besides, in terms of material conditions, what do you have?
Lu Di confidently responded, General Chow, don't worry, I've got everything prepared.
He was surprised, when did you prepare it? How come I didn't know about this?
Lu Di stepped forward and whispered to him, last night, in the skyscraper, inside the conference hall, on the screen was Qinghe, he spoke up for today's event.
It's starting.
Bird Ramgary was the first to speak up and question, General Chow, you clearly know Lu Di is guilty, yet you publicly support him in establishing a rehabilitation facility.
Lu Di frowned.
My rehabilitation organization has nothing to do with any country, no one can interfere with it.
But if anyone dares to go against it, I will definitely stop them in their tracks.
His eyes flashed, and if anyone makes an enemy of me, I will repay it 100-fold. People from the International Alliance on the screen immediately mocked, this blonde guy sure talks big.
An old man laughed, do you have any assets? You think you can just talk about setting up a rehabilitation facility and actually get it done?
Lu Di pushed Qinghe aside, Commander Tao, mind if I borrow your screen for a moment? A piece of paper was projected on the screen, which read, the military announces full support from the creator group for the new rehabilitation facility. Punisar starts with a fund of over $1 trillion, with unlimited backing.
Lu Di smiled faintly, I forgot to introduce it, my transformation facility here is Punisar. He innocently asked the people from the International Alliance, is this money enough? Can everyone sign now?
Bird Ramgary was dumbfounded, this kid actually has connections with the creator side.
Then he yelled, just because you have money, does that make you important?
But if you say your transformation facility doesn't belong to any country, then it shouldn't be built on any nation's territory. The old man nodded in agreement, that's right, without a facility, we can't sign.
Lu Di stood up, don't rush, it's right there. He adjusted the screen to show a sea area, don't hurry, it's on its way. The people from the International Alliance sneered, kid, what nonsense are you talking?
All that's there is just water.
At that moment, huge ships appeared on the sea.
The people from the International Alliance were stunned. The white cargo ship was the world's largest cargo ship, the Haishanhao. Someone beside him spoke up, also, those two ships are no less impressive.
The old man from the Alliance widened his eyes, how does this kid have the ability to bring such big ships? Bairam seemed to go mad, grabbing the computer screen, kid, you want to use these massive ships as your facility? No way, that sea doesn't belong to you.
Lu Di smiled slightly, then uttered a few words, please watch carefully. The giant ships were all heading toward an island together. Lu Di's gaze became more serious, and Bird Ramgary trembled, unable to say a word. The people from the International Alliance also fell silent, observing the situation.
Bird Ramgary quickly picked up the phone and made a call.
The voice on the other end responded.
This is the decree of the Divine Silver Emperor 5. No one has the right to obstruct it. Bairam was stunned in the conference room. What is this nonsense about a divine decree? What are you talking about?
The voice on the other end coldly snapped.
You are just a mortal. How could you possibly understand the matters of gods like I do? The phone call was abruptly cut off.
Bird Ramgary gritted his teeth and asked Lu Di.
Did you use some dirty trick to make this happen?
Lu Di smiled.
Maybe. This is the power of belief.
The ships kept spewing smoke as they drew closer to the shore.
A ladder was lowered, reaching the ground. People continuously moved down.
Qinghe was stunned.
Well done, kiddo.
A 1,000-foot-high tower rises from a flat plain. With this amount of staff and equipment, the base would be finished in no more than 10 days.
Bairam slammed the phone down onto the table, gritting his teeth.
So what if you have a base?
The most important thing in reconstruction is technology. Do you have it? Do you have the hero of Reconstruction? You're just a fraud, pretending to sell lamb but selling dog meat. I refuse to support this. Ching He frowned. What did they know?
The reconstruction technology of Tianla belonged to this kid.
Lu Di stopped him. Commander Gao, may I borrow your screen for a moment? Please project to an area in the suburbs.
This is the suburb of the Hai family, about 7 km of railway outside of Haijing.
Byram, what the hell is this? Could this kid possibly know our plan?
On the screen, a train was speeding forward at an alarming rate.
The conductor inside was pulling the brakes.
The wheels screeched as they rubbed against the tracks. The conductor was panicking.
Why aren't the brakes working?
The international side, seeing the chaotic situation, was also worried.
What is going on here?
This is way too dangerous. On the screen, it switched to a scene where a reporter was interviewing Tian Mian.
Mr. Tian Mian, is there anything you'd like to say to your fans? Tian Mian looked into the camera.
I am the embodiment of justice, and I will always protect everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion rang out behind him.
Tian Mian secretly smiled.
When he raised his head, his expression had changed to one of seriousness.
Everyone, move back.
I'll take care of this. The reporter watched as Tian Mian rushed off and spoke into the microphone. Dear viewers, just moments ago, there was an incident on the Jingdong Railway, but fortunately, our superhero, Tian Mian, bravely rushed to the scene to offer his help. The audience below, captivated by his appearance, could not help but stare in awe.
Tian Mian is so handsome, and his speed is like that of a bullet. Tian Mian flew without any fear.
Just as his feet touched the roof, something zipped past him at a speed even faster than his. The people below gasped in shock.
Who is that shadow? Their speed is even faster than. Kuantang, dressed in black, soared across Tian Mian.
What are you staring at?
Never seen a handsome guy before? Tian Mian was stunned.
What the hell is this?
His speed is even faster than mine.
The reporter below continued speaking. That shadowy figure is impressive.
He's completely overshadowing Tian Mian.
On the other side, Kuantang had landed, his cloak fluttering in the wind. The crowd immediately cursed upon seeing him.
Damn it, is this guy some sort of black-clad hero?
The people from Qingyi in the meeting room were also confused.
Could it be?
Lu Di calmly crossed his arms and continued watching.
The screen now showed Tian Mian carrying two people out of the accident. Hero Tian Mian saved the driver. They're safe now.
The nearby crowd was still tense, but the train was still out of control. If we don't stop it in time, the train will crash into the city and cause an explosion. At this moment, a hand reached out to block the train.
Tian Mian struggled, trying to slow the train down.
Sweat poured from him.
Who the hell designed this stunt? Are they trying to get me killed?
The crowd, panicked and unable to stop the train, screamed, fearing an imminent explosion.
Kuantang looked at Tian Mian's weakest moment, sneering in disdain.
Pathetic. He jumped down to the ground, placed both hands on the train, and with a shout, lifted the entire train.
Lift it up. The entire train was immediately lifted off the tracks. The onlookers were stunned, watching the scene unfold before them. The black-clad hero was even stronger than Tian Mian. Kuantang lifted the entire train into the air, causing it to explode mid-flight.
The people below, witnessing the thick smoke and flames, were filled with anxiety, but the danger had already passed.
But what about the hero in black? At that moment, Kuantang emerged from the sea of flames.
The crowd sighed in relief, as the hero in black was completely unharmed. This man was truly handsome.
Kuantang smiled and introduced himself. I am from the Punisher organization, the man in black.
He patted his chest and said, It was just a little something I did on a whim, no need to make a big deal out of it.
The crowd cheered and praised him. My hero in black, the Punisher, is so strong. A moment later, Kuntang immediately stomped his foot on the ground. He jumped onto a rooftop and disappeared, leaving only a farewell. See you later, everyone. The crowd frowned, watching his figure fade away. The strength of the hero in black seemed to be at least Class C, or maybe even higher. He was from the Punisher organization. Did they have someone that strong? Bird Ramgary, in his office, saw things unfolding in a way that didn't match his plans. He was furious. Another failure. The man in black was actually one of Ludi's people. Ludi, noticing his reaction, immediately seized the moment to interrogate him. Byram, what are you so flustered about? Byram tried to calm himself down and responded. Flustered? I'm not flustered. My hero in black simply made a mistake. Besides, didn't he just save the two drivers? Ludi laughed. That excuse of yours won't fool anyone. From today onward, your positions will only get worse. Bird Ramgary shouted at Ludi. So what if you have the man in black? If you want to establish a reform organization, you still need signatures from 27 countries. That's not happening anytime soon. Ludi did not respond to him. He stared straight at the screen and said, Everyone, I trust your judgment regarding Punisher's capabilities. If there are no issues, you can sign now. The international representatives immediately turned to consult with each other, discussing among themselves. The name Punisher carried significant weight, and the resources behind it were undeniable. The level of their operations was also hard to believe. This fully matched the conditions required for establishment, and the black-clad heroes under their command were strong experts. One by one, they replied to Ludi, We agree, we also agree. Bird Ramgary, however, still tried to salvage the situation. Then what? No matter what, Refined Roll absolutely will not sign. The people behind him immediately echoed his words, If Europe doesn't sign, then neither will we. Ludi leaned his hand on the table and calmly looked at him. What are you even? You represent Europe with your tiny company? Byram laughed heartily and said, Don't worry, our leader will personally refuse you. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen immediately displayed an image of Grip. He spoke, That's right, I came personally to refuse. Grip held up a piece of paper and said, Something this ridiculous, I won't sign. You can forget about it. However, the screen in front of him displayed a message that perhaps only he could see. It showed an image of Ludi holding a broom with the words, If you dare not to sign, I will turn your White House into a wasteland in 10 minutes. As soon as Fourth Emperor read this, Grip's attitude changed immediately. He laughed and said, Everyone here, I seem to have encountered a little issue, but I will sign immediately. Then the man raised his voice and addressed everyone present in the meeting, Everyone has to sign for me. Whoever dares not to sign is an enemy of Grip. I guarantee that during this term, I will suppress all of you. The international people were confused, exchanging glances, hearing rumors that Grip was a little crazy. Could it be true? Byram slumped into his chair. It's over, this time it's really over, everyone has agreed. After saying that, Grip shifted the topic to Ludi. So, who exactly are you, sir? Ludi snorted coldly. This old man Grip still wanted to probe his identity. He replied indifferently, Fifth Emperor. As soon as Grip heard those two words, his lips trembled like rain. Hack was the domain of the Fourth Emperor, while transformation was the domain of the Fifth Emperor. Was he trying to suppress him for life? Grip then turned to give orders to Bird Ramgary. Byram, you obediently focus on developing the transformation career with Ludi. In the future, if there's nothing important, don't bother me. Byram hesitated. This matter, Lao Shen murmured from behind, Fifth Emperor prophecy. Ludi glanced at him. Xiao Beiming was truly very intelligent, even the assistant CEO of Refined Roll had been brainwashed. He spoke through the screen to Lao Shen. Lao Shen, take good care of your boss from now on. If he's upset, come and work for me. Ludi said this and turned to leave. Bairam and Lao Shan also got out of the car to go home. As soon as they got in the car, Bairam gave an order. Lao Shan, drive. Let's go back to the company and review the countermeasures. Lao Shan obediently responded, yes, sir.
Bird Ramgary grew increasingly frustrated, muttering under his breath. Inside the secret meeting of the Refined Role headquarters at Nation H, he addressed the 5 people sitting at the round table with him. We cannot just stand by and watch that kid Ludi grow stronger. One of the participants spoke up.
Mr. Bird Ramgary, what about the technology of Refined Role?
Bird Ramgary slammed his hand on the table.
I'm the one resonating with you all.
His Puni sir only had one hero, a black-suited person who had been modified. We need to quickly form a C-tier rating team and assassinate that black-suited guy.
He said maliciously. If one-on-one doesn't work, I'll gather a group. The others hesitated. This matter.
Bird Ramgary crossed his arms and looked at them.
Stop dragging your feet. Is there anything in your organization that isn't stained with blood? Someone spoke up.
But if his foundation has been completed, it will definitely be able to modify more people than you can.
Another person chimed in.
But I have a B-tier modifier, with the ability to manipulate water. He can move very fast underwater and hold his breath for up to 10 minutes.
If he raises his hand, I can have C4 explosives transported here underwater. Bird Ramgary nodded. That suits my plans perfectly.
One of them seemed a little panicked.
Are we really going to blow something up? Bird Ramgary sneered. So what if we do? Isn't that deserted island in the middle of the sea? No one will get hurt. After a round of persuasion, they decided to proceed. Let's go with Mr. Bird Ramgary's plan. If you're not ruthless, you're not a real man.
At Ludi's home, the place was equipped with all sorts of ammunition and robotic limbs.
This is a gift from me to you all. Quickly get used to it. Ludi smiled and said to everyone, next, I will enhance all of your physical abilities.
Xiaoyi, Han Dong, and Muan Dong immediately brightened up. Thank you, Mr. Lu.
Ludi then shifted his gaze down to the little junior standing below. Didn't you always want to go to that science and technology island? I'll allow you to go today. The little junior was excited. Really? That's amazing.
After speaking with the little junior, Ludi turned around and saw a few people appear in front of him.
3 men introduced themselves first. Mr. Lu, we are the 3 brothers. One of us resigned from the Yen family, another is a former soldier, and the last one is uneducated. We came specifically to support you.
Jianhu, Qpek, and Tu Yuan also arrived.
Boss Lu, we have already directly taken down the Refined Role Hero Academy.
We came here especially to offer our services under your command. Yafei also appeared from somewhere, complaining, now, the FIC Special Forces are dealing with these petty troubles all day, it's so boring. Jiruo also spoke up, but if you give an order, Jiruo will act without hesitation or delay. Koen Tang, carrying a baseball bat, walked over, you can have me do anything, as long as I can keep up my good looks.
Ludi smiled, joining my Punisher group means you won't have your nationality or your previous identity anymore.
The others replied in unison, Mr. Lu, just leave the arrangements to you.
Ludi nodded and said, with so many of you, it's still useless. In that case, I welcome all of you.
The helicopter started up, and the sound of the rotor blades continuously whirred. Inside the helicopter, a group of people were standing.
Ludi asked them, do you all trust me, Ludi?
They all spoke in unison, everything has been arranged, we will absolutely obey. Ludi led Jiruo in first, the vector of mass force level 3 is suitable for the first person to undergo transformation. Next came Yafei, the vector of mass force suitable for a B-level transformer is for enhancement. He looked at the remaining people, and level 5 is for those with special traits, like spring, summer, fall, and winter, to awaken them. According to Ludi's arrangement, everyone proceeded to the transformation chambers that matched their levels.
Koen Tang called out to Ludi, Emperor 3, what about me? Lu Di gave him a puzzled look.
He had just undergone the transformation not long ago and had been continuously bonding DNA, which was still not confirmed. If the transformation continued, it would lead to his death.
Confronting shook his head, I don't believe it. At this moment, someone approached, a girl with concern in her voice, Boss Emperor 3, are you sure you want to activate it like this?
Lu Di smiled reassuringly at her, don't worry, you'll understand these techniques soon enough. Right now, your task is to carefully record the details.
The girl was confused, what is there to record now?
Lu Di nodded toward the transformation chambers, of course, record the strength of our Punisher group.
Understood, Boss Emperor 3.
Time passed, and 3 hours later, Lu Di walked outside to the cliff by the sea.
He saw his little junior sitting there. When did this kid come out here? Inside the room, Confronting was sitting back, nearly dozing off.
Suddenly, a loud noise pierced through the silence. He jerked awake and stood up abruptly.
What's going on?
A modified chamber opened, and Xiaoyi stepped out.
The girl frowned and assessed the boy.
The test range for the machine is grade E, and he has exceeded the testing range. His combat power is extremely strong. Looking at the phone screen, there were several lines of text detailing the Punisher report on the grade of the modified person's combat power surge.
The girl sighed. This modification is truly astounding. Every single one of them is a strong man.
The sun rose higher, and the sunlight gradually became harsh. Inside the city, the peaceful atmosphere was gone. In the High Family District, a 20-story building had experienced a natural gas explosion internally. The 18th floor was severely charred, and thick smoke poured out from the 19th and 20th floors. More than a dozen residents were trapped inside. WO continuously updated the news, with Punisher's report, the man in black is on his way to the scene.
Netizens commented. Why isn't the hero from the organization here yet? The man in black is so capable, one person is enough.
Below the building that had been blown up, a group of modified people stood waiting.
Now we just wait for the fish to bite. Netizens noticed something was off. What are these people up to?
It seems like they might have caused the fire.
They're so ruthless. Confronting had also timed his arrival perfectly. The moment people saw him, their excitement grew.
The man in black is here, as expected, so brave.
Confronting arrived and immediately rescued the people trapped at the scene of the accident. Netizens marveled, the guy in the black outfit is too strong.
It didn't take long for him to rescue everyone trapped in there.
The group of people stood below, watching closely. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Once he leaves the scene, we'll move in on him immediately.
One of his subordinates spoke up anxiously, Boss, it seems like he's not a sea level.
It looks like we can't take him down. Don't you trust the 7 of us? He frowned. I don't believe that we can't handle him. The man in black must disappear from this world completely.
Netizens, observing the malicious attitude of these people, immediately condemned them.
How could they do something so sinister? Guys, I know where that building is.
Let's gather people and take care of these guys.
On the internet, the Punisher Chronicle was being updated. Everyone, stay calm.
The evildoers will, of course, be dealt with by the reformers. When the group saw Confronting fly away, they quickly shouted to each other.
He's leaving. Chase after him. The reformers immediately gave chase. Confronting landed in an isolated area and stopped. The group caught up with him. The leader called out, Hey, Black Cloak, are you waiting for us?
As soon as they spoke, they drew their short knives and held them in their hands.
A netizen asked, Is that the G Nation army? Could they be foreigners? The leader looked at Confronting, the man in black, and said, This is your grave. An hour from now, your body will be dissected and washed away by the sea.
Confronting glanced at them and said, I really want to kill all of you, but I'm about to miss my flight.
My superiors ordered me to go on a business trip to Nation C. With that, he instantly disappeared. Bye-bye. The people below were confused. Where did he go? How did he disappear without a trace? Netizens were baffled. Did he run away? Fine, if you can't fight, then run. At least he's smart. At that moment, another person landed. Tai Si introduced, "It's me, Puni sir." Tai Si, the underlings, get ready to face the punishment. Netizens immediately commented, "This guy seems pretty strong. He's another member of Puni sir." Tai Si looked at the people before him, then slightly bent down. Suddenly, the ground behind the 7 people exploded, and they didn't even have time to understand why. The people online stared in confusion as they watched the 7 people lying on the ground. Did these 7 die? These guys are useless. Puni sir's methods are too ruthless. Grip sat in his office, grinding his teeth in anger. How did my plan get exposed? What level is the person Lu Di developed really at? He picked up the phone and dialed. Torpedo plan, execute it now. Outside the cliff, the sound of waves crashing against the rocks could be heard. Members of the Water Snake team spoke up. "Sir Water Snake, the 4 of us have come here as ordered to assist you. Each of us is carrying part of the grenade to ensure the explosion is successful." Water Snake glanced at them. "Your help is truly unnecessary. The underwater world is mine, and no one can defeat me." He pointed to the island in the middle of the sea. "I can reach that island in 10 minutes, and 15 minutes later, it will be completely submerged." The group of water snakes gathered to discuss, but they didn't notice a device hovering above them. Their images were being captured without a single thing missed. Netizens were buzzing with chatter. Do these people want to blow up Puni sir's base? The man who looks like a snake seems to be a local. Who exactly are these people? Why do they need to go all the way to Nation C to eliminate those in black clothes? Puni sir, everyone, you'd better protect your base well. The water snake advanced and instructed his subordinates. Wait for a moment, stay close to me, and remember, don't expose your heads. One of his subordinates asked him, "Water snake? Don't you need an air tank? It's 12 nautical miles away." The water snake scoffed. "Ridiculous, what's that supposed to be? I can hold my breath for 30 minutes underwater. You guys just sit back and enjoy the show." With that, he plunged into the water. The water snake swam as fast as lightning. Below the surface, this was his world. "Puni sir, get ready to be drowned at the bottom of the sea." The screen shifted underwater, and someone marveled. Impressive, aquatic combat. Puni sir's skills are indeed top tier. The water snake swam on, unaware. Tu Yuan had been waiting for him down there all along. As soon as he saw the water snake, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally, you're here. I thought I was going to suffocate." Netizens exclaimed. "What's wrong with this chubby guy? How long has he been waiting underwater?" Tu Yuan kicked off, soaring through the water. He muttered something about rice planting. Tu Yuan grabbed the water snake, and a powerful shockwave exploded beneath the water. The upper half of the water snake was now embedded in the seabed. Tu Yuan introduced himself, "I am Tu Yuan from Puni sir." Meanwhile, on the surface of the water, Taichio was also holding his weapon, ready. Below the surface, a dark figure immediately emerged. Several of the water snake's subordinates gradually came into view, a group disguised. These wicked people, with their vicious assassination attempts, they deserve to die, Taichio thought to himself. Taichio rested his gun on his shoulder and said, "You can call me Taichio, or you can call me Tai-san." Puni sir, amidst the chatter of netizens, was also asked, "Doesn't Puni sir fear punishment for doing this?" Inside the tall building, Bird Ramgary saw that the water snakes had all been dealt with, and he was furious. How many heroes does this Puni sir really have? Moreover, every single one of them is exceptionally skilled. He gritted his teeth. Ludi is too ruthless, leaving no way out. It seems I have no choice but to hide for now. I can't act anymore.
At that moment, Ludi on the other side had already guessed Bird Ramgary's thoughts.
Hiding, huh? It won't be that easy. The netizens were extremely excited. The punishment is beginning. Puni Sir went live. Welcome, everyone, to watch. We've finally reached this point. Who's being punished? Someone asked. It must be some villain who's done something wicked.
The scene switched to a factory area.
This was the warehouse of the biochemical Fossil Island Nation Company.
They had been conducting research on toxic gas bacteria for the public's benefit. They had unexpectedly saved over 100 lives, and they were called the 730 Bacteria Team.
730 was notorious until now. During the war, they had joined Nation H, advocating for biological warfare. Oh my god, that's so cruel. Someone in the office was stunned. How did they investigate all of this? Tin 33 landed from the helicopter.
As soon as he touched down, a few people were already waiting for him inside the workshop. Tin 33 raised his hand and struck the poison gas canister next to him.
This evil action must be punished. I am Tin 33.
Puni Sir. The toxic gas spread with his punch. The people waiting inside the workshop were immediately poisoned. After dealing with them, Tin 33 calmly opened the door and left. At the Europe Gene Research Institute, the place was filled with the scent of experimental animals, and Level K was taking action to punish those inside.
I am Qpek, a lovely Puni Sir. The thing I hate the most is animal abuse.
She reached out to touch the iron cage.
Qpek gently bent the iron bars.
The lions locked inside roared, then quickly jumped out and began to feast on the people who had mistreated them.
Qpek snorted. Evil begets evil.
The network continued to update the Puni Sir Chronicles, with the next one being Refined Roll Europe. The lights in the laboratory were turned on, and someone walked in. Just a moment later, an explosion was heard from somewhere nearby. Heavenly Eye, the perspective of a god, the Ultra Black Cloak, the Puni Sir Chronicle. There's no need to panic, Puni Sir's methods are only for punishing the evil. The screen shifted to Professor Han's side. Netizens immediately realized that it was Refined Roll behind the scene, creating a staged disaster and then sending their organization's agent to rescue the situation.
What a clever trick, aren't they treating us like fools? The commotion online grew louder. People gathered outside the Refined Roll building, protesting noisily. They held up banners that read "Get out of Nation H" and "Heartless Merchants," shouting and causing a scene. Refined Roll, get out of Nation H. Refined Roll, get out of Nation H. Byram sat silently in the office, lost in a state of virtue, is not afraid of guns, stubbornly laughing and saying. So what if the matter is exposed? What about Puni Sir?
Bird Ramgary picked up a plate in his hand.
Here, with the E-Class transformation technology, let's immediately enhance our hero. Destroy Puni Sir for me.
Bird Ramgary entered the laboratory, looking at the person inside the transformation chamber.
The number of subjects wasn't just one. Byram secretly felt smug. Ludi, still talking about killing and punishing? I want to see how you're going to find me.
At that moment, the red light on the transformation chamber lit up, and a loud noise rang out as a transformed person stepped out.
Bird Ramgary laughed loudly. Success!
From now on, no one will be a match for my Refined Roll.
The others in the laboratory looked slightly fearful. It was terrifying.
It felt like there was a madness hidden in their eyes. Tai looked at Bird Ramgary.
Mr. Bird Ramgary, I'm feeling really pent up right now. Where can I go to vent? Another transformed person next to him agreed.
I also feel that the air in this room is too stifling.
I need to go outside and get some fresh air. Bird Ramgary nodded.
You're right.
We've been overwhelmed with attacks recently, it's really getting a bit much.
Go ahead, wait for Tian Xingzhe and the others to finish the experiment, and then we'll all go destroy Punisher together.
At that moment, new international news broke online.
The report revealed that the E-class transformation technology had been successfully developed, with reporters covering the scene. An incident was occurring on the street, where a man wearing a hat had taken 3 people hostage. The scene had been surrounded by the special forces of the Hai family.
Tian Mian shouted at those around him.
"Someone in black, hurry up and find the person in black for me.
I want to challenge him."
The observers murmured among themselves.
Has Tian Mian lost his way under the weight of public pressure?
Tian Mian looked at the crowd in front of him and said coldly,
"Channels, reports, I don't care. I'm going to confront the one in black. They've pushed things too far." He clenched his jaw. "Listen up. 10 minutes.
If the one in black doesn't appear by then, no one here walks away unharmed." Whispers spread through the people nearby.
So this was the real Tian Mian, firm, unyielding. Some even mentioned he had ties to the train incident. Duan Hua, standing in the crowd, made a call. He's gone too far. No need to guess anymore. Let the marksman proceed.
A voice responded on the other end.
Understood. The marksman is in position on the rooftop. Tian Mian moved quickly to one side, eyes sharp. You think someone like that can take me down? Keep dreaming. Duan Hua was stunned. He had actually dodged. Tian Mian's hand tightened into a fist. Bring both families here too. I'm not backing down. 8 minutes left, I'll face the one in black myself.
The crowd was unsettled.
Marksman? What does he mean by someone like that? He looked ready to lose all restraint. And who could stop him now?
Suddenly, their attention turned to a new figure arriving.
Who's that? He doesn't look like someone you'd want to cross.
Xiao He walked in from the distance.
Tian Mian glanced at him. Who are you? I came for the one in black.
He tightened his grip on the girl beside him. Step back or she'll be in danger. Xiao He mouthed, my brother once said, anyone who wants to kill someone needs 3 reasons. First, deceit, lying to everyone, appearing beautiful on the outside, but rotten on the inside. The boy furrowed his brows. Second, bullying the weak, putting those weaker than yourself in danger.
Tian Mian shouted, nonsense, I'll kill you first.
Xiao He didn't let him talk much, immediately raising his fist and charging. Tian Mian was struck by Xiao He's punch, his head spinning, his eyes turning white, and the people around were stunned.
Hey, isn't Tian Mian an E-level? How come he didn't even have a chance to fight back? What kind of power does that young man have? Is he a Punisher?
Tian Mian fell to the ground. Looking up, he said, wait, I've only made 2 mistakes, it's not enough for you to kill me. Xiao He crouched down, patting his head.
The third mistake you made is simply existing.
In the next moment, everyone saw Tian Mian's arm go limp, blood spilling across the ground.
Xiao He stood up.
Meanwhile, Xiao Chun was heading toward a place. She arrived at a villa, and voices could be heard from inside.
Sis, don't hide, aren't you a fan of mine?
I've finally got some time today, be a good girl and interact with the hero that is me.
The girl, still wrapped in a towel, nervously backed away. Don't come any closer, I must be blind. I didn't realize you were such a beast. Tai Zhe grinned lecherously. It's too late, little canary.
Besides serving me, your only other choice is nothing. At that moment, Xiao Chun raised her foot and kicked the door open.
Tai Zhe and the other girl turned around, and the netizens were shocked.
This is the hero Tai Zhe of refined role, the strong warrior, the hero who saved passengers on a flight at the airport. They couldn't stop commenting on him, Tai Zhe, a lecherous man by nature, using his hero status to deceive young girls, imprison them, and abuse them.
Beast!
The netizens never expected that Taizé, usually so dignified and impressive, could have such a beastly true nature.
This Taizé is a beast.
As soon as the girl saw Xiao Chun, she ran to her. The netizens noticed when Xiao Chun touched the girl's hand, realizing something was off. Taizé had roughly torn the girl's arm apart, and it was hard to imagine what might have happened if Punisher hadn't arrived in time.
Xiao Chun, unaware of the online comments, calmly adjusted the girl's arm back into place. Taizé looked at them. Were they still recording? It didn't matter, he didn't care. As long as he could enjoy himself, he didn't care what anyone said. He wasn't even interested in the spectacular livestream.
Taizé posed as though he wanted to charge towards them.
The netizen sighed, no wonder Tianmian had gone crazy before. His inner self was full of envy.
The Taizé now was in a state of arousal. His eyes shone with a depraved look, and he said, "Little girl, since you're here, don't leave."
Taizé's muscles suddenly grew, tearing through his outer clothes.
He looked at Xiao Chun and said, "This hero here has reached level E, achieving the ability to control the intensity of muscle growth on my body.
Not even bullets can pierce through me now."
The man advanced toward Xiao Chun.
"Are you Punisher? Let me see what you can do to me."
The girl standing next to Xiao Chun mumbled, "Taizé has always been very strong.
This little Punisher girl is in danger now."
The tip of Xiao Chun's shoe revealed a blade. She raised her leg and kicked toward Taizé's neck.
He laughed loudly, "It's just an itch."
However, before he could finish his sentence, his neck was sliced open. Xiao Chun landed on the ground and embraced the other girl. "Don't look, trust me, I am Punisher Chun."
Netizens couldn't stop praising this Punisher.
One spring, one summer, cold as a death god. Bird Ramgary, who was observing the situation in the office, also felt confused.
Why? Tianmian and Taizé are both E-level, how come there's still no match for Punisher now? Another modification room lit up, and the announcement sounded.
Bird Ramgary turned to stare at it.
This time, it should be enough to fight back against Punisher, right?
The door opened, and a witch emerged from the blazing flames. Bird Ramgary shouted loudly, "Witch, witch!" Several people in the laboratory immediately grabbed fire extinguishers to put out the flames, but as soon as they approached, the witch squeezed their necks with both hands. Bird Ramgary turned to call out to Tian Xingzhe, who was nearby.
"Tian Xingzhe, hurry up and stop the witch."
To his surprise, Tian Xingzhe had been frozen in place, witnessing these scenes in utter shock.
Why is Punisher so strong? Has the witch lost control? Everyone's gone crazy, I'm not going to sacrifice my life.
He did not respond to Bird Ramgary and immediately broke through the ceiling, leaving. Bird Ramgary shouted after him.
"Hey, Tian Xingzhe."
"Hey Tian Xingzhe," he was stunned by Tian Xingzhe's sudden action.
What the hell is going on here?
From above, Nguandong and Handong also unexpectedly landed.
Punisher Nguandong. Punisher Handong. Byram looked at the two of them and angrily cursed. Punisher bunch of demons.
Byram pointed at the witch, his face thick-skinned, and ordered the two Nguandong. "You two hurry up and control the witch. She can't keep burning everyone like this. If not, even this building will be set on fire." The netizens watching the situation from the divine perspective were also extremely worried. The witch's destructive side, she herself was incredibly cruel, having once received the opportunity for rehabilitation. The cruelty of killing 3 teammates just to eliminate all competitors. Refined role, are there no good people at all? The fire kept raging in the laboratory, and Byram was in despair.
"It's over, we've lost everything.
You two go bury yourselves with our refined role." Handong closed his eyes, his body radiating magnetic fire.
Byram widened his eyes, the magnetic field was too strong.
Before he could say anything, he saw Handong raise his hand, and a gust of stone wind blew toward him.
What kind of trick is this? It looks really impressive.
Meanwhile, the witch who had been spreading fire earlier was now buried under a pile of stones, unable to move. Han Dong frowned, his hand slightly tightening. The broken rock crushed the witch, causing an immediate explosion.
Netizens sighed at the fragility of life. How could such a large person die just like that? What kind of terrifying power was this?
Han Dong stretched out his hand, and another, even bigger explosion went off in front of him. The entire refined roll building shook, with the wind howling, fueling the flames even more. Dong said to the younger brother beside him, "Mission accomplished, let's go." Netizens watched as the refined roll building collapsed, feeling it was too brutal. Refined roll had vanished just like that, disappearing from Nation H.
Some even took the opportunity to dig up old stories.
Tian Xingzhe, a street-level gangster, had been obsessed with hallucinogenic drugs. During a mission, he had caused a civilian plane to crash. The wreckage of the plane and the bodies of the people on board were secretly disposed of by refined roll.
No one knew. Tian Xingzhe had a cowardly nature. People like him didn't deserve to live.
It seemed like he had fled.
Hopefully, he wouldn't have a good ending.
Amid the rubble of refined roll, Hu Guang suddenly appeared, rescuing Bird Ramgary.
Netizens were shocked by this unexpected turn of events.
No one had expected these two to survive such a disaster.
People like them should not remain in this world.
In a flash, Hu Guang took Bird Ramgary and disappeared.
Netizens shouted, "The Punisher will definitely deal with them."
Meanwhile, at the border of the void, the heroes of refined roll were on the run.
Tian Xingzhe had used the plane's power to escape in the night, killing a person while fleeing to make materials.
At the moment, he was hiding in the snowy mountains, with 3 Punisher heroes in charge of chasing Jian Hu and his group.
Tai Chou and Xiao Chou were following the trail.
This time, things were looking good, having closed the distance of 1,000 miles.
Evil people could hardly escape the net of justice, and that coward, hiding in this pile of snow, who could possibly find him?
Jian Hu raised his hand to form a seal, calming them down. "Everyone, don't panic." As soon as he finished speaking, a helicopter above immediately dropped hundreds of talismans.
Is this the descent of the divine?
Jian Hu brandished his sword. "I am Jian Hu, Punisher." As soon as he finished speaking, a barrier was instantly set up around them. Netizens were left speechless at the combination of ancient and modern techniques. It was truly astonishing.
I am over 70 years old, and I've never seen anything like this.
At that moment, Tian Xingzhe also surfaced from the snow, but as soon as his face appeared, the sound of gunfire rang out intensely.
This technique is amazing.
Xiao Chou raised his gun and aimed at him. Punisher fired a shot straight through Tian Xingzhe's body. Netizens continued to praise this divine technique. It was too powerful. A while later, they returned to the cliff, and suddenly a small explosion occurred in the sky. Jian Hu, standing behind Lu Di, spoke up, "Your aura is so fierce, you can't possibly be a good person." Lu Emperor 1 smiled, "This man wants Han Duan Dong. I will kill him myself." Hu Guang raised his hand high, emitting a sizzling sound, and suddenly a long spear appeared in his hand.
Lu Di complimented, "You can even turn it into a weapon? This could really determine the outcome."
He raised his right hand, and immediately, a sword appeared in Lu Di's hand as well. He examined it for a moment. The sword seemed to be a bit short.
Suddenly, several long iron rods flew into Lu Di's line of sight.
He raised his hand to pull them in, and after combining them, they formed a longer sword.
Lu Di was somewhat satisfied. "It'll do for now." Tai Chou stared in wide-eyed amazement. "What kind of move is this?"
Jian Hu hesitated, then responded, as a sword materialized in the air, and Hu Guang descended from above, holding a spear.
Lu Di declared, "You bunch of nobodies, prepare to die." Lu Di smiled, getting ready for battle.
However, no one noticed that on a rocky outcrop, a tank was swiveling its turret. With a loud bang, a shell was immediately fired, aimed at the shadow soaring in the sky. Lu Di looked up and saw an explosion where Hu Guang had just been standing. Jian Hu froze, while Taichio was completely confused.
What just happened? Lu Di immediately turned and ran toward the tank. Sure enough, little Junior was there. He pinched the kid's ear. Kiddo, do you have any idea? This thing is dangerous. Little Junior chuckled, this thing has some flaws. If the quantum inside could be enhanced, the power of this weapon could at least triple. Lu Di was speechless with little Junior, this is because you deliberately limited it. Kiddo, do you want to destroy the world? Lu Di turned to Yafei below, Lisa, take it to the experimental graveyard later. She nodded in response, okay. Little Junior was unconvinced, shouting, what's that based on? Lu Di calmly replied, based on you.
At that moment, a helicopter flew in, and Kuntang jumped down from above. As soon as he landed, he greeted, long time no see, everyone.
I'm the handsome man in the black suit. Lu Di stood on the tank and called out to him, Kuntang. He immediately jumped over, coming. Lu Di patted Kuntang on the shoulder, you've been undercover in Nation C, you did a good job on the mission. Kuntang grinned at the compliment, and Lu Di, in a mysterious tone, continued, well, let me tell you the real purpose of your trip this time. Kuntang, curious, asked, is there someone more evil than before? Lu Di shook his head, in a moment, an international friend will be arriving, a beautiful woman. Kuntang's eyes slightly lit up, and then? Lu Di smiled, if I'm not mistaken, this beautiful woman has already fallen for you.
At this moment, a boat was approaching from afar.
Commander Maluo and Duer were standing on it. As soon as they landed, Commander Maluo greeted them.
The saint is here, Lu Di politely responded. Commander Maluo, Kuntang, fixed his gaze on this person.
So beautiful. Commander Maluo bowed to Lu Di. I am truly honored. I never imagined I would be the first internationally to be granted permission to set foot on your Yuling island. Lu Di smiled at him. You're exaggerating. Everyone is from one of the small nations that have yet to carry out the reformation of evil in the world. Duer stepped forward and asked Lu Di, Mr. Lu, may I ask, why haven't we seen the black-clad hero yet? Lu Di glanced at her.
In this aspect, it's done, but Kuntang here. Kuntang, standing behind Lu Di, spoke up, young lady.
He smiled warmly, may I ask if you just mentioned a handsome and powerful person, dressed in black? Duer nodded. That's right. Lu Di turned and walked away, secretly smiling at the two of them. It seemed the plan had succeeded.
Inside the meeting room, Commander Maluo took out a large box and placed it on the table. We have come here this time to express our gratitude. He opened the lid of the box, revealing 3 beautiful blue gemstones inside. Sir. Lu Di picked up a gemstone, and Mo Zong immediately provided him with full information.
This is a gemstone recently discovered in Feizhou.
With just this, one can enhance the power of a reformer.
Mo Zong explained further.
However, it is useless for you, but we can take advantage of it to improve and develop more effective radiation shields to enhance your radiation absorption rate. Commander Maluo continued, Mr. Lu, this is our national treasure.
We call it the Sacred Stone. We have relied on it to perform human modifications without any losses.
He explained the reason the Sacred Stone was brought here. Now, on behalf of the people of Feizhou, I present it to you as a gift. Lu Di stood up, pushed the box toward Commander Maluo, and then handed him a piece of paper. Commander Maluo took it and, after reading, was greatly surprised.
Mr. Lu, how did you know that this sacred stone cannot be stored? How did you know that when a modified person reaches level C, the effect of the sacred stone will be diminished? He was in awe of Lu Di. Mr. Lu, how did you manage to list all the optimal ways to use the sacred stone in just 2 minutes? This is truly a miracle.
Lu Di said to Commander Maluo, I do not need this sacred stone. You can take it back, but remember this, using modification technology to benefit the people can lead to the oppression of the weak by the strong. Commander Maluo, in deep respect, took his hand, Mr. Lu, now I understand why S is so powerful. It turns out that you are indeed a superlative scientific sage of the world. Time flew by, and 5 years later, Lu Di sat at home watching TV, where the image of Commander Manhwa appeared, answering an interview. The host's voice echoed, "The International Transformation Competition, please invite the winner to the stage to share their thoughts." Commander Manhwa honestly said, "Today's reward does not only belong to our Fei Zhou, but half of this glory belongs to Mr. Lu Di of Nation H." The reporters below, hearing the name Lu Di, remembered the past. It seemed like it had been a long time since they had seen the figure of that great lord. "I heard that person has transformed a Yuling building, and now he is studying the transformation of people within that Yuling city." Lu Di raised his hand and touched his right eye. After just a blink, he realized how much time had passed. Having this right eye had brought a great change to his life. He turned his head and looked behind, where his little junior waved and called, "Violent Bear, come look at my transformation." Lu Di nodded and stood up. "All right, I'll follow you, kid. Let's go into the lab." Lu Di sighed. Even now, this kid could work alone. It seemed that his future also had someone to inherit it. Lu Di's thoughts couldn't help but wander far. The future military potential of Nation H was impossible to predict.